The end of the world is coming, and before leaving for the next world, the teacher left this testament with his sword. After training with the sword for over 100 years, he managed to reach the end of the world, but only just. In the face of his rapidly approaching death, everything seemed completely useless. Bending his head down on the edge of the cliff, the swordsman regretted that he had been obsessed with the sword all his life. Lying on the ground after being beaten, Yeonmin groaned heavily. If only I could live a normal life. Hearing the heavy moans of the boy he was abusing, Moon-chan asked him what he was mumbling about. The next moment, he started kicking Youngman and shouted out something about normal. Continuing to mock the boy, Munchan added, "The son of the woman who destroyed our clan. Consider yourself lucky you weren't thrown out by grace." The Tang family of Sichuan, the famed house of poisons and hidden weapons, collapsed. It was one of Murmu's 9 new powers that destroyed about 9 of his sect. The Lord of the Demons of Heavenly Radiance would have been happy if only his proposals had been rejected. If this person had liked the woman, he would have certainly proposed marriage. But if his proposal was rejected or ignored, he would have taken the woman away by force. Yang Chonghek's quirks also spread to the Tang family of Sichuan, and the poisonous phoenix Tang Jihei became his target. Faced with the demon lord of Heavenly Radiance who came to take Tang Jihei, the Tang family from Sichuan fought with all their might and won. However, they had used up all their resources, and as a result, the Tang family was nearing collapse. Striking another blow to Youngman's face, Munchan asked, "How can you give up right now with such a long way to go?" Noticing that the boy began to look up, Moon-chan kicked Youngman and shouted, "Hey, what are you looking at if you don't like something? Blame your mother." After the beating, looking at the trail of the offenders, Youngman mentally said, "This is my life because my mother attracted the attention of the demon lord of Heavenly Radiance and destroyed the clan." Walking home after dusk, Jeonmin mentally added the insults and discontent poured out in her direction, and in my direction as well. Hearing the door creak, the mother exclaimed to her son, "Jeonmin, why are you back so late?" As soon as Tak Jihi walked through the door, Youngman's mother, the poisonous phoenix, froze in horror. The next moment, she recovered and went to her son and exclaimed, "Something happened to your face." Noticing his mother's excitement, Youngman put his hand behind his head and said nothing, laughing awkwardly. Then the woman grabbed her son's hands and exclaimed in embarrassment, "Liar, did the other kids bully you?" To which Jeonmin replied, "No, I fell down while we were playing." Looking at her son with eyes full of tears, Jaehi asked, "What would happen if there was a scar?" And he replied that next time I would be more careful. Immediately after he said that, Youngman grabbed his mother's hand and took it away from his face and said, "Don't worry." After relieving the tension that had arisen after his return, Youngman went to his room. Then Jaehi looked back at her son and asked him, "Have you eaten, son?" And said, "I'm sorry, I don't have an appetite. I'm going to take a break for a while." Arriving at his room and lying down on the bed, Yeonmin mentally said, "I know it's not your fault, Mom, but I have no one to complain to." The next moment, recalling the difficult fate of his father, Yeonmin added in his mind, raising his voice, "I will only bring revenge on myself like my father." As he continued to lie on his bed thinking about his hard fate, Youngman said, "Even if we leave the Tang family, who will protect us, mother and son?" Pressing his lips together and feeling tears welling up in his eyes, Youngman added that if our father were alive, everything would be completely different. The next day, when he was beaten again, Jeonmin heard his abuser say, "Hey, stop exaggerating." Later, grabbing Youngman by the hair and pulling him towards him, Munchin added, "Stop dramatizing. This is only the beginning." Continuing to be subjected to daily violence and beatings, Youngman mentally said, "How much longer will we have to live like this?" At one point, a woman's voice came from behind him and said, "Hey guys, this is too much. Leave him alone." Holding the needles with poison in her hands, Yeonyan added, "I've prepared something to play with Yeonmin. It would be sad if you hurt him before I start." Hearing his sister's words, Moon-chan looked at her and asked, "It started again. What's going to happen this time?" Taking out a single needle from her box, Tak Youngyeon said, "Since we are going to participate in the upcoming competition for the young clan leader, we'll use it." Demonstrating the new invention to her comrades, she added, "Then maybe we can test the poison." Hearing his friend's suggestion, Tan Chunil immediately sat down on Youngman to prevent him from running away. Holding the test subject, he justified that the wrong needle could hurt you, so thank us for holding you tightly. The next moment, approaching the victim, Yongnong said to Youngman, "I'm not going to kill you. As soon as the effect of the poison is confirmed, we will give you an antidote." "Okay." Without waiting for the defendant's response, the girl stuck a needle in his neck and added, "That's why you won't die, you understand." Feeling severe pain and the effects of the poison, Youngman shed tears and heard enthusiastic exclamations of, "Wow!" The skin immediately began to react. "Youngman, hold on. You'll make it." Feeling unbearable pain from the poison injected into him, Yeonmin looked at the girl and thought, "How long can I hold on?" As a result of these experiments, the 3 bullies left Yeonmin on the ground writhing in pain, and in the evening it began to rain. Listening to the drops of water dripping on his body, Yeonmin thought, "If I just close my eyes, it will be much easier." Immediately after this thought, he thought of his mother and added, "But then who will protect my mother?" Clenching his teeth against the despair that suddenly overwhelmed him, Yeonmin thought, "I wish I hadn't been born so weak." The next moment, remembering the trio of bullies, he added in his head, If only I could stand up to them all. It's not too much to ask. Once he was able to move, Yeonman pounded his fist on the ground and added in his mind, I just want to be strong enough to protect me and my mom. Continuing to beat himself up for his weakness, Yeonman suddenly exclaimed, I want to live a normal life. Immediately after his exclamation, the boy heard a strange sound and then turned his gaze to its source. Seeing a weapon driven into the ground in front of him, he thought to himself that it was a sword, and how long has it been here? Strange, I've definitely never seen it before, but it looks familiar. Without hesitation, Yeonman got to his feet and reached for the hilt of the sword, mentally making it feel as if it were mine. After the first touch of the weapon, Yeonman's mind began to flood with memories of the adult he had been training with the sword for over 100 years, and how I had achieved it. As he watched the memories flash through his mind, Yeonman heard the formation of the sword's base, the sword's path, the sword's absolute sword. Being in the memories where he was an adult, Yeonman thoughtfully said it was all for one thing. After completing another training session with the sword, he mentally said how many lines I have already drawn, but the rest were useless. Feeling his imminent death, Yeonman added in frustration, even after reaching the end of the sword, I cannot stop the approaching death. Feeling weak all over his body and losing control of his body, Yeonman added, I am overwhelmed with regret. If only I could live another life. As soon as his two souls merged together with his thoughts, they said, I would like to live a normal life. As he continued to hold the handle of the weapon, Yeonman mentally said in this life, I remember everything. I remember everything. Continuing to recall his past, Yeonman said, in my past life, I was a swordmaster, and in this life, I am Tong Yeonman. Having given all the memories from the past to his new rebirth, the former swordmaster said before disappearing, live a normal life. The next morning, seeing her son leaving the house again, Jihye followed him and exclaimed, where are you going when you were beaten so badly yesterday? To which Yeonman replied, don't worry, mother. When Jihye heard her son add that nothing bad would happen, she froze in her tracks but did not say a word. After waving goodbye to his mother, Yeonman said, I'll be back, and then walked on in the direction indicated. Meanwhile, near a tree, Moon-chan asked his friend Yeonman if he was avoiding us today. Jongul thoughtfully replied that we beat him up so badly that he would show up if he didn't want to, because his mom saw him in a bad state. After that, Chonol remarked that he had guts, and Yongnon asked what kind of guts. Feeling dominant over the weak, Moon-chan confidently exclaimed that we'll beat him up if he shows up. Continuing to smile ominously, Moon-chan added confidently, and if he doesn't show up, we'll gather everyone and tease him. At one point, turning his gaze to the side and noticing Yeonman, Chonil said, hey, there he is. Having gained a lot of experience and knowledge from his previous incarnation, this time Yeonman confidently walked towards the offenders. Noticing that the boy was heading in their direction, Yeonyeon exclaimed with displeasure, you're late tonight. The next moment, she jumped down from the tree and added confidently, I thought you wouldn't show up, and started to worry. Immediately after she said that, she raised her hand and waved to the boy and called out, hey, come here. As soon as Youngmin approached the offenders, Moon-chan came out to meet him and said, Youngmin, you must be going through a rough time. Immediately after his words, noticing that there were no signs of beating on the guy's face, Moon-chan asked him why you were not bruised. In response to the offender's question, Youngmin answered me in a stern tone of voice, telling me not to harm Moon-chan. After hearing the remark from their victim, all three perpetrators froze in shock. Scratching his head after Youngmin's remark, Moon-chan asked why he was moaning yesterday and talking like that today. The next moment, as he began to rub his hand for a punch, Moon-chan asked in a haughty tone, if you talk like that, maybe you need a hot compress. After the leader of the trio's remark, Youngmin looked at the other two and said, Tang Cheonggil and Tang Yeongnyeon. Clapping her hands and being embarrassed by what she heard, Tan Yeongnyeon joyfully said, what is it that Yeonmyeon is calling us by name today? Our Yeonmyeon is calling us by name. The next moment, replacing her joy with anger, the girl added in an ominous tone that she had decided to end her life. Looking at Moon-chan, the girl happily asked if yesterday's poison was not enough to double the dose, when she heard that you were asking me that. At the same moment, noticing where Yeonman's attention was concentrated, Chonil swung to strike and angrily shouted, why are you ignoring the person in front of you? Before he could carry out his attack, Youngmin closed in and grabbed Chonil by the face. The next moment, one of the three robbers was knocked to the ground by the blow and lost consciousness. Seeing what had just happened in front of them, the other two robbers froze in shock, and then Yeongnyeon asked what happened. Without taking her eyes off the shocking scene, she added that Chonil was knocked out by a single blow. Observing this situation, the girl asked, he didn't study martial arts, so how can this be? To which she heard from Moon-chan, I don't know. The next moment, interrupting the bewilderment of the offenders, Yeonman said, what you can do, I can do. Keeping his gaze on the other two hooligans, Yeonman added, you said you were going to compete for the position of young clan leader. Walking confidently toward Moon-chan, the boy added, do you really want to participate with such skills? Feeling anxious about the situation in front of him, Munchin mentally said that he had become a completely different person overnight. The next moment, as he rushed toward Yeonman, he added, calm down, Tang Moonchang Chonil. He just let his guard down for a moment. We've been training for years for this competition, but there's no way we're going to lose. As he swung his dagger and prepared to attack, Munchin shouted, "Let's see if you'll talk like that when you try my strength." Having intercepted the blow in advance and neutralized his opponent, Yongman said in displeasure if the participants are at this level of skill. Continuing to look confidently at Munchin, whom he had just defeated with ease, Yongman added that the outcome of the competition was already determined. The Hall of Hidden Poison had originally been the home of the clan leader, and where important decisions were made, but since the leader's seat had been empty for a long time, it had become the meeting room for the elders. Taking his place at the meeting, one of the participants said, "Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting." And it seems that the number of participants in the competition for the title of young clan leader has decreased. Continuing to talk about the upcoming events, the elder mentioned Yongman and added that we need to make a final decision regarding Tan Yongman, the son of the poisonous phoenix. While Yanman was preparing to appear in front of everyone in a new image, Sonchun added that he had not yet officially announced his participation, but everyone knows that he is openly bullied by other children. Continuing the conversation, Sonchun added that he still has no achievements behind him. No one will object if we exclude him from the competition. Meanwhile, people on the street froze at what they saw. Hearing their leader's proposal, other participants in the meeting began to remark, "But doesn't Tang Yongman have the blood of the former clan leader in him?" After hearing his comrade's words, another participant added that his exclusion could call into question the legitimacy of the upcoming competition. After listening to the comments of the elders present, Songchang said, "I understand what you are saying, but wouldn't the fact that someone without martial arts skills lower the level of the competition be a bigger problem?" Looking down and leaning on the table, the elder added, "He may have the blood of the former leader in him, but he is only a heavy burden to our family now, isn't he?" The next moment, the door to the meeting room instantly opened, and a young man walked in, attracting everyone's attention. When Tan Chokwi saw who had come to the elders' meeting uninvited, he exclaimed in confusion. Following the man's embarrassed exclamation, the elders' leader's voice was heard, saying to Tang Yongman, "Do you even realize what you are doing now?" After receiving the remark from the leader of the elders' meeting, Yongman said in an indifferent tone, "Thank you very much." Hearing the answer from the guy who burst into the meeting, all those present exclaimed in confusion. However, before the conversation could drag on for long, Yanman sprang into action. First of all, he raised Yanyan in front of him, on whom he tested her poison. When the elder saw the state of one of the children who had abused Yanman, he froze in shock. In the moment of complete silence in the meeting room, Yanman said, "I have experienced a lot of oppression from Tanya's family, and I am not going to take it anymore." After he said this, one of the elders grabbed his head and shouted, "It's so bad to hurt a child who is participating in the competition for the place of the young clan leader." Later, another one joined him and angrily exclaimed, "Don't you know that this is a serious crime?" After all the accusations, Yanman confidently told me the well-known rules of our family, but a fight between the participants of the competition is not a problem, because it is. Hearing the argument that Yanman gave in his defense, Chokwi exclaimed in his head what the hell this kid was talking about. Hearing the boy's remark, Sokchan looked at him with a stern look and said, "Tang Yongman, what you just said means that you really will take part in the competition for the position of the young clan leader." After receiving the question from the elder, Yongman asked, "Isn't that enough for what you've heard about?" Then, remembering the other two he had defeated, Yanmyeon said, "You should check the area outside the main hall. Munchin and Shonil have bullied me before." Recalling the aftermath of the last battle with the offenders, Yanmyeon added, "I simply followed one of the clan's rules of returning kindness twice and revenge tenfold." After the silence that followed the boy's words, Sokchan asked, "So you've proven your worth and you want to participate in the competition?" At the leader's question, one of the elders exclaimed, "Elder, he can't be. He's just using the exemption from liability for serious crimes granted to the participants of the competition." Later, another member of the assembly joined in and exclaimed that regardless of the legality, this endangers other participants. Interrupting his colleagues with a sudden wave of his hand, the elder shouted, "No, don't give him the right to participate in the competition." Hearing Sokchan's threatening tone, the other participants turned their gaze to him and exclaimed in confusion. Slamming his fist on the table to get everyone's attention, Sokchan added, "If he speaks with such confidence, why should we stop him? Why should we restrict a legitimate and capable child who wants to participate?" Immediately after turning his gaze to the boy, the elder added, "I hope your confidence matches your skills, and if you don't become the young clan leader, you will pay for what happened today." After a while, when Yongman returned home, he heard his mother exclaim, "How could you do such a thing to take part in the competition for the place of the young clan leader?" After receiving a remark from his mother, the boy confidently said, "Mom, it was necessary." After listening to her son's remarks about the recent events, Jihi was surprised to think that such a decisive tone was not just a hysteria or a whim. Without taking her eyes off her son, the woman mentally added, "Yongman is a name that means survive as long as possible. I thought you were just a child, but now I realize that I am looking at an incredible man." Kneeling down in front of her son, the mother said, "I will not ask you where you learned all these techniques and how you surpassed not only him, but 3 children at once. Immediately after looking into Yeonmyeon's eyes, Jae-hee said, "Just answer me one question. Are you sure about the competition for the position of young clan leader?" After his mother's question, Yeongman smiled happily and asked, "Who do you think I am?" "I'm the son of the poisonous phoenix." Unable to contain her emotions, Ji-hee hugged her son tightly and exclaimed, "You've really matured a lot. I'm so proud of you." Hugging Ji-hee back, Yeonmyeon mentally said in his mother's arms, "I want to continue to protect my normal life." The next moment, remembering the leader of the gathering of elders, Yeongman thought, if anyone tries to disturb him, he will be killed. Feeling confident in his strength and capabilities, he mentally added, "I will destroy everyone." 1 month after the events near Jihee's house, Chokwi asked his sister if she could leave everything as it is. Walking along with his sister, the boy added the competition for the place of the young clan leader is not a child's game. You also know that every moment is worth its weight in gold. After her brother's remark, Jae-hee said, "Leave him alone, he probably has his reasons, and as you've probably already noticed." Turning her head to Chokwi, she added, "He's not the type to act without a plan," or so she heard in response. Agreeing with his sister's words, the boy recalled the moment of Yeonman's invasion of the elders' meeting, and added courage and self-control to his thinking. Putting his hand to his cheek, the great leader of the Dark King clan, Tak Chokwi, added an attitude that was simply incredible for a child of his age, but which he now demonstrates. Without letting the boy finish, Ji-hee said, "You and the Dark King's clan have been protecting Yeonman and even taking care of him before the competition. I'm very grateful for that, Choi-hee." After thanking the girl, the boy said, "The situation he created was so serious that I had to intervene. I can't put much hope in Yeonman anymore, but it's definitely okay for him to train with everyone else." At that time, sitting in the training room, Yeonman closed his eyes and thought about what I had been doing up to that point. Recalling his life up to now, the guy mentally added eating fresh meals prepared by his mother and sleeping a lot. Continuing his hard workout, he added in his mind and also meditated to exercise the changed pathways of the chi. Now there is simply no need to hone his strength and skills. The next moment, opening his eyes and looking at his hands, he mentally added that someone like me who woke up in a past life where I reached the level of a swordmaster could experience something like this at any time. Subsequently, he began to train his physical body's endurance, but right now it is much more important to strengthen the vessel that holds this power in a body so young at only 12 years old. Leaning on one finger to keep the balance, Yeonman mentally added, "The meridians and pathways of the body are not yet heavily polluted. As my level increases, it is obvious that a transformation will occur." After checking his current performance, he smiled and mentally added, "But even then, the foundation will be vital." Leaving the room and looking up at the moon, Jamin mentally said, "Now I need to concentrate on the nutrition and rest necessary for physical growth to maintain balance, and the length of my arms and legs will be enough." And on the day of the competition, Yeonman folded his arms and bowed in front of his mother and said, "Well, Mom, I'm going to go." Hearing her son's farewell, the woman, feeling maternal concern, replied, "Of course, take care of yourself." Later, her brother bowed to the woman and said goodbye, Sister Tang Jihye, and heard in response, "I was also glad to see you, Choi-hee." After saying goodbye to the boy's mother, Chokwi said to his ward, "Well, let's go." And then they set off. Waving goodbye to her son and brother, Tang Jihye smiled gently and said in her head, "Yonglan is our son. He has matured so much, if only you could see him." When Yongman arrived at the Dark King's hall where the other participants had just begun to arrive, he said that he was too early. Taking a plate of rice cakes, Jonman sat down and began to eat, thinking that the leader of the Dark King's clan had gone to the competition. It looks like we still have about half an hour before the start. At one point, Yeonman's thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice that sounded nearby and asked, "This guy is the son of the poisonous phoenix, right?" Drawing Yeonman's attention, a boy in the crowd who was approaching him added, "That's right, Tang Yeonman is the one who beat Munchin." When the boys got close enough, they continued to mock him, saying, "Isn't that a false rumor I heard that he wasn't even capable of learning martial arts?" And then another added, "This guy's participating in the same competition as us." Continuing to chew rice cakes, Yeongman heard the level of competition for the place of the young clan leader had fallen below nothing. Taking the initiative again, the guy with the eye patch exclaimed arrogantly that we need to work on discipline, and then a half-eaten rice cake flew into his head. Seeing the leader of their group fall to the ground without showing any signs of life, one of the group called out in confusion that, "Hey, are you okay?" Not receiving a response from the victim, the guy clenched his teeth and shouted menacingly. This guy suddenly used a concealed weapon. Taking a closer look at the object that was thrown at their leader, the other guy exclaimed that, "Wait a minute, that's not a concealed weapon. That's just an unfinished rice cake. How could he throw something like that with such force?" When they found out what had knocked out their friend, one of the crowd angrily shouted, "We won't just leave this guy behind." And then Yongmen said, "There were only 2 of us, but you guys are a pretty big group." Getting to his feet and walking toward the screaming guys, Yongmen added, "Didn't you hear that Moonchan and his group were defeated?" The next moment, waving his hand at his enemies, Jonmen added, "But it doesn't matter, feel it for yourself, by the way. Munchin didn't run away even with a broken arm, right?" Continuing to look at the boys whose faces began to show horror, Yongman added, "Well, you being participants in the competition will definitely not run away, will you?" After Yeonman's provocative speech, someone in the crowd shouted out, Attack him, all of you, finish this guy off. And everyone in the crowd rushed at Yeonmin. On his way back to his ward, Chokwi saw a guy fly past him. Taking a closer look at the form of the flying boy, the man was surprised to hear that this child was a competitor, right? Realizing the situation that could be happening nearby on the Chokvi meadow, he said that something might have happened. As he approached the place where the fight was taking place, the leader of the Black Castle shouted, "Hey guys, what's all the fuss about?" Seeing the participants scattered on the ground, moaning heavily in pain, Chokwi exclaimed in confusion what was going on. Hearing the noise of his protector who had just arrived at the scene, Yeonma, who was eating rice cake, said, "You've come. I was bored with the wait." After Yeonman's smile, the confused Chokwi heard, "Oh, don't get me wrong. They started it first. Please be gentle with me." After receiving a request not to be harsh with him for what happened, the leader of the Black Castle put his hand to his face in frustration. After a while, at a meeting of the elders, one of the participants exclaimed, "We can't just turn a blind eye to this, great elder." And another participant added, "How could so many injuries occur right before the competition?" Rubbing his beard at the meeting of the elders, Grand Elder Tang Sokchan felt that if such a person became a young clan leader, something more terrible would happen. After listening to all the comments from the participants of the meeting, the great elder said, "Then let's change one of the rules of the competition." Standing among the other candidates, a girl asked how the competition is held, and another replied that starting from a simple mountain, they spend 2 or 3 years training and then face each other in duels. Having received the answer to her rhetorical question, the girl turned her gaze to the side and asked who you were, and what did you hear in response to you asking, and I just answered you. After this remark, the first girl said in surprise, "I heard that the details of the competition are not disclosed to anyone, so how do you know that?" Holding up my nose from my feeling of superiority as a know-it-all, I said, "My father works at the general staff, and I got a little hint from him that information is needed regardless of where you are." Later, people began to come out of the main building where the elders' meeting was held, and one of them shouted out to ask for silence. Having attracted the attention of the participants, the man added, "I am the leader of the Dark King's clan, Tan Choi, who will oversee this competition, and now I will announce the requirements for the competition." Seeing who was speaking before them, the participants began to shout joyfully, "It's the leader of the Dark King, Chachwi, the youngest leader. It's so impressive." After calming the crowd, Chukvi said that the competition lasts for 4 years, of which 3 years are allocated for training, some of which may be throwing skills. The first year is devoted to finding a suitable methodology for individual training, and the third is the skills of making poisons. For the next 2 years, all outside training is conducted under the guidance of appointed warriors. After telling the basic rules of the competition, Chokwi shouted out, and after all the training is completed, the main competition will begin. The form of competition is. Waiting for the announcement of the form of competition, the girl with the glasses confidently said one-on-one duels. Immediately after she said that, a great elder appeared behind Choi and said a duel with goo poison. Hearing the news of how the selection for the new clan leader would be conducted, everyone opened their mouths and began to say in surprise, "Goo poison is the goo poison we are thinking of." Goo poison is a method whereby strong poisons are placed in a jar to fight each other to purify the potent toxin. A goo poison match is a fighting competition in which participants fight until only one person is left. Continuing his speech after the announcement of the selection, Tan Sokshan added, "From the very beginning, we were supposed to choose the young clan leader based on the results of one-on-one duels, but due to the incident that just happened, many dropped out of the competition." Continuing his speech to the candidates, the Grand Elder added that if we continue to act in accordance with the original rules, such incidents can only happen again. Conducting his speech to the rest of the participants, Tan Sokshan added that we have changed the format of the competition to allow everyone to develop their full potential. Starting to rub his beard, the Great Elder added that this is not just a childish fight, but a noble ceremony where people risk their lives to overcome their capabilities. Continuing to lead the introductory ceremony before the competition began, Tang Sochan exclaimed, "Fight, survive, and when the winner will own everything belonging to the Sichuan Tang family." Among the many candidates who gathered at this place, only one would survive the goo poison duel. Smiling happily after the Grand Elder's opening speech, Yongman thought to himself, "It doesn't seem so hard." Somewhere in the Sichuan province territory of the Black Death Alliance Dark Moon Sword Sect camp, someone said in the meeting room, "First of all, thank you all for gathering here. I understand that everyone is busy with their own business." Folding his arms in front of him and looking down, the man added, "But please listen to what I have to say. You are aware of the plan that the Tang family is currently developing." Hearing his comrade's words, one of the men asked about the competition for the young leader's position, and another added that, according to spy reports, they had announced it a few days ago. After listening to his comrades, McKinhu added that right after that, the participants, that is, the children who could potentially take the place of the leader, left in wheelchairs. Continuing the dialogue with his comrades, the man added, "Of course, now the Tang family is in such a position that our leader could destroy them at any time if he wanted to, but for now he does not touch them. because they are still useful. The next moment, looking at the people sitting across from him, Inhu added that these children were the future of the Tang family, and if something went wrong, it would cause them irreparable harm. Hearing her friend's remark, the girl smiled slyly and said that the words of the leader of the Dark Moon Sword Sect were undoubtedly true. After that, the bandaged man joined the conversation and said, although they deny it, the Tang family has something left that we should be careful about when we speak. After receiving a question from his friend, Mak Inhu looked down and said, we're not going to rush into it yet. Having attracted the attention of the audience with his decision, the man added to track the cart and pick the buds that the Tan family is trying so hard to grow will be easy, but it will not harm them so much, you do not think. Continuing his story, the man added that the competition for the leadership position in the Tang family has been going on for 4 years. Imagine what will happen if they put all their efforts into raising these children. Hearing Mak Inhu's words, the bandaged man asked menacingly, if they die in the midst of the tournament, it will be a truly fatal blow. After hearing her comrade's suggestion, the girl smiled slyly and spoke as the Jiggle and Moen family. Following the girl's words, Dark Moon Sword Sect member Mok Yinghu said, for now, let's see where the cart is going and make our move in 4 years. Continuing the dialogue with his comrades, Mak Inhu added that the surveillance has already been organized, and not only I planted a small seed, perhaps the entire Tang family will fall into our hands. Meanwhile, somewhere on the common mountain where the Tang family was competing for the young leader's place, the host said that although the rules of the competition had changed, the schedule and procedures remained the same. Continuing to walk in front of the candidates, the man added during the competition, the participants will be called by numbers instead of names. In each group of 4 people, your group is the 7th, and therefore. Looking at his charges, the host said, number 27, Tanenjong, number 26. Tan Myre, number 25. Tan Yuri Ga, that foot is missing. Starting to turn my head to find the last one, the host asked where number 28 was, and noticing him behind me, I called out, number 28, what are you doing there? After receiving the remark from the host, Yeonman looked at the man and said, I'm sorry, I was thinking a little bit. Hearing the answer from the guy who was lagging behind, the host exclaimed, we don't have time to fly in our minds, let's keep up. Having received the order from the leader, Yeonman headed to the rest of the group and at one point looked back and thought, if the leader did not feel someone's presence behind me. Catching up with his group, the boy mentally added to an ordinary passerby or an escort. It does not look like someone is following us for sure. Arriving at the dead end, the children confusedly asked the leading instructor, we are going this way, but there is nothing here at all. Later, a voice came from the rock and said to the 7th group, give me the password. Hearing this, the children were surprised to hear that the rock was talking. Having received the instruction from the rock, the instructor shouted out the poisonous king of hidden poison. Having received the correct password from the person, the rock said yes, and then a passage began to appear in it. After the surprise of the participants, a fan appeared from inside, after which a male voice said, I am glad to welcome you all. Appearing in front of the candidates of the 7th group, the new leader closed the fan and added, my name is Jegal Chengshin, and I will help you in the competition. Jegal's family was once one of the 5 great families as Sichuan Tang and Incarnation Masters, but now collapsed due to the invasion of the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord. Taking the children under his care to lead them on, Changxing walked ahead and said, our family barely managed to survive, and it was all thanks to the support of the Tang family. Leading the participants of the competition to the place of the young leader, the man added, in gratitude for this, we are protecting the competition from attacks from outside. The Jegal family is helping here with their incarnations. Looking around in the illusory world, Yuri said in surprise that this was the technique of the Jiggle family's incarnation, and then Eong added, you don't even realize where you are and what time of year it is that this is possible. Following the others, Miro looked back at Yeonman and noticed his appearance and wondered what was wrong with Dong Yeonman. Looking at the strange expression on the last guy's face, she added that he was completely out of sorts, although, come to think of it, he had been in the cart. While traveling in the wheelchair with the instructor, he suddenly said, when you arrive at the place, you will have to live together for 3 years in a row. Having attracted the attention of the candidates for the place of the young clan leader, the instructor added, then maybe you can at least introduce yourselves to each other. Immediately after the adult's request, Yuri looked at one of the boys and asked him hesitantly, you're Tang Yongman, right? Attracting his attention, she added, I've heard a lot about you, Tan Yuri, and there's no one who didn't know about that fight. Without waiting for a response from Yongman, the other boy said, I'm Tani Jong, nice to meet you. And you're famous, you know. You did a good job on Yongnong back then. Yuri added, you're a brave man. You know that her great-grandfather is one of the 3 elders, so maybe you're safe as long as the competition is going on. Without letting the girl finish, Yeonman interrupted her and asked, what do you mean by that? I'm to blame for the fact that now we have to participate in the fight with Gu's poison. Having received a remark from the boy, Yuri nervously said, I don't blame anyone, I was just surprised that the rules were changed. And then Meyer said, I'd argue with that. Ignoring Mir's words, Yi-jung said, anyway, we're all on the same team now. And Meyer said, no, I want to argue about it. Looking at Yeonman, Meyer exclaimed indignantly, just look at that face. Doesn't he look like a person who makes others uncomfortable? Hearing the words from his new friend, Yeonmin sighed and smiled. Then Mireille, angry, exclaimed even more that you are laughing at me. Recalling that moment from the wheelchair, Meyer looked back at Yeonmin and said, maybe everyone else has forgiven you, but not me. Looking at Yeonmin, who was acting quite relaxed and unfocused, she added, I've been preparing for this day so much. Without watching where she was going, Meyer mentally added, if this guy causes trouble again, I won't let it go. And then she slammed her head into Yuri. Feeling the pain of the collision, Meyer turned her head to her friends and exclaimed, hey, what are you guys doing there? What did you hear? Here. Looking up to see what the reason for the stop was, Meyer heard Coach Jagal seem to have disappeared. Starting to panic at the disappearance of the guide, Ijong exclaimed in confusion. He was right in front of us 1 second ago and then suddenly evaporated, after which Yuri exclaimed where he went. Also feeling fear throughout her body, Meyer asked in confusion, if you get lost in an incarnation, you can get stuck in a spatial rift, so Coach Jahal couldn't have disappeared into his own space. The next moment, after realizing the situation, the girl screamed out, wait, what about us? What if we have to get out of here? After hearing Mir's exclamation, Yuri asked, maybe if we stayed still, someone would come and save us, and then Ijong added, we are stuck here without a way out. While Yuri was shouting out in confusion, asking if anyone knew anything about the incarnation, Mir followed Yeonmin and wondered what he was doing there, and why he was so calm. At that time, hiding in his other space, Jegel spoke. They should have already started to panic from the phantom dome of the 7 castles of the Jigel family without a spellcaster. Not hiding his sinister smile during the illegal actions, Jegal added happily, who would have thought that the elders of the Tang family would be so petty to capture an entire group over just one child? After his words, Jagal recalled the order of the great elder who had spoken to him before the competition. If you destroy number 28, we will double our support for the Jagal family. Covering his ominous smile with a fan, Jagal Changxing said happily, how could I refuse such an offer? Feeling that taste of victory and sweet reward, Changxing smilingly said unfairness of the competition would only hurt the Tan family, the Jagal family only. Before the man could enjoy his premonitions of the future, he heard something strange and wondered what that strange sound was. Looking back, the leader of the world of incarnation saw behind him a group of children who opened a passage to his space. Seeing that the candidates of the competition had just reached his world, Jagal shouted in confusion, who are you? Demonstrating the absolute joy of a chance encounter, Yongman said, Coach Jagal, did you think what would happen if you left us? Continuing to look at his frightened guide, the boy added, we are not experienced yet. That's why we can't keep up with you. Please be careful. To which the latter replied in confusion that, indeed, I had made a mistake. The next moment, turning his head away from the students and looking over his shoulder at the group of students, the man was confused, thinking that there were no mistakes in my creation except when he was near me. Once near the guide, Yuri asked the young man, how did you do it, Yeonman? And heard him reply, I just cut it up. And then Aijong exclaimed, you cut up the incarnation? What are you talking about? Meyer exclaimed irritatedly at her friends, we found time to worry about this. We're lucky we were able to find Coach Jahal. Pointing her finger in the direction of the coach who was supposed to accompany them, she added, let's follow him closely this time so we don't lose him, and then turned her gaze forward and noticed that he had disappeared again. Seeing that Chegol was not in front of them again, the girl exclaimed in fright that he had disappeared again. Seeing what had just happened again right in front of his eyes, Yeonmyeon sighed and said in his head, well, you see. At the same time, Jagal was running away from his students and thought, damn, I'm the only one who runs around in the Jagal family. But the eyes of this boy cannot be fooled by simple tricks. As he approached the exit from his incarnation, the man thought, how could a boy barely 12 years old show such spirit? Passing through the road to leave his incarnation, Changshin thought to himself, I found the exit that leads to the training grounds. Once in the real world, the man fell to his knees and began to breathe heavily after running around thinking that this should be enough. Bending his head down and leaning on the ground, Changshin mentally added no matter what method he used, he would not get here. At one point, he heard the instructor's voice next to him calling out, Coach Jagal. Raising his head and seeing the 7th group's supervisor, Tan Wonjin, Jagal exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the tired-looking man, Wonjin said, you look a little tired, and the members of the 7th group are nowhere to be seen. Trying to find out the reason for the man's condition, Wang Jin asked what happened and heard a confused voice. And then Changshin thought calmly, I was ready for this kind of question. Pulling himself together, Jagal looked up at Wang Jin and said for sure that the 7th group would not participate in the competition, to which he heard in response what that meant. Rising to his feet and looking at the stern man, Jahal added worriedly, I waited for a long time, but they never showed up. They could have been attacked by bandits or wild animals. Closing his eyes and bowing his head down, the man added, unfortunately, these things happen without warning, so we'll probably have to continue without the 7th group. As soon as he said this, a loud noise sounded right behind him, and the space began to collapse, which made the man scared. Turning his head back and seeing his space collapsing, Jagal Changxing mentally said, this simply cannot be my incarnation. Pointing back to the rift in space, Wanjin asked if there was an intruder, to which Jagal scaredly exclaimed that, and sir, wait, let me check. After a few more stabs at the incarnation with the dagger, Zhagal's space shattered into small pieces, and then he looked around and thought it was broken. Looking at the guy who appeared with a smile from the destroyed space, Changshan mentally added one of the highest incarnation forms of the Zhagal family. The phantom dome of the seven castles was so easily shattered. Seeing the one who had decided to abandon them in his incarnation, Yongman smiled ominously and said, "What a relief, I was beginning to worry about your business." Seeing the exit and the instructor jiggle in front of her, Meyer said in surprise that this was just an amazing ability. The next moment, she turned her gaze to Yunman and added in amazement that he had destroyed the incarnation with his own short sword. How is that possible? Hearing Meyer's words, Yunman looked back and said, "I didn't destroy the incarnation, I just made a passage. It will close soon, so let's go quickly." Interrupting the conversations of the children in front of him, Wanjin shouted out, drawing their attention to him. Drawing his weapon in front of him for a quick response, the man from the 7th group answered correctly. Receiving the question from the man, Meyer answered correctly, and "Who are you?" After which Ijong asked him if the Tang family crest was on his armband. Hearing the answer to his question, Wanjin removed the weapon from his hands and said, "I was afraid that you were attacked," as Coach J. Hall, and said, "Well, it turned out to be not true." Hearing what Wanjin had just mentioned, Yongman turned his gaze back to Zhagal and asked if he had been attacked. Changshan felt his body shiver. The next moment, holding out his hand in front of him with a sigh and a smile, Yongman added, "I don't think you understand. We were lost, but thanks to you marking the entrance to the incarnation, we easily found our way here." Hearing his friend's remark, the rest of the team began to whisper quietly, wondering why he was lying. He must have a reason to shut his mouth, and Ijong exclaimed, "No, he didn't." As he continued to watch the frightened J-Hall, Yanman mentally said, "It seems he's following the orders of the Tang family, but for now let's just consider it a suspicion." The next moment, furrowing his brow, the boy added, "But if it turns out that he collaborated with the elders after the competition, I will eradicate the Zhaiguang clan." Noticing Yongman's scrutiny, Jiggle smiled nervously and said, "I'm sorry for my mistake. I'll definitely go check out the destroyed incarnation." Immediately after he said this, Zhagal Changshan walked away from the members of the 7th team. Left alone with the candidates of the 7th team, Tang Wongjin spoke, "It was noisy, but it's good that you returned unharmed, and I apologize for not accompanying you for a while." Folding his hands in front of him and looking at the members of the 7th team, the man added in a stern tone, "Nice to meet you. I'm Tan Wojin, a member of the Bonvia squad, and I'll be in charge of your training during the competition." Hearing who was standing in front of them, Mir exclaimed in surprise, "Bonvi squad," and then added in her mind, "I heard they disappeared years ago." The Bonwu squad was a direct fighting force under the command of the former young clan leader of the Tang family. Each of them could be compared to a great leader in terms of strength. It was one of the most impressive elite squads of the Tang family. Shifting her gaze to the boy nearby, Meyer mentally said the former young leader was Yonman's mother, a poisonous phoenix. Then that means... Blowing what he could get out of his nose from his finger, Yongman asked, "But then why aren't you in the Tang family?" After which Meyer exclaimed menacingly, "You're seeing him for the first time." After receiving the question from the boy, Wanjin said, "Many years ago, we fought desperately to protect Our Lady, the young leader of the Poison Phoenix clan, in a battle against the demon lord of the Heavenly Radiance, and we suffered a devastating defeat." The next moment, as the other members of the squad appeared behind Wanjin, he added, "Unable to protect Our Lady, we are only worthy to be called sinners." After telling his story of how they came to be here, Wanjin said, "That's all for now. Listen carefully as I explain the rules of the competition." Yuri looked at each other and asked Ichijin, "Sinners?" Wanjin continued his story, saying the first year of the competition is a period of independent practice. You can train as you see fit and receive manuscripts and martial arts teachings, depending on how you perform. Hearing her supervisor's remarks, Yuri immediately asked what it meant that the legendary Tang family technique, Reign of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers, was lost in the battle with the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord. Recalling the approximate power and nature of this skill, she asked the same question. After hearing a question from one of the candidates for the place of the young leader of the clan, Wang Jin said that the Reign of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers will go to the one who takes the place of the young leader. Hearing the story of the new overseer, Yongmen mentally recited the Reign of 10,000 Heavenly Flowers, a technique in which a large number of hidden blades fly like a storm. Recalling the skill, Yongmen added, "Perhaps like the sword control technique. I can copy it." After a long pause, Wanjin said, "You will learn the essence of the 10,000 Heavenly Flowers rain technique one by one, but I don't know if you will be able to handle it." At one point, realizing something forbidden, Wanjin added, "I talk too much. Now you have to concentrate exclusively on training. You can train in groups or individually as you wish." And then Yuri asked, "Excuse me, where will we sleep?" Having received the question from the participant, Wanjin said, "Isn't it natural to find everything in the forest on your own?" Noticing the shock in the children's eyes, he added, "You didn't think you would be training in comfortable beds." While other participants were talking behind his back, Wanjin added that comfort will not make you strong. Now it is more important for you to adapt to extreme conditions. After hitting the heads of those who spoke behind his back, Wanjin added, Now, start training at will. When everyone was disappointed that they would not have any comfort during the training, Yanman's voice came from behind them and attracted their attention and asked, "What about us?" The boy who had everyone's attention added, "I can't sleep comfortably in a normal bed. I think there is no need to adapt to life in the forest, and good nutrition is important for a growing body." Wanjin's voice rang out, along with his comrades who were looking at him with frightened eyes, and he asked him menacingly, "What did you just say, you little brat?" With all his attention focused on the guy who had voiced his displeasure, Wanjin mentally added the epitome of arrogance, but if he was the one who had broken the barrier, it would be nice to see what he could do. At that time, his friends began to torment Yeonmon for what he had said, shouting, "What kind of nonsense are you talking? Who do you think you are?" The next moment, Wanjin interrupted the lynching of the 7th group members, saying that if you pass the test, you can spend the night in the mansion inside the incarnation. Immediately after his words, the squad leader looked at the boy with a stern look and added, "But if not, you better be ready, member number 28. Having received the threat from Wanjin, Yeonman looked up at the supervisor and confidently said, "I understand." After a while, having completed all the preparations, Wanjin said, "Well, the test is not difficult. Team members will surround you and throw concealed weapons." While Yeonman was preparing to start the test, Wanjin added, "The test will be completed if you can block or dodge their blows from a distance of 5 steps. We will start as soon as you are blindfolded." Covering his eyes with a cloth blindfold, Yeonman began to listen to his surroundings, where he was surrounded by many fighters from different directions. Watching the test that Yeonman volunteered for, Meyer nervously thought it was possible, especially since no one was moving. They were intentionally making it so. Waiting for the right moment, all the soldiers simultaneously released their concealed weapons in Yeonman's direction. Standing absolutely unshakably in the center of the blades that were flying at him, Yeonman mentally said 167. The next moment, reaching into his inner pocket to pull out a weapon, he added a lot, but it was easy. Many people overlook that martial arts is not only about technique, but also about principles such as depth, or in other words, principles such as weight, speed, and variability are the foundation. The martial arts of ascension involve the destruction of dispersal, binding, cutting, and sharpness. For a Yeonman who has already understood these principles in a past life, the task is not difficult. However, for those who are still learning and have not yet attained enlightenment, it comes as a real shock. Frozen in place and gritting his teeth after seeing what Wanjin had seen, he mentally said, "I have knocked all the blades away in one motion. Not knocked them away, but tied them up." Yuri then exclaimed in surprise what we had just seen, to which Ijong replied that he had neutralized all the blades with one blow. After which Wanjin added, "Even I would have had a hard time dodging all of them, no." After removing the blindfold from his eyes after deflecting all the blades, Yeonman asked how I did in the test. While Wanjin was in a trance and thinking, it wasn't even clear. After which Yeongyun turned to him and asked the warrior. Not receiving any answer from the man who was in shock, the boy suddenly shouted out to the warrior Wanjin, after which he came to his senses. Hearing the question from the participant, the man said exactly what the results were and then mentally said he had done it. Then he turned his gaze to Yeonman, who had just surprised everyone with his skill and said, "You did it. You can go rest in the mansion." And then thought, "I guess the monster appeared." Hearing Wanjin's verdict, I don't know what it is if not approval, after which Yuri added envy. Then Meyer exclaimed, "Hey, you're not going to enjoy the comfort of leaving your team behind alone." After receiving Meyer's remark, Yeonman turned his head in the direction of the girl and looked at her a little and smiled slyly. After turning his back on everyone, Yeonman confidently squared his shoulders and exclaimed, "Wow, there must be a lot of food in the mansion. But they don't bring it to the forest." As they headed toward the mansion, Yeonmyeon happily added, "I'm looking forward to it." And Yuri and Eong-yeon could barely contain the angry Meyer, who was shouting after Yeonmyeon, "Stop!" Wanjin, feeling worried after what he had just seen, muttered to himself, "It's good that the rest of the team hasn't lost their motivation, but it seems to me that the outcome of the battle has already been decided." Turning his head in the direction of Yeonman, Wanjin thought, "I'm sure he's the one." And then the man suddenly looked back and shouted, "Hey!" Having attracted the man's attention, the candidate for the young leader of the Tang clan added, "Be sure to include meat in every meal. The growing body needs to be well nourished." And then Wanjin thought, maybe he can revive the Tang family. Somewhere in the forest, a pack of wolves were enjoying the prey they had managed to catch this time. At one point, a pair of wolves felt a strange sensation of paralysis, but it quickly spread throughout their bodies. As soon as 2 of the predators fell to the ground without being able to do anything, the third one standing next to them became visibly nervous. Immediately after the elimination of the 2 enemies, a group of children appeared over the last predator and targeted it. Returning to the cave after a successful hunt, Yuri joyfully exclaimed how good it was that my paralyzing poison worked, and Ichijan replied that if we keep doing this, we'll be fine. Skewering the meat on sticks and tilting it over the fire, Yuri exclaimed, "Your poison-making skills are impressive, and your hurricane technique is unusual." The participants tried to distract themselves from their hunger by praising each other while cooking the meat. but all their attention was focused on each other. Then Ijong began to recall the past and said, "It's been 4 months since the first day, and the first thing we did was run away, and the first person we encountered was a bear." Continuing to recall the old days, Ichjong added that we couldn't even get normal prey and had to chew grass and roots. Also recalling the first animal they hunted, Ichjong added, "Everyone burst into tears when the hunt finally bore fruit." Telling everything he remembered about the days he spent with his comrades, Ijong added, "It was hard, but we even found a shelter." Continuing to look at the piece of meat cooking on the fire, Ijong added, "Yeonmyeon must be doing well there, right?" Hearing the name she hated, Meyer angrily exclaimed, "Don't even mention him," to which she heard him reply, "I'm curious." After her friend's remark, Meyer got even angrier and exclaimed, "Look, but I'm curious. She's probably alone there, wandering around." Continuing her dialogue with Ijong, Mireille added, "You'll see, when we get to the mansion, this guy will get what he deserves." To which Ijong awkwardly replied, "Of course." After his confused answer, Ijong bowed his head down and thought back to Yeonman's trial, and wondered how strong he had become if he had continued to train all this time. At one point, interrupting the conversation with her friend, Meyer turned her attention to the fire and said, "Wait a minute." Not noticing the supplies that were being prepared for everyone, the girl asked in surprise where all the meat was. Realizing who they had forgotten about during the conversation, the pair of participants looked back at Yuri, who was lying on the ground with a full stomach. Looking at their friend, they heard her exhale tiredly and say, "I ate a lot." Later, when she saw that the stream of light had suddenly disappeared, she said, "Hey, backgammon, can you move over a little bit? You're blocking the light." Hearing the question from the girl who had just eaten all their hunting supplies in one go, Meyer exclaimed angrily, "You're serious now, piggy." Meanwhile, in the Kendong Mountains of the Seven Castles Dome Incarnation Fortress, a group of 8 warriors surrounded Yeonmyeong for training. Seeing that everyone was ready for a confrontation with the boy, Wonjin spoke to the soldiers in front of him to begin. After hearing the command from their leader, all the soldiers immediately rushed at the boy with daggers in the hope of winning. Dodging the attacks of his opponents, Yeonman eliminated them one by one so that they would not interfere with his fight. Having repelled a sudden attack by one of his enemies, Yeonman felt the danger approaching him from all sides. Having made a joint attack with daggers on the boy's location, one of the fighters said in confusion where he had gone. At the same moment, finding himself in the air above the enemies who attacked him, Yeonman said, "Well, it's time to try out a new technique." Using his skills, the guy looked at the trajectory of his shuriken and chose the best possible one. Having noticed his opponent overhead, one of the fighters shouted out, "There he is!" At the same time as Jeonman was discovered, he had already managed to scatter his shurikens across the battlefield. Noticing the actions of the boy who had just done something incomprehensible to them, the soldiers said in surprise and scattered their weapons in the air. Continuing to watch Yeonman, the warrior wondered what he was hoping for, while his comrade was neutralized by one of the shurikens. Noticing that his comrade had just been wounded and fell to the ground, the soldier exclaimed in surprise that he had been hit by the attack. After 2 more comrades were neutralized, the other fighters raised their heads in the air and started shouting out shurikens. They were too fast. At the same time, Yeonman had already descended to the ground, and as soon as all his shurikens were in place, he performed a frantic spinning lily dance. Seeing all his soldiers neutralized, the leader of the squad, Wonjin, nervously said, "It can't be," and then thought he had eliminated all the trained soldiers in an instant. After looking more closely at the consequences of the guy's attack, he mentally added, moreover, he controlled the force of such a wide attack so that only the skin was cut. At the end of the young candidate's test, Wonjin said to the boy, "This technique is your idea." And he replied, "Yes." Picking up one of the shurikens scattered on the ground, Wonjin was surprised to note that if you get into it, it is a difficult technique to get out. The next moment, turning his gaze back to the boy, the squad leader asked if he could ask its name, to which Yeonman replied, "I called it the frantic dance of the rotating line." When Wonjin received the answer to his question, he said in surprise, "Wow, using such a technique must use a lot of internal energy. How do you manage it?" Receiving the question from the man, Yeonman said, "I once asked a warrior for a manual on eye techniques." Hearing a partial answer to his question, Wonjin interrupted the man and said, "There were the sky-piercing eye and the flowing stream eye, and I was recommended the former because the latter was not complete." After listening to Wonjin's stories, Yeonman said, "I mastered the eye of the flowing stream," which surprised the man. Surprised by the boy's answer, Wonjin thought in surprise that he had mastered the flowing stream eye, one of the most ancient techniques of the Tang family, but how did he do it? Stretching out his hand in front of him and interrupting the man's thoughts, Yeonman said, "There was something missing, but I realized that this technique is part of the martial arts of ascension." Looking at Wonjin and the trajectories of the throws that flew around him, Yeonman added, "By using it to throw through the trajectories I see, I can direct an object to the desired point with minimal internal energy." Hearing what the boy was able to do, Wonjin mentally said, "Now I can't be surprised," and then said, "You've completed the part that was missing. Having studied everything myself, it's probably time to tell you." Without taking his eyes off his candidate for the leader of the Tang clan, the commander added, "In 2 months, children from your team will arrive here and they will take the same test as you in the same conditions." Continuing to talk about Yeonman's comrades, Wanjin added that they have already proven that they have the necessary skills to pass the test, but they said they would become even stronger. Hearing the words of the commander of the elite soldiers, Yeonman asked in surprise, "Really?" Then, turning his back on the man, he added, "I'll be glad to see how strong my friends have become." Wanjin thought he was worried about his comrades. Feeling a little nervous about his imagination, the man added in his head that whatever they used for their training, I don't think it matters. At the same time, Youngman raised his head up and looked at the moon and said in his head, "Destiny." Recalling his past life, the boy mentally added, "In my past life, I was only connected to my master by the ghost of a sword." The next moment, Yeonman smiled imperceptibly, remembering his comrades, and added in his mind, "Now, despite my background and actions, I have formed connections, and this can be considered part of the normal life, right?" Later, looking up again, the guy added in his head, "I don't know why, but for some reason I want to see them as soon as possible." Meanwhile, somewhere in the rock, Meyer exclaimed at her friend, "You ate everything," to which Yuri replied, I'm sorry, I just ate and ate." And then Ijong added, "Let's stop, in 2 months we'll be at the manor with Youngman." To which Meyer said, "Stop talking about him." When the time came to arrive at the mansion, Meyer and the trio of the 7th team were determined to destroy the first day of training. "We were just beginners, but now we are." With gritted teeth and an ominous smile, she added, "We've reached a whole new level of strength. The thought of meeting Yeonman again makes me shiver." After hearing her friend Yuri's words, she added angrily, "I'm going to break his skull in half." Out of all these children, only Ijong, showing sincere anger on his face, walked silently with the girls. When one of the soldiers came out to meet the three from the 7th team, he saw their mood and heard Yeonman cheering for the victory of the 7th team, and froze in his tracks. The next moment, looking back at the children, the man mentally said to them, "For some reason I am so scared." Arriving at the mansion where their friend was supposed to be living in comfort, Meyer angrily shouted out to Tan Youngman, "Come out now." Not receiving any response to her cry, she indignantly asked her friend why it was so quiet. The next moment, with a sly smile, the girl laughed and exclaimed, "Did he run away or something?" And then Yuri added, "It's a shame, I really wanted to smash his head in." Immediately after she said that, Mir looked back at her friend and asked, "Hey, Young, you've been a little quiet lately." Turning her gaze back to her friend behind her, she saw Yeonman standing next to him, putting his hand on the shoulder of the embarrassed Ijong. Seeing the confusion on the faces of his comrades, Yeonman said, "I hid to surprise you with what you wanted to do with my head." Smiling slyly in the faces of the girls who were threatening him while he was not supposed to hear, Yeonman added a little. Seeing the shock on the faces of his friends, Yeonman said, "Hey, what are you doing there?" Hugging Yijong, Yeongman smiled happily and added, "I think you guys were talking about breaking something, so let's go ahead. Isn't this a great excuse to show off the results of your 6 months of training?" Without taking his eyes off the girls, he added, "Is it possible for me to attack first?" And heard in response, "Oh no, we were just fooling around. It was just a joke." After Meyer's excuses, she said in her head, "We didn't even notice him until we looked around." At the same time, Yuri mentally added that living in the forest certainly sharpened our senses, but before she could finish the thought, Yeonman's hand fell on her shoulder. Also, falling into the arms of her friend, she added in her mind how different our level was from what he had been doing all this time. Continuing to observe the boy's appearance, Meyer mentally added that he had grown in height and his face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and fascinated by the sight of Yeonman, she added in her mind, "What's the fault of thinking that I've only been looking at animals in the forest until now?" Noticing the strange expression on the latter's face, Yeonman said, "Don't be so gloomy, even I can see that your strength has increased." The next moment, stretching out his arms to the girl, Yeonman said in a gentle tone, "You just look a little lost against my background." Seeing the boy smile again after his elevation, Meyer mentally said, "I guess some things don't change after all." A short time after dark, the elders' meeting was held at the J-Hall family mansion, and Jungju said, "I see that everyone is here." Hearing the voice of one of the participants who had organized the meeting, another said, "You've already come, Jungju." And then another added, "It's been 6 months, and I can't look at you without crying." In response to the remarks of his comrades, Changshin asked, "Gentlemen, could we get straight to the point? Is there anyone in your groups who stands out?" Taking the floor, the leader of the first group said, "I would like to point out the participant number 2. She has made great progress compared to the other candidates." Continuing to talk about Yanyan, the leader of the first squad added that there is no strong desire to become stronger or to survive. Talking about the girl who stood out from the rest, he added confidently, "However, there is a fervor of boundless dislike for someone, and it definitely gives her a good fuel." After listening to his friend's words, the leader of the third team said that if we talk about potential winners, it is impossible not to mention the participant number 10. Recalling one of the participants who should be paid attention to, Elder Jagal added that he passed the military test in just 1 month. Leaning on his hands folded on the table, Changxing mentally said, "Participant 2 and 10 are definitely the standouts." But then it was announced that there were no other candidates. only participant number 18 in our group. Continuing to recall the eerie aura that Yongman radiated, Changshin added in his mind, frightened after meeting number 28. They all seem rather mediocre. The next moment, recalling the incident from the past, he added in his mind that not only did he break my incarnation, but his training itself made me plunge into absolute shock. Recalling those moments of spying on the boys' training at Changshin Manor, he mentally said he demonstrated skills beyond the capabilities of even some experienced masters. Feeling the sweat streaming down his face from nervousness, the man added in his head, however, recruiting number 28 is too risky. It seems he has discovered my plan. Noticing that one of the participants in the meeting looked rather strange, a friend asked Jongju, "You look worried. Is something bothering you?" After receiving the question from his friend, Changshin thought that it was probably not worth bringing up this topic, and then said that there was no one special in my group. After reporting his case, the man thought to himself, "It's better to exclude number 28 from the discussion. We need a puppet that will be easy to control," and then said, "How about number 2? I'll introduce her to my nephew. He's a prominent personality." Continuing to announce his proposal, the man added that I had heard that her face was disfigured due to the wound, and that the heart of such a child would not be hard to shake. The next moment, stretching out his hand in front of him, the man added, "If we help her win the competition and become the young lady of the clan, we will arrange her engagement to my nephew." Continuing to express his proposal, the man added, "We, the Zhiegel family, will intermarry with the leader of the Tang clan, which will expand our powers and allow us to interfere in the internal affairs of this family." Looking at the rest of the people in the room, the man added, and consolidating his influence among them in favor of his interest. Looking around the group of people of the Zhiegel family, Changxing added, "One day we will be able to completely absorb the Tang family, and that is why we supported their competition." Without receiving any rejection from his comrades, Changxing said, "Well, that's it, so let's end our meeting here." Turning his back on his comrades and heading for the exit, Changxing thought that number 28 was too valuable to lose. If he could survive the tournament, he could later be lured away with revenge. Continuing his thoughts, the man at one point said in his head to adopt him and offer him the position of the young leader of the Zhiegel family. It would be a double victory, and then he laughed out loud. Meanwhile, in the manor square, Meyer and Yuri were practicing throwing daggers at the dummies in front of them. After hitting the target 3 times, Meyer exclaimed joyfully and then mentally said, "After we move to the mansion, we will train twice as hard." The next moment, remembering her past and the difficulty of the current situation, she mentally added to her training. Of course, it was definitely more, but for the sake of sleeping in warmth and comfort, it was worth it. At one point, Mary stopped thinking and asked Yuri if Youngman and Yuri went to the lab today, and she heard Youngman come flying in with gritted teeth. Continuing to tell where the others had gone, Yuri added that he had sworn to kill someone, and Meyer nervously asked if he would be okay, since he was a master troll and all. Meanwhile, in the mansion's laboratory, after completing the preparation of his poison, Ijong pointed to himself and said confidently, "You see, I put my whole soul into this poison." Continuing to brag, Ijong added that this is something that cannot be ignored, and then noticing Yeonman's actions, he asked, "Hey, what are you up to?" Seeing how he began to pour the poison he had just prepared into himself, Ijong exclaimed in confusion, "Why did you start drinking it, you idiot?" Grabbing the guy from behind and shaking him in different directions, Ijong exclaimed, "Spit it out now, dude. Spit it out. Come on. You can die like that." Feeling that the poison was coming back after being shaken, Yeonman puffed out his cheeks and groaned heavily. Seeing the boy's reaction to his recent actions, Ijong nervously exclaimed that the poison had already begun to work. As soon as Ijong approached the boy in front of him, Yeonman burped a poisonous mist directly into his face. Blinding his companion, who then fell to the ground and rubbed his eyes, Yeonman asked him why he was shaking the man like that. The next moment, feeling some strange sensation after drinking the poison, Yeonman smiled slyly and asked if the poison was weaker than he had expected from the beginning. Hearing his friend's remark, Ijong shed tears and asked if he was joking, or if this poison could melt your insides. Immediately after his remark, seeing Yeonman standing in front of him as if nothing had happened, the boy added in confusion, "But why are you okay?" Hearing the question from his friend, Yeonman smiled slyly and said, "Well, you never know." The next moment after the answer, Yeonman said, "Maybe you just cooked low-grade shit." And then Ijong looked at him with eyes full of rage. Unable to contain his emotions, Ijong angrily shouted out, "Why won't he die?" After hearing this shout on the street, Meyer noted that it seems that his poisons don't work, and then Yuri added that she thought so too. Continuing to watch his friend's behavior, Ijong angrily shouted, "Hey, there's no need to drown out my poisons as if they were some kind of drink." Having drunk every last drop, Yeonman asked if there was more because I'm not taking it at all, and was told that I had nothing more to feed you, you damn troglodyte. Resigned to his fate, Yeongman slammed his fist on the table and said in frustration, "Damn, why don't you have immunity to all poisons or something?" Hearing his friend's question, Yeonman wiped his lips of the remaining poison and said in his head, "No, it's not that." Recalling his ability, Yeongman mentally said that this is the main technique of the Tang family. Poisonous madness, clearing poisons from the rest of the white people. It would be strange to fall under the harmful effects of poisons, so he works with them. Continuing his thoughts on the situation, Yongman added, if we are called poison masters, shouldn't I be able to control even the substances that enter me? The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist and smiling happily, the boy added, as expected, that the poisons penetrating my body turn into internal energy and accumulate in me, and if I don't take too much, the toxins will be like an elixir for me. Continuing his thoughts, Yonman looked at his indignant friend and added in his head, but this state can only be achieved through deep realizations. Those who regard poisons only as weapons will not be able to understand the proof of people who taste them. In a moment, realizing everything that had happened to him in the last period of time, Yonman mentally added, now weak substances barely increase my internal energy. I need something stronger. The next moment, remembering all the enemies he would face, he said in his head, I have a lot of people to deal with before I can live the normal life I've been dreaming of. I could deal with the elders anytime, but I'm not sure. Continuing his thoughts, Yonman mentally added that if an attack from the Black Doom Alliance or the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord came, the outcome would be unpredictable. Recalling the territorial location of the enemies, he mentally added, I have no personal scores with the Black Doom Alliance, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that they have divided Sichuan. Recalling one prominent person who leads this, Yongman mentally added the leader of this alliance is called the Genius of our era, who destroyed 3 of the 9 factions. The next moment, comparing his current and past strengths, he added, if I were my old self, I could easily fight him, but I haven't reached the previous level yet to live as an ordinary person. I need to become as strong as I was in my past life. The next moment, looking back at his friend, Yomyun mentally said, if only Ichion could make a poison several times stronger than this. And then said, if only I could create the 10 poisons of the Tang family. Hearing his friend's statement, Yongman asked what the 10 Tang family poisons were. Yongman said, you claim to be the heir to the past leader of the clan, but you know nothing about them. These are the 10 most powerful poisons whose recipes have been passed down to us from our ancestors. Continuing to talk about the topic, Ichjong added from the 1st to the 10th, the higher the number, the stronger the poison, but most of the formulas disappeared into oblivion. The next moment, recalling the strongest one on the list, Ijong added the 10th one, which was so strong that it could penetrate even the highest class masters. Immediately after that, the boy added with a grudging smile, the surviving substances were divided among the elders, and now they were kept by them, after which Yamyun thought they could not be handled even by the highest masters capable of withstanding the strongest changes right. Thinking about what he had heard from his friend, Yonman smiled slyly and said in his head, this sounds like a poison that can be touched. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Yonman said, hey, I'm sure you can make the 10th poison. To which he replied, how do you imagine the formula is lost? Throwing his hand behind his head, Yonmyun thoughtfully said, your poisons make me sad and I'm neither cold nor hot. To which he replied indignantly, you're really not. Immediately after his anger, Yongyeon added, in any case, the 10th poison is so dangerous that its use is completely forbidden. Even you won't survive if you swallow it. Meanwhile, a conflict was taking place between the candidates. Grabbing Yanyan by the neck, one of the competitors tried to lift her above him to finish her off by strangulation. Feeling his body slowly changing, the guy angrily shouted, what have you done to me? Immediately after his exclamation, the guy felt something tearing out of him and let go of the girl. When she was on the ground after being released, Yanan asked what was wrong with my face. As soon as the poison began to take full effect, the guy's body began to engulf in flames, and he reached for the girl in his last impulses. After the momentary shock of her opponent's attack, Yanan froze and saw the guy burn and fall to pieces. Looking at the burned body of the boy on whom she had tested the tinder, Yonian said in surprise, he was instantly incinerated. The next moment, she smiled ominously and put her hand to her face and said, who would have thought that the poison my grandfather gave me would be so strong? These are the 10 poisons of the Tang family. Immediately afterwards, remembering the moment when she was caught up in karma for abusing Yongmen, she thought, the pain I felt that day I will never forget. Removing her hair from her disfigured face, she smiled ominously and said, that pain is my fury, and I will store it up and take it out on you in a duel with Yonmen's poisons. Gathering the participants in front of him, Wanjin said, 6 months have passed since the start of the preparation for the competition, and a whole year has passed since you began training for the competition. Looking at the 7th team, Wanjin added, now we have to determine the team captain, after which the candidates shouted out the team captain in surprise. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the man said, for now, we will appoint a temporary one, but by the 3rd round of the competition, you will have to officially choose a leader for yourselves. Continuing to tell the reason for the election, Wanjin added that each captain will represent his team in the duel with Gu Poison. After looking down, the man added that anyone can participate if they wish. This is a battle to the last breath, which is why it is reasonable that the team is led by its most outstanding member. Hearing the conditions of participation in the battle, Yuri asked, so not all participants will fight in a duel with Gu Poison, after which Meyer added, but then those who enter later may die, but it depends on the outcome, obviously. Wanjin interrupted the girls' conversations and said, for now, we'll make you the temporary leader of the team. Hearing Wanjin's decision, Yijong, who was standing next to him, said that he was actually not only the captain of the team, but also a contender for the leadership position. After hearing Yijong's remarks, squad leader Bonvi said, "But remember that he is only a temporary captain now. Everyone agrees that number 28 will lead you." Hearing no objections from Team 7, Wanjin motioned for number 28 to step forward. As soon as he approached, Wanjin held out his hand with a box and said, "Take this. I wonder what it is." Still holding the box with the pearl in his hand, the man said, "The Tang family's elixir, called the Heavenly Heart Pill. The Pill of Heavenly Heart is an elixir created from a decoction of centuries-old ginseng roots, and significantly improves internal energy depending on the level of the person who takes it." Seeing the item being handed over to their team leader, the other participants looked from behind Yeonman and exclaimed why the item was being given to Yeonman at such a high price. In response to the other participants' questions, Wanjin held the pill in front of the boy and said, "It is a privilege to be the captain of the team, and the Tan family has high hopes for you." After his words, Wanjin thought especially about you. "I personally look forward to your success," and then said, "After taking the pill of the Heavenly Heart, you will feel something unusual." And then he heard something else. After receiving a question from the candidate, Wanjin was surprised and asked, "I'm sorry, what did I hear? Can I get something else besides that?" Surprising everyone with his question, Yeonman added, "I don't need an elixir, I need something else." And his friends began to shout indignantly, "He's back to his own thing, and you at least know how much it costs. If you don't want to take it, then give it to me." After listening to Yeonman's remarks, Wanjin was surprised to hear that it was unheard of for someone to voluntarily give up the elixir unless their inner strength grew from it. The next moment, Wanjin asked the boy, "So what do you wish for?" And he heard a powerful poison, and the answer plunged the man into shock. Continuing to express his wish on a whim, the boy added, "The strongest of all I want, 10 poisons of the Tang family." After a while, turning back to his comrades with the weapons, Yongman heard, "So you brought this here?" Continuing to look at the things that the team leader brought, Meyer asked, "But there are only weapons, and that's it. Where is the elixir?" And Yongman replied, "I needed 10 Tang family poisons, but they were never given, so I took this." Angry at the boy's choice, Meyer tried to beat him up and exclaimed, "You idiot, you should have taken the elixir." And then Yuri said that if young man chose this, then you should respect his decision. He is already strong. After Yuri's words, Yijong added that the elders would be happy to have been able to keep the celestial heart pill. And then Yongmin asked about it. Looking around at his comrades and holding up a finger, he said, "I haven't returned it yet. A few hours earlier, when he was with Wanjin in the armory, Yanman had chosen whatever he liked." Handing over the weapon to the boy, Wanjin said, "Here's the weapon you asked for. I've prepared it. But are you sure it's a good replacement for the Heavenly Heart Pill?" Hearing the man's question, Yeonman said, "I'm sorry it's not a strong poison." But then Wanjin said, "You're the only one who asked for poison instead of an elixir." Wanjin noticed the guy bowing his head and asked if there was anything else he needed. And that was enough. Immediately after giving the answer, the boy turned his gaze to the man and said, "Oh, and by the way, I have one question." And I heard what it was. Having received permission to ask the question, Johnman said, "What are you going to do with this pill?" And was told that it should be returned to the Hall of Medicines. And, "What's the matter? You changed your mind." When Johnman received an answer and a question, he noticed that it wasn't just that I had an interesting idea that interested the man. Continuing his story, Johnman added, "You know, team members can unite to overthrow the temporary team leader." After telling us how it all happened, Johnman spoke to his teammates, and that's why we agreed to re-elect the team leader and give him the pill of the Heavenly Heart. After hearing the boy's idea, Wanjin put his hand to his chin and said, "It's a good idea. It can be a good motivation. And if it's a contribution to the future of the Tan family, then there is no reason to limit yourself." After telling how it all happened, Yongman added, "That's why you can challenge me to a fight at any time you wish." Continuing to tell the story, Yongman added the deadline for the start of the fight with goo poison. Before he could finish, his comrades rushed into the street shouting, "Pull your shuriken! You're finished, Tang Yongman!" Seeing the enthusiasm of his comrades who were ready to train even harder to get the pill, Yongman smiled slyly and thought, "Just look at them." As he watched his comrades train, he added, "But don't expect me to give in. If I become the clan leader, I will definitely give everyone a Heavenly Heart Pill." The next moment, Tang Yongman shouted from the street, "Come out now!" And then he headed outside, thinking that he would need to better understand the hierarchy. Seeing the guy walking slowly, his friend exclaimed, "Let's hurry up!" To which Yongman replied, "I'm coming." At this rate, after the announcement of the conditions for obtaining the Heavenly Heart Pill, summer, fall, winter, and spring passed. But the attempts to defeat Yeonman did not end. Having suffered another failure, Yijong flew back after receiving a blow from his opponent. Standing over his opponent, who groaned heavily after the blow, Yeonman smiled. Continuing to look at his defeated comrade, Yeonman asked, "How many times have you lost?" "About 173. At the same time, watching her friends fight, Meyer asked him if he was tired at all. Even his breathing had never stopped. To which Yuri replied it had been a long time, so I gave up a long time ago. Continuing to look at her friend, the girl added, fascinated, "Lately I've become so indifferent to these competitions, or whatever else I live for, just to admire Yeonman." Hearing her friend, Mir added in love, It's interesting watching him is really quite fascinating, she said. After another beating, Yeonman stretched out his hand to Ijong and asked him if he accepted defeat. Without waiting for an answer from his comrade, Yeonmyeon smiled happily and said, "Then I will take the place of the young clan leader." In response to his friend's question, Yijong sighed and said, "My friend, we haven't even seen the other teams yet, but it's hard to imagine you losing." Stretching out his hand to his friend and getting to his feet, Yijong asked, "You won't abandon us when you become the leader." After the next sparring session, Wonjin approached the guys and said, "Each of you has grown tremendously over the past year, and member number 28 is now officially the team captain." Continuing to look at his charges with a stern look, the man added that it was not surprising that tomorrow the real fight with Gu Poison would begin. After announcing the imminent approach of the long-awaited tournament, Wonjin said to finish preparing, to which Yeonman replied with an understanding. After announcing the completion of training, Wonjin said, "It's been 3 years since your training began, and some teams have had members expelled and even killed." Continuing to talk about the events that happened 3 years ago, Wonjin said, "But in comparison, the 7th team looks pretty good." Shifting his gaze from the girls to the boys, Wonjin added, "The team has already reached a level comparable to Bonnie's team, so there is definitely something to be proud of." Immediately after he said that, the man looked at Yeonman and said, "I've told you about the fight with Gu Poison several times before, but I'm going to warn you one last time." Wonjin kept his gaze on the person who would be participating in the tournament and said, "Up until now, the use of poisons in combat has been forbidden, but in the Gu Poison duel, even the strongest of the lowest are allowed to be used, with the exception of the 10 poisons of the Tang family." Looking at his guide with a smile on his face, Youngman heard this competition in which the participants would use the most deadly means to push their abilities to the limit of number 28. Before the duel with Poison Gu began, holding out the bag of poisons, Ijong said, "Here are the poisons you asked for." Continuing to look at his friend, Ijong added, "Anyone else has died from a single drop of fire poison, the suppressant elixir? This is not a lunchbox. Remember, even a drop is fatal." Continuing to talk about the poisons prepared, Ichjong added that eye poison is useless if it does not get directly into the eyes, and about the powder of 9 ailments. After telling about everything prepared in the box, Ijong exclaimed, "Well, I gave you all the necessary instructions. Honestly, I'm not too worried, but you can promise me that you will win." Hearing his friend's question, Yeonman took his outstretched hand and said yes, and then slammed his face into his fist. After the strange actions that plunged everyone into shock, Yeonman said, "I promise you that the only ones who could harm me in this competition are you people." After his words, he headed to the portal to the poison competition, waving his hand and said, "That's it, people, I'm off." At the same time, holding the vial of poison in her hand, Yongnong said, "Well, the day of the Gu poison fight has finally arrived." With a sly smile after she had waited for the desired time, she added that I was lucky to have 10 poisons prepared by my grandfather and a new ally. A little earlier, having entered another space, Yongnyeon saw a man in front of her and asked in surprise what the Jiggle family was. Looking at the man who was standing in front of her with a proposal for cooperation, she added in surprise, "I'm offering my help." Not understanding these actions on the part of the other family, the girl asked what your plan was, and I think you were aware that the arena for the fight was created by the embodiment of our family. Continuing to explain his motives, the man added, "We can control them with unprecedented ease to put you in an advantageous position." Hearing what benefits the family offered her, Jae-hal Yongnyeon asked, "You would not help me without a reason, so what is it that you want?" Receiving the question from the girl, a member of the Jagal family said, "To be honest, the Jagal family is too weak to revive now, and we want to unite with the Tang family, but we would not want to lose all our independence." Hearing the man's words, Yongnyeon asked, "So you're basically saying that you want to use me to be able to interfere in the affairs of the Tang family? And what if I refuse?" When the girl said no, the family member Jigal said, "That's why I came to make a deal. Now tell me what you want." Recalling that conversation with Jagal, Yongnyeon smiled ominously and said, "I have waited and endured all these 3 years just for this day. I will finish you off and get back the life I lost. I can't wait to meet you." After killing all the members of Bonwi's squad, Kinlan said in disappointment, "I expected more from the strongest warriors of the Tang family. Is their strength nothing?" After expressing his dissatisfaction, the member of the third team, Tang Kinlan, threw his sword over his shoulder and headed for the portal, saying, "It seems I have wasted 3 years in vain. Maybe there is someone more interesting inside." The other teams included Tang Hirin from Team 4, Tang Jiol from Team 5, and Tang Myeongso from Team 6. Once on the cliff before the start of the competition, Tan Yongmen from Team 7 looked at the landscape and said, "Wow, this is incredible." Shielding his eyes from the sun's blinding rays, the boy added happily, "It's a great place for someone to die, so let the fight with Gu Poison begin." Continuing to stare into the distance in front of him, Yongmen said, "So this place for the fight with Gu Poison is gigantic." The boy shielded himself from the sun with his hand and looked ahead of him and said, "It will be centuries before I encounter anyone here." And Changshin, who was watching him, thought to himself, "I thought so too." And then the 7th group left. Keeping his gaze on the boy, the man added, "The more I watch him, the stronger the feeling that his potential is being wasted." Continuing to stare at the boy standing on the top of Changshan Mountain, he thought, the Jiggle family has already made their choice. We need to quickly remove him before something else comes along. At one point, Changxing noticed Yongman's strange behavior and wondered in his mind what was going on as the boy's eyes were directed at him. Looking at the boy's eyes, Changxing thought, I feel as if he is looking directly at me, but how is it possible to break through to reality through so many layers of embodiment? At one point, the man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp movement of Yongman that cut through the space in which he was standing. Looking at the place from where a member of the Jaegel family was looking at him, Yongman said what an unpleasant look it was. And it was the Jaegel family. The next moment, the boy remembered the words of the leader of the Banwu squad, who said that no one has the right to interfere in the fight with goo poison. After recalling these words from his leader, Yanman walked forward and thought, but I heard that they have been sticking their noses in since the beginning of the competition, and now they want to interfere in the match. Jumping down from the cliff, Yanman mentally added that whatever they are up to, let them play. I will ask them again when the competition is over. At the same time, Changshan, covering his face with his hand after the emergency escape, groaned and thought, I was behind several layers of incarnation, and he still recognized me. Feeling very afraid of what had happened, the man added in his mind that if I had not quickly left the world of incarnation, I would have been blinded. Continuing to stand over the cauldron with the observation window, he added in his mind, moreover, his sword skills allow him to cut through the space of incarnation to the very essence. I have never seen such a level of sword skills. Feeling intense fear and hatred, Changxing mentally said, we have miscalculated with this boy. If he realizes our intentions, he will definitely take revenge. We must stop number 28 at all costs. Meanwhile, having been seriously injured after the collision with Tang Qinlin, Tang Hiran held her injured arm and tried to get away. Feeling very disappointed and sad, she nervously exclaimed, I don't want to die here, I don't want to die here. Recalling her past and childhood dreams, the girl mentally said, I only wanted to achieve high results to join the army and support my impoverished parents. Gritting her teeth at the horror of her current situation, she added in her mind why things turned out the way they did. I never wanted to be a young clan leader. I had planned to surrender and leave by mutual agreement. The next moment, remembering Tang Qinglin, whom she had met, she added, but then this guy came along. When he first met the girl and the rest of the participants, he said that it was here that we all gathered here, just in time for the massacre to begin. Recalling that moment of pure madness of one of the participants, the girl mentally said where to surrender. He wanted to kill us all. Continuing to walk forward, Hiran nervously said, whoever I meet, I will surrender to anyone. The captains of the other teams may still be alive. I will leave the Tang family if that guy becomes the leader of the clan. Catching up to the girl who was trying to save her life by running away, Qinlin stood next to her and said, if he becomes the clan leader, you will. After hearing the voice behind her, the girl froze in place in horror and then heard such speeches. Slowly turning her gaze back to the guy who had caught up with her, she heard your lighting technique at least seemed fast. Dragging the already defeated opponents behind him, Qinlin added, but you've already been caught? How pathetic your internal energy is? You're no different from the others. Turning to the maniac, the girl with tears in her eyes exclaimed, why are you doing this? We don't need this. We are all from the Tang family. In response to the girl's exclamation, Qinlin asked her in an indifferent tone, so what? Which surprised her greatly. Immersed in shock, Hiran saw the same crazy guy in front of her, who added with a sinister smile, I never thought I was a member of the Tang family. Hearing the boy's remark, Hiran immediately felt herself losing control of her body, and her head flew off her shoulders. At the same time, Yongman was traveling through the forest looking for a secluded place to hide, to perform a ritual to strengthen his body. Having noticed a suitable place on his way, the guy stopped and looked in its direction and thought, a cave is what I need. No one else's presence, no risk that someone will find me. Going inside the cave in the rock, Yonman mentally said, as if there were no anxious feelings, he needed to rise to the level of superiority as soon as possible. Taking a seat inside the cave, Jonman mentally said, now is the time. My body has grown, so there should be no side effects. Having prepared for the ritual, the guy mentally said, enlightenment and internal energy to open the meridian of I am poison with the experience from the past life. I have almost achieved enlightenment. Feeling the beginning of the rebirth process, Yongman mentally said, my internal energy has also increased enough thanks to the poisons of Icon. I have prepared everything. All preparations are complete. Continuing to improve his body, the boy said in his head, I will destroy all the restrictions imposed on my meridians by releasing the poisonous madness. Feeling the changes in his body during the process, Yonman mentally said, my inner strength is bursting out with explosive force. Usually during this process, a martial artist feels indescribable pain. Feeling the incredible pain that accompanies this process, Yonman mentally said, his joints are destroyed and fused again countless times, just like bones. While waiting for the process of strengthening his body to be completed, The boy thought about what he had already experienced and thought that his body was literally being reborn. Clenching his teeth from the pain he was experiencing during this action, Janman mentally recalled the experience of his past life and thought that it would be much easier to experience it again. At the crucial moment of the process, Janman's body began to emit an incredible amount of energy and light that burst out of the rock. After the procedure was over, the sweaty guy said to himself, "I was wise to cleanse my meridians regularly of impurities, because if they were still present at the time of this rebirth, I would have had problems." Coming out of the cave into the light and looking at his hand, Yanman said it was not right to enter the battle in stinking clothes. It was only the beginning, but it was not bad. Stopping in front of the cave where he had just been improving, the boy said, "Well, let's see." Raising his hand in front of him and preparing to release the power, Yanman thought, considering that keeping his body healthy and clean had been a priority even before the fight with Gu's poisons. As he began to concentrate the sphere of energy on the ends of his two fingers, Yanman thought to himself, of course, there were a few significant physical changes, but they were notable. Immediately after his thoughts, he waved his hand and left a large chip on the rock from his attack. Remaining standing under the falling pebbles that were hitting him, the boy said the efficiency of his internal energy was indeed on par. Having finished testing his newly acquired powers, the boy mentally said that it was probably time to start moving properly. At the same time, when he came across Tang Chongyil, Qingling cut him off and said, "What have you been doing for 3 years? Didn't you come here to become the clan leader?" Without hearing a word in response, the guy said, "Hey, why are you silent? Say at least something. You've been training, so why are you so weak?" Gritting his teeth in pain, Chonil thought to himself, why did he have to run into this boy of all people in this fight? Keeping his gaze on the person sitting in front of him, Chonil mentally added an orphan whom the great elder had raised as his own grandson, Tang Qinling, a favorite of the great elders, rumored to be superhumanly strong. Recalling the moment of their meeting, Chonil said, "I thought I would have a chance if I hit him first, but I couldn't even touch him and ended up in this position." Holding his wounded arm, the guy added in his head, "I could really die, so why is this guy in my head?" Remembering one person from the past who was able to surpass him and his comrades in the Battle of Chonil, Tang Yongman mentally said, "The thought that I was not facing him even makes it easier." Noticing the abrupt change in his opponent's mood, Kinlan asked him in displeasure, "Are you in a position to laugh? Hiding something? Perhaps a secret technique?" In response to his opponent's question, Chonil laughed and exclaimed, "No, I just remembered someone much more terrible than you." Indignant at his victim's words, Kinlan jumped down from the tree and said, "That's offensive, you know. So I'll be even scarier. I want to share something else with you." Standing in front of Chonil in his full glory, Kinlan pointed to himself and said with a smile, "I am a spy for the Black Death Alliance." Hearing the enemy's confession of an unimaginable sin, Chonil exclaimed in confusion, "What have you just said?" Immediately after his sincere confession of treason, Kinlan said, "And if you have already learned my little secret, then I cannot agree to let you live." The next moment, swinging his sword to kill Chonil, Kinlan said, "You will die soon anyway, but I will introduce myself as a member of the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect, Mekingik." Before he could carry out his killing, he felt a loss of control and then thought that his body was not moving. Appearing behind Mekingik, Yanman said he felt someone's presence and decided to check out the familiar faces. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the beaten guy who was about to be killed and said, "You're Hongil? I'm so glad to see you. He's healed from our last meeting." Chonil was surprised to hear the question from the boy who had suddenly appeared and spoken to him. A few years ago in the Mac family, when he arrived at the family leader's house, the boy asked if he wanted me to infiltrate the Sichuan Tang family. Hearing the boy's question, the man put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Yes, with such data, you will be warmed very quickly if you pretend to be an orphan, and in the next few years there will be a competition for the place of the young leader of the clan, in which the lineage does not matter." Continuing to talk to the boy, the man added, "Finish off the rest of the contenders and weaken them if you manage to complete the task and return." Lying on the ground and recalling the words of the family leader who said, "Everyone in the family recognizes you," Makingik thought, "My organs feel like they are melting." Unable to move because of the incredible pain that enveloped his body, he thought it was all because of him and what he had done to me. At that very moment, seeing the savior in front of him, Chonil asked Yeonmyeon what he had done to him, and he heard a yes. Noticing the surprise on his old friend's face, Yeonmyeon asked you to press your face into the ground like that time so that you would recognize me. To which Chonil replied, "No, it's really you." The next moment, pointing to Makingik who was lying on the ground behind him, Yeonmyeon said, "Okay, so you say that guy is a spy." And he replied, "That's exactly what he said." Turning his head toward the spy, Yeonmyeon heard his name, Mak Ingik. I heard it clearly, and then Yeonmyeon thought, the anger I felt before entering the cliff must have been him. Immediately after his thoughts, Yeonmyeon stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Let's get something out of him." Seeing what had just been pulled out of Makingik's body, Chonil exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, he poured poison into the needle." Continuing to look at the needle, Chonil added what kind of poison could be in such a small thing. And then Yeonmyeon asked if you saw any other participants. Hearing Yeonmyeon's question, Chonil said nervously, "And then maybe we should neutralize the poison and find out what its purpose is," while Ingik listened attentively. Hearing one of the guy's suggestions, he thought it would be great to neutralize him if he opened up when he injected the poison to find out the information. The next moment, Yeonman asked in surprise, "Why is it necessary if he is from the Black Death Alliance? Everything is clear." And then he heard you have changed a lot. Noticing the boy's gaze on him, Chonil looked away and said awkwardly, "No, it's just an insult to me, nothing more." In response to Chonil's remark, Yeonman pointed back at himself and said, "If it were so, you would have been lying there after hearing that, but then..." Immediately after his words, Chonil bowed his head to Yeonman and exclaimed, "I'm really sorry for that time." And what he heard in response was, "Why you suddenly..." The next moment, waving away his friend's apology, Yeonman said, "In any case, I don't care about the past, so don't stress yourself out." Hearing his friend's remark, Yongle said nervously, "I realize that it can't be fixed, but I thought I should apologize properly." With a sigh and a smile on his face, Yeonman said, "I told you, it's okay. There's nothing to worry about." And then Chonil froze in shock. Looking at the boy with wide eyes, he shouted out frightenedly, "Yeonman, look out behind you." At the same moment, approaching Yeonman from behind, Man Ingik swung his sword and thought, "I'm not going to survive anyway." The next moment, having made a slash with two blades and feeling the touch of the weapon to his flesh, Man Ingik added, "I'd rather take myself and you with me." Having made his last dash to eliminate the enemy, McKingish exclaimed, "Just like you." Seeing what had just happened right before his eyes, Chonil screamed out in fright. But just as Chonil stopped talking, Inghik noticed something strange, cutting through the foggy image and exclaiming in confusion what it was. Landing on his feet and dispelling the foggy image of the guy he was about to finish off, Ignatius exclaimed in anger, "I could definitely feel it." Immediately after McIngik's loud exclamation, Yeonman, who was standing behind him, said with a grudging smile, "I don't like playing with the half-lives, but if you're trying so hard, then go ahead." Putting his hand on the shoulder of the boy who had attempted to kill him, Yeonman said, "I'll take you out without leaving a trace. It would be better to have a body to bury." Feeling his consciousness beginning to leave him, McIngik rolled his eyes and said, "You are a cruel man," and then collapsed to the ground without a sign of life. Seeing what had just happened right before his eyes, Chonil mentally said, he was invincible, even if he was a spy, but one of the first contenders. The next moment, recalling that guy's last attack, Chonil mentally added his main technique of the black and white blade long sword school. As he continued to stare at the same spot after the enchanting show, Chonil added in his mind a frightening technique that allowed him to quickly wield twin blades without any problems. At one point, Yeonman interrupted Chonil's thoughts, asking what we will do next, to which he replied, "What are you talking about?" Yeonman added, "It's just you and me here, and we'll determine victory or defeat." Hearing the question from his friend, Chonil scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, I'll surrender if you let me, but I just have no other choice." Immediately after that, he looked up and said thoughtfully, "I have no idea how to get out." But at that time, Yeonman had already cut through the space. Pointing to the passage where he could get out of the competition, Yeonman said, "Come on, let's go. There's no need to see you off, is there?" Seeing that the exit back to the training mansion had just been opened right in front of him, Chonil froze in place in shock. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and looked back at Yeonman and said, "Thank you for saving me, but I'm long gone." Surprised that his comrade had already left to go about his own business, Chonil smiled happily and said good luck. At the same time, somewhere in the main hall of the Tai Ilmak faction, the leader of the Tai Ilmak faction saw the confused running of his subject and asked what had happened. Picking up the bug that signaled the life of his bastard, the family leader mentally said, "We can even track whether Myunggo is alive or dead from afar." Crushing the insect in his hand, the man added that Mingguo was implanted in the younger child. In other words, the younger one died. Starting to think of Mak Inghik, Tai Il mentally said, "He may have been my bastard, born of a maid, but he was superior in talents to his brothers and sisters." Gritting his teeth at the bad news, the man said, "I was afraid that if my wife found out the truth, she would give up the role of heir to my eldest son, and I had tried to kill my youngest son dozens of times." Continuing to be angry at the situation, the man mentally added that was why he allowed him to live as a spy in the Tang family, and then slammed the table and said, "If I couldn't give my child anything as a father, I couldn't give him anything." Abruptly standing up from his seat and looking out into the street, the man exclaimed, "I will at least avenge him." Looking at his subjects who were training in the courtyard, Tai Il shouted to all the students to prepare for the battle on Mount Gongsan. Drawing everyone's attention to him, the leader of the Mak family added, "The moment is approaching when we can destroy the Tang family. Their command is not in place." Continuing to express his anger and intentions of revenge, the man shouted that from now on, no one with the name Tang should return from Gongsan Mountain alive. Meanwhile, while savoring the meat cooked on the fire, Yongman thought to himself, "It's strange, I've been running around here day and night and haven't met a single living soul, let alone people. No matter how big the world is, it's hard to believe." Chewing on a bite of meat, the boy said unhappily, "I didn't expect them to arrange everything so that we wouldn't cross paths. If that's the case, then the other survivors must be from the Zhigel family." Reaching for a piece of meat again to take a bite, Yongman mentally said, It doesn't seem like the Tang clan is cooperating with them if the Zhigal are getting an advantage by helping with the competition. As he gobbled down the meat cooked on the fire, he thought to himself, in the long run, this man might be the one who gets a say in the Tang family. Recalling Changshin, who had already caught his eye once with his suspicious actions, Yongman thought that the price for such arrogance would be unbearable. After dinner, Yongman laid down on the soft grass and looked at the moon with the stars and said, "The night sky is amazing. I wish my mother could see this picture and ask how she is." As soon as the boy fell asleep after a delicious dinner, someone's shadow appeared right above him. Standing majestically over Yeonman, one of the survivors of the competition said she had found him. The next moment, looking at the boy who was napping in front of her, Yeonyan wondered who he was. Looking at the face of the boy who was sleeping peacefully in the deadly tournament, she added in surprise, "I set a condition to meet the last survivor or vulnerable Yeonman." Continuing her thoughts, the girl thoughtfully said in her head, "He doesn't look like Kinlan, but he's pretty good looking." Sitting down next to the guy who was sleeping in the middle of the tournament, Yeonyan thought, "I wonder if the grandson of someone named Zhigal Changshin could look like that." The next moment, after swallowing the pill and dispelling the poisonous fog, she thought to herself, "It's a pity, but there is no other way. He will have to die as well." Soaking her dagger in the poison and preparing to pierce the last survivor with it, Yanan said, "Don't be offended, but the competition ends when there is only one left." Continuing to make preparations for the end of the tournament, she added, "You should have prepared first, don't you think?" And then she heard that you were ready, and then her hand reached for her throat. Grabbing the girl's throat and squeezing it harder and harder, Yongman said, "So it was you who conspired with the Zhegal family." He got to his feet and lifted the girl in front of him on his outstretched arm, adding, "While the others were fighting, you found a warm corner and planned to surprise the last survivor like this." Continuing to squeeze the girl's throat, which was already turning red, Yeonman asked what kind of deal you have. Trying to get away, Yeonyan thought, "This guy knew I was coming." Looking at the girl with a fearsome look, Yongman said, "If you want to live, then answer quickly and don't hide anything." Continuing to hold the girl at arm's length, Yeonman said, "It looks like you don't want to breathe." At the same time, trying to somehow loosen the guy's grip, Yeonyan mentally said, "Oh shit," and dropped her blade in surprise. At one point, looking more closely at the girl he grabbed, Yongman said in surprise, "Wait, but you're Tan Yeonyan." Hearing that she had just been called by her first name, the girl holding the boy's hand thought how the bastard knew my name. Smiling slyly after he recognized the girl, Yeonyan said, "You let me make your face like this and you have a temper, so I might disfigure your whole face this time." At the same time, a member of the Zhugal family grabbed his head and said, "I wish you a complete failure." Rubbing his eyes after what he had seen, the man said in disappointment, "Number 28 overwhelms opponents of higher levels first, taking out all but number 2. Continuing his thoughts, Changxing added that it was good that number 10 was able to quickly defeat his opponents. The next moment, remembering what happened to him as a result, Changxing added, however, it all came to an end when number 28 appeared. As he continued to watch the events unfold at the tournament venue, Chagall said, "I don't know if number 2 and number 10 had a chance, even with their skills, to beat number 28. Thinking back to the moment of his victory over number 10, Changxing said it was out of fashion to even think about how long it took to finish off number 10. Starting to run around the room anxiously from side to side, Changxing said that if number 28 won, the whole plan would be ruined. While biting his nails and running around the room, the man noticed something interesting about the tournament venue. Looking into the boiler from which he was watching, Changshin mentally said this light. Seeing a whole bunch of fighters near the tournament venue, he mentally said, "It radiates a lot of vitality." Standing next to his leader, the subject said, "I see Mount Gongsun in the distance, by the way, Leader Mok." Immediately after his report, without turning his head to the leader, Zhong Yongsong Chongjin said, "Isn't that a lot of strength for a bunch of Tang clan bastards?" The next moment, looking back, the man added only our students, numbering more than 200, and added the troops of the other factions that had deviated, and it would be more than 300 people. Hearing the question from his subject, the leader raised his head to the sky and said, "I know this is a lot to confront the Tang clan, but it is a necessary measure because Mount Gongsan is the territory of the local Gong sect." Continuing to explain the reason for the mobilization of so many people, Mok Tai Yul added that the power of the Gong clan is no match for the power of the fallen Tang, and we will be defeated if there are not enough troops. The next moment, when his subject looked at him, the leader added that with such a large number, they would wait and watch carefully, and if they learned that they were not our target, they would prefer to stay away. After listening to the reason for the mobilization of such a large number of troops, Zhang Jin asked the leader, "How did you know about the spy we sent?" And the leader sighed heavily. After a little silence, the leader looked down and angrily said, "The boy I was taking care of has failed." At one point, the man suddenly interrupted and said, "Let's get this over with." And while watching the events, Changshin thought, this swordsman Tai Ilmak is capable of figuring out why he's here. Opening his mouth wide in surprise, the man added in his head, "He wouldn't have known about this place if he didn't want to participate." The next moment, closing his mouth, Jagal added in his head they were talking about an infiltrator. Anyway, I have to inform the right people and take action as soon as possible. Thinking of an interesting development that would play into his hands, Changxing mentally said if they could deal with number 28. Filled with hope, the man said in his head, "There is nothing to fear from the Tang clan's discovery of our plan." Continuing to hang on the guy's outstretched arm, Yongnong mentally said to Tang Yongman, "I can't believe I didn't recognize this bastard's face." As she continued to hide the vial of poison behind her, she added in her mind, "If only I had the opportunity to use the dragon flame." At one point, turning his gaze to the weapon the girl had dropped, Yanman mentally said, "That blade is poisoned. And this is the first time I've seen such a bright red poison." Noticing that the boy had looked away from the girl, Tang Yongman mentally said he was distracted, and then swung the poison vial and mentally added, "Die, Tang Yongman." As soon as the girl's hand holding the poison appeared, Yongman grabbed it and said, "Come on, let me see why you're not talking. You're wasting your time." Taking the poison from the girl's hand, which she had been hiding so carefully for the right moment, Yongman said, "Judging by the color, it is the same poison as the one on the blade, and you have a lot of it." The next moment, he pulled the girl down to the ground and asked, "So what are you going to do, keep silent?" Without receiving any answer from the girl, Yonman said, "Well, do you really want to repeat the last time?" After which Yonyan exclaimed, "Don't let me go." Having drawn the first word out of the girl, Hanman asked about finally speaking, after which the girl exclaimed, "I don't want to stop, I'll tell you everything." Interrupting the girl in mid-sentence to intimidate her more, Yonman said, "No, now you will experience your own poison." Feeling the guy slowly open her mouth, Yongnyeon exclaimed, "No, no, 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 this is a special poison of the Tang clan, the Huaranho poison, which they like to use so much." Hearing what he was holding in his hands, Yongman stopped what he was doing and looked at the vessel, thinking, "This is a special Tang clan poison, and it should not be used carelessly if it is indeed him." Feeling very happy to have found a tidbit, the boy thought, "My elixir, how reckless of me to use it for such trifles." Without feeling the boy's grip loosen, Yonyan exclaimed, "I told you everything. Let me go. I give up. No, I will help you fight the others." Feeling her head being involuntarily pulled up, she looked into Yongnyeon's eyes and said, "I haven't heard everything I wanted to hear yet. Is it true that you are related to the Jaegel clan?" Continuing to look with a stern gaze directly into the girl's soul, Yongman asked, "If this is true, then tell me what agreement binds you. If you resist, I will feed you this poison." After listening to the girl's story, Yongman asked about the engagement and heard exactly what I had been promised: if the Jaegal and Tong families united to be together and trust each other until the end of time. After listening to the girl and the reasons for her cooperation, Yeonmyeon mentally recited the engagement of the next leader of the Seo family. As he continued to squeeze the girl's face, Yeonmyeon thought to himself, "I guess that's how the Jegal leaders are trying to maintain their status. That fool got an offer she couldn't have dreamed of. Of course she didn't accept." Continuing his thoughts, Yongman, not noticing his actions, began to drink the poison and think about what to do with it to finish the job. At the same moment, when she noticed that Yongman was drinking the deadly poison she was preparing for him, the girl froze in shock. The next moment, curious, she asked, "What are you doing?" And Yongman replied, "Don't look at me like that, I won't let you." Feeling very embarrassed and genuinely afraid, the girl mentally said, "Huarangho's poison, you drank it." The next moment, unable to contain her wide smile, she mentally said to the gods of heaven and earth. Having drunk every last drop, Yamyeon awkwardly said, "I didn't even notice." Immediately after removing the vessel with the poison from his mouth, Yeonman said it tasted like strawberries, and then his head burst into flames. Smiling ominously after witnessing the suicide process, Yeongnyeon exclaimed, "What kind of a fool drinks TangClan poison himself?" Continuing to enjoy the show in which her worst enemy would kill himself, she gleefully added that even the ability to neutralize poisons would not be able to cope with him. Continuing to wait for the long-awaited moment when he would finally die, the girl joyfully shouted from the top of her head to the background, "Tang Yongmen!" However, despite what was happening to the boy, Yongnyeon did not feel relieved, and wondered in her head why his grip was not loosening. Having suffered the burning sensation after drinking the poison, Yeonmyeon blew his hand on his tongue and said, "I must say it's sharp." Confused after seeing that the poison did not work on the boy, Yongnyeon said, "How is this possible?" and then mentally added that it is simply impossible. Recalling her grandfather's stories, she thought about how the Tang clan believes that people who neutralize poisons are a myth, that they are unaffected by poisons and can kill dozens of people with a single shot or a drop of blood from a poison master. Continuing to look at the boy with a frightened look, Yeonmyeon mentally added the elders said that this ability was unrealistic, and then exclaimed, "It can't be you." Before the girl could finish, Yeonmyeon said, "You didn't think I would suddenly kill myself. I'm not that weak-willed." Immediately afterwards, looking at his hand, which was burning with flames, Yeonmyeon mentally said, "It feels very different." Continuing to test the effects of the poison, Yeonmyeon thought, "This is a special poison, as if I had mastered the martial art of Yangon. So this is how the power of the 10 Suns feels." Turning his back and walking away from the girl, Yeonmyeon said, "At least you were of some use." Moving on in search of the remaining survivors, Janman noticed a source of bright light and thought it was midnight. But why did the sun rise? Noticing that everything around him was happening very quickly, Janman thought to himself, everything is changing too fast. Is the battle over? Closing his eyes to concentrate, Janman realized what the problem was and thought to himself, this can't be. I can't sense strangers. Continuing his analysis, the boy said in his head 200 people, no more than 300 people. Folding his arms in front of him and making a disgruntled expression, the boy mentally said too much backgammon. Somehow it was too suspicious. Immediately after his thoughts, he smiled slyly and thought, Jagal couldn't help but notice so many people. If the victim is falling into their hands, how could they not deal with it? Pulling out his weapon and smiling, the guy confidently said that it was good to have someone to warm up with, and there would be only one winner in this battle. Hearing the report from Changshin, who reported the invasion, Wanjin nervously exclaimed, you just said that. Continuing to show active concern for the situation, the man added trespassing. Looking down, Jegal Changshin said exactly that, and Ganja was also mentioned. Hearing who exactly invaded the tournament to select a young leader, the Tong Wangjing clan exclaimed and were absolutely sure how many they were, about 300 warriors and leading them. Recalling the leader of this group who interfered in the Changshin tournament, the leader of the Tai Il-Mak sect told Mak Inhu. Hearing who exactly decided to interfere with the tournament, Wanjin thought worriedly to Tai Il, they should be in Sachin and how they knew about the place hidden behind the 7 chains. Immediately after his thoughts, the man gained confidence and exclaimed, no, this is not the time. We must go and stop them as soon as possible. To which he heard a yes, but here. Seeing that he was looking away with gritted teeth, Wanjin asked what Master Jegal was. To which I heard that I could not imagine anything like that. Immediately after he spoke, Changshin said that the place they had entered was the inside of the arena where the test was taking place, which made it impossible for us to interfere. Continuing to talk about what has happened now, Changshin, waiting for the elimination of Yanman, added that this is why we can only rely on the other children of the clans. Not even knowing what was happening on the battlefield of the tournament, the man added, we can only hope that those who survived will survive the attack. Noticing the body of his bastard on the ground, the leader of the invaders said, there you are, and then bowed his head and mentally added a child. Seeing exactly who the leader was looking for, Chongjin said, I think we're on the right track. Judging by the wound, he was hit with something like a poison needle. Continuing to tell his conclusions about the cause of death, Zhang Yong-sung added that given that there were no traces of a battle, the attack was a single one, and then he noticed the formidable leader and said to the leader, Mak. Pressing his lips together and not saying a word, the man thought that because of the poison, he could not die as a true warrior should. The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, he shouted to his disciples, listen to me, everyone, look carefully everywhere, but find me those rats from the Tang clan. As soon as his subjects scattered in different directions, the man confidently added, I am sure there are those who have already noticed us and are hiding. Continuing to give orders to his subjects, the man shouted, report as soon as you find anyone on this mountain with the name Tang who is not alive. Going in search of the Tang family members, one of the disciples asked the master, didn't you think the leader was upset at what he heard? He rarely shows such bloodthirstiness. Perhaps the body we saw could be the leader's spy. After hearing this, the disciple turned his head to the master and said, but there are only traces of wounds on the neck. No matter how strong the poison is, it would kill you in an instant. After listening to his disciple's remarks, the leader looked back and said that this is why the Tang clan is afraid that no matter how capable a warrior is, they will take his life. Continuing to talk about the danger of the Tang clan, the commander added, remember this if you encounter them, to which the master replied with joy. As soon as the boy finished saying his self-confident words, his body collapsed to the ground without any signs of life. Seeing what had just happened in front of his eyes, the master said to his student in confusion, and then noticed a weapon in his neck and thought it was a needle. Feeling very worried about the situation, the captain shouted out a signal for everyone to draw their swords. With darting eyes, the master shouted, hey, come out and fight with honor. And then one of his students looked up and said something embarrassed to the master. Ignoring the words of his student, the man again shouted to everyone to be ready, after which the student screamed out in fright and said no from above. Heeding his disciple's remark, the master looked up and saw thousands of needles and said, oh my gods. As the rain of needles pierced his body and the bodies of his subjects, the man said in confusion, this can't be. In a few seconds after the rain stopped, all the enemies who were caught in it were eliminated, and Yan-men appeared. Smiling happily after seeing the result, the boy said in his head, the palm technique is exceptionally deadly. The next moment, stretching out his hand in front of him and starting to collect the scattered needles, Janman mentally said what he needed to say, I scattered these losers. Gathering up all the scattered needles, the boy mentally said, thanks to Shiryuan, needle shots do not require much effort. Having finished his work on this site and headed to the next one, Janman said in his head the perfect combination, well then let's look for those who went east. After a while having arrived with the leader, one of the students nervously shouted out search teams after hearing the report from Tai Il's subject. He asked in surprise if everyone had been destroyed. After the leader's question, the subject exclaimed that there were no traces of a struggle, only traces of needle-like stabs. The same poison that we saw in the first body of the bug. There could not be all of them without exception. After listening to the report from one of his subjects, Jungjin turned his head to the leader and said this to the leader of the MAC. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by another subject who had just arrived and shouted, "Let me report the Western Detachment," after which others arrived and shouted that the Eastern Detachment had also been destroyed. Hearing that all of the scouting parties were dead, Leader Mac pursed his lips and mentally said, "No group survived, that means." Looking at the three men who had arrived with the report, Leader Mac asked if this was all that was left. At the same moment, looking back at the body of Ingeek, Jongjin said, "It's been a little over an hour since the search began, and almost 100 of our people have been killed in one way." Continuing his thoughts, Jong Yongsung added that it was possible that they all died at the hands of one person, after which the MAC leader became numb. Realizing the whole situation, the leader bowed his head down and thought, if there was more than one person capable of such a thing, the situation would be even more terrible. The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, the man mentally added, "We are being hunted, Commander Chong. I'm handing over command to you." Turning his head to the leader who had just appointed him commander, Chongjin heard the attacker using ghostly techniques. "I will defend from the rear, after which I will speak. Are you sure?" Tai Il gritted his teeth in anger that he could barely contain, adding, "I can't afford to lose another student, so I'm counting on you." After a while, heading against the flow of the Cheongjin River with his squad, he mentally said too quietly, "There is no sign of any presence. The sun is setting in a couple of hours. If we don't discover the ambush before dark, we are finished." As he continued to march forward to find the enemy, he added in his mind that we were suffering heavy losses. Perhaps we should temporarily retreat and regroup before things got worse. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Chongjin looked back at his men and announced that we would return in 1 hour. At the same moment, someone's voice sounded near him and asked, "Who told you that?" And then Chongjin began to look for the source of the sound. Sitting a few dozen meters ahead of the squad on a tree branch, Yeonman added, "I haven't decided to let you go yet." Noticing the enemy in front of him, Jongjin clenched his teeth and mentally said, "If it is him, I didn't feel anything, Lord." Quickly stretching out his arm, the man shouted to everyone to take cover, but when he looked back, he noticed that his subjects were already dead. Looking at his subjects who were already lying on the ground with no signs of life, Jongjin mentally said that no one even had time to notice. The next moment, jumping down from the tree and slowly walking toward Chongjin, Yongman asked, "So you are their leader, right?" Feeling afraid of the guy who had crept up behind him, Jongjin mentally said, "I was always on the alert, but I didn't notice him coming." As he continued to stare at the guy who had just killed all his comrades, Jongjin thought he must have been the one who had started the massacre. As he continued to look at the man who was slowly walking toward him, he thought to himself, he doesn't look like the wise master he used to be. Immediately after he said this, the man noticed the needles that had recently killed his comrades returning to the boy's hands. Feeling very shocked by the skill he saw, Chongjin mentally said, "Is this void absorption?" Void absorption is a technique for removing objects by filling them with chi energy. Gritting his teeth at the confusion of what he saw, the temporary teammate thought, "No way. Only a supreme master who had attained enlightenment could use this technique." Continuing to stare at the guy in front of him, the man mentally said, "He has collected all the needles and is not in a hurry to attack again. So the technique is very energy consuming." Feeling that this was his opportunity to win, Jungjin smiled slyly and thought to come forward rather than take advantage of the surprise. As arrogantly as he said, "You have amazing abilities, young man." Continuing to look at Yongman, who was hiding his needles, Chongjin added, "I've never heard of you in the Tang clan." To which he replied, "What difference does it make if you have or not?" Hearing the boy's remark, Jungjin was momentarily confused and stared at the boy with eyes full of surprise. In the moment of pause after his words, Yeonman added in a disgruntled tone, "There is no point in knowing my name," which angered Jongjin. Unable to contain his anger at the boy's words, Jongjin shouted out, "You want to die here, kid, if you want to die here." Unleashing all his strength and preparing to strike his strongest blow, Jongyeon exclaimed, "I'll finish you right now." At the moment of the punch, Yeonman stretched his arm forward and effortlessly stopped his opponent's attack. Frozen in place as if he had hit a stone wall, Jongjin thought in confusion. How could he have so easily deflected my superior strength technique? Looking down at the man who had just attacked him, Yeonman asked, "Is this the maximum of your strength? I'll give you one more try." Continuing to look at the man who was boiling with rage after hearing the remark, Yeonmyeon added, "You better get your strength together." After Chomchang, one of the 9 factions split from the Black Death Alliance, Zhang Jinbong voluntarily joined the alliance. Seeing the newcomer in the ranks, the leader said in astonishment, "I heard you are a master of palm techniques." The next moment, turning his back and looking back, the man added, "Let me hone this technique in your hands on the very first day that Zhang Jin met the leader of the alliance." His peak-shaking palms technique underwent a major change. Hearing the name of the technique, the alliance leader said, "Peak-shaking palms," meaning the power reaches the mountain peaks. Putting his hand to his chin, the leader of the alliance said thoughtfully, I don't like this name at all since I've taken it on. Immediately after his words, he smiled and raised his finger up and added, let the technique reach the heavens, as the leader of the Black Death Alliance called the palm technique that shakes the heavens. Recalling the moment when he changed his technique, Jungjin mentally said, but this is the technique that the leader of the alliance gave me. As he continued to stare at the arm of the boy who stood in front of him with no way to overcome him, Jungjin thought to himself, I was able to surpass a little brat. Continuing to stare at the guy who was looking at him with a superior gaze, the man added in his head, and not even a single muscle on his face flinched. At the same time, while holding his opponent's deadly technique with one hand, Yanmen mentally recited the poison Huaranho. As he continued to think while fighting his opponent, Yanmen mentally added that of all the fire poisons that contain fire dragon breath, this was considered the most dangerous. Closing his eyes to concentrate his strength, he added that if he could control it with the aura of poisonous madness. The next moment, releasing all the power he had gathered inside him, he added that like the chi of a sword that seeks to cut through everything in its path, the poisonous chi would seek to impregnate everything around it with poisonous power. Gritting his teeth against the force that was pressing down on him with incredible effort, Chongjin exclaimed in confusion that where did Young's energy come from? Continuing to stand still and resist the pressure from his opponent, the man tested the power of the all-consuming flame of Yanmen. At one point, noticing that his spirit was weakening, the man confusedly said in his head, the palm that shakes the heavens was defeated. As soon as all his strength was gone, the man felt a sharp pain and his body turned to ashes. Having defeated one of Tai Il's disciples, Yanmen looked at the remains of his body and said, that's not bad. The next moment, looking at his hand, he added in his mind, the power of the poison turned into flames. I will call it the fiery river of poison. After naming his new technique, Yanmen looked around at the rest of the enemies who had appeared near him and said, now, who else is eager to burn alive? Continuing to look at the enemies who surrounded him on all sides, Yanmen said, no one will leave here alive, so it is in your own interest to perish first. Immediately after Yanmen's remark, the leader in front of him spoke to him in a menacing tone. Reaching for the swords behind his back, the man added, you finished off the commander's disciples as well as the junior, right? Having found the one whom he had been looking for so long for revenge, Tae-il spoke neither on Mount Gondong nor in the whole world. Keeping his gaze on the boy who was standing in front of him, the leader of the invaders only smiled and added, I will not leave you even ashes. Before the battle with Yeonmyeon, Tae-il shouted to his subjects to form a line of Charyun and surround him, and the leader's disciples followed the order. Looking around him, Yeonmyeon saw armed enemies appearing on all sides around him, and a voice in front of him said, beware of his weapons, and concentrate on depleting his strength. Within seconds of the announcement of the instructions, a whole crowd of enemies appeared around Yeonmyeon. Feeling overwhelming anger at the moment of meeting Yeonmyeon, Tae-il thought, I have lost too many students and allies, and nothing can compare to the grief of executing a junior. Clutching the swords he had pulled from behind his back, the man added in a menacing voice, their sacrifice will not be in vain. I will destroy this boy. Continuing to watch every enemy that surrounded him, Yeonmyeon mentally said, the Charyun formation must be reminiscent of his training days. The next moment, with a sly smile, Yeonmyeon added in his head, then I created a frantic dance of a rotating line. Well, this time, let's try something different. Immediately after finishing his thoughts, Yeonmyeon used a new technique and began to vanish into thin air. Having lost sight of the guy, one of the soldiers shouted out in confusion, he's gone, be on the lookout. Tracking the guy who had just disappeared from their sight, one of the men thoughtfully said where he was going. Finding the boy next to you, the soldier shouted to the teacher behind him, but that was the only thing he managed to say before he lost his head. In just a few seconds, Yeonmyeon had dealt with a large number of the enemies, chopping them to pieces. Seeing the results of his opponent's short-lived disappearance, Tae-il thought in confusion that I hadn't noticed his movements. Continuing to stare at the guy who had just destroyed half of his army, the leader confusedly said in his head what he was. Unable to restrain himself from a burst of anger, one of the soldiers rushed at Yeonmyeon and shouted, you bastard, you will pay for the death of your brothers. Stretching out his hand in front of him and using the technique of destruction, Yeonmyeon said, don't swing your sword in vain. At the same moment, the attacker noticed that his weapon began to split into small pieces. In just a few seconds, the attackers lost their weapons and were instantly defeated as they flew backwards. Gritting his teeth after the hard landing and the loss of his weapon, the attacker nervously muttered to the wreckage what kind of demon he was. Looking at the debris flying in the air, Yeonmyeon said in his head, destroyed the swords without even touching the destruction technique that breaks swords. As he continued to control the fragments of the destroyed blades in the air, Yeonmyeon mentally added a scattering to scatter the blade fragments while controlling the release of force. Spinning all the fragments of the destroyed swords into a huge vortex, the guy mentally added within a certain area I create. At one point, one of the still-living fighters present frightenedly exclaimed, what the heck was this? The pinnacle of the Tang clan's concealed weapon art. Continuing to stare in horror at the man who had demonstrated this power, he frightenedly added a rain of 10,000 heavenly flowers as if this was even possible. Immediately after the man's exclamation, Yongman approached the opponents and spun them around in a vortex along with the blade fragments. Watching his opponents die one by one in his deadly vortex, Yongman mentally said, well, maybe not a majestic rain of 10,000 heavenly flowers, but not bad for small enemies. Having dealt with all the small enemies that stood in front of his leader, Yonmen said, I will call this technique a hail of iron fragments. When the rest of them were finished, Yonmen looked at the leader and asked, now that all your men have exhausted my forces, isn't it time for me to intervene? Hearing the remark from the guy standing right in front of him, Tae-il clenched his teeth in anger and growled furiously. Immediately after, unable to withstand this insult from his opponent, the man exclaimed, you little bastard, let's see how long you last. Looking down at his opponent with a fearsome look, the leader thought that no matter what his achievements were, there was no reason to be afraid with our twin blade technique and the silent sword technique granted by the leader. As he prepared to launch his devastating attack on Yeonmyeon, Tae-il confidently shouted, I will grind you to dust. Hearing the threat from his opponent, Yeonmyeon said disappointedly, I hear these words for the second time, after which the man indignantly shouted, shut up. Approaching his opponent closer and closer, the leader of the invaders continued to shout over and over again, I will destroy you. As the enemy approached him, Yeonman drew his dagger and prepared for a confrontation. Tae-il closed the distance with Yeonman and used his 10-strike silent sword technique, the dance of the twin blades. Repelling his opponent's attacks, Yeonman even started yawning because everything was so simple and boring for him. Indignant at the boy's reaction to his strongest techniques, Tae-il shouted out the final strike of the silent sword technique of the Dark Moon sword sect. After losing the fight with the boy, Tae-il stuck his sword into the ground and leaned on it, asking how he could beat my twin blade technique with just a short sword. In response to his opponent's question, Yeonman said with a sly smile, I'm good with a sword and can easily read the steps when using it. Hearing his opponent's explanation, Tae-il fell to his knees and said in confusion, is this even possible, and what about you? Continuing to look at his opponent who pointed the weapon at him, Tae-il wielded the silent sword. The leader of the attackers stopped in front of Yeonman after the battle and said, how did you do it? Looking at the boy with a confused look, Tae-il exclaimed, how you were able to repel the silent sword technique, to which I heard you call it a silent sword and the sword of destructive chi. I assumed it was created with murderous intent. Continuing to talk about his findings, Yeonman added it is not very difficult to control such energy, after which the man said in confusion in his head that, looking at the dagger oozing with the chi of the silent sword, Tae-il added, even I could handle it, having become a master of the double blade technique. And it's not too difficult for him. The next moment, Yeonman asked the spy I killed a few hours ago used the same technique. Is he from the Tae-il Mak sect? I don't know much about you, but I know you are under the Black Death Alliance. Continuing to talk about the mentioned sect, the guy added that everyone knows that the leader of the alliance hones any martial arts of the allies so that they are individually suitable for everyone. Immediately after voicing the peculiarities of the alliance, Yeonman added that this is why a variety of people, rulers and peasants, entrust themselves to the alliance. After which Tae-il asked, what you mean by that? In response to the man's question, the boy said, I want to say that I am disappointed in your useless technique. Anyone could have handled such a technique. Continuing to look at the man with a downward smile, Yeonman added, you're using it against me. It looks like the leader of the alliance didn't have high hopes for you. Hearing the boy's remark and the insult to the leader of the alliance, Tae-il shouted out. Interrupting his opponent's exclamation, Yeonman said, well, for a small worm, you did everything you could. Now let me show you what I can do. Putting his dagger in front of him, Yeonman said with a smile on his face, just make sure your jaw doesn't fall out. Confused after hearing his opponent's words, Tae-il nervously exclaimed, show me what you can do. Tensing up, the man said in his head what he wanted to do, and then noticed how Yeonman sprang into action. Pulling out his weapon and supplementing it with spiritual power, Yeonman said that for warriors who have achieved superiority, the length of the blade does not matter. Seeing what the boy had just demonstrated to him, the man opened his mouth and exclaimed in confusion that it was the same. Continuing to show off his skills to his losing enemy, Yeonman spoke a stream of blades. Immediately after preparing the technique, Yeonman waved his hand and sent a stream of blades behind Tae-il's back. Not realizing what had just happened, the man shouted out in surprise, what are you doing? And a loud noise sounded behind him. Hearing the man say that was the best I could do, Tae-il looked back and was shocked to see the ditch that had formed. While the man was shuddering from the shock of what he saw, Yeonman looked at his weapon and said it was because his body had changed, and Tae-il thought it couldn't be. The next moment, he looked back at the man in front of him and added in his head, the power of the silent sword is different from ordinary swords, but it is also powerless against the flow of blades. As he continued to look at the guy who had just demonstrated his incredible skills, Tae-il added in his mind that he was so easy to handle the sword's chi and even use the flow of blades, which meant, immediately after his thoughts, the man exclaimed that he had reached the final stage, after which Yeonman asked in an angry voice, is it really that important? Unable to restrain himself in one place, the man realized that he would not win and ran away as far as his eyes could see, thinking that he needed to flee immediately. Looking at the trail of the man who tried to escape from him, Yeonman said, "You're a bother. You can't escape from the competition area." Swinging his weapon and preparing to use a stream of blades, Yeonman said, "If I catch you, you're finished." At one point, pausing the use of his technique, Yeonman reached into his inner pocket where he hid the dagger. Taking out the shuriken rings, the boy smiled slyly and said, "But on second thought, as the heir to the Tang clan, I should finish you off in the family way." At the same time Tai-il was fleeing for his life, he thought to himself, "It's just impossible that the Tang clan would raise such a monster." Clenching his teeth and biting his lip, the man looked back at the pursuit and added, "How could someone who had achieved the highest skill, descended from the dynasty that was about to fall? The leader of the alliance would not sit idly by." Before he could finish speaking, he felt danger and went downstairs to see the logs being chopped into small pieces. Seeing what was happening behind him, Tae-il thought to himself that these tiny rings were being used to cut trees like tofu. Noticing that they were already approaching him, the man drew his sword and mentally added, "And with such speed." The next moment, by waving his sword and changing the direction of the flight of the shrieks, the man was able to save himself for a while from the first party. Continuing to wave his weapon and shout loudly, the man added in his head that he would not get rid of these endbringers by running away. He would have to deal with them. Taking a stance and preparing to fight each shuriken that flew in his direction, the man shouted, "Well, let's go!" Fighting off every projectile that flew in his direction, Tae-il exclaimed, "I can't die like this." At one point in the fight, he noticed that his weapon began to crack, and nervously thought his sword had cracked from the silent technique. Immediately after losing one of his swords and being cut by other shurikens, the man felt his left arm leave its place. Despite the loss of one of his limbs, Tae-il did not want to give up. Swinging his sword, he was able to deflect the last shuriken that flew in his direction. Having coped with the onslaught of enemy attacks, the man confidently shouted, "I've defeated you." The next moment, he drove his whole sword into the ground and leaned on it to catch his breath, adding that McKinhu would not die so easily from such tricks. As soon as the adrenaline wore off and the characteristic pain appeared, Tae-il looked at his left shoulder and thought, "I lost my arm, but I'm still alive. The future is not lost for me yet." This bastard must have spent a lot of energy on this technique. Hearing the words of his opponent who had managed to survive his attack, Yeonman stood behind him and said, "I see, I have to praise you." Hearing Yeonman's voice behind him, Tai-il looked at him and thought that even after such a difficult technique, he was not tired at all. The next moment, he looked down at his feet and noticed that something strange was happening to the shurikens in the ground. Tae-il noticed that the shurikens were rising into the air and thought to himself, "What kind of shurikens are those in the ground that started spinning again?" Having suffered numerous injuries from the weapons that flew in his direction, the man mentally said, "What is he anyway?" Losing the rest of his limbs and shattering into small pieces, Tae-il thought, "I left behind everything I knew in the Tang clan and joined the Black Death Alliance to make a name for myself." Losing consciousness after suffering numerous injuries, the man added in his head, "I couldn't even lay a finger on what I was thinking." After eliminating the last opponent, Yeonman said thoughtfully, "It looks like it's all pretty good. I was able to test the power of my techniques. When I become the leader of the clan, I will teach it to my subjects." Turning his head to the side and looking at the beautiful sunset, which no one would interfere with, Yeonman said, "I think we can go now." Preparing to cut through the space to create a passage to the outside world, Yeonman thought, "When I get out, there will be a lot of unfinished business." Recalling the problem that still exists in his family, the boy mentally spoke to the elders who had cornered his mother. The next moment, Yongman also remembered the case of Yongnyeon who was bribed. Yongman mentally added, "The Jiggle family is trying to take over the clan. I'll deal with them all." Waving his weapon and creating a passage to the outside world, Yongman said in a stern tone of voice, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." At the same time, somewhere near the cliff, Jehal Wanjin was talking to a family member and exclaimed, "Is there really nothing we can do?" Changxing's head down, squeezing out a sad voice, he said, "I'm sorry, in the interest of justice, it's impossible to interfere in the competition. I never thought it would turn out like this." Hearing that nothing could be changed and that the only thing left to do was to hope, Wanjin and the 3 members of the 7th team exclaimed, "No way!" Having convinced the people in front of him of the false information, Jehal held back his smile, thinking, of course it was all a lie, but until the job was done, they had to keep quiet, and the entrance was completely sealed when they entered. The next moment, sighing heavily in front of the people who were worried about Yongman, Changshin mentally added that this was why no one could leave the competition area alive. Recalling the moment of his comrade's report, the man added in his mind that after those who had escaped were caught and interrogated, it was confirmed that the invaders had entered. As he continued to recall the information he had, Changshin added in his head, Mak Inhu of the Dark Moon Sword Sect and Commander Zhong Yong-seong against 300 soldiers, even number 28 would have little chance of survival. Tilting his head down, Zagel mentally added it was a shame to waste his talent, but we can't let him interfere with our plans, and then said the future of the Tang clan would be the other candidates who didn't participate in the competition. At least they did. Before he could finish his sentence, he opened his eyes and slowly looked up at the shocked people in front of him, wondering what that familiar energy was. Slowly turning his gaze back, Changxing Jiggle, dripping with sweat, saw Yanmen behind him in the cut space looking at him. Also seeing her friend unharmed, Yuri joyfully exclaimed, "Yanmen, we told you he wouldn't give up so easily." Unable to restrain her emotions, Yuri immediately threw herself at Janman with hugs, while the rest of the comrades just stood by, wiping away tears of joy and rejoicing at his return. When Yuri stopped hugging the boy, she asked him anxiously if he was hurt, and he replied, "You were worried about me. I told you that you were the only ones who could hurt me in this competition." At that very moment, with his mouth wide open and his eyes staring at the guy in front of him, Changxing mentally said to number 28, "How is this possible?" Standing behind him and looking at the guy who was talking with his friends, Changxing mentally said, "How is this possible?" Gritting his teeth, he nervously added in his mind what all these 300 soldiers were doing, not to mention Mok Inha and Zhong Yongxiong. Continuing his thoughts, Hall mentally added they couldn't handle that little bastard, and then Yanman turned his gaze back to him. Noticing the man's fearsome gaze, the man covered his face with a fan and immediately bowed his head to avoid looking him in the eye. The next moment, Yanman turned his head to the other side and noticed that the comrade he had saved was looking at him. Noticing Yanman's gaze, Chonil smiled and waved to him. Seeing this gesture from his comrade, Yanman smiled happily and looked away with a sigh. At the same time, hiding behind his fan, Changxin, sweating with fear, said, "I just can't believe it." Recalling the moment of the first meeting when Yangman cut through his space, the man said in his head, "And now?" The next moment, he remembered watching Yanman before the tournament on the cliff, and how he had cut through his 8 incarnations. Changxin mentally added that time as well. Continuing to feel overwhelming fear, the man added in his mind how the hell the kid was able to cut through the phantom dome of the 7 castles. As he continued to think, the family member mentally recited the dome imposed on his squad and the one created for the competition area. Recalling the strength of the applied ability, the man added in his mind that they were no weaker than the dungeons of the 8 earthly punishments. Usually even a master would be caught, and he simply cut them. As Yanman passed by, Hall mentally added that maybe this guy was a master. The next moment, as soon as Yangman turned his head toward him, Changxin turned his frightened gaze forward and coughed in fear. As he continued to stare at the man who was getting on his nerves and could bring him trouble, Yanman mentally said to himself, "I'd kill him right now, but I'm not." Turning his gaze to the smiling Wanjin, he mentally added, "Until I became the young clan leader, I cannot compromise myself." And then he heard number 28, "Tang Yangman, you are safe." Folding his arms in front of the man and bowing his head, the boy said, "I'm sorry for making you worry, Warrior Wanjin. And then I thought I should take care of those who remained inside." Shrugging his shoulders after hearing the boy's words, Wanjin said, "I'm glad you're okay, whatever happened inside." Immediately after his question, the man looked at Yanman and asked him worriedly what happened to the others. As soon as he said this, something strange started to happen as the ground shook, and Yuri exclaimed what it was, followed by Aiyong adding that it was an earthquake or something. A few seconds after the ground shook, one of the soldiers in Banwi's unit shouted out, "Look, there's a fault over there." As soon as everyone's attention was focused on the fault, one of the soldiers of Banvai's unit shouted out that there was a shining light coming out of the fault. Watching what was happening before his eyes, Changxing gritted his teeth and thought in fear of the phantom dome of the 7 castles that surrounded the competition area. Watching what was happening in front of him, the man added in his head that it was now collapsing. At the moment of the dome's destruction, the audience watching the game were surprised to hear what it was. "I see something in the rubble, and it's the same thing that happened inside." Calmly responding to what they saw in the wreckage of the dome, Yanman said, "You can see for yourself what happened there." Immediately after the boy's words, a huge meadow appeared in front of everyone else, with many motionless bodies lying on it. Approaching the people who were lying on the ground, the members of the Banwei squad began to talk in surprise. The uniforms were different, but most of them were members of the Dark Moon Sword School, so Mak Inhu was really leading the army up the mountain. Wanjin also watched the scene before him and wondered if he had killed all of his men by himself, and then said, "That's not funny." Continuing his thoughts, the man added that even I could not have handled more than 30 of them, and then he heard someone shouting out to the master. Arriving at the cry of his friend and seeing Tai Ilwanjin's body, he exclaimed in surprise and then felt the double sword sheaths on his back. Judging by the description, it was Mak Inhu himself. Immersed in shock, along with Changxin, who was standing next to him, Wanjin exclaimed in amazement, even Mak Inhu had become a victim of someone else. How could this be? Interrupting the man's surprise, Yanman walked up to him and said, "There were just too many of them. Their sheer numbers made them easy prey." Turning his gaze back to the guy who had just told him what had happened, Wanjin thought, "Of course, young Tang Yongman." Looking at the boy who stood in front of him with a wide smile, the man added in his mind that his yoga level was already higher than expected of a young leader. Seeing what had happened in the competition for the young clan leader, the other participants began to talk in surprise. Several hundred warriors, and he had killed them all by himself and the famous leader of the Dark Moon Sword sect. Keeping his gaze on Yongin, another participant added that he had already reached the highest level, the The title of young leader belonged to him from the very beginning. At that moment, Meyer grabbed Yuri's hair and asked him, "What were you so happy about?" At that moment, standing among the crowd and watching the joyful Yeonman and the yoga team, Moonshan mentally said, "I'm a dead weight because of my broken arm." Looking at the trail of the guy who stood out among the others, Moonshan gritted his teeth and added in his head, "He suddenly became so strong, Tan Yongman, holding onto his broken arm that prevented him from achieving what he wanted." Moonshan mentally added the trash that was being beaten, because he wasn't even capable of learning martial arts, and how could he? How dare he? The next moment, Wonjin suddenly shouted out the competition was over with the sole winner number 28 Tan Yongman. Continuing to announce the results of the tournament, squad leader Bonvi added, "Let anyone who wishes to dispute the result come forward." Feeling his arm suddenly cramp up, Munchin remained in place and thought the only thing I can do now is to stand still. Seeing no one who wanted to challenge the results, Wonjin exclaimed, "No one!" which means unanimously that all procedures were followed honestly. Having done everything according to the law, the man confidently exclaimed, "Then I declare the competition over." Having announced the completion of the election of a new young Mr. Wonjin, he told the warriors to gather in front of the winner, Tan Yongman, after which everyone gathered in one place. Seeing the total number of members of the squad, Bonwi Ijong said in surprise, "I can't believe how many warriors there are," and Myre added how exciting it was. After all the subjects gathered behind him, Wonjin finally thought after years of decline of the Tang clan, the winner of this competition, Tang Yongman, spoke. Looking at the young man who had done what he had expected, the leader of Bonwi thought, he will become the new leader and restore the former greatness, and then said, "We recognize you as the new lord." Folding his arms in front of him and bowing his head to Yeonman, the man added, "I, Tang Wonjin, and 82 of your warriors, welcome the new leader of the Tang clan." Following their commander, the rest of the warriors knelt down and bowed their heads to welcome the new leader. Seeing this ceremony of acceptance of the new leader, Mier said in astonishment, he had just become a young leader, after which Ijong added, "And he already has such an attitude." Continuing to watch the action before her eyes, Meyer asked us what we should say to him politely now, and Yuri replied, "I don't know." Without looking up from the ground in front of the new leader, Wang Jin mentally said, with this level at such a young age, he will be able to develop even more throughout Sichuan. Continuing his thoughts, the man added in his mind, "The Tang clan will regain its former honor and power," after which he heard, "I know what you want." Looking at his warriors who swore allegiance to him, Yongman said confidently, "And I will not keep you waiting long. Believe me and wait." Raising their gazes to the new leader who had made such a speech, the subjects were amazed to think that he had read our minds and spoke with such weight as befitted a lord. Again bowing his head to his leader Wonjin, he thought, "I am the true leader of the Tang clan," and then exclaimed, "We will follow you, Tong Yongman, the winner of the competition." Hearing the words of his subject, Yongman turned his back on the warriors and looked around and said, "Get ready, we are returning to the estate." Immediately after his words, the boy headed home, and Wonjin got up from his knee and called the rest of the soldiers to follow him. At the same time, standing among the crowd of other participants and biting his lips, Moonshan mentally said, Why does everything go to you?" Keeping his gaze on the guy he hated so much, Munchin added in his head, "I will definitely take revenge on you." Clenching his teeth until the veins in his forehead were popping out with rage, Munchin added in his head, "Even if I have to sell my soul to the demons, I will definitely destroy you." After a while, when everyone finally left the mountain where the competition was taking place, the sun began to rise. As it began to slowly darken outside, someone's image appeared on the mountain, shadowing the bodies that remained there. Continuing to walk forward, Taeho of the Gondung sect hummed thoughtfully as he said they had already left. Looking down at the bodies that were almost everywhere, the man added disappointedly, "I came as soon as I heard about it, and then I heard someone behind me shout out, 'Sir!'" Appearing with a pair of soldiers above Taeho, the subject who was watching for his safety added, "Well, you can't go alone." Landing behind the new leader of the Gondung sect, the man added, "Now, with your status, you should behave accordingly." Adjusting his glasses after the appearance of the subject behind him, the man said, "I don't feel anything, Henso? Isn't that strange?" "What I heard? Don't get off topic, sir." Continuing to reprimand his master, Henso of the Gongdong sect added that it would be impossible to sleep next to a mountain of bodies properly. Continuing to look at the picture where a large number of bodies were lying in front of him, Hanzo added that even I would immediately leave this place. Immediately after his words, without taking his eyes off that picture, Hanso mentally said it was amazing that more than 300 people had died. Peering at the motionless bodies of the victims, he mentally added, "The old horse does not spoil the harrowing. They were once the most influential Sichuan clan, and as far as I know, there were less than 100 people from the Tang clan on Mount Gongdong." Taeho echoed his subject's words and said, "I'm talking about Gongdong. This is a possession of our faction, and we should have been informed if something of this magnitude had happened." Turning his head to the new sect leader, Henso asked, "So you mean to say that they were deliberately avoiding us like this?" The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, Henso added thoughtfully, but why would they do that? And besides, the Tang clan sent us gifts to hold the competition here. Continuing his thoughts, the big man added thoughtfully, unless they are hiding something, to which he heard in response, we do not know, however. Turning his gaze to his comrade, Taeho added, I didn't know that their skill with concealed weapons was so high to kill so many people alone, to which he heard, yes, it is amazing alone. The next moment, realizing what he had just heard, Henso suddenly turned his head to Taeho and exclaimed in shock that, in private, you want to say all this was the work of one man? Continuing to stare at the picture in front of him, the new leader of the Gondong sect said, my eyes do not deceive me. Looking at the marks of the method used to kill the people, Taeho added that most of them had only thin needle marks, because needles are invisible and can be easily removed and used again. Listening to the interpretation of what happened here, the shocked Henso heard that if people did not even have time to draw their weapons, it seemed that the count was in seconds, and there were hardly any masters of this level. Immediately after his words, Taeho smiled and said, I have to meet him. Let's go to Sichuan. Hearing where his leader decided to go, Henso exclaimed that there is no way you will get to Sichuan if you run into the people of the Alliance. Receiving a question from his subject, the new leader of the Gongdong sect said, you forgot that your master has reached the top. The next moment, putting his fist to his mouth, the man added, don't worry, if anything, I can defend myself. To which he replied, but I can't, sir. Then the leader of the Gongdong sect asked why would the leader of the Yu sect suddenly get into a battle with me, and Henso waved his hand and said, your stubbornness is insurmountable, sir. Turning his head to his subject, Taeho said, let's go back to the sect's mansion first, and we need to warn the leader. And he replied, yes, we will. Now the Black Death Alliance is stationed to the north of the Gongdong sect, and a demonic cult to the west. Our sect is facing hard times. Seeing Taeho set off first, Henso thought to himself, Mister is going to find the leader of the Tang clan who caused this disaster to confirm his innocence. The situation of the Tang clan is probably not much different from ours. Turning his gaze in the direction Taeho Hyunso had just gone, he added mentally, he wants to give the Tang family the opportunity to deal with the alliance and then destroy the demonic cult. Also sitting down and preparing to follow his master, the defender said, the Tang clan has been in decline for a long time. I don't know if my master's plan will work. Following the leader of Gundunga, Hyunso mentally said, I really hope that I don't have to resort to the technique of sword-taming demons. At the same time, while writing down characters on the scroll, the great Sochan heard Mr. Third Elder, the warriors of the Banwi squad, return with the participants. Having received the report from his subject, the great elder put the bone in his glass and thought, it seems that it is over sooner than we thought. The next moment, remembering his granddaughter to whom he had paved the way for Sochan's victory, he mentally added what about Yon with her skills and Huarangho with one of the 10 poisons. Continuing his thoughts, the great elder added in his mind that it was not difficult to win. Sensing his master's train of thought, the subject reported that the elder did not see the young lady among those who had returned. Hearing the remark from his subject, the man exclaimed in confusion, what did you just say? At the same time, standing at the gate and waiting for the participants to return, the guards were talking about who they thought would win the competition. Perhaps Tang Kinlan, a student of the great elder, or perhaps the granddaughter of the third elder who was said to have been disfigured and began to train like crazy. Continuing to speculate about the winner of the tournament, the gatekeeper added, whoever it is, I hope everyone returns safely. And then noticing the participants, he said, seeing a group of people heading for the gate, the warrior shouted out the symbol of the Tang clan and the warriors of the Banwu squad with him. Immediately after seeing this, the gate guards ran inside the clan and shouted for the contestants to return. Hearing the news and going outside, the crowd of people began to talk, thinking that the competition was over and that it was a long time coming. Who was the winner, you know? Looking at Johnman, who was walking ahead of the participants in the Banvi squad, people from the crowd were surprised to see him, but they had never seen him before. Later, someone in the crowd said, noticing the blushing beauties in the crowd, just look at the girls you saw all staring at you. The next moment, a loud cry from one man came from the crowd who repeatedly shouted, Sui, my daughter, Sui, where are you, Sui? Seeing a joyful girl in the crowd waving to him, the man breathed a sigh of relief and shed a tear and exclaimed, thank the gods! I heard that some children died. Then another man's voice came from somewhere in the crowd and said, Commander, look, it's Master Chonil. Turning his head to the leader of the family, the subject of the Dada looked happy. Perhaps he had heard something. Who knows? Let's not guess. Continuing to look for his children in the crowd, the people gathered in the square shouted, there's Manhwa Suyang, you're home. Not noticing their children in the crowd, the men who had suffered losses shed tears and exclaimed, my Hylan, she's gone and so is our Myongso. Hearing the upset cries of the people in the crowd who had not found their children, Yeonman mentally said, the parents of the dead children. The next moment, remembering his own family, he added, my mom, I'm sure she's worried about me too. Immediately after his thoughts, Johnman thought of another scenario and said, what if she doesn't recognize me when I come home? Having finished imagining what might happen when he returned home, Yeonman closed his eyes and smiled, thinking how surprised she would be. The next moment, he felt his arm being pulled and noticed Yuri standing next to him, pointing to a group of people and saying to him, Look, this is the general staff, pointing to a man with glasses who exhaled with relief and exclaimed, Are Yuri? The girl returned and added, You see that man with glasses, that's my dad. Hearing who the girl from his team was showing him, Yeonman asked, Are you already begging for a place for your father? Having received the question from the boy, Yuri smiled slyly and rubbed her hands and exclaimed, Of course we can't miss such an opportunity, to which he replied, That's honesty. Then the girl recalled her father's situation and said, Maybe it's not for me to judge, but he's capable, but he's not promoted because he can't go after people's heads. Continuing to talk about her father, Jury added that he runs around on small errands, and Johnman thought that sounded pretty good to me. Looking closely at the girl's father, the boy added, Those who are connected to the elders can be a hindrance when I come to power, so it's important to find loyal people. The next moment, he turned his gaze to his other two teammates and added, I need to take care of Mira and Ijong too, as I remember Ijong is connected to the Temple of Medicine. Continuing his thoughts, Yeonmyeon mentally added Ah Meyer, and then the commander of the general staff of the Tan clan, Tan Tan Ki-sam, entered his thoughts and said, Great job, Banwi warriors of the Jaegul clan. You did a good job. Changshin folded his hands and bowed before the general staff commander and said, Long time no see, Mr. Commander. How are you doing? I heard a boogeyman, and you are the same as before. Continuing to laugh, Kisam added, I will never forget how much you and your clan have done for the Tang family. To which Changxing replied, We have only helped as much as we could. Then Kisam tapped Changxing's shoulder and exclaimed joyfully, What would we have done without your phantom dome of the 7 palaces? Thanks to you, I sent the participants to the competition with a calm soul. Hearing the words of gratitude from the chief of staff, Yeoman thought unhappily, but he was ruined. And then Changshin nervously said, Of course. The next moment, the commander-in-chief said, Now let's go to the elder's house to summarize the results, and yes, Banwu soldiers are free to rest. Continuing to happily give out orders, Kisam added, You must be very tired after all these years, to which he heard in response Wonjin's apology. But thanking him for the invitation, the interim leader of the group, Bonvi, added that we would not go to the elder's house, which attracted the attention of Changshin and Kisam. Having received a refusal to his order, Kisam asked who you were and was told that my name was Tan Wongjin, and I was the interim leader of Banwi. When the man found out who was standing in front of him, he said, Well, Tan Wongjin, that didn't sound right to me. You refused to go to the elder's house. In response to the chief of staff's question, Wang Jin replied that the competition conditions mentioned the Hall of Secret Weapons and Poisons, and that it would be better to go there rather than to the elder's house. Hearing the question he had just been asked, Kisam said, barely containing his rage, You just said that. The next moment, unable to stand it, the man angrily shouted, What kind of a squad leader would tell me what is best for me, the commander of the general staff? Continuing to shout at Wang Jin, he added, Disband immediately or you will be punished for insubordination. Hearing the shout from the commander of the staff, Wang Jin mentally said that disobedience to the elder's will was to be expected, but this was too much. Later, Yeonman came out to Kisam and said disgruntledly, Disobedience means yes, but who could have more strength than the young leader? Hearing the remark from the boy who had just spoken before him, Kismam exclaimed, Who the hell are you? And Yeonman smiled slyly. The winner of the competition, Tan Yongman, added with a sly smile on his face. At the same time, one of the elders in the House of Elders heard the news and shouted out what it meant. Turning his gaze to Kisam, who bowed his head in front of them, Seokchon asked, I misunderstood you, Commander. Who is the winner of the competition? Feeling afraid of the elders shouting, Kisam said in confusion, As I said, the winner of the competition is Tan Yongman. Hearing the same name of the boy who had won the tournament for the place of the young leader, Seokchon slammed his fist on the table and shouted out the impossible. Feeling the anger building up inside him, he mentally said, How did that bastard defeat Yeonyeon? Hwarnho's poison wouldn't even leave him ashes. She couldn't use it. Immediately after, the great elder Shwantantak Seokjun joined the conversation and asked my disciple Kinlan if he had lost to Yeonyeon. The next moment, remembering that boy, he mentally added, I recognized his qualities and hard work, although I did not believe that the title of young clan leader would belong to him. Continuing his thoughts, the man added, I saw this Jeonman before the tournament, and immediately thought that he could not beat Kinlan. Seokjun, not putting Yeonman out of his mind, added that he could not have closed the gap in skills in 3 years, and then slammed his fist on the table and said, There can't be any deception here. Later, the second elder, Tang Mengshin, joined the conversation and said, We decided to forget what happened during the battle, but at least here we must get to the bottom of the truth. Hearing his colleague's remarks, the fourth elder, Tang Jiren, added, I agree, this bastard could not have defeated all the strongest candidates. Continuing the banter, the elder added that if we have questions, there must be answers to them, after which Tan Seokjun asked where Yongman was now. Bowing his head down after hearing the question, Kisum said he was invited to the elder's house, but he was not. Thinking back to that moment of the conflict, Kisum said that Yeonmyeon had told him that only the leader of the Khan can order the young heir. Even if the leader's seat is empty, the Council of Elders cannot give orders on his behalf. Having laid out all the arguments to which Kisam clung, Yeonman asked what kind of disobedience you were talking about now. Then the commander of the general staff exclaimed, "You have not yet been recognized as a young clan leader," and then thought, this bastard was the winner of the competition. Watching the young man standing in front of him, Kasam mentally added that if this kid who had a grudge against the elders became the leader, I would be finished, and then exclaimed, "You can't go against the will of the elders." Unable to stand this attitude, Yongman said enough with a menacing voice and then released a poisonous aura. Closing his hands against the poison that was heading in his direction, Kasam mentally said that it was impossible, that he should not have gotten this boy angry. At the last moment, feeling his pulse slowing down, the man looked at the image of Yeonman, who was in the poisonous fog, and thought, I'm going to die. Then, passing by the man who had already reached his peak of fear, Yeonman weakened the effect of the aura and said, "Whatever you think, these inept elders, we will go to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons as specified in the tournament rules." The next moment, looking back at the man who had threatened him, Yeonman added, "Go and tell the elders that their power is over." Looking down, Kisam felt fearful as he heard the elders ordering him to come himself. Did he really say that? Then Kasam remembered how Yeonman had told him during the meeting to go and tell the elders that their power was over. Recalling that fragment from the meeting with the young leader of the Tang clan, the commander of the general staff nervously said exactly that and then thought, I can't convey his words. Unable to contain his anger, the great elder punched the table with his fist, breaking it, and angrily exclaimed, "How dare this miserable kid, even a poisonous phoenix, was more polite in our presence." Seeing his comrade's anger, another elder said, "However, this may play into our hands. He is not yet recognized as a young clan leader, so we will question his attitude and remove him." Attracting the attention of the other elders, Tang Sokjun confidently added, "Let's go to the Hidden Weapons and Poisons room if he wants to do so badly." Gritting his teeth in overwhelming anger at having to bend over backwards for the boy, Sokjun added, "Let's look at this kid." Before entering the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, the Great Elder told all the Elders' military units to prepare to march to accompany the Elders as instructed. The next moment, the Blue Dragon commander shouted out, hearing his warrior just summoned, and immediately appeared at the leader's side and asked the summoned elder. In response to his subject's question, the Great Elder said, "You and the Blue Dragon squad follow us," and he replied, "As you command." Tang Sokjun, who had dared to challenge the authority of the Council of Elders, said, "We will bring him back from heaven to earth." Again filled with rage and hatred for Yongman, the Great Elder added in a menacing tone of voice that we are the authority in the Tang clan. At the same time, when the great leader of the Dark King's clan, Tang Chokwi, heard the results, he exclaimed, "You mean you won the competition for the young leader's position?" Hearing the question from his mother's brother, Yeonmyeon happily said, "Yes, you are right." Receiving another confirmation of his words, Chokwi mentally said, "Even when he was little, I felt something unusual about him, but now it's a shame to compare it to the past." The great leader of the Dark King's clan sighed happily after experiencing what he felt from his nephew, and added in his mind how much his sister would be happy. At the same moment, another man who appeared next to Chokwi bit his lower lip in concern. Looking at Yeonman, the great leader of the Poison King clan, Tan Jihe, father of Tan Munchin, asked in confusion, "Did you win the competition?" Immediately after his question, the man recalled the moment before the tournament began, when he exclaimed, "Do you really think you can win? You'll be lucky if you don't die there." Continuing to recall the same day, Tan Jihek also recalled another threat he had made, which sounded like this. "This is the price for my son Munchin's crippled arm. When the competition is over, you and your mother will pay for it." He also recalled the day before the tournament, when Jihak told him that it would not be 4 years before he would be dead. Recalling all those instances of threats from their dialogue, Yeonman said to the man, "I remember your words." Immediately after this remark, looking at Jihek with a menacing look, Jonman added, "Just like you said, 4 years have not passed, but you will not make anyone pay." Continuing to look at the frightened man, the boy added, "Watch everything you say and do in the Tang clan or else." Looking at the man who had swallowed his tongue in fear, Yongman added, "Your precious son may lose his other arm as well." Watching from the sidelines the methods of taming the annoying people, Chokwi awkwardly said in his head cruelly, At the same time, Wanjin arrived at the Castle of Hidden Weapons and Poisons and looked up at the building and mentally said, "You're Tang Yongman." He remembered the moment when Kizum had suddenly said, "You are the son of the poisonous phoenix," looking at the tournament winner. Hearing who the new young leader of the clan was, Tang Wangjin was surprised to hear that he was a poisonous phoenix. Turning his gaze back to his subject, Yongman said, "You certainly have a lot of questions." The next moment, turning his head to the man, Yongman added, "But we will discuss this later." Looking down at the ground, Wanjin stood in front of the building and wondered if he was really her son, if that was true. Recalling the very day of the fierce battle against the Demon Lord of the Heavenly Radiance, he mentally added that it all happened because the Demon Lord had attacked Our Lady of the Poisonous Phoenix. Continuing to recall the events of that day, the man added in his mind that the Tang family warriors fought bravely and without sparing themselves, but the forces of the parties were equal. At one point, the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance appeared from the flames and ruins, holding a head in his hand and said, "You will never finish." When Wanjin saw whose head was in the hands of the enemy, he was confused and said that it was the clan leader. Stopping on a rock ledge and looking at the battlefield from above, the Lord of Heavenly Radiance Demons said, "The Tang clan is resisting harder than we thought." At one point, the leader of the invaders shouted to his subjects to stop, and they immediately stopped. At the same moment, remembering the strength of the enemies they faced, Wanjin mentally said they were not weakened by our poisonous attacks. They were pushing forward with the fight to the death. Continuing to scroll through the plot of those events in his head, the man added in his head, "Having taken up defensive positions, we turned to the elders for reinforcements, and were told that if we risked our people, the Tang clan would not escape degeneration." Recalling the events of those times, Wanjin mentally added, "And as a result, they were refused. If they had sent their men then, they would have avoided so many losses." The next moment, recalling the results of the battle, Wanjin added, "And yet when it was over, they shamelessly blamed the poisonous phoenix, shouting, 'You destroyed your family, you should have submitted to the demon lord and avoided the disaster.'" Looking again at the building of hidden weapons and poisons, Wanjin mentally added she could not deny, and despite the injustice, accepted the renunciation to protect her child. The next moment after his thoughts, Wanjin turned his gaze to his subjects and said, "I think you have also realized what kind of person our new lord is." Continuing to stand in front of the building where Yeonman was now located, the man added that those of us who failed to fulfill our duty then were given another chance. He added that this time I would do it too, and then suddenly interrupted when he heard someone shouting, "Enough!" Hearing someone shouting outside the building, Chokvi was surprised to hear who it was. Hearing the question that had just come from his friend's mouth, Yeonman headed for the exit and said, "Let's go find out." Looking down to hide his aggression, the Great Elder asked, "Banwi warriors, have you really decided?" The next moment, looking up at the leader of the group, the elder added in a menacing tone that you will get away with disobeying the elders of Tan Yongmen where he is. Hearing the great elder's question, Wanjin stood in front of him and thought, the elders appeared as the young gentleman had expected. Immediately after surveying the crowd behind each of them, the man added in his mind that he did not think they would mobilize all their forces, but felt that their position was under threat. Not hearing an answer to his question, the great elder angrily shouted out in unintelligible language to bring Tang Yongmen to me. Hearing the great elder's shouts of anger who was making a fuss in the street, Yongman left the building and said, "Don't make a fuss, I'm here." At the same moment, noticing who had arrived at the building with hidden weapons and poisons, the third elder and the rest of the elders said, "You're here too, you haven't been to the elder's house." Looking up at the tournament winner, the great elder said, "You dare to call yourself the leader who should lead our clan without first getting the approval of the elders." Hearing his grandfather's remarks, Yongman walked down the stairs and said, "I have already proved my right by winning the tournament, and now I confirm the justice according to the conditions in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons. What else do you need?" The elders, having received the remark from the new young leader, shouted indignantly that they had not been wrong in saying that you had a bad character and treated the elders badly. Noticing that Yongman had turned to hide his gaze after hearing Wonshin's remarks, the young sir spoke. At the same time, continuing to express aggression, the great elder exclaimed, "If you want to live, you will have to tell me in detail what happened at the single test." Hearing the elders' demand, Yongmen said, and everyone said that what was happening at the tournament was secret, as it was easy to break the laws of the clan. Hearing the remark from the young man who added that he thought I had taken an unfair advantage, the great elder angrily exclaimed, "The leader of the Jegal house told me everything." Continuing his shouting, which attracted the attention of others, the elder added about the intervention of Mok Inhu of the Dark Moon Sword Sect and his 300 alliance warriors. What kind of fair competition could there be when outsiders interfere? Hearing the accusations against him, Yongmen said, "Tang Kenlin and Tang Yongyong killed the other participants, and I killed the two of them, ending the competition, which shocked my grandfather." Continuing to tell how things really happened, Yongmen added that outsiders intervened afterwards, and that everything was fair, as he heard what you just said, kid. Furious at what Yongmen had just told him, the great elder asked who had killed whom. After hearing the question from one of the elders, Yongmen said, "Go to Mount Gongdong and see for yourself if you don't believe me." Continuing his suggestion, the boy added that their bodies should still be there, if the Gongdong sect has not yet removed them. After which the great elder shouted, "Disappear." Concentrating his power within himself, the old man moved in an instant and closed the distance to strike at Yongmen. In a moment of complete shock, when no one expected such a development, the great elder attacked the young leader of the Tang clan. Stopping the attack of his grandfather who had harmed others with his rash actions, Yongmen said, "You old fool, it's all your fault." Holding in his hand the fist of the grandfather who attacked him, Yongmen added, "Is it really so hard to believe that your granddaughter is dead?" Starting to squeeze the great elder's hand even tighter, the boy smiled slyly and said, "Well, if so, then I will prove it to you." The great elder thought in confusion, "It's impossible to ward off my demon-killing poison with one hand." Continuing to look at the boy who was holding his hand, the great elder thought, "Just touching this toxin will take away your sight and hearing, and he can block it so easily." Keeping his gaze on Yongmen, the great elder thought to himself, "Is his inner strength superior to my decades of training?" He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "That's impossible," and then exclaimed, "How dare you?" Using his other hand and preparing to strike, the old man exclaimed, "You dare to mock the elder!" Before he could complete his strike, Yongman pulled out a vessel from his inner pocket that had previously held one of the 10 Tang family poisons. Stopping his attack and reaching for the vessel, the great elder said in confusion, "That's where you got it from." Wanjin and the others froze in shock at what they saw, and overheard a dialogue in which Yeonmyeon asked, "You must be confused." The next moment, dropping the vessel, Yeonmyeon added, "Where did I get the poison vial you gave your granddaughter?" As soon as the vessel fell to the ground and broke, a flame burst out, causing the great elder to cover himself with his hands. After demonstrating the effect of this poison, the boy added that it would not matter if it were an ordinary poison, but it is one of the 10 poisons of the Tang family. Hearing what Yongman had just said, someone in the crowd said in surprise that it was one of the 10 poisons of the Tang family. Hearing what the boy had just said, Wanjin asked the young master what was in the vessel, and Yeonman answered correctly, "Fire dragon poison." Frozen in place by the shock of what they heard, the leader of the Banhui squad and the others heard someone shout out Hwarangho. The next moment, he turned his gaze to his grandfather, who said in confusion, "It can't be." Yeonman added, "I felt an incredible fire energy when the vessel caught fire, if it wasn't the third elder himself who was administering the 10 poisons." Continuing to look at the culprit, Yongman said, "Tell me, warrior Banwu, is it permissible to use the precious 10 poisons of the Tang family for personal use?" When asked by his young master, the man replied, "Absolutely not. As far as I know, these poisons are so dangerous that even an experienced warrior cannot handle them." Continuing his story, the leader of the Banvai squad added that since the method of production is lost, and there are not many poisons left, their value is even higher in the Tang clan. These 10 poisons are valued more than any gold and silver. Recalling everything he knew about the use of poisons, Wanjin added that using them for personal purposes is punishable by death, after which one of the elders exclaimed, "How dare you!" Continuing to express their displeasure, the elders shouted out to threaten the elder with death and to get rid of them immediately, to which Yeonman said with a sly smile that he would do just that. The next moment, returning his gaze to his grandfather who had committed a terrible crime, Yeonman said, "Although you hold the title of elder, you cannot escape the laws of the clan." Immediately afterwards, using the Hwaranho technique, Yeonman said as he burned his grandfather, "But at least you will die with honor. Your granddaughter is waiting for you in the next life." After accusing the great elder, Yongman burned him with Hwaranho poison in front of everyone else. When everyone froze in place in shock, Yongman added, looking at the other elders, "You elders are the rotten roots of our clan." Holding his outstretched hand in front of him, which he used to hold the great elder, Yongman added, "It is not for you to decide who should be the leader. I decide where I belong." Wanjin, also frozen with shock at what he saw, mentally said, "No one could have made this coup so fearlessly in front of the elders." Keeping his gaze on his new young master, the man added in his mind that the fate of the Tang clan could change here and now. Clenching his teeth after what he had seen, the third elder said, "How dare you!" The next moment, he threw a fierce glance at the squad of soldiers standing behind him and shouted, "Where were you looking? The criminal attempted to kill the elder and you couldn't kill him on the spot." Interrupting the third elder's anger, Grand Elder Tang Seokjun said, "Did you know that your student tried to destroy our clan?" The third elder nervously exclaimed, "I really didn't know what you were talking about and what you said in response." Continuing to tell the information he knew, Yongman added that he was a spy for the secret Moon Sword sect, after which the old man exclaimed, "What nonsense." Continuing to show his lack of understanding, the third elder exclaimed, "You're a fool trying to accuse him," to which Yongman replied that everyone knows that the Dark Moon Sword sect had invaded the competition ground. After hearing the boy's groaning remark, Tang Seokjun exclaimed, "So you want to say that Kinlan was in cahoots with them? Then provide proof." In response to his grandfather's exclamations, Yeonman said, "I was just about to." And then Jong-il appeared behind him, noticing his grandfather, and shouted, "You're the manager." Not understanding what this person was about, the third elder asked what you were doing here before he could finish. But Chonil interrupted him and said, "I am the only witness, and I can confirm that he is a spy." Tearing off his outer garment to show off his frames from the battle with Kinlan, Chonil added, "These scars I received in a single trial in the battle with Kinlan until Yeonmen came to the rescue." Continuing to demonstrate the obvious evidence, the boy added, "You see, these wounds could not be caused by poisons or hidden techniques, because he fought with a blade and I did not immediately realize it." Standing in front of the young people, the third elder heard me say I think he used the twin blade technique, to which he replied that it was just a guess. Then Tanjiran entered the conversation and said, "Grand Elder, this is not a guess. I have had the opportunity to watch Mak Inhu use the sword from afar." Shocked to hear another elder confirm Chonil's words, the third heard that the bodies of most of those he attacked were horribly disfigured, but the wounds on the survivors were very similar to those of this young man. After the testimony of one of the elders, Chonil spoke everything correctly, and before he finished me off, he confessed to being a spy and called himself Mak Ingik. As the great elder froze in place in shock, he heard someone behind him saying, "Mak Ingik," and if that was the name of the abandoned bastard child born to a maid, then it was true. Turning his head to the boy who had just spoken to the elders with the evidence, Yonman said, I wanted to bring you as a witness, but I didn't think you would speak. Hearing Yonman's statement, Chanil sighed and said, You saved my life. I just wanted to pay back the debt, and then I heard you thank me. You made it very easy for me. Taking a step back after hearing the remark from one of the witnesses, the third elder mentally said, Young Kinlan really was a spy, but it doesn't matter now. Continuing his thoughts, the old man added, If this continues, I am finished, and then waved his hands and shouted for the guards to detain him. The next moment, turning to the soldiers who obeyed him, Tang Sokjun shouted to the Blue Raccoon troop, You are not going to take revenge for the third elder. The rest of the troops? Why are you standing around? He walked toward his grandfather, who was too far away, and said, I told you before, there's no need to make a fuss now that the evidence is known. You're only embarrassing yourself. Hearing the remark, the elder exclaimed in embarrassment, I knew nothing. I am not like the third elder, to which Janman replied, In your position, I knew nothing. You will not get away with it. Keeping his gaze on the great elder in front of him, Yangman added, If Tang Qingling had become a young leader, our Tang clan would have fallen into the hands of the Dark Moon sword sect, and you want to say that you just didn't know. Preparing to punish the culprit, Yangman said, No way, after which the great elder shouted out to the young leader, Wait! But this did not stop Yonman's actions, although perhaps instead of being eliminated, Tan Sokjun lost only his right hand. Having punished the offender who questioned the security of the clan, Yongman said, You cannot avoid suspicion of harboring a spy, and for this you must destroy Dantian and ban martial arts. The next moment, having calmed down a bit, Yongman added, however, Since there are no accusations of internal communication, we will limit ourselves to this, to which Tan Sokjun replied, Thank you for your mercy. Immediately after his words, Tan Sokjun turned his gaze back to the severed arm, and mentally added that he was so fast that I did not even notice that he could handle the blade. But he did not notice that I had taken out the poison while pretending to clamp the wound. Another one of the 10 venoms is muckin venom, an odorless and tasteless venom, as its name suggests. The victim does not know they have been poisoned until symptoms begin to appear. As he continued to clutch his wound, the great elder added in his mind, Even though mine is not as strong as the true absolute mucin. As he began to disperse the vapors of the poisonous substance, Tang Sokjun added in his mind, This is my own compound, which took half a lifetime to make. No matter how strong it is, it cannot cope with the poison of mucin. Smiling ominously and looking into the eyes of the boy standing in front of him, Tan Seokjun added in his head, I will finish you off and you won't even realize what happened. Noticing the strange behavior of the great elders, Yongmen asked, Are you up to something? Hearing this, Tan Sokjun looked up and thought, Is it possible? Immediately afterward, the great elder felt his left hand lose its place on his wrist. Seeing the boy's actions, one of the elders exclaimed in confusion, What are you doing? Didn't you promise to pardon him? Keeping his gaze on the boy who had just done something unacceptable, the man added, Are you worthy to call yourself a young leader after that? At one point, noticing something unusual, Tang Mengshin exclaimed, No, wait. And then the other man added, What is that? Looking at the place where Tan Sokjun's limb had fallen, the elder was surprised to see that the great elder's severed hand had fallen out of it, and that it was poison. After preventing the unlawful actions, Yongman approached Tan Sokjun and asked the elder, Did you really try to poison me by a sneaky method? Looking into the great elder's horror-filled eyes, Yongman added a pathetic attempt at which he exclaimed, Young leader, please. Waving his hand and preparing to judge the offender, Grand Elder Tang Seokjun added, You are attempting to assault the young leader and, as a result, destroy the clan. The next moment, he waved his hand and beheaded the great elder, adding that it was considered treason and punishable by death. After demonstrating the operation of the laws in the clan, Tong Yongman said to the other high-ranking officials that no one is above the laws of the clan, and anyone who ignores the laws because of their status will be punished by me personally. Also in shock at what they had just seen, Tan Chokwi and Tan Jihak heard our clan is in decline. Everyone expects us to become extinct, but we must change that to all of you here. I can promise you one thing. Turning his gaze to the members of the squads, Yongmen confidently added, The Tang family will be able to live in Sichuan in peace, and neither the Alliance of Death nor the demonic cult will be able to threaten us. Immediately after his words, he looked at the crowd around him and added, That's why I'm asking you, not the elders, if you recognize me as the young leader of the Tang clan. After a while in the Tangji Hei's house, the woman saw her grandmother and said, This can't be, please calm down. Take your time. Is it really my Yongmen? Without taking her eyes off her grandmother, who was shedding tears of joy, Tang Jihei added that he had won the tournament for the place of young leader, to which she replied, Who would have thought the truth? The next moment, recalling the moment of the elder's execution, her grandmother added, I will never forget how he condemned the elders for their unbelief. Continuing to talk about the situation in the square, she added that everyone who was there recognized him as the leader. Hearing the story of her son, Tang Jihei heard how strong he had grown, and how much he resembled you in his youth, madam. Bowing her head down, the woman mentally said to our Yongman Yonglan, If you were alive and heard this news, how happy would you be? And then she said, Tell us again how it was. To which the grandmother replied, Of course, I will tell you as much as you want. At the same time, as Yeonman bowed his head down at the meeting, he thought, I wanted to run to my mother and tell her that I was alive, but there was still much to do. And then he heard the young man. Looking up at the man who had called him, Yeonmyeon heard, by your order, all future meetings will be held in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, and all important decisions will be made only with your approval. After listening to Chokwi's report, Jeonmin thought that now the real power would be concentrated in this hall, not in the House of Elders. They clearly did not like it, but no one objected. Later, one of the elders took the floor and said, Young leader, I see you have a strong character, but you are still young. Shouldn't you appoint an assistant until you are older? Hearing the suggestion, Yongman thought, the fifth elder expressed his concern and then replied, Your words make sense, elder, and added that they did not want to lose their place. So they relied on youth and inexperience. Immediately after his reflections, the young leader said later, I will appoint an assistant if there are no more questions. Then we will complete the procedure of transferring power. Continuing to think, Yeonmyeon said, However, I will not do everything as you wish, and the investigation showed that the third elder had indeed abused Hworenho's poison. This raised doubts about the competence of the House of Elders' poisons, also came under the control of the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons. When checking the level of poison, one of the warriors exclaimed, The height is really less than before the competition. Continuing to reflect on other things that happened after that day, Yongman mentally said to the elders that lost some of their authority, they kept their direct submission units because they were not of much interest to me. Opening the sheet of paper, Yeonman said, You will still be able to lead your troops, but you will have to pay for all the expenses for their maintenance yourself. Seeing the shock on the faces of the elders after the announcement, Yeonman added that no more money would be allocated from the treasury for them. Also recalling the fate of the soldiers who lost their commanders, Yeonman thought that no one wanted to take responsibility for the Grand Elders Guard, and the Blue Dragon Squad of the Third, which lost their masters, were united under the common name Hovon and assigned to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poison. Their duties now include general escort, and they receive the same salary as ordinary soldiers. Some were dissatisfied with this state of affairs. Gathering the soldiers in front of him, Yeonman said, Forget about special privileges, be grateful for what you have, and do your job better if you do not want to lose this. Continuing his speech, Yeonman added that you will be severely punished if you ignore your duties or have a fight, and then thought it was not difficult to silence them. A few days later, when the members of the Jaegel family arrived at the new leader and bowed their heads before him, they summoned the young leader who replied, Yes. Bowing his head before the new leader of the clan, Tang Changxing thought, Who would have thought that he would have destroyed the elders by emphasizing the strength and duty of not telling the elders the outcome of the competition? As he continued to think, Changxing mentally added, No one knows what happened in the tournament, but it is very frightening. Looking up and noticing Yongman's gaze on him, Changxing added, I wonder if he'll get angry if you say anything to him. Looking at his subjects, Yongman said recently, There have been many things to do. That's why I have been neglecting you. That's why I want to ask you a favor. Hearing the leader's words, Changxing thought in confusion, Is this the same number 28? And then heard why you were so surprised? You're talking about clothes. I was convinced that it was necessary. Changxing his head and saying, It suits you very well. Changxing thought, He may not be the leader of the clan yet, but he speaks like one. The next moment, smiling nervously, the man asked what your request was, and he replied, As far as I understand, the protection of the Jagal clan's domes is quite good. Continuing to express his opinion, the guy added, I mean, it is capable of keeping out intruders, well, not counting me, of course. Stretching out his hand in front of him, Yeonman said, I would like to install this defense here to prevent the alliance from approaching. Hearing the boy's request, Changxin exclaimed in embarrassment, I'm sorry, but this method of defense cannot be installed without the consent of the Jagal leader. At that moment, Yongman took out a needle, continuing to listen to Changxing exclaiming that it requires an artifact that is passed down through heredity to create it, and requires several masters to maintain it, which Jagal cannot afford. He let the needle drop from his hand. As soon as the man finished speaking, all of his comrades who were standing behind him fell to the ground without signs of life. Continuing to speak, Changxing said something about his creation, and then heard a noise behind him and looked around in confusion. Seeing that all of his comrades were instantly killed, Changxing Jagal exclaimed in confusion that this young leader was in trouble. Stopping his needle right in front of the man's eye, Yongman said, I am aware of your agreement with Tang Yongyong. Keeping his weapon under control, the man added in a stern tone, You could have avoided the invasion of the Dark Moon Sword Network, but you did not. Seeing the fear that covered Changxin's face, Yongman asked, Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Calling the needle back to him, Yongman added in vain, Install some kind of protection for the Jiggle family in the main courtyard garden of the Dong clan, and I will forget about everything. Hearing the conditions set for him, Changxing exclaimed in confusion, But what did you really think this was a proposal? You must have heard of family mottos. Immediately after this remark, the young leader added the Tang clan motto of repaying an insult tenfold, which is why the elders died by my hand. As Changxing floated away, Yongmen said, I'm counting to 3. If you don't agree, I will personally go to the Jaegel clan. Continuing to press the man, Yongmen added, And all the responsibility will fall on your shoulders, Jiggle Chongqing. Just imagine what will happen next. Immediately after his words, Yongman said one or two, and then Chongqing exclaimed in a frightened voice, I agree. Folding his hands in front of him and bowing his head, he added, I will do anything, just please. Shedding tears and begging for mercy, Jagal added, Please don't hurt my family. Hearing the man's request, Yongman smiled and said, Well, I'm sure you will quickly handle this. After a while, after gathering his comrades in the Hall of Hidden Poison Weapons, Yonman said, I wanted to invite you earlier, but there were too many things to do, so I called you now. Turning her gaze to the new leader of the clan, Meyer said in an embarrassed tone, Anything you want. Turning his head to the girl who was being too reserved, he heard young Leaderson and then Yonman said in surprise, What? Suddenly laughing at what he heard, the boy added, Why the formalities? We're the only ones who can act as usual. And then Yuri asked what was allowed. Having received permission, Ijong said, Well, if that's the case. And then he threw his legs up on the table and the girls laid down comfortably, while Yunmin said, You could have been more polite, but you switched quickly. Relaxing in the presence of the new clan leader, Yuri asked, So why did you bring us here? And the others added, So why? After receiving the question from the girl, Yonman said, I have appointed your father as commander-in-chief, and the other comrades exclaimed in confusion. Keeping his gaze on the girl whose father he had promoted, Yonman added, You said that your father is quite capable, so you need to catch your luck by the tail, right? Hearing Jonman's remark, Yuri asked if this was the power of a young leader. I don't remember saying that, but it was definitely a good decision. I bet many people were against it. To which Jonman replied, Well, it wasn't hard to silence those who were against it, but I hope you were honest. The next moment, he waved his hand around his neck and added that if he tried to take advantage of our friendship and neglected his work or exceeded his authority, he would never do that. My father is not like that. Hearing the girl's exclamation, Jonman said, Well, if that's the case, then you can help your father settle in a new place. And Yuri said, Thank you, Jonman, with tears in her eyes. The next moment, I remembered Yuri's father exclaiming, Thank you for your trust in me, and I will ensure the safety and prosperity of our clan in this position. And I understood him. Continuing to look at the girl who was shedding tears of joy, Yonman added mentally, If your father is really like that, there is no point in worrying. Then he turned his gaze to his other comrades and said, Mire Yong, how are you doing now that I've heard that? He knows why you've called us here. In response to the girl's remark, Yonman said, There are many talented people who have no connection to the elders, and their abilities are wasted, so I want to take them under my wing. The next moment, the guy shrugged and added, Why promote those who are already being poked by the elders? After which Meyer said, I don't have anyone in mind personally. Then, turning his gaze to Yizhong, Yongmen said, You're connected to the medicine clan. What's the situation there? He replied, I don't really know if I should talk about it. Surprised by the leader's statement, Yizhong added, It's because it concerns you too, Yunman. To which he replied in surprise that it concerns me as well. Hearing the clan leader's surprised tone, Yizhong added, The people who poisoned your father are the ones who did it. Raising his head but still looking at the table, Yizhong added, It was the clan of the King of Medicine. Hearing the topic her friend had just brought up, Meyer exclaimed in surprise that I hadn't heard the clan of the King of Medicine. Instantly jumping up from her seat and pounding on the table, Yuri exclaimed, How dare you encroach on the family of the young leader? I'll show you now. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Yongman, who stretched out his hand and calmed Yuri's temper with the same gesture. When the room fell silent, Yongman turned his gaze to his friend and said, Continue. Having received instructions from his friend, Yongman began to tell the story. The Medicine King's clan mansion is such a closed place that even the hands of the elders could not reach it. All the research on medicines and poisons is conducted here, and the good condition is maintained through medical care and sales of medical supplies. The Tang family owes it to the Medicine King's clan that they were able to survive the attack of the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord, because the Medicine King's clan makes money from maintaining the Tang clan. Looking down, Naijong added, My grandfather was our leader, and then Mireille asked, But he was suspended for some reason. And then Naijong asked, Yes, but how do you know that? Then Yizhong added, When grandfather was the leader of the family, one person came to visit him every day. It was your father, Yongman. Yongman's father, Tan Wuren. Real name Ha Wuren. After the attack of the Demon Lord, many people were unhappy with the poisonous phoenix, but he always protected her from evil tongues. However, Yongman's father was an ordinary student who had no inner energy, and the consequences of conflicts that turned into fights were evident. After listening to his friend's story, Jonman thought that if an ordinary person was attacked using inner strength, he would not be able to redistribute his energy and would suffer deep internal wounds. And yet my father resisted no matter what. Tilting his head down after recounting the rest of the story, Yeong added, But then things only got worse. There was a person who was the assistant leader of the Medicine King's clan, the assistant leader Tan Il, his name was Tan Il, and there was a serious conflict with him. Yongman's father caught him in a vague gossip about the poisonous phoenix of Yongman's mate, and it was obvious that the assistant was guilty. However, without hesitation, Yangman's father tried to use his martial arts skills to win the argument. However, their conflict was stopped when the leader of the Medicine King's clan intervened, and because of this, Tan Il was excluded from the list of candidates for the next leader. Having heard his friend's story so far, Yangman asked him why he had a grudge against my father and decided to poison him. Hearing his comrade's guess, Yizhong clenched his teeth and said, "That's exactly how he killed my father and began to overthrow the clan, and even my grandfather was poisoned and imprisoned." After listening to Yizhong's story, Mir grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him if anyone had even heard of such terrible events, even though it was a closed place, but it was wrong. After her friend's remarks, Yizhong continued his story, saying that after his grandfather was poisoned, he was not himself. The next moment, bowing his head down, he added guiltily, "That's why even if I told someone, they wouldn't believe me." Immediately after these words, he added that this was the reason I joined the competition, and in 3 years of competitions, no one could have killed me for knowing all the details. Clenching his teeth and starting to shed tears, Yizhong added sadly, "I want to see my grandfather so badly, but I'm too afraid to go back." Looking at his friend, who was overcome with grief, the young leader said, "I'm sorry, Yangman, but I can't recommend anyone from the Medicine King's clan to you." After receiving the answer, Yangman asked why this Tong Il left your grandfather alive. It would have been much easier to kill him to keep him silent. After calming down a bit and raising his head, Yizhong said, "If I understand correctly, there is an inner sanctuary somewhere in the clan that even the elders do not know about." Continuing to recall the reason for keeping his grandfather alive, he added that the pearl of a mythical creature that lives in the lava is kept there. Recalling the appearance of the jewel that was needed, Tong Yil Yizhong added the pearl of a 1,000-year-old fire carp. Hearing what Comrade Yuri had just mentioned, she exclaimed that the 1,000-year fire carp was real, and Meyer added that it was real. After hearing his comrade's story, Yanman asked if the pearl was just an artifact that increased inner strength, but it wasn't that simple. After his remark, Yizhong added that, according to legend, 100 years ago, a young leader of the Fire Sun Palace received a feather bed of a 1,000-year-old fire carp, which held tremendous power and rose to Huagyong, even though the Fire Sun Palace is now wiped out by the demons of the Heavenly Radiance. Having attracted the attention of Mir Ixchong, he added that it may be an exaggeration, but it is true that she reached Huagan and received the pearl, a story that has been told to us for many generations. Continuing to talk about this artifact, the guy added worriedly that the pearl of such a creature undoubtedly contains a strong poison, and taking it without releasing the poison would be certain death, and an inept attempt to get rid of the poison could reduce the effectiveness. After listening to the story from his friend, Yeonmin noted that only your leader, your grandfather, can neutralize the pearl's poison without losing its effectiveness. Wiping away the tears that spilled from his eyes, Ijong said that now, Tang Il's goal is to get the pearl and ascend to Huagan. Continuing to talk about the plans of the current clan leader, he added that after that he wants to leave with his minions from the Tang clan and start his own sect. After Yizhong's words, Yeonmyeon heard Mireille exclaim that this was a real rebellion, and Yeonmyeon thought it was an idiotic plan even if he got the pearl. Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added, Huagan cannot be achieved without enlightenment, and then turned to his friend saying, Haijong. Tilting his head down, recalling the past, Yeonman said in his mind, in all the 3 years we spent together, I could never have thought of anything like this. He never showed anything, always smiled with us as if everything was fine. Looking at his sad friend looking down, Yongman added, Thank you. It must have been difficult for you to tell me this. I am sincerely grateful for your sincerity. The next moment, turning his head to his friend, Yeonman added, I have only one question. If we get rid of the invaders of the Medicine King clan and restore your grandfather's strength, noticing that his comrade instantly revived, Yongman said, then will your clan be able to function as before? Continuing to look directly into his friend's eyes, Yongman added, if it's just about poisoning your grandfather, then I can do something about it, which is why I need your answer. Clenching his fists and looking at Yeonman, Ijong said confidently, I can. I don't think I'm going to be able to match Tang Il's strength right now, but if we can find some capable doctors, I can train them. Hearing the confident remark from his friend, Yongman smiled and said, so be it. The next moment, he looked at the girl and added, Mira, it's okay if I listen to you after we deal with the clan of the King of Medicine. To which he heard, of course. After receiving the girl's approval, Yeonmyeon stood up from his seat and said, then let's leave right away. And then Ijong said, I'm sure you haven't even had time to visit your mother since you got back. After his comrade's question, Yeonman opened the door to the outside and said, she understands, as a young leader, I cannot ignore the uprising that is being prepared. Listening to my friend who added, I will not stand by and see what suffering my friend Ijong has endured. Stopping in front of the entrance and looking back at his friends, Yeonman said, I will destroy all those who have encroached on your clan, the King of Medicine. At the same time, somewhere in the Medicine King's clan, behind the door of the sect leader, certain actions were taking place. Taking out the 1,000-year fire cart pearl, Tang Yil mentally said, Tang Weiren's son has become a young leader of bad deeds. Continuing to look at the fire pearl he planned to use, the man added in his mind that everything happened before he was born. He cannot know what I did to his father. The next moment, remembering Ijong, the man added in his head, I am much more concerned about this little boy, Tang Ijong, and the fact that he has not returned yet. Did he really leave his grandfather like that? Immediately after smiling sinisterly, the man added in his head, well, it seems that his own skin is more precious to him. Without removing his sinister smile from his face, the man added in his head, however, getting rid of him will not be a problem. The feather bed is what is important to fully absorb its energy and reach Hwagan. The next moment, remembering the former clan leader of the Medicine King, he added in his mind, even if the damned old man regains consciousness, he won't say a word, which is very confusing for my plans. Recalling the problem he still had, the man said in his mind to neutralize the poison himself, no mistake, and the pearl would be lost. Coming to the next problem that the yogi would face, the man said in his head, there must be another solution, and then heard someone shout out, Sir! Looking back at his subject who had just run into his room, Tang Il exclaimed, Quiet, what's that noise outside? And the young leader responded. At the same time, somewhere outside, Yongman and Ijong were heading to the main clan building, and members of the Banhui squad were tying up the members of the King of Medicine to shouts of, Let me go, I'm not guilty of anything. Amidst various shouts and Wanjin's order not to let anyone in, the leader of the Tang clan continued on, and the subject exclaimed that the young leader was committing a massacre. Finding himself among a crowd of other members of the King of Medicine's clan, one of them exclaimed, Why are you doing this? And another added, You forgot where you are. While the clan members were shouting, Yeonman asked Ijong if he had found him, and he bowed his head and said, No, I've searched everywhere, but I can't find my grandfather. Immediately after saying that, Yijong turned to the members of the Medicine King's clan and shouted, Tell me where you have put my grandfather. Hearing the grandson of the former leader of the Medicine King clan shout out, the current members looked at each other nervously. Watching all these disgruntled looks, Yongman heard, Well, we don't know. Before one of the men could finish his sentence, Yeonman said to Wonjin, Wonjin received an order from the master to say yes. The next moment, without hesitation, the leader of the Bonvik squad beheaded a couple of people who decided not to say anything. Having demonstrated what would happen to those who tried to hide something, Yeoman said, Who are you trying to fool with your viewing? Do not test my patience. The next moment, he looked down at the rest of the Medicine King's clan and added, Pretend as much as you want until I make you talk. Not long after the show of force, one of those present spoke up when the competition began. The current leader ordered the former leader to be imprisoned in a punishment cell. Hearing the location of his grandfather's cell, Ichjong asked in fear that you had imprisoned my grandfather in this horrible place. Barely able to hold back his tears combined with anger, Ijong said that it was an isolation ward for those suspected of having various diseases. But the cold and dampness there only made their condition worse, which is why it was closed. Hearing the location of the former clan leader of the King of Medicine clan, Yeonman said, Ijong and I are going to the detention center. Banhui squad will clean up the place and wait for us at the entrance. After receiving the instruction from his young leader, Wonjin said in a stern tone, Yes, sir, followed by Young Sir, I'm sorry, we were wrong. As soon as Yeonman and Eong Jin headed to the punishment cell, the Banwan squad members went to work eliminating people to their cries of Young Sir. As Yeonman walked down the road, he looked around and thought, They cut deep into the cave and this place is deservedly called the punishment cell. After a while, Ijong shouted to his friend, We're almost there, this is the entrance to the punishment cell. Clenching his teeth and bowing his head down, Ijong shed a tear and said, I hope he's okay, but what if it's too late? In response to his friend's concern, Yeonman confidently said, Don't worry, he's alive. And then Ijong exclaimed that he was. Using his skill of toxic insanity directed at the eyes, Yeonman revealed the location and condition of his grandfather, saying, That's how I found him. Arriving at the bars that separated him from the former clan leader of the King of Medicine clan, Ijong called out to his grandfather, I'm Ijong. Seeing his friend's impulse to go inside, Yeonman said to Ijong to step aside and then cut the bars into small pieces. Going inside and sitting down next to his grandfather, the boy shed tears and exclaimed to his grandfather, How come he wasn't like this when I went to the competition? Those scoundrels probably poisoned him with Sanggon. After hearing his friend's exclamations, Yeonman put his hand on Ijong's shoulder and said, Calm down, we are here to save him. They could have used something else besides Sanggon. When asked by his friend, Ichjong said that the poison was not his poor grandfather's, but rather Nuesondon. Recalling another poison that could have been used on his grandfather, Ijong added that this poison affects the brain and does not kill the victims but makes them idiots. Although the poison is not strong, it spreads throughout the body and penetrates the brain, which is why antidotes are useless. Continuing to clench his teeth and shed tears, Ijong added that, without intervention in the early stages, nothing could be done so that before he could finish, Yeonman interrupted. Without listening to his friend, Yeonman said it would be easy, after which Ijong looked at him and exclaimed in surprise. Then, putting his hand on his grandfather's body, Yeonman said to his friend, Hold him. As he began the process of cleansing his grandfather from toxins, Yeonman thought about filling his body with internal energy. Immediately after his thoughts, Yeonman used the poisonous madness skill, absolute absorption, and began to suck out the poisons. Seeing that his grandfather's hands turned pink after the procedure began, Yongmen mentally added that it would absorb all the poison in his body. Also noticing the drastic changes in his grandfather's condition, Ijong was impressed by his hand. Continuing to carry out the cleansing process without being distracted, Yeonmyeon thought my poisonous madness has absorbed extreme poisons many times. It would be better to just absorb the poison now so as not to cause harm to my grandfather's body. After a few more seconds of the process, Yijong exclaimed that he was breathing again and his complexion was better. Hearing the former leader of the Medicine King's clan wake up, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "Where is it?" Looking at the joyful boy sitting in front of him, the grandfather said, "Oh yes, it's my granddaughter Eong, but who is next to him?" At one point, recognizing Yongman as his former comrade, the former leader joyfully exclaimed, "Wuren, is it really you?" After a while, when he heard who he saw in front of him, his grandfather said in surprise, "So you are Wiren's son, the current young leader." After receiving the question from his grandfather, who finally began to understand everything, Yeonmon said, "That's right, I'm Yeonmon. I told you how you took care of my father." After Yeonmyeon's exclamation, the grandfather looked at him with tired eyes and said, "Fate is truly an amazing thing. I am saved by a child who, through my fault, did not even know his own father." The next moment, remembering his former comrade, my grandfather said, "You should have seen Varain how your son has grown up with Jihei. It's a pity you didn't live to see it, but I hope this news reaches heaven." Returning to his conversation with Youngman, the old man said, "I may be a weak old man, but would you allow me to serve you, young leader?" Taking off his cloak and putting it on his grandfather's back, Yeonman said in a gentle tone, "Of course." Continuing to place his cloak on his grandfather's shoulders, Youngman added, "That's why I came here, to find a place for you and Icon. Now let's go, your men are waiting." When Tan-il arrived at the punishment cell and saw the former leader in front of him, he wondered how the old man was still standing, and how the young leader could be so strong. At that moment, leaving the cell with his grandfather, Ijong, supporting him, said not to overdo it, which he heard well. The leader of the Medicine King clan made a face and said, "How dare you treat the people of the Medicine King clan like this?" And then thought, "This kid has coldly killed the elders in cold blood. It's no use trying to match strength." Continuing to look at the warriors of the Banwu squad standing in front of him, Tang Yil added, "Perhaps you have forgotten whose efforts kept the Tang clan alive, or have you decided to destroy it altogether?" In response to the current leader of the Medicine King's clan, Yongman bowed his head and said, "You saw where we just came from, and you're still trying to play dumb." The next moment, he raised his head and looked at the man with a murderous gaze and added, "These were your last words." Immediately after that, Yeonman looked back at Grandpa Aijong and asked if there was anything you would like to say in closing. Receiving the question from his savior and the new leader of the Tang clan, Grandpa silently turned his head to the side. Seeing this gesture from the former leader of the clan, King Medicine Tang Yil, he shoved all his subjects away and then thought, "I will die if I stay here." Trying to save his life, the man ran away, cursing how he got here, and then felt a sharp pain in his neck. Stopping on the spot and looking down at his neck, the man said in his head, "My body can't move, the needle can't move." Standing behind him and watching how long Tang Il Yongman would last, he said, "This poison of heart-stopping flame was created by Ijong." The next moment, returning to his hands the needle fired at the enemy, Yeonman asked, "So, what do you think? Is he worthy to take your place?" Not receiving an answer from the man who had already given his soul to God, the young leader added, "Don't strain yourself answering." Immediately after, turning his gaze to the other members of the Medicine King's clan, Yeonman said, "Now, what about the rest of us?" The next moment, turning his gaze to Wonjin and the other subjects, the boy spoke to the Banwei squad to which he heard so accurately. Heading with Ijin and his grandfather back to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, Yeonman gave the final order to destroy the Medicine King's clan. After a while, the rumors of the Medicine King's clan being wiped out quickly spread, and people everywhere were saying it was true. I saw with my own eyes and heard that Banwei's troop had slaughtered the entire Medicine King's clan. After hearing the rumors from his comrades, the man thoughtfully said, "I wonder if it was because of the Medicine King's clan that the Tang clan was able to survive on what he heard to deprive the family of such support. What were they thinking?" Arriving at the main building of the clan, Yejong's grandfather asked if you would like to take the pearl. Standing next to the two boys, the grandfather added, "We can't let it fall into the wrong hands, so give me a couple of days to neutralize the poison." Hearing his grandfather's request, Yeoman salivated and said, "Thank you very much, but I will take it as it is." Hearing the young leader's wish, his grandfather said that if you don't use it right away, you should leave it here, and Yeoman replied that it was fine, I would use it. Bringing the pearl to his office, Youngman said in his head, "Its poison is so strong that it is visible to the naked eye. I will not drop such a value." Reaching out his hand to the pearl of the Millennium Carp, Johnman confidently said, "Never." Taking the pearl in his hands and clenching it in his fist, he mentally spoke the strongest poison into it. Moving to his consciousness, Yeonman mentally added, as expected from a spirit living in lava, "But this is nothing compared to the flames of a fire dragon." Continuing his thoughts, Yeonman added in his mind that if an ordinary person got hold of it in its pure form, the poison would burn him alive. Continuing to feel the effect of the poison, Yeonman looked down and thought, What a power. I never realized the full power of the 10 poisons. It is really made of dragon breath. I need to learn more about them. Later, when the process was completed and the guy put the pearl back, he said in his head, after purification, I can feel the power of this spirit. The next moment, closing the box with the pearl, he smiled and said in his head, everything is fine now. After a while, arriving at Jihee's room and knocking on the door, Yeonmyeon said, Mom, it's me, Yeonmyeon. Can I come in? Hearing what kind of guest she had, the woman said, of course, let me come in. And then Yeonmyeon opened the door and said, excuse me for just a minute. When the boy came inside, Jihee turned her head to him and smiled gently, saying, I never thought I would be able to come back here. How lucky I am to have you, son. Hearing his mother's words, Yeonmyeon happily added, the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons used to be the family estate. Now you're home where you should be. Immediately after he said that, he noticed his mother's appearance and thought that she was still beautiful, but all the while she was worried. The next moment, Jihee rushed to her son and hugged him tightly, saying, thank you, my dear. Thank you for coming back to me. Smiling happily at his mother, Yeonmyeon said, I am your son after all. Immediately after his words, Yeonmyeon went into thought and said, in my past life, I was only concerned with regrets in the face of impending doom, because when I reached the top, I had no one to share my joy with. Continuing to hug his mother, Yeonmyeon added with a smile on his face, my past life was full of regrets, but in this life I will not allow them. The next moment, Yeonmyeon asked, by the way, have you seen Bonwon's troupe? And she replied, of course, they came this morning to help me move, and I know each of them. It's like I'm back in the good old days. And then she remembered the morning of Dewonjin's death, and she couldn't help but cry, I'm so happy you're safe, my lady. Immediately after giving her answer, the woman turned her attention to the box in her son's hands and asked Yeonmyeon what was in the box, to which he replied exactly that. Turning his gaze to Jihee, Yeonmyeon said, by the way, I brought something for you, Mom. After the young clan leader opened the box and showed its contents, the woman exclaimed in astonishment. Continuing to look at the gift her son had brought her, Jihee added a pearl of a 1,000-year-old fire carp. In response to his mother's amazed exclamations, Yeonmyeon said to her, I think you know what not to do with that. And she replied, no, but I do. Continuing to look at her son with a confused look, Jihee added that, as a young leader, you should take it away. To which Yeonmyeon sighed and replied, no, Mom, it's for you. Taking the pearl in his hands and holding it out to his mother, Yeonmyeon added, I don't need it. Give me your hand. Reaching out to her son at his request, Jihee asked why you don't need it and heard that I would not be promoted. Impressed by the strength demonstrated by her son, the woman said, Hwagen, have you already reached it? And said, I heard you say that. Putting her hand to her chest, the woman mentally said, my son has already reached Hwagen, but what if the enemies find out about it and attack the Tang clan? At one point, interrupting his mother's thoughts, Yeonmyeon handed her a pearl and said, I want you to live a long life for the sake of my father's memory. Stay by my side as long as I am still growing. While Jihee was floating in the clouds after hearing Yeonmyeon speak, the effect of the pearl gradually dissipated, so she thought, hurry up, Mom, what am I thinking about? Continuing her thoughts, she added in her mind, let the child reach Hwagen if he is in danger. His mother should be able to protect him. And then said, you are right, I should not refuse your gift. Accepting the pearl, Jihee mentally added, even if you become the leader of the clan, my role is not yet complete. And then said to her son, you know what your mother was called when she was young? And he asked what, huh? Looking at his mother standing in front of him, Yeonmyeon said thoughtfully, Sichuan's main beauty and also a poisonous phoenix. At that very moment, Jihee released her power that she had been hiding for so long, and then said the poisonous phoenix title of the most prominent person in the clan. The next moment, looking up at her son and noticing his surprise, Jihee added, it's been a long time since I've seen you look so surprised. Of course I'm no match for you, Yeonmyeon, but my powers are impressive as well. Arriving at the secluded training room, Yeonmyeon mentally said, after the pearl was absorbed and the strength increased, my mother began to improve herself. Standing behind his mother, Yeonmyeon mentally said, I was surprised to see that Mom was hiding her powers. Continuing his thoughts while looking at his mother, the boy added in his head, but she developed her powers on her own. I would never have thought. Continuing to think, Yeonmyeon mentally said that a master who has reached Hwagen is able to catch the slightest movements of internal energy, so there is no point in hiding the power from them. The next moment, with a sigh of relief, Yeonmyeon added in his mind, however, she was still able to hide hers from me. That's why she is a poisonous phoenix. Looking at Jihee again, the boy said in his head, she had almost reached the stage of releasing the power, and now having reached the top, she would absorb the power from the pearl. Keeping his gaze on the woman who was preparing for Hwagen, Yeonmyeon added in his mind that maybe his mother could also surpass the limit. As he continued to think about achieving Hwagen, Yeonmyeon added, but then she will reach a critical point. The method of absorbing the power of the pearl is surprisingly simple. You need to slowly release the energy and take it into your body. After this process, you need to subdue the energy and repeat the process until it is completely absorbed. At one point, opening her eyes and looking at the large amount of energy, Jihee thought, but will I be able to absorb so much energy completely? The next moment, looking up, she thought, even now the effect is slowly dissipating. What should I do? Because it will completely disappear before I have time to absorb at least half of it. At the same moment, the boy's hand appeared and touched her shoulder, and Jihi looked over and saw Yeonmyeon's hand. Putting his hand on his mother's shoulder to show support in a difficult situation, Yeonmyeon said enlightenment cannot be achieved by thinking about it. Continuing to look at his worried mother, he added, observe your surroundings, analyze them, imitate them, and that is the way to enlightenment. Being in her subconscious mind, Jihei heard this time, I will help you a little bit, and then thought the energy of Yeonmin merges with the energy of the pearl. As she continued to look at the impressive effect of the merging of the two energies, she added in her mind, this is the Tang clan's poisonous blue heart radiance technique, I feel. Closing her eyes and immersing herself in the process, the woman mentally added, this energy can be anything I want it to be. I don't have to conquer it little by little. Having realized the essence of the process, Jihei added in her head that she only needed to give it a familiar form to absorb it. There was no need to go through the process of self-improvement. Feeling very relieved after her son's help, the woman added in her mind, you have come back to me and I am really very lucky to have you, my son. Hearing the response in his hand after his mother's help, Yeonmin took it from his shoulder and said, it's done. Now you have reached Hwagan. The next morning, many people gathered in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, waiting for the young leader to appear. Waiting for Yeonman to appear, the leader of the Poison King clan, Tan Jaihak, said to the General Assembly in the morning, I don't have enough to do. Immediately afterward, the fifth elder asked the leader of the Dark King's clan, Tan Chokwi, when the young leader himself would appear. Without waiting for an answer, the man added, we were pulled out on his orders and made to wait, isn't that rude? Clenching his teeth and trying not to show his anger, Chikchi said, please wait, he should be here soon. Immediately after he said this, the door to the hall opened and someone shouted out that the young leader had arrived. Entering the hall and facing his subjects, Yongmen said, thank you for coming so early. I have gathered you all here to discuss an important matter. When one of the elders heard the reason for the meeting, he asked what this important matter was. In response to Elder Yeonman's question, the fifth elder said without looking up, I remember you suggested that we elect a regent to run things until I reach the age of rule, and I heard exactly what he said. Which of the elders do you plan to entrust with this task? After hearing the man's question, Yeonman looked back at him and said, I don't know why you would think that I would entrust it to the elders. Hearing what the young clan leader had just said, one of the elders said, but if not the elders, then who is it? Immediately after this question, an image of a beautiful woman appeared at the entrance to the hall and was walking inside. Looking at the physique of the person who was walking toward them, the fifth elder exclaimed this image, after which the fourth added, it's been 10 years. Also looking towards the entrance of the hall, Yongman confidently said there was no one more suitable for the role. Upon entering, the woman spoke as many joyful faces than Yongman spoke. Tang Zihei is the poisonous phoenix who is accused of being responsible for the invasion of the heavenly radiance demons. Continuing to introduce the new regent, Yongman added that the one who had been stripped of her leadership title by the elders 10 years ago had been reborn from the ashes, and then Zihei said, I see you recognize me. I am Tang Zihei. The night before the announcement to the regent, while taking a bath, Tang Jihei said it was nice to reach Hwagan, but I will never get used to the smell of miasma leaving my body. As she continued to sit in the warm bath, she remembered a moment of embarrassment and said in her head, and the servants laughed constantly. Continuing to practice using her new power, she added in her mind, I don't know how to manifest my power yet, but it will come with time. The next moment, thinking of her son, she added, once I reach Hwagan, I will be able to truly understand Yeonmin. My son has already reached mastery of Hwagan. Immediately after remembering another person, Jihei added in her head that the current ruler of Sichuan, the leader of the alliance, had reached Hwagan by going against all conventions. But what happened during the competition? As she continued to bask in the warm bath, she added happily, after all these years, I think I will have something to discuss with my son. Sometime after taking a bath and returning to the room, Yeonmin came in and happily said congratulations on Hwagan's achievement, Mom. In response to her son's congratulations, the woman happily said, well, it's all thanks to you. Come sit by me. After some time of warm conversation, Jihee asked, by the way, Yeonmin, how did you achieve Hwagan? I still can't believe you reached this level at such a young age. Receiving his mother's question, Yeonmyeon bowed his head and thought to himself, I'm just curious, but needless to say, it's hard to believe that one can gain enlightenment through the memories of a past life. The next moment he came to the only right decision, he thought, I will explain everything through the events of the competition, and said, you heard that the third elder used one of the 10 poisons for beneficial purposes? Hearing the question from her son, the woman said, yes, he gave the third Hwaranho poison to his granddaughter. And she replied, yes, I drank this Hwaranho poison. Hearing what her son had done in the midst of the competition for the title of young leader of the Tang clan, the woman froze in shock. After a few seconds, she came to her senses and exclaimed, but you could have been seriously injured. To which Yongman said, but as you can see, I'm fine. As he continued to tell his shocked mother about the events, Yeonman added that although I was poisoned by one of the 10 poisons during the battle with Tan Yong-nyong, I developed the ability to resist poisons and ascended to Hwagan. After listening to her son's story, the woman said thoughtfully that it was really possible to achieve such enlightenment while the woman was thinking. At one point, while rubbing his head in embarrassment, Yeonman heard someone else say to him, "I wanted to ask you something else." Recalling the moment she heard this information, Jae-hee added, "I heard the maid who helped me bathe say that the Medicine King's clan was destroyed." Looking at his mother, who was staring at him intently, Yeonmyeon mentally said, "It's better to be honest about this, because it also applies to my father." A little later, after collecting his thoughts, Johnman stretched out his hands in front of him and said, "Well, I knew you would talk about it." After listening to the story of the Medicine King's clan, Jae-hee said, "I had my doubts, but now it must have been hard for you as well." Continuing to look down, the woman said, "Youngman, I have a favor to ask of you," to which he replied, "Yes, whatever you want." The next moment, looking up at her son, Ji-hee said, "I have lived in fear for a long time, afraid of losing my husband and my only child. I don't want to sit still anymore." Watching a warm smile appear on her son's face, she added, "If you let me, I will make sure that no one gets in your way." Continuing to stare at the woman who had just entered the room, the audience continued to talk about the poisonous phoenix. So many years had passed and she had not changed. Was it really her? At one point, the woman's brother, unable to contain his joy, shouted out to Sister Ji-hye. Immediately afterward, Yongman also joined in the cheering and said, "Let's welcome her, my mother, Mrs. Tang Ji-hye." When she was standing in the center of the hall, the young clan leader said that from that day on, he would be the new leader of the Sichuan Tong clan. After hearing the boy's decision to empower the poisonous phoenix, the fifth elder was frightened to think that he was not just a regent, but a leader. After her son's message was finished, the new leader confidently said, "I thank everyone who has gathered. Although I have been named leader, I will only be conducting business until the young leader reaches the age of majority." Continuing her speech to the cheering and not-so-cheering crowd, she added that she was commissioned by the new leader to build a new foundation for the destroyed Tang clan. The next moment, looking around the room, Jihei added that we would begin our morning meeting with an agenda. Tang Jihei's approach was truly extraordinary. Even the name of the clan of the King of Medicine was erased and replaced with the Temple of Medicine, with Tong Hoyol as the leader of the temple and Tong Yijong as his deputy. Father Yuri, the new commander of the general staff, was instructed to conduct a full audit of the clan's expenses and income, and very quickly he found evidence of embezzlement of the treasury by the elders. The funds thus obtained were enough to cover the expenses for the family for some time. Tang Chesian, the leader of the Poison King clan, was dismissed from his post, along with most of the elders who had been embezzling the family's property. In addition to the elders, everyone who had used their positions for personal gain was removed from their position. It took her about a few days to do all this. Meanwhile, Yongman was sitting on a rock watching the clan from above and spoke, the hand of a strong woman immediately visible. Continuing to enjoy the beautiful view, the boy added in his head that, thanks to his mother, the issues of the clan's internal organization were resolved. Watching the city from above, the boy added in his head, "At first I was just chasing the opportunity to live a normal life with my mother, but before I knew it, so many important things appeared around me." Thinking of the people he loved, Jeonman mentally said, "The people I can call friends are the Bonfai warriors who obey me without question." The next moment, remembering the members of his clan, he thought about the dozens and hundreds of members of the Tanman family who have something to protect. At one point, recalling his gray past, Yongman mentally said, "Once upon a time, even maintaining my body was difficult for me, and I cursed the day I was born." Later, looking up at the clear sunny sky, Yeonman added that we must become stronger so that no one dares to attack us. Thinking of a couple of dangerous people who might pose a threat, he added in his mind, "Neither the leader of the Black Doom Alliance nor the Lord of the Heavenly Radiance Demons." As he continued to think, he confidently added in his mind that no force would ever pose a threat to the Tang clan again. At the same time, somewhere in the main mansion of the Alliance, the leader of the Alliance heard the news and asked the new young leader of the Tang clan. The next moment, he put his hand to his chin and added in his mind, quite expectedly, that the position of clan leader could not be empty for long. Later, the young man was approached by a girl who said, "My lord, if you allow me, Mak Inhu and Jong Yon-sung were defeated by this young leader." Catching the attention of Alliance leader Yo Seolryong, the leader of the Simhwa squad added that they were both members of the main school and ranked Alliance soldiers. Keeping his gaze on the girl Yu Kil-jun, the leader of the Black Death Alliance heard, "We should destroy the Tang clan before they accumulate Sita and regain their former power." In response to the suggestion, the leader said, "Why would I do that?" To which he heard, "But attacking these two is like going against you, sir." After which Yu added, "No, I'm sure I already warned you." With a menacing glance at the girl, Yu Kil-jong added, "Leave the Tang clan alone, I have my own plans for them." Feeling the strong pressure of her master's aura, Yo Seolryong heard those two, disobeyed my order and attacked the clan, and paid the price for it. Continuing his conversation with his subject, the guy added that they were lucky to die at the hands of the young leader. "If they had returned to me, I would not have left a trace of dust on them." The next moment, putting his hand to his chin and smiling slyly, he added, "It's quite interesting that the young leader was able to defeat them. He's clearly not as simple as I thought." Immediately after his words, the leader of the alliance extended his hand to his subjects and said, "Send a message to the Tang clan." Continuing to look at his subjects who were to convey an important invitation to Yu Kiljong, he added, "I invite the young clan leader to a council to be held in Sichuan province." Arriving at his mother's hidden weapons and poisons room in Tang Jihei's chambers after some time of her work, Yongmen said, "Thank you for arranging everything so well." In response to her son's gratitude, the woman said, "I was a little nervous about taking over after such a long break, and I don't know if I'm doing a good job." Hearing his mother's words, Yeonman confidently said, "But mom," and then looked at her and asked, "Do you suppress your strength like you did the last time you heard that? Because you've been through it before." Hearing the question from his mother, Yeonman thought the suppression was still perfect, but then said, "You have already reached Hawagan? There is no need to hide your powers anymore, is there?" In response to her son's question, the woman replied, "It's not just about hiding sit what I do, is our family's secret technique of sealing the veins." Continuing to explain what she was using, Ji-hee added, "I hope you will also learn this and be able to hide your powers." After which Youngman asked what, but why? Having received the question from her son, the woman said, "There is a long story about the founder of this technique and the ancestor of the Tang family that I must tell you. In one village in Sichuan, a plague broke out. The year was not a bad one, but people were dying of exhaustion. Dozens of bodies were hastily cremated without proper funerals for fear of spreading the disease, but it was only a matter of time. All the inhabitants of that village were already infected, and all they could do was wait for their inevitable death. All except one, a single 10-year-old boy who was not affected by the disease. No one could think rationally about why this boy was the only one who was not affected by the disease. In the eyes of the unfortunate infected, this boy was a sign of death, an embodiment of evil spirits that carried disease. Where could an outcast child go when he was kicked out of the village and hid from the rain in a cave? He also had to eat the sacrificial food brought to the altar by the villagers in an attempt to ward off the plague, and so he survived day after day. One day full of loneliness passed, then another, and on the third day none of the residents came to perform the ceremony, so the boy was left all alone. And it was at that moment that a thought crossed his mind. Why was I the only one who remained unharmed? But the answer came to him by itself. Noticing the little boy in front of him, a man in a strange mask said, "Here you are, a child who is not subject to poisons." And mysterious people came for the boy. The most dangerous group of assassins in all of Marima is the Shadowgate sect of the Poison Moon. This organization kidnapped children all over the world and raised them to become true assassins. The children were fed poisons so that they could not escape and periodically exposed to mind-numbing substances. This boy grew up to become an assassin, but one day he witnessed the death of one of his fellow students who did not have time to receive the antidote. Looking at his fellow student who died, the boy finally realized that it was the Shadow Gate sect that brought the plague to his village, not him. Since then, he began to train with all his might to become stronger, taking on the most dangerous missions and completing them without any hesitation. Gradually, he reached a level where he was able to finish off even an absolute master. After the next mission, the guy returned to the leader and heard, "Thanks to your achievements, the reputation of the Poison Moon Shadow Gate sect has skyrocketed." Continuing to look at his subject, the leader added, "I grant you the title of one of the 5 great assassins. Tell me what you want and I will do it." In response to the sect leader's question, the boy answered nothing. Then, unable to contain his emotions and looking at the sect leader with a crazy look, the boy shouted out, "I don't need anything." The boy had already reached the highest level of the secrets he had learned from fighting absolute masters and his own techniques that he had developed while studying martial arts in the sect. Incarnated by the first rain of heavenly flowers, this is how the Shadowgate sect of the poisonous place disappeared from the face of the earth in an instant. After telling the story, Tang Jihei added that later the descendants of this boy settled in Sichuan, and that is how our Tang family came to be. But the world still remembers him by his nickname Muyong Hek. After finishing her story, the woman looked at her son, who was quietly napping while she was trying to get into character. Unable to stand such disrespect, she grabbed Yeonman's cheek and began to pull it away, saying how attentively we were listening. Instantly awakened by his mother's actions, Jeonman said, "I didn't know about this story, but what does it have to do with vein sealing?" Receiving the question from her son, Jae-hee said, "There were many masters in that sect who reached Hwagan, including the 5 greatest assassins and the sect leader himself, and you know how Mu Young-taek was able to handle them all." Hearing his mother's question, Yeonmyeon thoughtfully said, "Isn't it because of the rain of heavenly flowers that not every master is able to resist a technique that doesn't matter how many opponents there are?" Receiving the answer from Yongman, Ji-hee happily replied, "You are partly right, but the rain of heavenly flowers is not a hidden weapon technique. It is the art of energy control." Hearing his mother's words, the young leader was surprised to ask what energy means. This technique does not control weapons, but energy. After her son's question, the mother answered that this is how the battles in Hwagan are a clash of energies. When an opponent attacks with energy, the only way to repel the attack is with energy. Continuing her story, the woman added that conventional techniques of concealed weapons would be useless against the energy of Master Hwagan's protective armor. The energy of protective armor is a technique that protects against external attacks by enveloping the body with armor-like energy. After listening to his mother's stories, Yeonman mentally said, I see, now I understand. The protective armor will ward off any hidden weapon, no matter how powerful. Imagining that picture, Yeonman mentally added energy to the opposing energy, but the hundreds of hidden weapons absorbed by it created a storm. Continuing to think about the use of energy, he added, even with protective armor, it is impossible to deal with 100 such attacks. It is truly an absolute technique created for battles with Hwagen masters. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy added in his head, it is definitely much stronger than the frantic dance of the rotating line and my other techniques. But wouldn't even the most intelligent Hwagen master have a hard time maintaining that level of power? Noticing the look on her son's face, Zaihei asked, it looks like you're wondering how you can possibly hold such energy in response to this vein sealing. After giving her son a hint, the woman added the basic principles of vein sealing. The internal energy that flows through the meridians of the body must be concentrated in one of the 12 meridians. Continuing to talk about the technique, she added that after using true energy to block the flow of internal energy and seal the meridians. Reaching the last part of using the technique, Jaihei added that in this way the internal energy of a person does not flow but is restrained by the surrounding true force. After telling about the technique, Jihei added that this method helps to deceive Hwagen masters whose eyes can see the visible flows of internal energy. Of course, the sealed power cannot be used because at the moment you become weaker, after which Yeonman said this. The next moment, speaking about this technique, Jihei added, however, as you gain experience and learn the secrets of the skill, you can easily accumulate strength again. This process must be repeated 12 times to seal the energy in all 12 meridians. Immediately afterwards, the woman added, and then a new layer of protection, the energy of Yonglin's protective armor, was created from the interweaving of the true energy that preserves the inner energy. Looking at her son after the story, the mother added that it strengthens the body's defense and is equal in strength to the dragon's scales, which is why it was named so. Repeating the name of the armor after his mother, Yeonman said and then thought, Warenho, now Yeonlin. Everyone speaks as if they have seen a dragon. Then he heard that sealing the veins was not only for ahist, but when you release the sealed energy of the 12 meridians for a while, your strength increases tenfold. Hearing this, Yeonman thought for a while that this energy, which exceeds the capabilities of the body, naturally dissipates, and then asked, so the rain of 10,000 heavenly flowers can be used only when you remove the seal. In response to her son's question, the woman answered that of course this was not all he needed. There were other important precepts that had been passed down in the family, but they were lost when the demon of heavenly light attacked. After Jaihei added that the two elders who had passed them on orally had suddenly died when they heard this, Yongman laughed awkwardly, feeling guilty. At one point, interrupting the boy's embarrassment, Jaihei added, but you are Yongman, and only you can fully master the rain of heavenly flowers because... Putting her hand to her chest and smiling happily, she added, you are my son, and I am proud of you. Feeling warm in his heart, Yeonman thought, Mom is proud of me. I must live up to your expectations to make you even more proud of me. And then said, of course there is nothing that the son of the poisonous phoenix cannot do. That was how Yeonman managed to master the vein-sealing technique his mother had taught him in his own room in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons. Now, sitting alone and thinking, Yeonman said in his head that the best way to quickly restore energy after sealing was to absorb poisons. Hearing Yijong's question before consuming the poison, are you sure you won't get poisoned? Yeongman tipped the vessel and thought that for others, poison is a wonderful elixir for me. Recalling that wonderful day with a smile on his face, Yeonmyeon sighed and mentally said, I don't have to go through the recovery process. Continuing his thoughts, Yeongman mentally said, I'll ask Ichijin to make some poison for me. And then hearing a noise outside the door, he asked what it was. Opening the door and looking in on his leader, a member of the Bonvi squad said, your friend is here asking me to let her in, even though I told her you were busy. The next moment, a world burst into the young leader's room, shouting, Yeonman, help me! Seeing who it was that was so insistently breaking into his office, Yeonman asked in surprise that Mir, what happened? Why did you run? Trying to regain her breath, Meyer looked up at the boy and exclaimed, if you don't help me, my sister will die. Hearing the reason for his friend's urgency, Yeonman froze in place in shock. The next moment, having come to his senses and started to get nervous, Yeonman exclaimed that his sister would die? Maybe you should go to the doctors first, not me. Continuing to shed tears, Meyer looked at her leader and said, herbs and medical methods have already been tested several times, and they won't help. Hearing the remark from his friend, Yeonman immediately froze in place and asked if she had any internal injuries. Continuing to kneel in front of Yeonman and beg for help, Mireille, through her tears, spoke to him about the serious impression of the 9 yin meridians. Since ancient times, there has been a unique martial arts sect in the vicinity of the Palace of the Burning Sun that has first-hand knowledge of the meridian impression of the Ice Palace of the Northern Kingdom. As the name implies, the Ice Palace warriors used the ice element in their arts, which was the greatest wealth and blessing for people with strong yin energy. Continuing to walk with Yongmen to her home, Meyer added, however, those who did not practice the ice arts suffered from a deadly disease, after which Yongmen asked, so you and your sister are their descendants? Tilting her head down after receiving the question, the girl said, we were told that we are descendants of their descendants. Many years ago, the descendants of the Ice Palace clan settled in Sichuan and intermarried with the Tang family, the most influential family in Sichuan at that time. Continuing to tell the story, Meyer added that learning the ice arts can cure ailments, but here in the Tang clan they practice hidden weapons and poisons, which is why there are no ice art masters or information about it. Conducting his reflections in parallel with Meyer's story, Yongman heard the knowledge that was passed down from distant ancestors long ago lost. This is a hereditary disease that manifests itself once every few decades, but unfortunately, returning his gaze to his friend, Yongman said without turning his head, there is a way. And then Meyer said, we have arrived at the place. Pointing to an icy building in front of her, the girl said, this was our house. Running inside and seeing her sister's condition, Meyer exclaimed in fright, oh no, she doesn't look good. Her condition has worsened while I was away. The next moment, putting her hands on Sister Meyer, she exclaimed in confusion, sister, please open your eyes. At the same time, standing behind me and looking around, Yonman thought the room was so cold that you could freeze to death. It was much worse than I thought. After thinking about it, Yonman looked at his friend and said, Mira, listen to me carefully. I can't promise that your sister will survive. Hearing the warning from her friend whom she had brought to the rescue, Meyer exclaimed in confusion. Then Yonman said that she was resisting the cold with her inner energy, but her strength would soon run out in this state, so she blocked her own consciousness and directed all her energy to the meridians. Hearing the reasons for what is happening now, Meyer, shedding tears, exclaimed, this cannot be. Is there really no way to save her? In response to his friend's distraught voice, Yonman said, it's not that there is no way. Clenching his hand into a fist and looking at the patient, Yongman confidently added, we can artificially release the cold from her body. Continuing to talk about the methods, Yonman added, however, your sister may not be able to withstand this process, or I myself may freeze, which shocked the girl. After telling about all the possible risks of his method of rescue, Yonman bowed his head and thought, I want to help, but I cannot put my friends' families' lives on the line myself. Continuing to look at the anxious girl in front of him, he mentally added that this is why the choice is Meyer's, and then said, you have to decide. Keeping his gaze on his friend, Yonman added, you can try to find another way, or you can trust me and my method. After thinking about the proposal for a while, Meyer bit her lip and said through her tears, I came all this way because there was no other choice. The next moment, she looked at Yonman and added, I can't give up without trying. It's dangerous for you too, but please, Yonman. Having decided to make this important and at the same time difficult decision, Meyer exclaimed, save my sister, and heard that I will do it. After a while, having completed the preparations, Yonman heard and answered yes. Then Meyer added, but it's too embarrassing. Turning his head away from Meyer's scrutinizing gaze, Yonman nervously added, the clothes will interfere with the extraction of yin energy, so there's no other way, but come on. Touching his sister's forehead with 2 fingers, Mireille added, it's better to be ashamed than to die. Sitting down next to his friend's sister for the rescue process, Yonman spoke and the absorption began. As he was cleansing his body of the cold, Yonman mentally said, glabella filtrum heart-lungs, both arms, both legs, and lower abdomen, filtrum lip gutter, the vertical depression between the nose and upper lip. Closing his eyes and following the girl's energy, Yonman added in his head one by one, I will pull the cold out of the meridian swell with the glabella ready. Continuing the purification ritual, Yonman said in his head, okay, now I'm going to go lower, and then felt very embarrassed. Touching his sister Meyer's chest to continue the purification, Yonman mentally said, damn it, you can't stop once you've started. Starting to purify at a new point on the girl's body, Yeonmyoung exclaimed in his mind that the resistance to cold was rapidly increasing. As he continued to apply pressure with his cold cleansing, he gritted his teeth and said in his head, I'm not going to give up so easily. Sometime after the cleansing procedure began, Meyer saw the boy's condition and exclaimed in embarrassment to Yeonmyeon. Hearing the trembling in the girl's voice, the young leader, half encased in ice, spoke to me. I'm fine for now. Answering the worried Mira, Yeonman thought, I was able to draw the yin energy from the 6 meridians in my upper body, but my body is finding it harder and harder to resist the growing cold. Feeling the growing cold and foreseeing the consequences, he mentally added, if this continues, I will freeze before I can finish. Closing his eyes again and continuing the process of purification, Yeonman said in his head, trouble is, it would be easier if it were poison. Immediately after these thoughts, Yeongman remembered Tong Hoyle and mentally said, come to think of it, Grandpa Yijanon of the Medicine King clan had mentioned the essence of poisons. Looking ahead of him, Tong Hoyle at one point said, Medicines and poisons are essentially the same thing. Even medicines become poisonous if their concentration exceeds what the body can tolerate. The next moment, recalling the poison of the fire dragon and the millennial fire carp, Youngman mentally said, even yang energy, the concentration of life force, turns into poison when the body cannot withstand it. Continuing the process of purification of Sister Meyer, Yeonman added that this intense cold that freezes to the bone can be considered cold poison. Having radically changed his thinking and approach, Yeonman mentally recited the purification technique. Seeing the result of his actions, Yeonman happily said in his head, since I have already taken out a lot of cold, he will actively resist. But for now I see the cold as poison. Smiling happily after releasing his body from the ice shell, the boy added in his head, he is not a threat to me. Continuing to purify the girl's body using another method, Yongman said in his head, I will absorb him. After a while, Sister Mir began to come to, opening her eyes and thought that it was the warmth of the cold leaving her body. After seeing someone's hand on her, she screamed. At the same moment, hearing Meyer's screams, the girl turned her head in her direction. Keeping her gaze on Meyer, who was standing aside and watching, her sister asked Meyer if it was really you. After that, Meyer threw her arms around her sister and shed a tear of happiness. After a while, after listening to Mir and turning her attention to Johnman, her sister asked, so he's my savior? To which Meyer replied, yes, by the way, Johnman is. Throwing a displeased look at the guy in front of her, Meyer added, are you going to be touching her for a long time? To which she replied awkwardly, I'm fine. Looking at Yeonman, who continued to keep his hand on her body with his eyes closed, her sister added, he's concentrating his strength. Let him come to. At the same time, while in the illusory world, Yeonman looked at the abundance of energy and thought, much like elixirs, there is so much energy that the body can barely handle it. Continuing the process of gathering, he added, if I leave it as it is, it will dissipate, but if I absorb as much cold as I can, I will have a chance to try to reopen the blocked meridians. Forming a sphere of energy, the boy added in his head, one meridian is already filled with energy. I wonder how many meridians will be filled if you absorb all the cold. Opening his eyes and seeing the result of his efforts, Yeonman mentally said 4 meridians. It is amazing. Now I have almost 4 times more energy than before. Continuing his thoughts, he looked to the side and thought, of course this will destroy the level of instantaneous strength, but it is what it is. I will have to continue drinking the poison. Seeing the sisters in front of him, Yeonman felt warmth on his hand, and then looked down and said, Gayoi. Immediately removing his hand from Sister Mir's body, Yeonmyeong began to laugh in embarrassment. Seeing the boy's concern, who had just realized what had happened, his sister said, don't worry, everything is fine. Meyer told me everything. I don't know how to thank you. Hearing the girl's words, Yeonman smiled happily and said, you don't have to worry about the family, it's the duty of a young leader. Then the girl's father ran into the room and exclaimed, Miso, Meyer, what's going on? Immediately after his exclamation, the man turned his gaze to the side and noticed the boy and the naked Misu and Meyer sitting next to him, and then he was surprised. Unable to contain his anger at what he saw, the man, not even thinking to understand the situation, exclaimed, you're a parasite. Continuing to be angry at Johnman, who was caught in such a situation, the man added, what are you doing with my daughter, son? And said, we'll explain everything. After hearing the story, the girl's father knelt down in front of Johnman and bowed his head to the ground and said, I'm sorry for being rude. I didn't know you saved my daughter. Looking with a confused look at the man who had exclaimed, I didn't even know you were a young leader. Please don't be angry, he said. I don't know how anyone could have misunderstood in your place. Continuing to keep his head near the ground and shedding tears, the man exclaimed, I can't tell you how grateful I am to you. My daughters will not go to the grave before me. Immediately after, without raising his head, the man said, I was a traitor and settled here when I fell in love with a woman from the Tang clan. Recalling his story, the man added, my wife also suffered from this disease and died of it, and I spent all my money trying to find a cure for my daughters, but it was all in vain. As he continued to bow low in his tears, the man exclaimed, I am so glad that you, young leader, have had mercy on us and helped us. The next moment, the merchant raised his head and added, young leader, I will do whatever you command. To which Youngman replied, you are right, I just did what I had to do. Immediately after his words, the boy noticed something quiet among the merchants that he had heard since the Tang clan's forces had come to naught, and the Black Death Alliance had taken over. We rarely leave the city. Having received the answer to his question, Yeonman said, I see, then we'll discuss it a little later. Well, then I'm sure. Before the boy could finish his sentence, he heard Meyer's voice calling out to Johnman from nearby. Turning his gaze in the direction of the merchant's 2 daughters, he heard, you're coming. We didn't even have time to talk. Immediately after her sister's exclamations, Miso bowed her head and said, thank you again for saving my life, young leader. My family and I will never forget it. After hearing Miso's gratitude, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, Yeonman was shocked and did not say a word. Waving goodbye to the boy who was already heading home, Meyer called out after him, thank you very much. Hearing Meyer add, I'll be sure to repay you, Yeonman looked back and with a wide smile clenched his hand into a fist in farewell. Without hearing a word from the boy, Miso nervously asked the young leader if he was okay, and then Mir asked what was wrong with him. In response to her sister's question, Miso replied worriedly, "Oh, he looked a little confused. Maybe something went wrong during my treatment." Hearing her sister's suggestion, Mir looked at her with a wide and sly smile on her face. The next moment, Mire asked, "What's the matter? Did you want him to stay a little longer?" And Miso said in embarrassment that she did not. After looking away, the girl added in an embarrassed voice, "I don't know why you would say that. Is it really that noticeable?" she said. Miso covered her face with her hands and exclaimed, "Oh my god." And then Mir put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Come on, it's a natural reaction. Anyone in your position would feel something like that." Miso took one hand away from her eyes and looked at her sister and said, "Don't worry, sister, I've never seen anyone more beautiful than you." Immediately after remembering the same expression on young man's face, Meyer thought with a sly smile on her face, and even though he didn't say anything, his face when he looked at you. While Jamin was already on his way to his mansion, Meyer confidently added, "I think he liked you too." As he continued on his way home after Miso's treatment, Yeonman smiled and said, "family" in his head. Immediately after these thoughts, many pictures of his life with Miso appeared in his mind. Their marriage, the birth of a child, and their further upbringing. All of this stretched until their son got married, and then Yeonman and Miso had grandchildren and a happy old age together. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the thoughts that were filling his head, the boy mentally said he even imagined grandchildren. A little while later, calming his emotions and bowing his head down, the boy added, "I never thought in my life that someone could make me so excited." Immediately afterwards, when a light breeze blew, Johnman noticed a leaf in the air and thought, "This is what ordinary life feels like, and I hope I will have a chance to visit it again." The next moment, closing his eyes, Yeonman thought, "There is only one problem," remembering the words of Meyer's father, who had said that since the Tang clan's power had come to naught and the Black Death Alliance had taken over, "We rarely leave the city limits," Yeonman added mentally. The Black Death Alliance again. Starting his thoughts in this direction, Yongman spoke in his head of the alliance and its leader, Yu Kiljong. Also recalling the moment from the tournament for the place of clan leader, he mentally added that even if the alliance was not directly responsible for the decline of the Tang clan, as the Lord of Heavenly Radiance demons, however, after his subjects invaded the competition territory, his eternal presence was beginning to bother. Immediately after remembering his city, Yongman mentally added that, as long as Sichuan is under their rule, we will definitely meet them one day. In the meantime, somewhere in the residence of the Black Death Alliance in Simhwa Hall, a subject arrived to report. Kneeling before the lady and feeling trembling all over his body, the man heard that the power in the Tang clan had recently gotten out of control. As he continued to eat the apple while lying in bed, the woman added, "I wonder if that's all you have." The next moment, remembering the moment of the audience with the leader of the alliance, she heard that whatever was happening there, she should not interfere, so she asked. Immediately afterwards, she remembered the words of Yop Inje, who emphasized the orders of the leader of the alliance were absolute, and the ladies had better behave obediently until his anger subsided. Taking another bite of the apple, the woman said cowardly bastards and threw the fruit in the direction of the subject, but missed. As she continued to think about what had happened, she said in her head that the young leader and his regent had reached Wagan, and he was just going to watch and wait. She began to bite her nails in nervousness and thought to herself, "I can't avenge Mak Inha and Jong Yong Song. There is nothing I can do." After a few seconds, she removed her fingernail from her mouth and added, "But in general, if I am tied hand and foot, I can't do anything." Immediately after these thoughts, she remembered the words of the leader of her alliance, who said to send a message to the Tang clan, "I invite the young clan leader to the Sichuan provincial meeting that will be held soon." With a sly smile after recalling this moment during the audit with the leader, the woman mentally said in her mind the provincial meeting was what was needed. Feeling a surge of bliss after the opportunity, she said, "Please forgive me, but I can't let this go. Even now I can hear Makenhu screaming for revenge." Immediately after her words, she cast a fearsome glance at her kneeling subject and exclaimed that, "Until I wipe the Tang clan off the face of the earth, my anger will not subside." Noticing the fearsome look of the lady, the subject shed tears and scared exclaimed, "Please, I'm just a lady, please," and then burst into flames. Having finished her subject, who was sitting in her room and heard her thoughts, the woman smiled slyly and thought, "Look forward to it, little young leader. I will prepare a scene for you." Gathering at the house of one of the elders, Jihak asked what we should do, uncle, and was told that since the poisonous phoenix became regent, our position was in jeopardy. Continuing to report on the current situation, Tan Menshin, the second elder, said, "How should I know about this?" Immediately after, the elder exclaimed, "As if you did not bring all this upon yourself, the former leader of the Poison King clan asked in fright what you were talking about." Then, pointing his finger at the boy sitting next to him, the second elder angrily shouted, "Munchin, you lousy bastard, it's all your fault. You failed to assess the strength of the opponent and made enemies." Continuing to pour out accusations, the man added, "Now because of you and your father, everything I have built my whole life will collapse. Feeling a surge of anger after the reprimand, the guy turned his gaze to the side and thought that the cursed old man himself could not resist the family leader because of him. Immediately after, he bowed his head down and clenched his teeth, and angrily added in his mind, "I will heal my arm and take revenge on Ton young man." Continuing the conversation, Jihak asked the elder, "What are you going to do now? Like the other elders, it is difficult for us to maintain even our own guard." Hearing the remark from his nephew, the second elder gritted his teeth and said menacingly, "I know it myself, we will leave the clan." Meanwhile, having brought Yongman to the vault, the subject said, "This is where the most dangerous toxins and 10 poisons of the Tang family are stored." Continuing to stand beside Yongman, Banwu pointed to the building and added the poison storage. Seeing that they had arrived, Yongman smiled and said in his head, "It used to be under the control of the third elder, but now due to the negligence of the management, it was under the control of the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons." Seeing Yongman in front of them, a pair of guards folded their arms in front of him and bowed their heads, saying, "Welcome, young sir!" To which he replied, "Thank you for your service." As soon as Yongman started to move toward the vault, the guide held out his hand and said, "Young sir, before you go in, take this," and then asked what it was. In response to the gentleman's question, the subject said, "This will prevent you from being exposed to the poisons inside the vault. Keep it in your mouth, and it will filter out most of the poisons and prevent them from entering your body." After listening to the subject's story about the poison repellent pearl, Yonman said there was no need, and the subject exclaimed in shock that how could he? Waving his hand away from the boy's suggestion, Yonman said, "You need to keep it in your mouth. It must have passed through so many people, including the third elder." Continuing to poke the pearl at Yongman, the subject exclaimed, "The pearl is purified after each use. You have nothing to worry about." To which I said, "There is no need. I won't be poisoned without it." Having received another refusal from his master, the subject continued to insist and exclaimed, "Although you are immune to poisons, it is better for you to take it, please," which made Yonman angry. Having knocked out the persistent subject who was poking him with the pearl, Yonman went to the vault and said, "Open it." Once inside and looking around, Yonman said in amazement that the place was well maintained because it contained 10 poisons. Continuing to look around, the boy mentally added, "Now I understand why the guards were so worried about me. If an ordinary warrior without the pearl entered here, he would die on the spot." Continuing to walk on, Yonman added mentally, "Although my internal strength in the meridians has decreased after the vein sealing technique, I can still feel the concentration of poisons in the air is strikingly different." Taking a deep breath with a full chest, Yonman said in his head, "Of course for me after mastering the poison absorption techniques, this air is no worse than clean air. What a beautiful poison bath." Continuing to inhale the poisonous fumes, the boy added in his mind, "I can already feel my strength recovering, but it's not enough to use martial arts as before." The next moment, he put his hand to his chin and thought, "It would be better to ingest something with the strength of 10 poisons, but according to Tang family laws, I can't use 10 poisons for personal purposes." Immediately after these thoughts, Yongman turned his head to the side and mentally said, "If I had a recipe, I would ask Yijong to prepare it." At one point, he noticed something strange near him and wondered in his head what the strange sensation was. Using his improved vision, Yanman noticed a curvature in space and mentally added a part of the stream that looked like it was curved. The next moment, realizing what it could be, Yangman was surprised to hear that it was an incarnation. Stretching his hand to the place of space curvature, Yangman said, "The incarnation right in the Tang family's poison storage facility is not like the Zhegal family's phantom dome." The next moment, Yangman pulled out a dagger from his pocket and made an incision in space, saying, "It's worth checking." As soon as the entrance opened and the boy looked inside, he saw the road that led him further and said in surprise, "Passage." Looking closely at the environment around this passage, Yanman thoughtfully said the talismans with the words, "Forbidden and Sealed." Continuing to look around, Yanman thoughtfully said, "This is not the incarnation of Zhegal, this is the incarnation of Bansa." Realizing that it could be a spellcaster, Yangman thought, "My master knew some spellcasters in his past life." As he continued to think, he added that just as my master was obsessed with the sword, they were obsessed with magic, and they wanted to master magic and transcend the limits of human capabilities to achieve immortality. The next moment, Yanman added in his head, "I remember once I was sent to train to become a spellcaster's incarnation, and the place was crawling with monsters I didn't even know the names of." As he continued to stand in front of the ropes with the talismans, Yanman mentally said, "Spellcasters are usually selfish and only interested in what they want to know about the Tang clan's incarnation." Immediately after his thoughts, Yangman remembered his mentor who had said that spellcasters were inherently egotistical, possessed by spirits and demons, forever searching for immortality. Continuing to swing his sword, the mentor added without waiting for the student's question, "How I was able to get along with them was not difficult." Smiling happily and looking at the student, the mentor added that if you attack them every day for no reason, sooner or later they will want to talk. Putting his hand to his chin after mentioning this advice, Yangman mentally said, "I doubt that anyone in the family thought the same way as my master. Something must have attracted the attention of the spellcaster in the Tang clan." The next moment, noticing the poison coming out of the incarnation, Yanman mentally said, If the poison seeps through even hundreds of sealing talismans, then it must be a very powerful toxin. With a sly smile and curiosity about the contents of the incarnation, the boy said, "At first I was going to rewrite the recipe for the 10 poisons if it was still there, but this is much more interesting." Immediately after these thoughts, Yeonman confidently went to the incarnation and said in his head, "Let's find out what's inside." Feeling the changes in space, the strange creature said in his head, "Someone has broken the seal of Muyongyek, it can't be. How many years have passed? I don't care. Let me out." Seeing the jar covered with talismans and fenced off by them, Yeonman said, "This is where the 10th of the 10 poisons, which was thought to be lost, was hidden, but the jar covered with talismans looks eerie." Reaching out to the jar, Yeonman thoughtfully asked what kind of poison required such precautions, and then encountered a rebuff. Feeling the resistance of the jug's defense, Yeonman thought that even the recoil of this power was simply impressive. This incarnation would be harder to deal with than the others. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy took out his dagger and said in his head, however, he just needed to cut through each layer and cut the talismans on the jug at the same time. After some time of effort, Yeonman managed to free the jug from the talismans that sealed and protected it. Later, when he took a breath, Yeonman looked at the jar and thought that because of the sealing of the veins, my strength had become much less, as it would normally have been enough for me to do with one wave of my hand. A year later, noticing certain changes that occurred after the seals were removed, Yeonman said, "Without the talismans, the poison's evaporation has become even thicker, but I don't mind seeing what's inside." Smelling the freedom of the snake inside the jug, he said in his head, "The power of the talismans that held me back has disappeared." Immediately after these thoughts, the jar exploded, throwing Yeonman back in a blast wave, followed by an exclamation of freedom at last. Quickly regrouping in the air and landing on his feet, the boy wondered in his head what the hell was going on. Immediately after noticing the movements of something strange, he mentally added how fast he needed to hit it before it reached me. The next moment, he was behind Yeonman, and the snake was restraining his movements and said, "That's a pretty quick reaction. I like you, kid." Looking back and seeing the snake, Yeonman said in gratitude for freeing me from the seal, "I will finish you without pain," and then said, "Who and what you are." Upon receiving the question from his rescuer, the snake menacingly exclaimed, "Brainless, impudent, you are standing before the supreme poison. I am the poison of Jingo, the blue-horned white snake." Continuing to stare at the snake that was caught on his arm, Yeonman asked the snake what Jingo's poison was, and the snake laughed and said it was the same. The next moment, turning his gaze to the boy's hand, the snake added, "You managed to stop the spread of the venom by instantly blocking the acupuncture points, but it's impressive how long you'll last." Continuing to smile ominously, the venomous Jingo added confidently, "If this continues, I'll just slowly melt your hand." The next moment, feeling something strange, the snake exclaimed in surprise that it was energy, and then turned his gaze in the direction where he noticed the image of a skeleton. Not jokingly, the snake exclaimed in fright at what he saw, "The aura of poison absorption. Where did you get it from? You're somehow connected to Mungek." In response to the snake's question, Yeonman grabbed it by the neck and squeezed it tightly, saying, "My predecessor." Feeling his access to oxygen was being restricted, the snake said in confusion, "Wait, don't absorb my venom. You will completely destroy me." Continuing to clutch the snake in his hand, Jingo Yeonman said in an angry tone, "So what if he felt all weak and decided to give it back?" Continuing to absorb the snake's venom, Yeonman added in a stern tone, "I will absorb all your venom." Feeling panicked by the situation, the snake mentally exclaimed, "You rascal, he's seriously going to kill me." Realizing that the guy was not joking, the snake exclaimed, "Stop, I offer you a deal." After which Yeonman stopped for a moment and asked for a deal. Hearing that the guy was interested in his offer, Jingo said exactly that deal, "I just want to be free of the seal." Continuing to explain his motives to the snake, Jingo added that if you pardon me, I will become your spirit guardian. Staying in the room full of sealed talismans, Yeonman asked the spirit guardian, to which he heard, "Yes, spirit guardian, because it will be beneficial to you." Puffing out his cheeks to push the air further, the serpent added, "Don't you feel your energy growing every second thanks to my poison, and growing much faster than usual?" After hearing the remarks from his opponent, Yeonman mentally said, "Well, he's right. His venom is no match for the power of the Fire Carp Pearl or Hworonho. Even the usual absorption exceeds my previous level of energy." Continuing to propose a deal, the snake added that if I become your spirit guardian, I can provide you with poison whenever you want. Or is it better for you to use me gradually instead of absorbing all the poison at once? Without thinking much about the snake's offer, Yeonman said, "I'm not interested. There's no point in letting my enemy live, and I can always get poison." After he refused to cooperate, Yeonman said, "I beg you to have mercy. I have spent hundreds of years trapped in poison staring at the wall, and then I remembered myself from my past life." Looking at the boy with a cute look, the snake added, "If you allow me to become your spirit guardian, I will be obliged to obey everything you say. Can't we agree just to let me live?" After hearing the offer from the cute snake, Yeonman sighed and said, "Okay, I will believe you once I hear that you will accept me." Without opening his eyes, Yeonman said in a disgruntled voice, "But if you suddenly think of something, I will slap you on the spot." Having received approval of his proposal, the dragon joyfully exclaimed, "Of course, I promise you have nothing to worry about." The next moment, Yeonman asked, "So what do I have to do to make you my spirit guardian? I don't know anything about the art of spirits." Being very happy that he had achieved his goal, Jingo said, "You don't have to do anything." Seeing the energy sphere in front of him, Yeonman asked in surprise what it was, and was told that it was called a spirit binding seal. Having created a sphere for connecting souls, the serpent added, "Just take it and my spirit will connect with your soul. So I will become your guardian." Following the snake's instructions, Yeonman clutched the object in his hand, and the binding process began. At the same time, somewhere in front of the entrance to the vault, one of the guards shouted something. "The young leader hasn't been here long. He's not in trouble. We're done for." The next moment, one of Bonvai's squad added, "We need to go and check," to which the other remarked that we can't just enter there. In response to his comrade's remark, the warrior took the poison-repelling pearl into his mouth and said, "We will worry about the punishment later. We will not let the future leader of the clan suffer in this terrible place." Closing his eyes and bowing his head down, the other guard, resigned to his decision, said, "Your stubbornness will not stop anyone from doing this." The next moment, noticing a bright source of light behind him, the vault guard shouted out that a light was coming out of the vault. Also looking back in the direction of the bright light source, another guard exclaimed what was going on, and what he heard was this vibration. Continuing to panic from all that was happening in the vault, the soldiers exclaimed, "Young sir, you are doing fine, young sir." Seeing Yeonman, who had just opened the door from the vault and stepped out, the Bonvi warrior exclaimed, "This glow around the young master? What is it?" Reunited with the snake, Jingguo Yongman looked at himself and said in surprise, "This is the guardian spirit aura of Yonglin's dragon scales. Unlike ordinary guardian spirit auras, this one feels like a tangible external flow." Continuing to stare at his new aura, Yongman happily added in his head, "This was possible because the poisonous snake became my guardian, and I managed to fill all 12 meridians. Incredible luck." Immediately after these thoughts, recalling his journey from the vault to the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, Yeonman thought nervously, but now he would have to constantly control the emergence of power. Everyone's attention is tiring. Appearing on the shoulder of his new master in the form of a snake spirit, he said, "Do you really care about those below you?" Mu Yongyuk never hid his powers. In response to his spirit's remarks, Yeonmyeong gave him a slap and asked if I hadn't forbidden you to show your face in public. Rubbing the place where the snake had struck him, he said sadly, "No one will see me unless I want them to, and with such a strong aura, no one will dare to attack you." After hearing the snake's remarks, Yongman looked at his hand and said, "But it's still too conspicuous this time. I want to live a normal life." Hearing his master's words, Jingo asked, "This time you speak as if you've lived a normal life before, and it's really possible." Returning his gaze to his comrade, Yongman wondered what you were talking about, and he heard that such power was given to you for a reason. Keeping his gaze on the boy, the snake added, "Just like Mu Yongkuk, your ancestor and my former master, this power was given by fate." Sighing after hearing the snake's words, Yongman asked what kind of grief you tasted with him, and what you heard and don't remember. It was even harder to come to an agreement with him than with you. Continuing to talk about the former owner of the snake, I added that I worked for him like a cursed man, and when it was time for him to die, he turned into Bansa to seal me in a jar, thinking I was too dangerous. After listening to the serpent's story, Yeonman thought to himself, so that's where Bansa's incarnation came from. He was the spirit of the high morning. And then the serpent exclaimed in indignation, "No, you can't imagine." Continuing to listen to the snake's indignation, Yeonman mentally added that any spellcaster would be happy to have such a bodyguard. His father could seal him. Immediately after biting his finger, the boy imagined a situation where his master exclaimed to the mages, "Well, what will you say or not?" and mentally added that perhaps my ancestor was like my master. As he continued to think about the situation, he added that there is a reason why I was born this way, and it has something to do with the memories of my past life. Thinking about his situation, Yongman mentally said, "No matter how I think, I can't figure it out." And then he heard the young sir shouting behind him. Quickly starting to hide his guardian spirit, Yeonman asked what he heard. "I think you should see for yourself." Turning his head to his subject, the young man heard that the estate in Sichuan was attacked by members of a hostile sect, and then he exclaimed. At the same time, dragging Teho Henso on his back, he mentally said, "Trouble is, we're almost there." Catching up with the fugitives and blocking their way further, the leader of the enemy army shouted out, "Hey, Gongdong sect, where are you going?" Starting to shake his hands in front of the fleeing soldiers, the enemy leader added, "I don't know how you guys got here, but you should know that Sichuan is the territory of the Black Death Alliance." Clenching his teeth on his subject's shoulder, Teho said to Henso, "I'll try to detain them, and you run away." Henso said, "Stop it, sir. How will you stop them in this state?" The next moment, biting his lower lip, the boy mentally said to the hundreds of people of the evil sect under the leadership of the leader of the Mogyeong Palace, Zhang Taichon, "I cannot cope with them with my injuries." Throwing his sword on his shoulders, the man said, "I guess since you got to Chengdu, you tried to ask for help from the Tang clan. Didn't you know the leader of the alliance has taken over Sichuan, and the Tang family obeys him?" The next moment, laughing loudly, Zhang Taichung exclaimed, "If I betray you to the leader, he will give me the best fighting comrades." And then Hyunso exclaimed, "You bastard." Jang Tae-cheon continued to explain his plans and added, "I will deliver you alive, so get ready to lose a couple of limbs." At which point Yongman appeared with his subjects and said, "Here they are." Hearing someone behind him ask who the two yellow-robed men were, followed by the answer that they were probably masters from the Gongdong sect, young Mr. Hyunso looked back. After receiving the answer to his question, Yongman said, "So they are being opposed by an evil sect? Please escort the members of the Gongdong sect out. I think they are here as guests." Hearing the confident words of the guy behind him, Henso thought, "This outfit is a Tang clan master. They have come to our aid, but there are only 4 of them. Their fighting spirit is impressive, but there are hundreds of opponents." Stepping forward and looking back at Henso Yeonman said, "Your comrade seems to be seriously injured, so step back to what he heard was a confused wait." Taking the wounded Taeho Wanjin from the boy's back, he said, "I'll take care of him," and then asked Henso, confused, if he could help him in the battle. Hearing Henso's concern, Wanjin and the rest of the soldiers were chasing us. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, but you have nothing to worry about." After Hyunsu's surprised exclamation, Wanjin turned his gaze to the battlefield and said, "If you don't believe me, then look for yourself." Seeing the young man in front of him, Jang Taejong asked, "Who are you to stand in my way?" To which the subject replied, "I think it's the leader of the palace." Continuing to look at the young man who came out to fight, the subject added that he was the one who had won the Tang clan competition and survived as the new leader of the Tang clan. Hearing who it was standing in front of him, Jang Taechong joyfully exclaimed that it was the same boy you seriously came to confront us. How brave. Continuing to mock his opponent, Jang Taechong added, "You're just lucky that the leader of the alliance pardoned you, so I'll end this misunderstanding." Continuing his self-confident speech, the man exclaimed, "You asked for it, so the leader of the alliance will not blame us." And a needle flew into his forehead. Seeing their leader fall from his horse, the subject standing behind him asked in surprise, "Sir?" As soon as the enemy fell off his horse without any signs of life, Yeonman said, "I'm tired of listening to your nonsense." Having riveted everyone's attention to himself with the instant elimination of Jang Taechong, Yeonman added, "The leader of the alliance pardoned him, so don't make me laugh." The next moment, looking to his inner pocket for the rest of his weapons, Yeonman added with a smile on his face, "I will finish you off." At that time, one of his subjects turned his gaze to the leader who was lying on the ground and asked if the leader of the palace was dead. Without taking his eyes off the fallen leader, one of the soldiers added, "When did he even manage to throw the needle?" To which the other replied, "I didn't even notice." While the enemies were wondering what had happened, Yeonman had already taken the rest of the needles out of his pocket and thrown them in the direction of the soldiers. Noticing Yeonman's actions, one of the enemy soldiers asked him what he had done by throwing a bunch of needles into the sky, and another shouted to everyone to stay alert. As soon as the other soldier said this, one of the needles flew right into his head and took his life. At the same moment, Yeonman used his falling skill, which, along with the rest of the needles, began to destroy the enemy troops. Listening to the screams behind him, the man was surprised to hear that this was complete madness. And then one of the needles hit him. As soon as the falling skill expired, the enemy army began to lack a certain number of soldiers. At the same time, Yeonman said in disappointment, "I was in a hurry and forgot to apply the poison, but they have the same effect as poisonous ones." Immediately after his words, the boy heard the voice of the snake, who said to him, "Of course my poison has seeped into your needles, and few people can resist it." Hearing that his spirit was his guardian in the battle, Yeonman smiled and said, "You are more useful than I thought." To which he heard an indignant tone and said, "What are you talking about?" At the same time, standing behind him and watching all these events, Henso thought to himself, "I can't believe his skills are unbelievable. This is the man who single-handedly defeated 300 soldiers of the Dark Moon sword sect." After losing a large number of comrades, one of the surviving soldiers asked in confusion what had just happened. More than 100 soldiers were instantly killed. Continuing his thoughts, one of the soldiers exclaimed, "I thought the Tang family was in decline. No one said they had such a monster." At that very moment, among the terrified soldiers, one of the soldiers shouted out to stop panicking. It was just one boy. Clenching his hand into a fist and preparing for battle, the soldier added that unless this rascal reached Fagen, he would not have the energy to use this technique more than once. Immediately after his words, the man rushed at Yeonman with an axe and shouted, "I will lead you in the attack, and we will destroy him after me." A few seconds after his shout, the leader of the opponents closed the distance with Yeonman and, shouting "disappear," struck. Upon completion of the attack, the man confidently exclaimed, "I've dispelled your confidence." But his joy lasted only a few seconds. When the dust cleared, the man saw a guy who grabbed his weapon and crushed his hand. As the blade fragments flew around, Yeonman said in surprise, "Dragon scales are good." And then the man shouted in confusion and stopped the weapon with his bare hands. After the attacker's weapon was destroyed, the rest of the warriors standing behind him noticed something strange and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, it's a rain of 10,000 heavenly blades." At the same moment, Yeonman continued to use his skill and said, "Well, now it's my turn, right?" Meanwhile, standing behind Yeonman and watching the battle, Henso thought, "I thought the clan's secret techniques were lost after the attack of the heavenly radiance demons. As he continued to watch the rain of 1,000 heavenly blades, he mentally added, "But I was wrong. The Tang clan is still strong." The next moment, Henso added in his mind, "If they deal with the Black Death Alliance as he expects, then we will deal with the demon cult." After which Youngman looked back and asked, "Are you still here?" Receiving the question from Youngman, Hyunsu nervously exclaimed, "Your abilities, young leader, are so impressive that I just couldn't take my eyes off you." Hearing the reason why Henso was still here, Yeonman walked past him and said, "Indeed, well, let's discuss it in more detail at the mansion." After receiving the invitation from the young leader, Henso looked at the battlefield covered with bodies and said, "Of course," and then thought, "We'd better not have any conflicts with the Tang family." A few days later, on the outskirts of Sichuan province, Taeho and Henso went to a restaurant to eat. While eating his pasta, Henso said that he was lucky that there were no disagreements with the new school sects on the way to Sichuan. "I heard that after the fall of the Tang clan, Sichuan is under the leadership of several clans that fight among themselves, but the atmosphere is surprisingly calm." Having not received any answer to his words, Henso noticed something strange and said to the sir in surprise. Again not receiving an answer to his question, Henso wondered why he was so tense and turned his head to the side. At the same moment, he saw a guy in front of him who said, "How's the food? The restaurant is small, but I come here often." After hearing the question, Henso thought, "He got so close to us and I didn't even feel the impressive skills," and then asked who you are. Immediately after his student's question, Taeho asked, "Don't you recognize him?" He was a young man from the Yu family, and Henso was shocked to hear that. As soon as his name was called, the leader of the Black Death Alliance, Yu Kiljong, said, "I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, so what brings the distinguished guests from the Gongdong sect to my province?" As Hyunsu continued to sink into shock, he thought, "We came to this remote inn to avoid clashes with the local sects. But who would have thought that we would run into the leader of the alliance here?" The next moment, Yu Kiljun turned his gaze to Taeho and asked, "Do you have any business with the alliance? I see you have already reached Hwagan. If you have arrived, it must be serious." Receiving the question from Kiljun, Taeho said with a grudging smile, "We don't do business with the Dark Death Alliance. You came alone. I don't see your subjects." After hearing the grandfather's remarks, the leader of the alliance asked with a smile, "What do you think? Can you handle me if I'm alone? I'm ready to pardon you if you wish." In response to Kiljun's offer, Taeho said, "Believe it or not, I have lived twice as long as you have heard, so how can I express my respect for you on this occasion?" Taeho said in a fierce tone, "Years of energy accumulation are important during the battles in Hwagan. Do you think you can handle all the energy I have accumulated through our sect's techniques?" Meanwhile, watching the conflict from the sidelines, Henso thought to himself, "I've never seen my master so irritated. Is he really going to start a fight right here?" The next moment, Yu Kiljun spoke, attracting everyone's attention. "What an arrogance, Cheongsong Ami Chomhang. I wiped out all these sects with my own hands more than 10 years ago. The Gongdong sect survived only because it was far from Sichuan." Immediately after throwing on his hat and heading for the exit, the leader of the alliance added, "If you need a fight to understand this, then follow me. There is a place nearby for a quick fight." Hearing Yu Kiljun's proposal, Hyunso exclaimed to Taeho-san, "No, sir. If something happens to what you heard, you mean to tell me to sit idly by after all he said?" Picking up his sword and standing up, Taeho added, "Don't stop me. I'll show this bastard the best martial arts in the world." After telling about the incident of the battle, Henso added that's how he got into the fight, after which Yongman asked if he would have ever thought of getting into a fight. After Yongman's words, Henso added that's exactly how it was, and then there were those people who were chasing us, but he was a scary leader of the alliance. Before the duel began, Taeho took out his weapon and said to Henso, "Step aside," and he replied, "Be careful, sir." After noticing his opponent's actions, Yu Kiljong took off his hat and said, "Well, let's get started." Having received the command to start the battle, Taeho immediately jumped up and attacked his opponent, who deflected the blow with one hand. Standing right in front of his opponent, Taeho heard a good sword technique, feeding his technique with internal energy. Holding the enemy and looking him straight in the eye, Yu Kiljong added, "What a great idea to use the resonance of internal energy to repel other energies." Standing aside and watching the battle go on, Hyunso mentally said, "I can't follow them. This is a battle of warriors who have reached Hwagan." The next moment, when the pace slowed down a bit, the moment of Taeho's next attack on Yu Kiljin became clearly visible. Having noticed this movement of his opponent, the sect leader at the last moment stretched his arm near his neck and blocked the blow. Continuing to hold his opponent's sword, Yu Kiljong asked if that was all. "Come on, try harder. You boasted about your energy, so show me what you can do." Hearing his opponent's provocative words, Taeho clenched his teeth and exclaimed angrily, "All right, I'll show you the absolute technique of the Gongdong sect." Preparing to strike his strongest blow, the old man shouted out the technique of the true power of the demon sword. Seeing what was happening on the battlefield, Henso happily thought, the master is superior to him. Maybe he can deal with the leader of the alliance here. But this joy didn't last long as Kiljin smiled, and Henso thought about what happened, after which the alliance leader began to repel all the attacks of his opponent. Seeing that his attack had just failed, Taeho bit his lip and thought that he was purposely blocking me at the last second, as if to test me. Immediately after preparing for the next strike, Taeho thought, well, demon sword technique is a secret technique. I will put an end to your arrogance. At that time, watching the actions of his opponent, the leader of the alliance said happily, "So that's how you use it." Immediately after these words, Teho completed all the preparations and splashed out the accumulated energy on his opponent. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Henso thought he was using a secret demon sword technique and then shouted out, "Mr." Teho asked him, "Did you see that, Henso?" And he replied, "Sir, you destroyed that rascal." Immediately after his words, waving his arms, Henso added, "I saw everything, sir, but we need to leave immediately because we have made a lot of noise." Before Teho could recover from the attack, Kiljun's voice came out of the dust cloud and said, "This technique requires much more precision than I thought, but I didn't expect anything less from the Gongdong sect." Creating the same sphere of energy on his fingertip, the alliance leader added the use of internal energy amplification. Although you call it a demon sword technique, it is essentially a powerful martial art based on internal energy. Seeing what Kiljun Henso was demonstrating, he exclaimed, "Sir, this is definitely a secret demon sword technique, but it's an incredibly mixed technique as well." In response to the boy's confused exclamations, the alliance leader asked why you are surprised. "If you understand the principles, you should know that it doesn't have to be a purely demonic technique, right?" While Teho pushed his disciple away from him, Kiljun added, "You call it a demon sword technique. Well, that's fine." The next moment, directing the technique he had just copied at Teho, the alliance leader added only out of respect for its origin. Continuing to smile at the moment of his opponent's destruction, Yu Kiljong added, "I will call it the Divine Conquest Technique." While in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, Yonan asked Yu Kiljong how the leader of the Dark Death Alliance used Gongdong sect martial arts. In response to the young clan leader's question, Tang Hengso looked down and said that he had changed it to suit himself. Although the energy he concentrated was different, it was a demonic sword technique. There could be no mistaking it. Continuing to recall that moment of the battle, Henso added that the power in his hands exceeded the power of our technique, if the master had not used the rest of his internal energy to block that blow. Keeping his gaze on Yanman, the guest added nervously, "I probably wouldn't be here." Putting his hand to his chin, Yongman mentally said, "Tao Teho has clearly already achieved Hwagen's ability to adapt a technique that you see for the first time, and it is interesting that Yu Kilchun was able to understand the art of this master in just one fight." At one point, in the midst of his thoughts, Yongman heard Hyunso call out to him, and the young leader looked to the side. Turning his gaze to the guest, he saw him fold his arms and exclaim, "Sir and I have come to the Tang clan with one purpose in mind. Please join our sect for a great martial arts tournament." The Heaven Demon Cult is a religious and military group based in Xinjiang. At one time, this cult could even rival the strength of all Murumu sects and factions. However, even now, after so many changes in the world of martial arts, the old-school sects do not dare to attack it, because the whole sect was in the hands of one master. But when the master's son Yang Chonghe appeared, the situation began to change. Possessing an innate talent for martial arts, Yang Chonghe gathered his own followers around him. Fearful of accidentally starting an internecine struggle that would tear the cult apart, Zhang Yuk left home with his followers and founded his own cult of Heavenly Radiance Demons. Sitting in front of Yunsu, Yanman heard this weakened the elite ranks of the Heavenly Demon, and gave him a last chance to eradicate it, but we are concerned about the Black Death Alliance in the south. Continuing to talk about the reasons for the help, the guest added that if the alliance moves north, we will suffer serious losses because our elites are not there. The next moment, recalling the moment of the battle against the pursuers, Henso added, "However, you young leader with your unrivaled strength could prevent the alliance from moving north." Folding his hands in front of him again and bowing his head, Henso said, "That is why we ask you to hold off the Black Death Alliance until we deal with the cult of the Demon of the Heavens." A few seconds after the request was made, there was a no, and upon being rejected, Henso opened one eye and said in surprise, Subsequently, feeling very nervous at the boy's refusal, Henso asked what you just said. Receiving the question from the guest, Yanman sighed and said, "I said no. Why should the mayor suddenly—" After a while, after listening to his subject who had returned from the negotiations, Teho asked him, he refused. In response to his master's question, Henso quoted Yanman, "I cannot make such a decision. The time is now. I need to consult with the family leader, then I will let you know the answer." And then he added, "That's how he said," and ordered me to wait for him. The next moment, turning his gaze to Teho, Henso asked the gentleman, "What if we could not convince them?" And he heard the answer that for now, we could only wait. After his master's words, Henso said, "I'm sorry to change the subject, but I did not expect to see the Tang clan in this state." Recalling all that he had seen here, Henso said that on the way we had seen the clan buildings, the fighting courage. As he continued to recall the situation in this place, he added the warriors' training and the mood of the people in the clan. Recalling everything he had seen, Henso added that it completely contradicted the rumors that the clan had been completely destroyed by the demons of the heavenly light. After hearing his subject's remark, Teho scratched his beard and said, "I also noticed that there must be some driving force reviving the clan." Continuing the dialogue, Teho added, "We must enlist their support." And then behind them came a voice, I have come to see you off, dear Taoists. Drawing attention to himself, the commander-in-chief added, I am Tang Gu-hen, the party's internal affairs manager, the family leader, who wishes to see you. After a while, when the guests arrived at the meeting room, they heard, Welcome, young leader. You have already told me everything. You are asking for our help in fighting the cult of the demon of heaven. Sitting in front of the guests at the table, I added, I am Tang Zihe, the current regent and family leader. Seeing the woman who is now in charge of everything in the Tang family, Taeho thought, her aura is definitely in Hwagan. Now it is clear how the Tang clan has regained its former strength. As he continued his thoughts, his grandfather mentally said, with the young leader's impressive abilities and the current leader reaching Vagan, it was no wonder they quickly regained their power. The next moment, taking his seat at the table, Henso said, Yes, our sect urgently needs support as it concerns the destruction of the demon and demon regiments. We ask for your participation for the sake of justice. Continuing his speech, Henso added, Please consider our offer, and Tang Jihei looked down. The next moment, she turned her gaze to her son and asked Yumyun, You said you refused the masters earlier, right? And you still stand by your decision. Receiving the question from the family leader, Yeonmyeon confidently said, Yes, Mom. And then Hyunso exclaimed in surprise at the young leader's question, But why? Continuing to look at the boy, Henso added, If we don't stop this evil, the whole of Murim will be plunged into chaos, to which Yeonman replied, I am aware of the threat of the Heaven Demon cult, but the Dark Death Alliance and the Evil Sect are separate issues. Continuing to express his opinion, the guy added, Based on what I learned, the Alliance does not oppress the ordinary people of Sichuan. They collect taxes, but also get rid of criminals, and generally behave like old-school sects. After telling the information he knew, Yongman added that, in this situation, we have no reason to strike them first. Hanso was surprised to hear this and asked what he was talking about. In response to the guest's question, Yongman replied in a stern tone, You are asking for justice, but when the Dark Doom Alliance and the Heavenly Radiance demons attacked the Tang clan and isolated us. Reminding the guests of their past sins, Yongman added, None of you came to our aid to restore justice. Continuing his speech, the young leader added, I understand that the safety of my own clan and sect should be a priority, so I don't blame you for that. Hangso said, But now you are asking for help under the pretext of destroying the evil sects. When Kunlun disappears, Gongdong will be next in line. Do you think I can't see that you are desperate? After listening to all the remarks of Yongman, Henso thought, I can't raise my head, young leader. You are right. We are crying out for justice, but we are only acting as a stake. Our sects are under threat. And then Taeho said, You are right, young leader. I apologize for not taking into account the situation of the Tang clan. Hearing Taeho's words, Henso turned his head to him and thought, Sir, I thought he would be angry. And then his grandfather added, I was being unpredictable. It is quite fair of you to refuse when we are talking about sacrifices for justice. Continuing his speech, Taeho added, looking at Yeonman, We are ready to pay you well for your help. Please think about it. We really need your support. After this proposal, Yeonman said, Well, if that's the case, I can't refuse. And Henso said happily, Then let's discuss the forces we can deploy first. Ignoring Henso's request, Yeonman smiled slyly and said, But first of all, tell me how much you are willing to pay. Returning from the negotiations, Henso said tiredly, We will pay a sum at a time that is more than the cost of maintaining our sect for several years. Hearing the words of his subject, Taeho looked at him and said, But it is a small price to pay for the salvation of our sect. Attracting the attention of his subject, Taeho added, We are confident in their abilities, so we are offering such money. And Henso noted that the young leader's fighting skills were impressive. Watching the guests from the window, Yeonman heard them talking. Perhaps the family leader was equal to or even greater than him, but it was impossible to hide the level of his strength from you, sir. As he continued to watch the guests while Tang Jihei drank tea, Yongman heard that if they could hide it even from you, that changed the matter completely, and then thought they didn't notice because I was keeping the land of open meridians. Continuing his thoughts, Yeonman mentally added, This Taoist is more insightful than he seems, and then heard from his mother that it was because of Hwagan. It's not about money. Why did you suddenly change your mind? In response to his mother's question, Yongmen replied, I didn't suddenly change my mind because I mentioned the good deeds of the alliance to the Taoists, but I don't trust them. Hearing this, Tang Jihei remarked, Isn't it true that the order was preserved even after all the major sects of Sichuan collapsed? To which Yongmen replied that Yu Kiljong was the reason for this. Starting to recall the moment he came to the rescue, he added that he was classified as an evil cult, not because his cult did not join the old-school sects, but because they ignore principles such as justice and cooperation, and in pursuit of their interests they are no different from a gang of bandits. The next moment, Yongmen quoted a merchant. Ever since the Tang clan's power has diminished and the Dark Death Alliance has come to power, we rarely leave the city limits. And then he said the interim order in Sichuan supports Yu Giljong. If something goes wrong, they drive out the competition. Continuing to recall past events, Yongman added implanting spies, attacking other clans, and destroying them to keep things the same. Talking about the scheme and the risks, the young leader added that if Yu Kiljong suddenly disappeared, this fragile order would come to an end, and Sichuan would be populated by evil sects that had grown under his rule. After listening to her son, Tang Jihei said, "It really needs to be nipped in the bud. I understand what you mean, so what do you plan to do about it?" Smiling after the question, Yongmen said, "It's simple, we just need to stop them from moving north." And then the Inca asked, "But with our current forces, we won't be able to completely block the alliance, right?" Receiving the remark from his mother, Johnman said happily, "We will not block them. We will destroy them from within." Hearing this, the woman exclaimed in confusion, "You want to infiltrate the main camp of the Dark Death Alliance." After her son's suggestion, the mother said, "Of course it makes sense, but it will be difficult to get in," and then said that they had recently extended an invitation to the provincial council. Continuing to talk about his plan, Yongmen added, "Unlike in previous years, the current Sichuan Provincial Council has become a tournament where young masters of evil sects compete. I'm going to the council and see for myself their true nature." The next moment, with a sinister smile, Yongmen said, "If, as I assume, they have not abandoned their evil intentions, I will finish them all." At the same time, a member of the Jaegel family was riding in the cart and said, Yong, when you get to the An clan, don't do anything that might hurt the leader." Folding his hands in front of him and leaning on them, the family leader said, "Remember, the fate of our entire family depends on you." In response to Changshin Zhigal's remarks, the young lady of the Zhigal family confidently said, "Don't worry, uncle, as you said. If the leader is really such an unusual person, I will defeat him no matter what it takes." Arriving at the guest room in the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, Yijong asked Mr. Taiho, "Are you here? I brought you food and medicine." Hearing the voice of the young man who was taking care of him, Taihyo said, "Young Yijong, please come in." After receiving permission to enter, Yijong asked how you were feeling and was told, "Thank you, I am feeling much better." Reaching out to the plate, the grandfather added, "Your grandfather's decoction was very effective," and then Ayong asked what was wrong. Recalling the moment when he saw that broth, Daeho said that it was the first time he had seen a broth using not only medicinal but also poisonous plants. Also recalling how Hoyle told him to drink without fear, pointing to the broth, Taeho added, "I was even afraid to drink it at first." The next moment, recalling the effect in the first shouts, "No one will stop me now," Taeho added. "And it was a mistake when I drank it. My wounds recovered noticeably. Even the leader of the medicine temple, who personally prepared the medicine, said that the recovery was faster than he expected." Continuing to listen to the treatment, Taeho Ijong happily said, "At this rate of recovery, you will soon be well enough to benefit from the treatment." The next moment, Hyunso looked back and asked, "Young man, why is there so much noise outside today? What's going on?" Heejong replied that it sounded like Jae-hal's family was returning, and Henso was surprised to hear that. In response to Henso's question, Heejong replied that our clan has maintained close relations with the Jaegel family for many years, and they helped organize the competition. Continuing to speak for this family, the guy added, "Now the Tang clan has decided to set up a defensive formation around the estate." Hearing Yijong Hyunso's words, he thought, "I've heard that these families are friends, but I don't know much about military formations, but I understand that it requires a lot of money, like the Jae-hal family has with their finances." While the subject was absorbed in his thoughts, Taeho asked if the Tang clan covered all the expenses and provided the materials. In response to the question from his grandfather, Yijong happily replied, "No, as far as I know, the Jaegel family takes care of everything." Looking at the shocked guests, Yeong added, "As the young leader told me, the Jagal family has expressed their full cooperation." Thinking back to the Jae-hal family, Daeho wondered if they had found any weakness in Jae-hal. But the only weakness in Jae-hal was Yeonman. Arriving at the Hall of Hidden Weapons and Poisons, Changshin asked Yong-young, "Are you sure you can handle this?" She put her hands on her sides and added, "I know my rights." Holding her nose up, the girl added confidently that no man can resist my charms. Hearing the girl's words, Changxing thought, Yong, you remind me of my sister, who in the old days was called the first beauty in Hubei. It will not be difficult for you to win the heart of a young man. The next moment, recalling the story of my sister Changxin mentally added 10 years ago, the demons of heavenly radiance attacked Zhigal, wanting my sister. My sister's self-sacrifice saved our family from complete destruction. Immediately after recalling the aftermath of that incident, the man bowed his head and added in thought, "However, she could not cope with the humiliation of becoming a nighttime toy and committed suicide. I will never let our family experience such a tragedy again." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the girl and added in his mind that if Yang could get close to the young leader, she would ensure the continuation of our family through the Tang clan. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man smiled worriedly and said in his head, "Please, Yang, the future of the family is in your hands." The next moment, the door opened and Ji-hee's voice came from inside saying, "Welcome, I heard that during the last competition for the young leader, your battle formation proved to be very useful." Smiling happily at the shocked guests, she added, As the leader of the family, I am eternally grateful to you for agreeing to build fortifications around our estate. Looking at the woman standing before him, Changxing thought in astonishment, the family leader, is this the mother of the young leader, as the saying goes? The apple does not fall far from the tree. Are they a truly blessed family? Changxing folded his hands in front of him to greet him. But before he could recover from the shock, Changxing thought, her aura is so strong, it is simply amazing. And then he said, greetings, Madam Leader. My name is Jagal Changxing. Continuing his greeting, the man added, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had already taken over as family leader. To which Jihei replied, don't apologize, you were away when I took over, so you couldn't have known. The next moment, the woman added, you must be tired from the road, so you should rest before you start working. To which Changxing replied, thank you for your concern. Later, Tang Jihei asked who the child is with you, to which Changxing hesitantly replied, my niece, I brought her here to strengthen the friendship between our families. Standing in complete shock at what she saw, the girl did not pay attention to the way they spoke to her. At the same time, all the girl's attention was riveted on Yanman, who was standing in front of her, thinking that this was the young leader of the Tang clan. What kind of person he was. Continuing her thoughts, she mentally added a great candidate for the role of the groom, and then heard her uncle call out to her, Yong Yong. Coming to her senses after her daydreaming, she bowed her head and nervously said, please see me, my name is Jehal Yon Yon, and I cordially congratulate you on your marriage. Hearing the girl's greeting, Tang Jihei said, what a polite young lady, thank you, and such a beautiful woman. I think you have already broken many young men's hearts. Bowing her head to the leader of the Tang clan after receiving the compliment, Yan Yan said, thank you for your praise. With her hand over her mouth, Tang Jihei said happily, I also had many admirers when I was young, as if I were looking at myself in my youth. Feeling fond of herself, Yang Yang said happily, you're still very beautiful. I thought you were the older sister of the young leader. After receiving the compliment, Yan Yan thought, I need to win the favor of not only the gentleman but also his mother, because she is my future mother-in-law. As they continued to exchange pleasantries, Ji He said, it's nice to hear you say that, although it's very flattering. Since you and the young leader are the same age, you will get along well during your stay with us. She bowed her head and clasped her hands to her chest and said, I will be glad to be home. My brother does not show any affection for me, my sister. And Ji He said, how can that be? After squeezing out a tear at this phrase, Yan Yan mentally said, wondering how the young leader would react, and then looked at him and saw him falling asleep at the table. Feeling a strong shock after what she saw, the girl thought in confusion that how could she be indifferent to the sadness of such a beautiful person? The next moment, recalling a moment from the past, she mentally added, it's strange, at home I was always surrounded by men's attention. Didn't he take a liking to me? At that time, Yanman was floating in his thoughts, remembering Tan Miso whispering to him. Feeling nervous about the failure of his plan, Changshin mentally said, that was such a bad idea. While Yongyun thought, this is the first time I've ever experienced such humiliation. Continuing to stare at the boy whose mother had woken him up with the words, what are you doing in front of the guests? Yongyong added. The young leader, Tan Yongman, didn't even look at me. Feeling a feeling she had never experienced before, the young leader of the Jaegal clan thought with tears in her eyes, I will make you pay attention to me no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, in the center of Sichuan, the territory of the Black Death Alliance, the street heard the news about the provincial council, saying the young leader of the Tang clan would also participate, to which he heard that considering all that he had done, the other clans would hardly forgive him. At that time, a meeting of high-ranking officials was taking place in the Chimhua detachment at the provincial council training site. Standing in front of everyone, a woman read out the budget needed for the tournament on the first page and the list of clans and families participating in the tournament on the second page. Hearing the announcement, Commander Song Manil smiled and said, for now, the Simhwa squad will do everything right, but actually this year the Cheongji squad was supposed to be in charge of the organization. Continuing to express his remarks, the commander added, however, we had to take over everything, so we are not responsible for the work. To which he said, no, we are just doing what is necessary as subjects of the alliance leader. Hearing the leader's remarks, the masked man said, yeah, but the leader threw away the report and walked away. To which the old man said, what a bold speech. It's time you forgot about your past in the jungle and finally wised up. The next moment, the door to the meeting room instantly opened and a girl ran inside, shouting, Uncle, I want to go to the provincial meeting too. When he felt someone jump on his back, Sanmanul asked, what are you talking about? And who said she wouldn't go because she wouldn't be interested in it? To which he heard that it was a long time ago and not true. The next moment, the girl added, I heard that the young leader of the Tang clan will also attend this year's meeting. To which Sanmanul replied, yes, that is true. After receiving an affirmative answer, the girl said in love that he is so handsome that all the women he has met suffer from love longing for him. To which San Manil replied awkwardly, I think that's an exaggeration. After the uncle's remark, the girl happily exclaimed, if it's a lie, I'll pretend I didn't know, and if it's true, I'll marry him. And if my parents could hear how easily you say that, they would be shocked. Standing aside and watching the girl, the woman heard, well, even if it's fashionable. To which San Manil replied, okay, as if I forbade you, you would listen to me. Continuing to play with the little girl, the commander added happily, as if someone would dare to contradict the daughter of the leader of the alliance. Taking care of her sister, Mir said, "My God, your hair is so beautiful. You can't even tell that you've been sick for a long time." And her sister just laughed awkwardly. Continuing to comb her sister's hair, Meyer added, "Yon-man has been staring at you for a long time, so what's your secret, huh?" Immediately after her question, Mireille smiled slyly and asked, "Sis, do you like Yon-man?" Suddenly blushing at the question, Miso exclaimed in confusion, Why do you ask that?" Continuing to smile slyly at her sister's reaction, Meyer added, "Why, just hearing his name made you breathless." To which Miso exclaimed, "You use your martial arts to control people's breathing." At one point, Meyer suddenly asked her sister why she was worried, and she calmed down and asked what you were talking about, and she replied, "You know Yongman will be away for a while he attends the provincial council." Continuing to talk about the trip, Mireille added that the meeting of the Xuancheng Provincial Council was a meeting of representatives of apostate sects, and after hearing her sister's scary words, Mireille added that it was not that. Seeing that Miso had misunderstood her, Mireille asked, "What if Yongman met a girl among the participants of the meeting and fell in love with her? How would you feel about it, sister?" Miso looked worried and shocked and bowed her head down and said, "I don't want that to happen." Receiving the answer from her sister, Meyer smiled slyly and said, "Then we are also going to the provincial meeting." Miso felt herself being grabbed by the arm and pulled along after the suggestion, but will only be in the way of the young leader. Continuing to drag her sister along, Meyer exclaimed happily, "Don't worry about it, your sister will take care of everything." At the same time, sitting at the table opposite Yongman asked, "So you want to go to the meeting just for the sake of battles?" To which he heard yes. Continuing to persuade the guy to go along, the girl added, "I heard that this provincial meeting is a place where influential people compete for power and money in Sichuan, and as a girl I'm very interested in how it happens." Continuing to stare at Yongman without a care in the world, he said, "Well, I was told that you can bring one bodyguard and one servant to the meeting." The next moment, the boy added, "Just know this is not the place for fun." Hearing this, Young thought I would find a way to go with him and win his favor. At one point, Mir arrived in the room where Yeonman was talking to the guest, opening the door and calling out to Yeonman. Hearing that someone had called him, the boy looked at the entrance and said, "I had a feeling that someone was coming, and it was definitely you." Dragging her sister behind her, Mir added, "Yes, we are. My sister wants to talk to you." And Miso exclaimed, "Hey, it's not fashionable to barge in on a young leader like that." At one point, she noticed that a girl in the room with Yeon was staring at her, and she stopped in her tracks and said, "Huh." The next moment, looking at Yeon with a displeased look, Meyer asked, "Who the hell are you?" And she heard the same question in response. Seeing that the two girls were having a conflict with each other, Yeonman asked Miso what was going on. Hearing the question from the young leader, Meyer broke away from the argument and told him exactly what it was. Immediately afterwards, she confidently exclaimed, "Take me and my sister to the provincial meeting," which shocked everyone in the room. After a while, after listening to Mire Yeonman, he asked, "So you will be a servant, Mire, and Miso wants to accompany me in battle." And she patted her sister on the shoulder and said, "That's exactly what you said. One bodyguard and one servant?" Staying aside from the conversation, Yongyun heard that my sister and I were perfect candidates, and Yongyun thought, "What does this girl think she is doing?" The next moment, she furrowed her brows and began to stare at Meyer, adding, "And she's addressing him like that, and she's not even a friend." Immediately afterwards, she turned her gaze to Miso, who was sitting next to her, and added that her face was completely unbecoming of the young leader. Feeling very uneasy after hearing all that, Young said in her head, "If she goes with him, my whole plan, my situation, is in jeopardy." After thinking about the proposal for a while, Yeonman said to Meyer, "You can come with me as a servant, but you can't be a bodyguard. I already have someone for that position." Hearing that Mir had been refused her offer, Yon shouted that if my sister did not go, I also thought he was talking about me. After hearing Mir's exclamations, Yeonman said, "Well, there's nothing you can do, you'll have to choose someone else." And then she angrily exclaimed, "No, you're not serious." Miso shed a tear after being rejected and put her hand on Mir's shoulder and said, "I'm fine, Meyer." To which her sister replied. The next moment, barely holding back her tears, Miso added, "Maybe you should go alone. I'm not really the right person for this, so if the young leader doesn't want to, then you shouldn't insist." Seeing her sister's reaction, Meyer immediately turned her gaze back to Yeonman and said angrily, "Hey, you go ahead, but we'll get out." Once they were in a place where no one could hear them, Meyer said angrily to Yeonman, "You're certainly an impressive man, intelligent, determined, and your martial arts skills are excellent, but why the hell are you so stupid?" Continuing to get angry at her friend, Meyer added, "Who do you think I'm doing all this for? Don't you see how she looks at you? I thought you were interested in her too." Waving her hands in front of the guy, the girl added, "I'm arranging everything for you in the best possible way, and you're telling her what's wrong, what you heard. This is a place for entertainment." Interrupting the girl with his own phrase, Yeonman added this deadly remark, and Meyer asked what he meant. Then, going into details, Yeonman said, "I don't know exactly what will happen when I face the masters of the evil sects, but if your sister comes with us and gets into danger that we can't foresee." Imagining what could happen to her sister and hearing who would be responsible, Meyer felt anxious. Continuing to talk about the risks of this trip, Yeonman added that the meeting place was an alliance territory and that they might have to meet with the leader of the alliance. Hearing Mireille's disgruntled sigh, Yeonman added, "Your sister has not yet recovered from her illness. She is weak, and it will be difficult for her to endure the trip." Resigned to Yeonman's refusal, Meyer said, "I understand. You're right. There's nothing to be done." And the boy replied, "Thank you for understanding." Immediately after thanking the boy, Meyer added, "But I'm going anyway." Hearing this, Yeonman was surprised to hear that you had just said that you would not go without your sister. In response to Yeonman's remark, Meyer exclaimed angrily, "I know what I said, but I won't let you go alone." To which he replied, "You didn't understand. At that time, Yeonman thought they were talking about me." As evening fell, Changshin continued to create the defense project and slowly began to fall asleep at work. Noticing him near him, Yeonman came up behind him and asked what you were doing there, to which Jegel scaredly exclaimed that I was awake. The next moment, looking back at the guy who had caught him sleeping, Changshin added, "I'm finishing up the formation, setting up everything here today, and tomorrow everything will be ready." Hearing that everything would be finished soon, Yeonman said, "Really, let me see." Taking the scroll with the formation plan in his hands, Yeonman thoughtfully spoke about the main library and administration headquarters. Having examined all the main points of interest, the boy heard the formation covering these 3 key points of the clan. Also recalling the dialogue with Yeongman, who said that you will have a week to do everything, either do it in a week or don't take it on, Chongqing asked anxiously, "Everything will be completed within the time frame you set," and that was fine with him. After hearing Jigel's report, Yeongman tapped him on the shoulder and said, "You see, I told you that you will succeed. Keep up the good work." As Yeongman continued to tap the man on the shoulder for fulfilling the agreement, he thought it would be nice to thank him for his work. The next moment, looking up to the sky, he added, "This exceeds all my expectations. It should be enough to defend the house if we are attacked in my absence. And now it's just a matter of time." A short time later, an elder arrived at Yeonman's office with a question for the leader who had summoned me. Continuing to look at his leader, the 4th elder, Tak Jiren, added, "It's not often that you call me in like this." When the man asked him a question, Yeongman said, "It is said that you have achieved your position through skillful swordplay, and I am a little skilled with the sword, so I would like to talk to you." Hearing the young leader's words and remembering his skills, the elder said, "I have seen how you handle the sword, and I cannot match your level of skill, and I am fully aware of the gap between us." Hearing the words of his subject, Yeonman said confidently, "Of course I didn't expect anything less from you, which is why I would like to give you some advice. Of course, this does not mean that I will teach you for free." Shocking his grandfather, Yeongman added my condition, "From now on you will strictly obey my orders." I bet that such a chance does not come along every day. You can even call it luck, right? Immediately after saying all that, Yeonman stretched out his hand in front of him and said with a sly smile, "So you don't want to come over to my side?" After a while, standing at the exit, Senso said, "We're going to go on our way. Thank you for your hospitality." Holding his arms folded and his head bowed in front of him, the boy added, "On behalf of the Gondong clan, we would like to thank you for joining our cause." After his student's words, Taeho joined the conversation and said, "Thanks to you, I was able to completely heal from my internal injuries, and if the Tang clan needs us, we will always come to the rescue." Receiving the thanks from the guests who were about to leave, the leader of the Tang family said, "Thank you for such warm words." The next moment, she turned her attention to her warriors and added, "We will send our elders and warriors with you to help you resist your enemies." To which Taeho replied, "You shouldn't have. We will never forget your kindness." The next moment, holding out his hand to say goodbye, Taeho added, "I will send you payment as soon as we return to our hometowns." Extending her hand in return and shaking it, Taeho Jihi replied, "I hope you will be well." The next moment after speaking to the woman, Taeho turned his gaze to Yeonman and spoke to her in a manner that was exactly like a young leader. Also reaching out his hand to the boy, Taeho added, "If it weren't for you, Hyunso and I wouldn't be standing here right now. Thank you very much." And the student added that he was sure. Shaking hands with Yeonman, Henso added, "Despite your young age, you have great talents. I'm sure you will soon surpass me." And then he saw Yeonman's incredible aura. Seeing how his leader instantly froze in place, Henso asked, "Why are you so pale, sir?" He replied, "I'm fine. It's just sad to say goodbye to such people." Preparing to leave, Taeho said, "Well, we should get back to our work." And then glancing at Yeonman, he thought, "This is an illusion." The next moment, looking at his hand with which he was saying goodbye to the boy, Taeho added, "But where this aura came from is of course just a guess." Glancing at Yeongman again before leaving, Taeho added in his mind that the reason for the revival of the Tang clan was not the family leader but the young heir for sure. Before sending the warriors on their way, Jaehi spoke to them. "We return gratitude twice and insults tenfold, as our family charter states. Above all, we value loyalty." Continuing her speech, the woman added that if we decide to help, we will fight shoulder to shoulder with our allies, sharing their fate. In response to the speech of the Tan clan leader, the core army standing in front shouted, "Yes!" However, the leaders of the troops and the elders who went with them were not very happy about it. Continuing to accompany her subjects, the woman added, "May each of you have good luck." After a while, handing his friend a bag, Ichung said, I have replenished the poison and was answered with a thank you, Ijong. After giving the poison to Yeonmyeon, Ijong asked why you take the same poison as I do when I have other poisons. Receiving the question from his friend, Yeonmon smiled and said, well, I'm used to it, so what could be better? After answering the question, Yeonmon waved his hand and went on his way, saying, well, I'll go. I'm already waiting for Young to answer for you. I don't care, but come back alive. On his way back, Yeonmon heard the voice of a serpent asking, are you serious now? You haven't even reached the age of majority yet? Receiving the question from his guardian spirit, Yeonmon asked why you suddenly decided to ask, to which Jingo replied that it was impossible to achieve such skill at your age. Continuing to recall Yeonmon's aura, the snake added the level of an experienced warrior to you, as if you had been practicing with a sword for decades. Of course, you are still far from Mungok. The next moment, recalling the meeting with the Serpent Elder, I added that the technique you showed the Fourth Elder surpasses many of the great masters I have met. In response to his guardian spirit's remark, Yeonmon replied, if there is an alliance leader in the world who can understand another's martial art with a single glance, why shouldn't I be? Looking at his master with a disgruntled look, Jingo heard that's why you should keep your vain questions to yourself, and then thought he was definitely not a dragon. Seeing Yeonmon nearby, Myra waving to him joyfully exclaimed, hey, we're here where you were. Approaching his traveling companions, Yeonmon replied, I went to Ichjin to get poisons, after which the warrior bowed his head and exclaimed, I welcome you, young sir. After greeting the young leader, the warrior added, my name is Yoong Gil and I will accompany you to the capital, and I hope you arrive safely. After hearing the words of his subject, Yeonmyeon happily said, well, that's very nice. A few seconds before he left, Tang Jihye arrived at the group and asked Yeongman if he was leaving. Seeing who had just approached them, all of your friends Yeongman folded their arms and shouted, welcome, ma'am. Hearing the worried voice of her son's comrades, the woman said happily, you don't have to be so formal. Having relieved the tension in the narrow circle of people, the clan leader added, well, have a good trip. After her wish, Jaiha added, I will support you in any endeavor, but I hope you will not overdo it and risk yourself. To which Yeongman replied, don't worry, Mom. I am your son. Hearing Yeongman's remarks, Tang Jihye smiled happily and said, well, whose son is the son of the poisonous phoenix? The next moment, she turned her gaze to her son's companions and added, I hope you will also be safe and take good care of the young master, to which she heard so accurately. After handing out the instructions and wishing them good luck on their journey, Xiahe said, well, let's go. And the group set off on their journey. After a short period of time, the group arrived in a county in Sichuan province. Looking around, Meyer said, wow, it's like a holiday here, as if she had never seen anything like it before. Hearing her friend's remark, Yeongman looked back and asked her if she had ever been here before. Shrugging her shoulders at the question, Mireille said, my father is a trader. We've been here with him several times. Sichuan was once a big place of active trade. The next moment, with a heavy sigh, she added, but now the dark factions have taken over Sichuan, and its size has shrunk considerably. Hearing this, Yeongman remarked, I remember your father saying something like that as well. Immediately after, Yeongman put his hand to his chin and thought, our clan will grow, so attracting a trade guild will provide us with excellent funding. We can't always rely on the elders' money and the profits from the weapons industry. It seems like the time to deal with the dark factions. After finishing his thoughts, Yeoman said, when it's over, come to me with your father. Hearing this, Meyer asked in surprise why. Looking back at his friend, Yeonman said with a smile, because I will help him become a trader again. Hearing this, Meyer exclaimed in surprise that really, look, I'm taking you at your word. At the same time, sitting near his shop, the blacksmith sighed tiredly and said again, all day long I've been swatting flies, and I wish someone who knows about swords would come. The next moment, someone asked him nearby, isn't it quiet here? He asked, someone is working here. Having attracted the attention of the man sitting in front of the shop, Yeonman added the swords we needed. Seeing the potential buyers, the blacksmith thought the costumes were interesting, and then happily exclaimed, welcome, we have swords inside, come and see. After showing the customers an assortment of weapons, the blacksmith said, I don't want to brag, but I probably have the best product in all of Sando. And then Myra asked why you needed a blade, and Yeonman replied that he decided it would be better to have a weapon with him. Looking at the blade of one of the swords, Yeonman mentally said, however, he was bragging about his skills for a reason. The blades are excellent. The power they contain is simply amazing. The next moment, turning his gaze to the merchant, Yeonman said, well, you obviously don't eat your bread for nothing. And the man asked, you know about swords? Continuing to run his finger along the blade, Yeonman answered, I know a little, the sword doesn't stand out. But the point is sharp, so the swordsman was a master of his craft, and the tempering was done carefully and accurately. Hearing the words that the visitor had just spoken, the man thought that one look at the sword was enough for him to understand everything about it. Continuing to look at the weapons, Yeonman added that it seems that you can't take everything of excellent quality, so I'll take anyone, after which the man exclaimed, please wait. Heading to the warehouse, the seller added embarrassedly, please don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. After a while, bringing a case from the warehouse and throwing the yogi on the table, the man joyfully exclaimed, open it! It's been a long time since I met people who know a lot about swords and had no chance to show it to them. Subsequently, the man opened the case and demonstrated the contents, after which Yeonmin, seeing the sword, said the same thing. Continuing to demonstrate one of his best products in the shop, the man happily said, "This is a masterpiece of our smithy known as the Demon Fighter." Also starting to look at the weapon in front of her, Mir said the same thing to Yeonmin. Also impressed by the weapon, Yeon said, "Even though I don't own a sword, I can feel how majestic it is." After listening to all the reactions, the blacksmith said, "My mentor began to forge it, but he fell ill, so I continued his work and completed the sword, so what do you think?" Continuing to look at the sword, Yeonmin felt sure that it was worthy of being called a great sword, and then mentally said so. The next moment, immersed in his memories, Yeonmin thought, "It can be compared to the sword I used in my past life, and I can feel the sharpness of this sword constantly manifesting itself." Having finished his thoughts, Yeonmin said, "The blade is excellent, but I don't need it." Hearing this, the blacksmith exclaimed in confusion that it did not live up to your expectations. After hearing the question, Yeonmin sighed and said, "On the contrary, you have created a great sword that you can be sure of, and I am grateful for the honor of seeing it, but that is why I think it is too much for me." Immediately after he said that, the boy looked down and thought that such an incredible sword would only attract too much attention. It would be better to carry an ordinary sword. The next moment, Yeonmin said, "That's why I'll take the sword I chose earlier." Hearing this, the blacksmith sighed and said, "Well, if you say so, there's nothing to be done." At the same moment, the door to the forge instantly opened, and an angry voice asked what was going on. Seeing the visitor on his doorstep, the blacksmith exclaimed in fright that it was young An Yong. Continuing to stare at the blacksmith in front of him, the young heir to the Hunyang sect, young Seo Chong said angrily, "Didn't I order you to bring me the best sword, so you were deceiving me and hiding this sword?" Entering the forge, Seokon said in an angry tone, "How dare you, you miserable blacksmith, mock me?" After hearing another remark from the young master, the blacksmith exclaimed in embarrassment to Mr. Yon that it was just a misunderstanding. At the same moment, turning his gaze to the guests and noticing something strange, Yongmin thought that his entourage had a strange aura. Something wrong. Hearing Jongmin's thought, the snake looked over his shoulder and said, "At first I thought I was imagining things, but no, it was demonic energy." And then the guy asked if it was demonic energy. Continuing the dialogue with the master, Jingo added, "Yes, I've seen one of these several times in Muyonggek, but this is the first time you've seen one." To which Yongmen replied, "I've only heard of demonic energy, but this is the first time I've seen it in person." What did the demonic sect people forget here in Sichuan? Full of self-confidence, Yeon Sochun approached Yeonman and said, "I'll kill this blacksmith, or I'll kill you first if you don't move away." Hearing the threat, Yeonman, preparing to teach the boy a lesson, said, "You shouldn't compensate for your lack of intelligence with insolence." And before Yeon Seok Heon could finish, he flew off. Seeing what had just happened to their leader, the subjects exclaimed in confusion. "Young master," Yongman said, "no matter how good your sword is, you won't be able to handle it, so you should practice for 20 years and then come back." While one was lifting Seokon, another subject shouted out, "How dare you raise your hand to the grandson of Nam Jongshong, the leader of the Hunyang sect, which is part of the Dark Death Alliance? So say goodbye to your life, you bastard." After listening to the enemy's shouts, Yaman said, "I don't care who you are, your entourage, or what they have to do with the demonic sect." Seeing that someone had just appeared behind Yeon Seong Cheon, Yeon grabbed onto Yeonman and screamed out in fright at where he had come from. After all the attention was focused on him, the demonic sect member said, "How dare you insult our sect like that? You don't care about life." Immediately after his words, the demon swung his sword and beheaded several guards and added, "From now on, we are responsible for the safety of the young heir, so let's get rid of this garbage." As his subjects began to execute the order, the commander of the demon sect said, "I'm surprised, though. I thought our cover was perfect, as you noticed." Sighing with a sneer, Yeonman said, "You guys smell like a few lees. How can you not be noticed? Trying to hide your identities. At least you hid your ugly faces properly at first." While the demon sect member was searching for inner peace, Meyer exclaimed in irritation, "You're an immortal. Why are you provoking him right in the forehead?" The next moment, the demon sect member looked at the bodies of the dead and asked, "You saw us kill these people, but you still didn't feel threatened." After receiving the question, Yeonman said that, "I'm afraid you have other things to worry about," and then picked up the blacksmith's sword and said, "Give me the sword." Immediately afterwards, turning his gaze back to the enemies, Yeonman said, "From my point of view, you are not too different from those who have just been killed." Angered by the words that had just come out of Yeonman's mouth, the demon sect member said, "Bring out the young heir. I'll finish this sucker off." Having received the order, the subject grabbed Yeon Seok Hyun by the arm and dragged him along, to which he screamed, "Let go of me, you idiot." Seeing the reaction of the heir, Yeonman thought that he really did not know about them. It seems that they forgot to tell him. At the same moment, rushing at Yeonman, the team, overwhelmed with anger, shouted, "How dare you let your guard down?" The next moment, when the attack came, Yeonman blocked the enemy's attack at the last second and threw him back. Flying back after a failed attack, the attacker thought that I was definitely faster, but he deflected my punch, so I need to counterattack quickly. But his counterattack never happened, and the demonic cult member lost his head from his shoulders. After making a precise strike, Yeonman looked at the sword blade and thought, just one swing and I can already feel that this sword is a real masterpiece. The weight distribution between the handle and the blade is almost perfect. The blade is so sharp that there is not even a drop of blood left on it. Immediately after his thoughts, Yeonman turned his gaze to the blacksmith and smiled and said, "This is the work of a true master. Your mentor has created a masterpiece, and you are worthy to continue his work." Hearing this praise, the blacksmith recalled the words of his mentor, who said that every valuable artifact is destined to find its rightful owner, and this sword will also find its owner someday. The next moment, looking back at his student, the mentor added, "That is why you should give this sword only to someone who can truly realize its value." Recalling the instruction of his master, the blacksmith thought, looking at Yeonman, "I have found him, the true master of the demon fighter." Soon, the rest of the demon sect heard that if anyone else wanted to try their luck, they could all attack at once. All the enemies were angry with Yeonman and rushed at him with weapons and shouts of, "Don't underestimate us, you impudent bastard." Watching the movements of each of the attackers, Yeonman waited for the moment, and in an instant dealt with all the enemies. Frozen in place by the shock of what she saw, Meyer said, "I'm tired of being surprised." As soon as the conflict was settled, the girl added, "When did you manage to become a swordsman?" At that time, somewhere in the mansion, Jin Sung's second son-in-law, the leader of the Hunyang sect of the Black Death Alliance, Yeon Woojun, smiled ominously at us and said, "Everything is going so smoothly. The idiots from the Alliance don't even know that I am from the Heavenly Radiance Demon cult." The next moment, thinking of his son, the man added, "My son Yeon Jong-hong has inherited the innate talent for martial arts from the Yeonhog Seochan family, and he is still a child, but there is no one among his peers who can stand up to him." As he continued to think, Yeon Woojun added, "If I can get him to demonstrate his talents at the provincial council and get him into the forefront of the Black Death Alliance, it will be the first step in weakening their power. And by the time they realize what has happened, the Devil's cult will have reached Sichuan." At one point, one of the wounded soldiers arrived at the manor and called out to his leader, Mr. Yong. Turning his gaze to the man who came to him, Yan Wujong asked, "Are you Cheon Wolde of the Heavenly Moon bodyguard squad of Seochan?" When the leader recognized him, the subject, clutching his wounded arm, said in confusion, "Mr. Yan, the young heir?" He was attacked by an armed criminal wearing a bamboo hat. Meanwhile, a couple of girls and a blacksmith standing behind Yeonman heard that everything was in order. Looking at the situation in the forge, Meyer said nervously, "Who's going to clean up the mess? If I had brought my sister with me, she would have fainted." Immediately after, the girl added, "Are you sure that everything is fine? One of them managed to escape. What if he returns with reinforcements?" To which Yeonman replied, "Oh no, I specifically let him escape." Pointing his sword at Yeon Seok-hyun, Yeonman added, "This idiot doesn't even know that he's connected to a devilish cult. Those guys were definitely hired by someone to guard him." Hearing Yeonman's remark, Yeon Seok-haeon indignantly exclaimed, "Don't you understand? I have nothing to do with the devil's cult. I don't even know who they are." Putting his sword on the hostage's shoulders, Yeonman said, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Ask those who will soon come for you." Immediately after Yeonman's words, someone shouted outside the door and the blacksmith and the girls were afraid. Arriving for his son along with his subjects, Yeon Ujun angrily shouted, "We know you are holding the young master hostage. Release the hostage and surrender, and we will pardon you." Continuing to shout furiously, Yeon Ujun added, red-faced, that if you do not comply, we will tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. After loud shouts, Yeonman came out with a hostage in his hands and said, "Here we are, and I wonder what you will do." After which Seokhan shouted to his father. At that time, looking out from the inside of the forge door, Meyer thought, "Who is the real thief here, damn? Now there are only more of them, so what's your plan?" Hearing the question from Yeonman, who was holding his son, John Ujun exclaimed, "How dare you? Do you even know who you're messing with?" In response to the man's exclamations, Yeonman spoke with a devilish air, "I can feel the demonic energy from you, even from here. You have hidden your abilities and have definitely come to Sichuan to set up something untoward." Continuing to stare at the shocked man, Yeonman added, "I'm not sure if the Alliance knows about this, but I doubt they'll let you get away with it when they find out." After receiving the remark from his opponent, Yeon Woojun thought in confusion that he had recognized the hidden demonic energy and had remained unharmed, even though the bodyguard squad was supposed to finish him off. As he continued to think, Yeon Woojun gritted his teeth and mentally added, "This guy is dangerous, he can't be allowed to live," and then spoke in the name of the Yeon clan, "I command you." Watching the situation from the sidelines, Meyer heard the Celestial Moon Squad use a blood reversal technique, and then said, "Isn't that the technique used by the Celestial Radiance Demon Lord when he attacked the Tang clan?" While the subjects were using the technique, Yeonman asked the Yeon clan, "How are you related to Yeon Chonghek?" Upon receiving the question from his opponent, Yeon Woojung asked in a haughty tone, "Is this really what you want to know before you die?" In response to the man's question, Yeonman pointed his sword at Seongchon and said, "I have nothing against you personally, but your clan destroyed mine." Hearing the boy's remark, Yeon Woojung laughed out loud and exclaimed, I wonder which of all the clans destroyed by Hen was your Jiggle family, your Moen family, or if we are in Sichuan, it was definitely the Tang clan. Hearing young Wujun shout out, "Tell me where you are from, I will finish you off and finally destroy your clan." Meyer was about to engage in battle herself, but Yong Yong grabbed her and shouted, "Stop." As soon as Meyer looked back, Yan Yan added with tears in her eyes, "We're going to go in there and die for nothing." To which she heard a "but." Then Yan Yan turned her gaze to the battlefield and added, "Right now we can only trust the young leader." Still angry at the guy in front of him, Yan Wuzheng shouted out to the Celestial Moon Squad to finish him off. Hearing his opponent's order, the dragon looked out from behind Yanman's shoulder and asked, "Hey kid, these guys are serious. What's your plan?" Receiving the question from Jingo, Yanman swung his sword and said, "You tell me the plan, and how do you plan to do it?" The next moment, Yongman swung his sword and made an aerial slash and spoke destruction. As a result of his strike, all the enemies in front of him were divided into two parts. Seeing what had just happened to his subjects, Yan Wujin thought in confusion, it was impossible for 70 warriors of the Heavenly Moon Squad with their reverse blood magic to resist even a Huagan master. The next moment, immersed in his memories, Yan Wujin mentally said, "It was like when I was in the cult." After completing the battle against the left arm of the Heaven Demon cult and the right arm of the Heaven Demon cult, the referee pronounced the young leader of the Heaven Demon cult's coming of age rite complete. The next moment, the referee turned his gaze and the attention of everyone present to the winner, Yan Zhongyuk. Pressing his lips together and staring at the boy in front of him, Yan Wuzheng mentally said, "He radiates the same energy I felt from Zheng Hek when he defeated two of the strongest warriors in Hanyang at the peak of his powers." Continuing to look at Yanman, he added, "I haven't felt anything like that from anyone since then, but I feel it now from this guy. We can't win this battle." Realizing his situation, the man knelt down and thought he had to at least save Seokon and said, "Have mercy. I'm ready to give my life just to keep Seokon alive." Kneeling in front of Yanman, Yan Wujun added, "I don't know what happened between you and the Demon Lord of the Heavenly Radiance, but my son, unlike me, did not know about his involvement in the story and lived an ordinary life." Continuing to beg for mercy, Yan Wujun added, "Please let him go," to which Yanman said, "You speak in a normal way." Immediately afterwards, the boy added, shocking Yan Wuzheng, "That is, you want to say that killing a blacksmith simply because he refused to give you a good sword is an ordinary life for a devilish cult." Unable to stand this attitude, Yan Seok-hyun raised his head and shouted, "Bastard!" After which Yan Man's sword was in his neck. As soon as his son's head flew off his shoulders and Yan Wuzheng was filled with rage, Yan Man asked him what was wrong. When the man looked up at him, Yan Man added, "The relatives of those who were killed by your men must have felt the same way, but I don't feel sorry for you." Looking down at Yan Wuzheng, Yanmayan added, "I do not give mercy to anyone who is in any way involved in the cult of the demons of heavenly light." As soon as the man screamed from the emotions that overwhelmed him, Yanmyeon waved his sword and said, "Stop screaming and go to the next world." At the end of the battle against the attackers, Yanman, having received the gift, was surprised to ask if he was giving me this sword for nothing. Smiling happily after the boy's question, Janman said, "If you hadn't been there, I wouldn't be standing here now, so consider that you have repaid me in full for the sword." The next moment, the blacksmith turned his head to the side to avoid showing his tears and added, "As my mentor wished, the sword has found a worthy owner, so please accept it and we will honor his memory." Smiling awkwardly after the blacksmith's words, Johnman said, "Who am I to refuse such gifts?" And Meyer said, "Why should I doubt it if you wanted to take it anyway?" And John added, "Congratulations, young sir." Putting his hand to his mouth and coughing, Yonman said, "Well, if you insist, I'll treat him well." And Mireille smiled slyly and said, "You see, you wanted to take it anyway." Continuing to talk to the blacksmith, Johnman added, "However, this sword will be too eye-catching. Could you give me some simple scabbard?" To which he heard from the blacksmith, of course. Hearing his master's request, the snake thought, "The longer I watch him, the more I wonder if someone said he was the king of the sword. I would believe it. And for a man from the Tang clan, he is so skillful with the sword." Continuing to watch his master, the snake mentally added that when this kid grows up, he will become a real monster, even worse than Mungek. Noticing some strange people nearby, someone from the crowd said, "Hey, just look at him." Looking at the back of Yongman and his companions, the man added, "I wonder if there is anyone like him among the heirs to the sex of all Sichuan. His bodyguard and servant are both women, and it seems that he had a thing for women." With a sly sigh, the man added, "The provincial meeting is such an important event. Why did he come if he behaves so arrogantly?" To which the other man said, "I have no doubt his martial arts skills are useless." The next moment, turning his gaze to the women who could not take their eyes off Yonman, the man added, "But why do all the women in town react to him like that?" To which the other replied, "I feel like I lost the fight before I even started." When a new participant arrived at the registration office, the man was surprised and thought, "I've seen a lot of young masters, but I've never seen anyone like him," and then said, "Please tell me your family name and background." Hearing the request, Yongman folded his hands in front of him and said, The Tang clan, the name of Tang Yongman, the young leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. After listening to the report of her subject, the woman said, "So he is already here, the young leader of the Tang clan." Bowing his head to his leader, the man said, "Yes, ma'am, I have entered my name in the list of participants today early," and then went to the rooms assigned to him. The woman smiled unhappily after hearing the report and thought to herself, "Let him rest for now, for very soon I will take my revenge and finish this insolent bastard." The next moment, she remembered her story of how someone in the woods said to her, "You're not being reasonable. There are always gangs of bandits in the neighborhood, and you're wandering around alone." Having saved the girl from the bandits' attack, the man added, "It was lucky that I was nearby." The next moment, turning his head to the rescued girl, he asked her if she was hurt, and that day she met Maka Inha for the first time. She used to be a concubine of a high-ranking military official, but her life was just a toy in his hand. And one day, the official suddenly died in an accident. During his life, he was fond of collecting martial arts manuals. Wanting to start a new life, the girl ran away with one of them, and that's how she met Mak Inhu. They quickly bonded as he was a martial arts master and began teaching her basic skills so that she could defend herself. After learning the basics, she began to master the manual she had stolen, the art of red lily fire. However, fate was cruel enough and she was not granted happiness. Her body began to wither away more and more every day, as if struck by an incurable disease. And that is why, feeling that she did not have much time left, she left Maka Inha. She did not want him to see her ugliness in the disease. As time passed, she learned that Mak Inhu had become the leader of the Dark Moon Sword sect and was now accumulating his power. As the girl continued to slowly fade away, the never-ending torment made her want to die as soon as possible. But that unquenchable longing did not allow her to close her eyes forever. Feeling her time coming to an end, she thought to herself, "If only I could see Maka Inha one last time." And then she saw him crying out in front of her. The next moment, Mak Inhu's voice was heard saying to the Ayanza leader, "This is the girl I told you about, the one with the outstanding talents, but why is she going to die?" In response to his subject's confused question, the leader replied that she had begun to learn the Yang martial art as a woman. Her soul and energy were in conflict, and the death of her body was the natural result of this conflict. The next moment, Yu Kiljong added that if you want to live, repeat the mantras she had been learning, and she wondered if it was a coincidence. As if fascinated by his words, the girl opened her lips, and then she began to repeat the mantras. After listening to them, Yu Kiljong thoughtfully said, "I wonder if this will work," and began to write something down. After listening to the mantras, this man created a new version of the red lily flame art in just half an hour, redesigned in such a way that a woman with her yin energy could also use it. After rescuing the girl, the man said that if you achieve the art, the accumulated internal wounds will heal by themselves, so continue practicing. It was none other than Yu Kiljong, the leader of the Dark Death Alliance and ruler of Sichuan. To prove her loyalty to the leader for saving her life, the girl founded her own Simwa squad and joined the alliance. Since Mak Inhu was also in the alliance, she hoped to restore relations with him, but hearing the girl's request, the man said, "I sought you out solely for your talent and for no other reason, so don't mention your past feelings." Immediately after he said this, the man headed for the exit, his heart growing colder towards the girl much faster than she expected, and she could not blame him. After all, she had left him first. Still, she didn't want to miss the opportunity that had once again presented itself to her, so she suppressed her feelings, cherishing the hope that one day he would realize her sincerity. But then she was overtaken by the summons to destroy the Dark Moon Sword sect, and on that very day she swore to herself that one day she would definitely finish off the young leader of the Tang clan. As she continued to think of that young man, she said to Tang Yongman, "I want to hunt him down and finish him off right now. But he is a Huagan master, and even with my red lily flame art, it will be difficult to finish him off." The next moment, she smiled crazily and leaned back, adding in her head, "Wait for me at the provincial meeting that will take place. I have prepared for your inevitable death." At the same time, trying to somehow reach Yeonman, who was meditating, the snake said in his mind that he was a monster. Recalling his attempts to bring the guy to his senses, Jingo added, "I've been interrupting his meditation for more than an hour, and he hasn't even twitched. What kind of trick is that? I would rather believe that he is an old master who has been reborn." Continuing his thoughts, the serpent said, "But what is he doing at that time?" Yeonman moved into his illusory world. In it, he created the illusion of himself and his martial arts master from his past life, and then began to spar with him. With a swing of his sword, Yeonman used his destruction skill, which his mentor had used at the same moment. After testing his skill, he mentally said, "I thought it was impossible to fully realize the destruction technique with the aura of poisonous madness." The next moment, recalling the moment of confrontation with the demonic sect, he mentally added that although I had cut 70 people with one swing of the blade that day, it was not an ideal version with half the power. Immediately after that, he thought about what if the technique was absolute in full force, and imagined what the consequences of its use would be. After making the imagination, Yeonman looked at his sword and thought, "In my past life, I used a mental technique called destructive force, and only by mastering it will I be able to unleash the true potential of destruction." The next moment, remembering his mentor, the boy mentally said, The destructive power weakens and exhausts the body, which is why it kills ordinary people on the spot. Only my teacher and I, born with the talent of conquering soap, could handle it. Turning his gaze back to the sword, the boy thought, of course, now that I have reached Hwagen and my body is stronger, if I master the destructive power, I can quickly regain my former greatness from my past life. Looking at his reflection on the sword blade, Yeonmyeon thought, I'm not too attached to this blade, but it's not that. Even if it's not perfect, I was still able to realize destruction even with my current technique. The reason it's not perfect is that my mental technique is not up to par with my level of sword skills. Finishing his tests, Yeonman thought that maybe I could change the aura of poisonous madness to make it better suited to my sword, and then he returned to consciousness. Opening his eyes and seeing what his friend was doing, Yeonman said to Meyer, "Stop it immediately." Hearing this, Yong exclaimed in concern, "I told you not to do that." Hearing the young man's words, the girl exclaimed in surprise that you were awake, and he said, "Of course not." Rising to his feet and looking at the girls, the guy asked, "Well, what are you ready for?" And Meyer confidently exclaimed, "Of course, we are waiting for you." Receiving the answer, Jeonman said, "Great, then let's go." And then John said to Meyer, "How long are you going to treat the young leader like a friend?" And Meyer replied that Jeonman didn't mind. Tilting his head, Yeonmyeon heard Yongyeon exclaim, "Isn't it normal for a bodyguard to behave so frivolously around her master?" And then she said, "Why would you care about Yeonmyeon's prestige?" Stretching her cheeks, Mireille heard Yeon was right, and then looked back at Yeonman and exclaimed, "Offended that you were on her side now." In response to the girl's exclamation, Yeonman replied, "But that doesn't mean you have to make a fool of yourself in front of that evil sect's bastard." And Mir exclaimed happily. Then Yeonmyeon said, "There's nothing to be happy about in front of a bunch of bodies, but first I must repay your attack tenfold." To which Meyer replied awkwardly, "Young master." Before the tournament started, the leader of the squad, Manhwa, said, "You all know what the provincial council is like. Needless to say, it's a place where everyone is trying to get a piece of the action." San Manil, who is nearby, along with Yeon Hee, heard in this section of the wealth they fight each other in the tournament, and traditionally, deadly fights are allowed. Continuing to recall the rules of the tournament, she added that each contender puts his bets in a document, and the winner takes everything for himself. The winner has the right to his conquest for 5 years to prevent challenges, and the tournament is officially certified. The next moment, the woman added that if anyone dared to violate these conditions, it would be regarded as a betrayal of the entire Dark Death Alliance, which would be fraught with consequences. After telling the main conditions of this tournament, the organizer added, "Well, that's all you need to know this year. The provincial meeting has received distinguished guests." Pointing to the man behind her, the leader of the Manhwa squad added, "This is Master San Manil himself, the Sword of the Nine Spheres." Hearing who exactly was attending the competition, one of the people present said, "The Nine Realms sword is one of the 6 greatest masters of the demonic path, the strongest in the entire alliance." Standing among the crowd, Yeonman heard someone next to him exclaim, "I'm also a swordsman. I've always wanted to see him at least once." Then he turned his gaze to Sang Manil, who was sitting in his seat, and said, "Don't bother," Yeonman thought. "This man has already reached Hwagen." The next moment, smiling happily after his introduction, the man added, "My name is Sang Manil, and I've come to the provincial meeting with Yeon Hee, the daughter of the leader of the alliance, and I hope you all do well." Hearing the man's words, the organizer added that Master San would personally judge all the fights, and anyone who wanted to participate in such a fight had to ask the master for permission first. After explaining all the rules, the woman added and let the Sichuan meeting begin, after which she noticed someone in the crowd raise his hand. Less than a minute later, someone from the crowd shouted out, "I ask for the master's permission," which attracted the attention of San Manil and Yong Hee. Continuing to attract attention, the former leader's eldest son, the current leader of the Dark Moon Sword sect, Mak Chung-hee, shouted out, "Please allow me to fight the young leader of the Tang clan in a deadly duel." Looking at the young man who stood before him and asked for a duel, San Manil thoughtfully said, "Black clothes and twin blades. So you are from the Dark Moon Sword sect." Putting his hand to his chin, the man mentally said an unexpected turn of events, looking for a way to take revenge. "I heard the young leader of the Tang clan defeated Maka Inhu. He was one of the most capable fighters in his school, possessing considerable strength." Bowing his head to the master, the boy said, "I am Mak Chung-hee, heir to the Dark Moon Sword sect, and I want to avenge the death of my father, who was killed by the young leader of the Tang clan." Hearing the reason for the duel, Meyer was angry and shouted out that he was talking nonsense. "They attacked us first," to which Yong shouted out, "Keep your voice down. He'll hear you." Without hesitation, San Manil said, "Well, Chang-hee, the heir to the Dark Moon Sword sect, the young leader of the Tang clan, come forward." As soon as Yongman appeared in public, Yong-hee exclaimed in astonishment that this young man was the young leader of the Tang clan. There were many rumors about his strength. Continuing to stare at the young man who had just entered the arena, she added happily, "He's also very handsome, isn't he?" Turning her gaze back to Yeon-hee, Sang Myung-il said, "Just look at her, she's glowing with excitement. If the Tang clan loses the match, she'll be very upset." The next moment, the man said, "No one but the opponents, their servants and bodyguards have the right to interfere in the duel. You have no restrictions on attack methods. You are free to ignore the opponent's surrender if there is an objection. After hearing all the conditions of the fight and receiving questions from the judge, both participants shouted no. The next moment, as soon as Sang Manil spoke, in addition, since you are both representatives of your clans, your servant and bodyguard may participate. The subjects of Mok Chong-hee headed for the ring. Seeing that his subjects were not in a hurry to come to Yeonman, someone asked the young leader of the Tang clan, "Are you not accompanied by servants?" To which he replied, "I am, but I have ordered them not to interfere." The next moment, turning his gaze to Mok Chong-hee and his two subjects, Yeongman confidently added one opponent or three. The result will be the same. Hearing the remark from the representative of the Tan clan, San Manil smiled happily and said boldly, "I like it. Well, proceed." Having received permission to start the fight, Mak Chung-hee and his subjects immediately took out their armor. Seeing that Mak Chung-hee had just used his skill, someone in the crowd shouted out sword energy, the famous dark sword energy of the Dark Moon Sword Sect Masters, and he mastered the Darkness Twin Blade technique. While the leader was waiting for the right moment, his disciples had already started to fight against Yeonman to force him to open up. At that time, standing behind and waiting for the opportunity, Mak Chung-hee thought my men will distract him, and when he lets his guard down, I will strike with twin blades and tear him apart. Only his grandiose plans were shattered in an instant when he saw his pair of subjects already lying behind Yeonman without signs of life. Seeing that two of the fighters were already gone, the crowd began to speculate as to why the attackers had fallen, seeing the piercing needles in their necks. Also, having noticed too late how the two fighters were neutralized, San Manil mentally said to himself, "He just threw those needles so fast that I didn't even notice them." At the same moment, smiling directly into the face of his opponent, Yeonman said, "How long will you stand there? I'm tired of waiting." In response to his provocation, Yeonman saw immediate action from his opponent, who rushed at him with shouts of, "I will destroy you to powder." At the moment of his strike, McChunky swung his blades and noticed that there was no one there, and then thought that he had disappeared. At the same moment, standing next to Mok Chung-hee, Yeonman said, "Among all those who attacked the Tang clan during the competition, only two had the same sword energy as you." The next moment, sticking a needle into his opponent's cheek, Yeonman added, "One of them was your father, the past leader of the clan, and the other was a spy." Having carried out his instant, unpredictable attack, Yeonman took a step forward and turned his gaze to his opponent and added, "But you're still far from them." The next moment, hearing Yeonman add that they had started all this and were also talking about revenge, McChungy thought it couldn't be. This was the end of it. Also frozen in place by the shock of what they had seen, the audience began to talk. Not even a quarter of an hour had passed. This was a colossal gap in skills. Was the young leader of the Tang clan so strong, or the heir to the Dark Moon Sword Sect so weak? Hearing the audience's remarks, Mak Chung-hee clenched his teeth and the sword in his hands and thought, "This is unbearable, not so much that I couldn't avenge my father, but that I was weaker than this bastard." The next moment, noticing some changes in the arena, one of the spectators shouted, "Wait, this is not the end of Mak Chung-hee's sword, it's turning black." At that very moment, instantly attacking Yeonman with the Mak Chung-hee, he mentally said, "I will prove that I'm better than him." Only all his hopes were dashed in a split second when he noticed that his attack had stopped, McChungy thought, and caught the blade in his palm and broke it. Seeing what had just happened in the arena, Mir said, "I'm not surprised that Yeon actually responded." The next moment, as soon as Mak Chung-hee collapsed to the ground in front of Yeonman, she added, "Now I can't even imagine that this guy can lose." Looking at his defeated opponent lying at his feet, Yeonmyeon mentally said, "I was not going to fight to the fullest." Without shifting his gaze, he added, "But I didn't expect him to be able to move after being exposed to the poison, to show such strength on the verge of death." The next moment, an impressive I would never have thought that in such a situation, you would use the technique of 100 blows of 100 hands. Attracting attention to himself with a remark, San Manil added, "I've heard that the Tang clan trains their hands to hold the blade of a weapon or wear gloves, but I didn't expect it to work on swords with energy." Hearing the praise from the judge, Yeongman thought, "Well, actually it's due to the protective aura of dragon scales, but you don't need to know about it," and then said, "Yes, our clan can do it." After listening to the participants' remark, Sang Myung said, "This is a great demonstration of skills. I, Sang Myung, and the Simwa squad declare the Tong clan victorious. You can continue the fight or stop here." After receiving permission to stop the fights, Yeonmyeon looked behind him and said, "Of course I'll continue from here." Continuing to peer at his opponents, the guy confidently added, "With your permission, the Sword of the Nine Realms does not matter to me. Even if the whole alliance attacks me together, the result will still be the same." Hearing Yeonman's provocation, someone in the crowd asked, "You mean we can all attack you together? How arrogant do you think you are to act so arrogantly if you defeat one person?" Continuing to stare at Yeongman, the crowd added, "You are such a special young leader of the Tang clan. We will show you who is in power in Sichuan." At one point, the organizer joined the conflict and said, "Enough already, the provincial meeting allows fatal fights. But this is not a place for street fights. It's an official event where representatives of sects demonstrate their fighting skills." Continuing to look at Yeongman with a menacing gaze, the woman added, "As organizers of the meeting, we cannot allow you to disregard the rules." At one point, interrupting the girl, San Manil said curiously, I don't think you should be so old-fashioned, Ms. Yeonman, and I wonder how far this brave young leader will go. Hearing the master's remarks, the girl said, but the rules must be respected, and was told that if the situation escalates, I will intervene myself. Having received words of reassurance from her fellow better, Yo bit her lip and said, let it be according to your master. After agreeing on the rules, Song Manil said the Tang clan's martial techniques are designed for mass destruction. An unorganized crowd attack where everyone hits in their own style will only confuse everyone. The next moment, the man added, we'll limit the number of attackers to 3. You can choose your own opponents. If you're not satisfied with these conditions, say so right away. To which Yeonman smiled slyly and replied, no, I'm fine with it. Sometime after the battles began, Seungmin thought frightenedly, I seriously miscalculated, thinking that after a couple of rounds the participants would find a way to counterattack his needles. As he continued to recall moments from his battles against Yeonman, he mentally added that they would gradually be able to break through his attacks, giving them a chance to win. The next moment, looking at the results of his decision, the man added in his head, but not even half an hour had passed and more than half of the participants had already died. Continuing to look at the young gentleman from the Tang family, Song Manil mentally said he used only needles in the palm grip sword technique, but none of the opponents could give him even the slightest competition. Feeling embarrassed after everything that had happened, he thought that his internal energy did not show that he was that strong, but how to explain this striking difference in skill. The next moment, remembering how the participants began to run away shouting, I surrender, I surrender, Son Manil added in his mind that if this continues, the entire provincial meeting will be in danger. As the participants continued to leave the meeting area, they shouted out how they could fight him. To hell with this meeting. I'm leaving. Later, a warrior entered the arena and attracted the attention of everyone present and said, the Flying Phoenix sect challenges you. As soon as Yeonman turned his gaze to another opponent who decided to test his strength, he heard the others say there was no need to interfere. When his subjects followed him, the young lord of the Flying Phoenix sect, Yop Chonggang, confidently added, my servants will be enough to end your string of victories. Seeing the new opponent in front of Yeonmayan, Song Manil mentally said, don't run away like the others, but come forward and challenge him, in the spirit of the Flying Phoenix sect, and then said, the young leader of the Tang clan has no objection to a deadly duel. After receiving the question, the boy confidently said yes and then thought, what an unusual body he had never seen in his past life. Having received the consent of all the participants of the fight, Sun Manil said very well, let the fight begin. Hearing the command to start the fight, Yeonmyeon immediately threw a couple of needles in the direction of his opponent. Noticing these movements from his opponent, a couple of subjects jumped in front of their leader and deflected his needles with their wooden skin. Seeing that Yeonmyeon's attack had failed, Miret said in surprise, poisonous needles, and then Yeonyeon added they had repelled them. The next moment she added, look at that, their skin is dry and cracked like the bark of a tree. Hearing the girl's exclamation, Sun Myung-il mentally recited the divine art of the withering tree, makes the body dry up like an old tree. The skin becomes hard like bark and so strong that it can withstand even the energy of a sword. Continuing to watch the battle, the man added that the muscles and bones also become stronger, which increases strength, and what will you do, young leader? Noticing that the enemies decided to attack him at the same time, Yeonman used the hidden shadow technique to counterattack. As soon as Yeonmyeon moved, Sung Manil thought to himself, what happened for a moment? I couldn't see his movements. Could he really have perfected his movement technique so perfectly? As he approached one of his opponents and drove the needle into his head, Yeonman said, you're not so impenetrable after all. Seeing that his comrade had just been eliminated, another guard shouted and rushed at Yeonman with his fists. How dare you hurt my brother? Seizing the opportunity, Yeonman grabbed the attacker by the jaw and said, let's see if your tongue is as strong as everything else. Having driven a poisonous needle into his opponent's tongue and noticed how he also died, Yeonman said to him that it seemed not. At the same moment, another opponent attacked Yeonman, trying to attack him while he was distracted. However, Yeonman had time to react and even counterattacked with his palm and knocked the opponent back. As he pushed his opponent into the ground, the guy mentally said, I wanted to break the yogi with my inner energy, but I failed. After the unsuccessful attack, Yeonman took his opponent by the throat and raised him up in front of him and said, you are strong, but I have to admit, is this all you are capable of? Continuing to hold the enemy at arm's length, Yeonman added, I thought you could only win with strong skin. If you have nothing to say, it's time for you to go to your ancestors. At one point, Yop Chonggang laughed slyly and said, you really thought I was waiting for you to grab me. The next moment, grabbing Yeonman's arm and preparing to use his trump card, the enemy exclaimed, look at the true power of the art of the withering tree. At that very moment, Yop Chonggan remembered the time when his mentor had told him, Chonggan, it is time for you to learn the true power of the divine art of the withering tree. But remember never to reveal it to the world. Continuing his conversation with his subject, the lord of the Flying Phoenix sect, Yong Yingzhe, added that if you have to use it, you must finish off your opponent. After completing his recollections, Yop Chonggang mentally said, well, the time has come, and then used the divine art of the withering tree secret technique, a great technique for absorbing heavenly energy. Smiling ominously after applying his secret technique, Yop Chonggan exclaimed, I will dry up all your energy, dry up and die, young leader of the Tang clan. Hearing his opponent's self-confident laughter and shouts, Yongman sighed and said, I doubt it. In his youth, Yop Yinzhe traveled in search of himself in Padalapa and met with the Lamu. Sensing Yop Yinzhe's potential, the monk taught him a martial art called the Divine Art of the Withering Tree. Although his skills were limited to external kung fu and were not suitable for real combat, the 100 kicks of 100 hands became the perfect martial art for Yop Yingzhe, who specialized in this technique. But Yop Yingzhe, who sought higher mastery, did not stop there. He joined the Dark Death Alliance where he met Yu Qiljong. Looking through the records of his guest, the leader of the alliance said the essence of each technique is clear from its names. This name was given not just because the body withers like a tree. Returning from his memories and looking at Yongman, Yapinzi said that when the outer shell is dried up, the flow of inner energy clings to the Dantian like roots. Continuing to hang on the boy's arm, he added a withering tree-like body, transforming the body into a tree, allowing the master to absorb the opponent's energy like a tree absorbs water from the ground. The next moment after he spoke his words, Yop Yingzhe laughed out loud and exclaimed, I will dry you out. His joy did not last long, though, as he noticed no change in Yanman during the use of his skill and wondered why nothing was happening to him. Immediately afterwards, gritting his teeth and gripping Yongman's hand even tighter, Yop Yingzhe exclaimed that it was my hand. What have you done to my body? In the past, no matter what school they belonged to, there were 3 people who were considered the most dangerous criminals in the martial arts world. The 3 evil absorbing spirits, as the name implies, used a technique of absorbing qi that drained the internal energy of their opponents. The trio traveled together using the technique to absorb anyone in their path. 2 of them reached Huagin, which made them virtually invincible. Arriving at the police station where the bounty on the bandits was posted, the man said, or so they said. Seeing what had just been brought to their station, one of the men shouted out 3 evil spirits of absorption in confusion and said, If I'm right, where is my reward for defeating them? Giving the man his reward, one of the lawmen shouted after him, You have dealt with these evil creatures alone. How did you manage it? Looking back at himself, the man said, I tried a new sword technique, and they all died. None of them could withstand a single blow, that is, until the Demon of Blades appeared. Recalling the conversation with the Demon of Blades who had sighed and said they were weak, Yanmen thought, My teacher once told me how one of them tried to absorb his qi but died before he could resist the inner force. Continuing to hold the enemy at arm's length, Yanmen mentally added, Ordinary fighters cannot resist the qi of weakness, which is destructive in nature. Looking at his opponent, who was already on the verge of death, Yanmen mentally added, Of course I haven't mastered this technique yet, but it doesn't matter now. And then said, You should have stopped while you still had a chance. Continuing the dialogue with the enemy, Yanmen said with a smile on his face, Your sect taught you to absorb almost everything, except that my qi is indistinguishable from pure poison. The next moment saying, Well, my arm is tired, so let's get rid of the poisonous qi. Yongman set his wooden opponent on fire. When the battle ended with the victory of the Tang clan representative, Song Manil wondered how this was possible. The next moment, thinking that if we let him continue, we will lose too many people, Song Manil turned his gaze to Yong Hei and said, It is time and honor to know. In response to the judge's remark, Yo Solren, who had taken the girl hostage, said, What are you talking about? We will continue until the young leader of the Tang clan is dead. The man dropped the straw from his mouth after seeing what he had seen and said to Ms. Yo, What are you? Before the man could finish, the woman said in an ominous tone, The young leader's skills far exceed my expectations. The Sword of the 9 Realms, please finish the young leader of the Tang clan. At the same time, with a disappointed sigh, Yongman said with this level of skill, You shouldn't eliminate everyone, and then heard an exclamation, How dare you? Looking back at himself and seeing something strange happening before his eyes, Yongman thought to himself, What is going on there? Hearing the woman's demands, Sungmin shouted out, How dare you take Yeonhee hostage? He's just a young student. You're going to get him killed. After the man's exclamation, Yo Solren said irritatedly, You may not care about the death of the Mak clan, but I do, and I must take revenge for it, no matter what it takes. Continuing to look at the formidable man in front of her, she added, Even if I have to retaliate for the good deeds Sung Manil asked, that's why you volunteered to host the provincial meeting. In response to her husband's question, Yeo Solren floated up Yeonhee's blouse and said, You know my fire techniques, right, little Yeonhee? So fragile I could easily do it. At the same time, frozen in place after seeing what she saw from the stands, Meyer asked why they were arguing with each other, to which Yan Young replied, I have no idea. Feeling overcome with emotion, Sion Manil grabbed his sword and shouted out to Ye Solren, How dare you? How dare you think that your revenge will prevent me from beheading my aunt? Hearing her husband's exclamation, the woman was frightened and said, Considering that you have achieved the highest skill with the blade, I am sure you can, but only just. The next moment, she pulled the girl closer to her and added, If you lose your patience and start swinging your sword recklessly, you might accidentally scar the young lady's face. And then Yeonhee screamed out to her uncle. He clenched his teeth in anger and sheathed his sword, exclaiming, You're so cowardly. I'll play along this time. Immediately after throwing another menacing glance at Yo Solren, the man added, "Wait here, I'll finish him off, but I won't let you off the hook." Hearing Sion Manil's words, the woman said, "If you can rid me of this cunning young leader, I will gladly give my life." The next moment, as soon as the man walked into the arena, the participants exclaimed in surprise that one of the 6 great masters would personally enter the field. Looking at the man in front of him, Yongman said, "I didn't plan to fight you today." After receiving a remark from his opponent, Sung Manil said, "I'm sorry, kid, but this is a bad situation, but I have no other choice." Without turning his gaze back, the man added, "The baby is more important to me than life, so please understand why I am doing this." The next moment, he drew his sword and put it in front of him and added, "I will try to do it quickly and without pain." At the moment when the battle was about to begin, a strange music began to sound throughout the arena, and when Yaman heard it, he thought about where the music came from. Also hearing this melody, Sion Manil looked back at the woman and shouted angrily at Yo Solren, "What are you doing?" The next moment, he turned his gaze to the other participants who were writhing in pain and added, "You're using sound techniques to drive the unfortunate heirs crazy." After receiving a remark from her husband, Yeo Seol Ren covered her ears and asked why you were worried about this. "It's only to your advantage. I assure you young Yong-hee will not be harmed." Unable to contain his anger at the woman's actions, Sungmin exclaimed, "How much more do I have to endure this fraud of yours, unintentionally canceling the order?" While Meyer was trying to shout at Yun Yun Yun, Solren added, "If I wanted to stop, I wouldn't have started Mak Yin who was suffering. So he will suffer too, it's only fair." Continuing to express her hatred, the woman added, "Let him know the horror of death, and now do not hesitate and take off his head." After which Yan Man sternly said, "You are making a lot of noise." Immediately after his words, using the technique of silent dance of the rotating line, Yanman added, "It's time for you to be quiet." As a result, after activating the technique, the young leader of the Tang family destroyed all the musical instruments and stopped the melody in a matter of seconds. Seeing what had just happened in front of his eyes, the shocked Song Manil said, "I'm sorry for interfering, but we've taken care of the noise." Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand in front of him and called out to his opponent, and added confidently, "Now let's finish what we started." Frozen in place after what he saw, Sung Manil mentally said that this just happened. Since when did the Tang clan have such martial artists with truly destructive techniques? Very much in the spirit of the Tang clan and their mass destruction techniques. The next moment, turning his eyes to the man who had just done it, he added in his mind, "A young leader at this age can easily display such a high level of skill. If he continues to develop his abilities, he will definitely surpass even me." At one point, noticing how Yeonman reached for his sword, the man mentally added whether it was worth destroying such a promising talent, it would be a pity. The next moment, when he noticed that Yeonmyeon drew his sword and pointed it at him, Sungmin asked, "What are you doing? Do you really want to fight me with swords?" Confused by the boy's desire, Sung Manil thought to himself, "Doesn't the kid realize the danger of his position now? Even his best techniques may not be enough." After receiving this question, Yeonmyeon mentally said without a sword, "All my skills in using concealed weapons are just pathetic attempts. I want to learn a couple of things from an experienced swordmaster." Nervously sighing after hearing his opponent's wish, Sung Manil thought, "What a bad guy," and then said it so boldly that it was even funny. Without removing his smile from his face, the man confidently added, "However, I like your mood. I give you the first move. Attack." Sensing the mood of his master, the snake quickly jumped out and asked him, "Do you want to show yourself in all your glory?" In response to his guardian spirit's question, Yeonman mentally said, "That's exactly how my opponent, a master who has reached Fagin," and then mentally added, "In that case, I will show my best." The next moment, Yeonman removed all restrictions from himself and released all his power to the outside. Feeling the strong pressure of energy coming from Yeonman, everyone around thought it was impossible. How can one person have so much internal energy? No, this is not a person. This is something higher. Also, frozen in place by the shock of what he saw, Sung Manil mentally said the most frightening thing was that I did not even feel that he was hiding his powers. Continuing to watch his opponent, the man added in his head that he was already far beyond my level. At the same moment, Yeonman, who was preparing for the fight, smiled and said, "Well, I'm ready for the lesson." After calming down a bit after the momentary shock, Sung Myung-il thought about how this young man could have reached such a level of this feeling. Recalling the last time he had experienced such a feeling, he said in his head, "I only felt this way in the presence of the leader of the alliance." At the same time, he noticed that Sung Manil had drawn his sword and prepared to defend himself. Yeonmyeon asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you would let me attack first?" The man gripped his weapon even tighter in his hands and said, "I did not know that you were hiding your strength. If I give in now, then Yeonhee's life will be in danger." Continuing to prepare for a serious confrontation, the man added, "But if I fight with all my strength, one of us will definitely die. I can't just stand there and take the blow. Please forgive me." Immediately after his words, the man mentally said, "If I start a battle of attrition, I will lose quickly. It is better to end it quickly using the same technique that the leader taught me and remembered the moment when he said it. So it means that it is a Fagin. Even the flow of energy that enters the body is felt differently." Clapping his hands to his subject, Yu Kiljong said, You have finally overcome all obstacles and achieved Hwagen. Congratulations. The next moment, the leader of the alliance added that although you have reached a state in which the meridians are fully connected and the aging process is stopped, your scars on your face will remain. To which Song Manil replied with my abilities. I am grateful for that, and scars adorn a man, rightly so. Hearing the words of his subject, Yu Kiljong smiled happily and said, I still remember the face you made trying to look terrified at what I heard, but it was a long time ago and not true. The next moment, looking away and sighing awkwardly, the man added, I thought you came to congratulate me, but you seem to want to laugh, which I heard, of course not. Drawing the man's attention, the alliance leader added, Now that you have come to full formation, I am here to guide you to new heights. Your transition into a stronger body with better skills is certainly impressive, but your sword techniques are limited. The next moment, with a sly smile on his face, the leader of the Dark Death Alliance added, Now that you are physically strong, I will teach you the sword technique of strength. Softness controls strength. True strength is achieved through flexibility. The subtlety of that softness that you learned from the Sword of Chaos illusions can be transformed into the strength of the Sword of Power. Starting to use the skill, all paths lead to the same sword, Sun Manil mentally said. I have only recently begun to master it. My technique is not perfect yet. I just need to perfect this stroke. Seeing his opponent's intentions, Yeonmyeon said, I thought you would use the Chaos Illusion Sword since you are the best swordsman in your sect, but you seem to know the technique of the Force Sword, even if it is at a low level. After receiving the remark from his opponent, Sun Myung-il asked in surprise how you knew about the Power Sword. The next moment, seeing Yeonmyeon use the same technique, he mentally added, I've barely begun to master this technique, and you're already fluent in its full version. Since ancient times, the art of swordsmanship has always been based on the following principles: weight, speed, illusion of destruction, force, breaking, and sharpness. Sitting on the stone with the demon blade from his past life on his shoulders, Yeonmyeon said, Mastery of strength is very rare among them. An ordinary body cannot withstand the force of the techniques of his own sword. Looking down at his disciple, the master added, The weaker the body, the worse the martial art is a path where flexibility generates strength, but it is practiced only by ordinary people, and the strength you must strive for comes from the absolute. Only by reaching the limit of exhaustion can you master what is called true strength. Recalling the instructions of his teacher, Yeonmyeon thought, My body may be different now, but I remember perfectly well how to use the Sword of Power, and then said, I haven't used this technique for a long time, so I might have forgotten how to control the power, so hold on tight. The next moment, the two warriors who had used the same technique in the duel faced off in battle. As a result of the crossing of their weapons, a powerful surge of energy occurred between the fighters and spread around. Meanwhile, standing on the balcony of the building, one man said, I feel a strong surge of energy coming from the Manhwa territory, to which another man said, It looks like a provincial meeting is in full swing. Continuing to admire the meeting, the man added that I had heard that one of the 6 great sword masters of the 9 realms had graced them with his presence, perhaps deciding to show off, so to speak, to inspire the youth. Hearing his comrade's remark, Yong Inza asked if there were too many body movements to inspire, even if a wave of energy could be felt from here. Heading back to the room, the comrade said, What could be wrong? Let's have a drink. The provincial meeting will last for 10 days at least. At one point, Yang Yingze said in a stern tone, Stop, let go of the bowls. The wave of energy is intensifying. And everyone in the restaurant froze. Immediately after Yang Yingze's warning, he and everyone in the building could see a giant pillar of energy stretching up to the clouds. Meanwhile, Yu Kiljun, who was enjoying tea in a house in the countryside, felt the energy release and looked back and said that he was his brother. After the collision with Yeonmyeon, Sung Manil was mortally wounded and groaned heavily. Yeonhee, I have to protect Yeonhee. The next moment, a large number of people arrived at the provincial meeting place, and one of them shouted out what was happening. Seeing a man with his head down, one of the crowd said in surprise, Master San Manil, the sword of the 9 realms has been defeated. Yang Yingze froze in his tracks in astonishment and exclaimed how this was possible, after which the elder added, Who could do such a thing? Hearing the elder's question, Yeon Solren pointed her finger in Yeonmyeon's direction and exclaimed that he was the young leader of the Tang clan who had killed the master. Upon learning the reason, someone in the crowd said the Tang clan were the same ones who had destroyed the Silent Sword sect and the Cheongjin group whose young boy had defeated one of the 6 great masters. Continuing to stand behind the alliance leader's daughter, the woman added, Master Sang died protecting Lady Yeonhee. If you cannot avenge the master and protect the young lady, then. The next moment, turning her gaze to the crowd of warriors, Yo Solren added, You will definitely incur the wrath of the master, so finish this cursed kid now. Receiving the order from the leader of the Manhwa squad, the warriors thought it sounded doubtful, but if it was true, our lives were at stake as well. The leader of the Tang family charged at the young leader of the crowd, shouting that it would be difficult to defeat someone who had defeated the sword of the 9 spheres, so let's all attack together. Seeing the crowd of enemies heading for their master, Meyer thought in confusion how many there were. At the same moment, taking up his sword and preparing for the battle, Yeonmyeon said, If it weren't for the tricks of your subject, none of this would have happened, unfortunately. Turning his gaze back and remembering the moment of their clash, the boy added, "Your swordplay was amazing, but the result was obvious from the beginning, due to the difference in energy level." Continuing to look at his opponent, Yeonman added, "And yet you died without letting go of the sword. You died as a swordsman should." The next moment, reaching for Sun Manil's sword, Yeonmyeon added, "You were my enemy, but I will pay you tribute." Having prepared for confrontation with the enemies, the young man confidently added that your way to the afterlife will not be so boring. Seeing the actions of the young leader of the Tang clan, someone in the crowd shouted out, "Master San's weapon is in his hands, let's attack." At the same moment, Youngman threw his opponent's sword up and used the destruction skill to shred the blade into pieces. The warriors, caught in the fragments that were embedded in their bodies, began to shout out in confusion what the sword fragments were. Having experienced only a small part of what the leader of the squad shouted out, do you really think that these tricks will stop more than 2,000 of our soldiers? After listening to his opponent's shouts, Yeonman said, "Enough is enough," and then used the rotation technique. A second before the activation of Yeonman's skill, the warrior shouted out, "Just tiny fragments, don't hurt me." But he didn't have time to finish before it was shredded. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield with their subjects, the leader of the Flying Phoenix sect, Yong Yingjae, shouted out, "We must stop him." After his comrade's exclamation, another elder shockingly shouted the same secret technique of the Tang clan, the rain of 10,000 heavenly flowers. Hearing his comrade's remark, Yong Yingjae exclaimed in confusion, but this technique was considered lost many years ago. After his opponent's shouts, Jingguo sighed in disappointment and said, "It's obvious that they had never seen this technique with their own eyes. They thought it was the rain of 10,000 blades. How naive." The next moment, casting his gaze back to where his companions were standing, Yeonman shouted out to Mir. Drawing the girl's attention to him, he added, "I won't let them get close to you, but some may still leak out. You can handle it." Hearing her master's request, the girl smiled anxiously and said, "I'm your bodyguard for a reason, so don't worry about me." Hearing the girl exclaim to him to send them straight to hell, Yeonman replied, "You bet I will." Despite all the shouts of the enemies who begged him not to come closer, Yeonman used the iron fragment volley technique and the hidden shadow technique, after which he felt he was too fast. As he eliminated one enemy after another, the elder who was now under attack shouted at us not to fight him. At the same time, some warriors noticed Meyer and Yong Yong nearby and shouted, "There's a couple more in Tang clan clothes, come here." Calling for help, the warrior shouted, "To hell with that monster. Let's capture these two and take them to the leader of the alliance." At the same moment, Meyer recalled a case from the past when she pointed to herself and asked if she could heal my affected meridians. In response to her question, she heard that you also have cold blocking your meridians. So Meyer hugged herself and turned away and exclaimed like her sister, to which Youngman recalled the incident and said, "You don't have to take off your clothes." After hearing the young leader's suggestion, Meyer said unhappily, "No thanks, it's certainly unpleasant, but I'll live." Youngman thought, "Damn, I just imagined that," and then added, "It's not just that." Surprising the girl, the guy added, "Mira, you don't even notice your limitations, but now you're on equal footing with Bonnie's squad, which is proof that you have a unique talent for martial arts." Continuing to recall Yeonman's remark that if we cure your illness and unlock your meridians, you will be able to match the elders in terms of strength, Meyer began to destroy the crowd of enemies. Looking at the girl who also began to destroy their soldiers one by one, the warriors exclaimed, "These are also strong, and what are they all about?" Standing behind Meyer, who demonstrated her skills, Yeon thought, "I thought they were just a bunch of kids, but they are stronger than most sect heirs." At the same moment, Meyer suddenly called out to her friend, "Stay behind me. Protecting another person is not as easy as it looks." As she continued to watch everyone fight their enemies, Yon mentally said, "I regret neglecting my training because now I can't help them. All I can do is watch from the sidelines. I'm useless." At the same moment, raising his head to the sky, Yong Enji exclaimed, "I need to stop this damn wind. No matter how strong it is, there must be a limit to its internal energy." The next moment, throwing himself at the vortex created by Yongman and trying to stop it, Yong Enji added, "It may hurt, but we must surround it." Watching his opponent's efforts, Yonman said in surprise in his head, "They're putting themselves in danger." Continuing to push on the vortex that was causing so many problems, the leader of the Flying Phoenix sect shouted out, "The wind is getting weaker." Hearing the shouts of the enemies, Yeonman wondered if they were really willing to give their lives for everything the Alliance had given them. What kind of person must the leader of the Alliance be to go that far? The next moment, clutching his weapon, Yeonman mentally said, "But now is not the time to think about it," and then used the destruction skill. Seeing what had just happened right before her eyes, Yo Solren thought in an instant he had killed half of a 2,000-strong army. It was no mere luck that he had managed to surpass the master who had reached Hwagen with a single blow. Keeping her gaze on the boy who was destroying the warriors one by one, Yo Solren mentally added that the number of opponents was irrelevant to him. Immediately after completing her thoughts, the woman shouted out, "Stop right now!" which attracted everyone's attention. As soon as all the warriors and Yeonman froze in place, Yo Solren added, "No matter how many people attack you, you will not be defeated. Retreat and save yourself." The next moment, the woman released the daughter of the Alliance leader and said, "Forgive me, young lady. The day will come when I will pay for my sins." Keeping his gaze on the woman who had just screamed, Yongman heard enough games. Young leader of the Tang clan, hundreds of thousands of lives will not stop you. The next moment, shedding a tear and looking down, Yo Solren added, to finish you off, I'll have to use the help of the Alliance leader. Immediately after lighting a fire in her eye and clenching her teeth, she added, I didn't want to resort to this method to see you die, but you left me no choice. Hearing the woman's words, Yeonmyeon wondered what she was talking about, and then the Fire Lotus technique was activated, and Yeonhee suddenly burst into flames. Watching the young girl's body continue to be engulfed in flames, Yo Solren said, if young Miss Yeonhee dies, no one here will come back alive. Smiling crazily and shedding her tears, she exclaimed, even if I die first, I don't care. I will be waiting for you in the afterlife, Tan young man. Observing Yo Solren's actions, one of the soldiers exclaimed, what are you doing? You are not afraid of the consequences, Yo Solren. Continuing to shed tears, the woman said with a smile on her face, I'm ready to do anything to avenge the death of Makenhu, but my strength doesn't allow me to. The next moment, she drew her sword and prepared to kill herself and added, I regret that I will not be able to see the young leader of the Tang clan die with my own eyes, but I believe he will take revenge. At the same moment, Yeonman quickly approached the woman and cut off her hands and hurried to Yeonhee. With his hand outstretched in front of him, he used his absorption skill to extinguish the flames that had engulfed the girl. After extinguishing the flames on the girl's body, Yeonman looked back and said menacingly, you not only attacked a defenseless child, but you also desecrated the honor and sacrifice of a swordsman. Continuing to stare at Yo Solren, the young leader of the Tang family added, you mocked the pride of an opponent who deserved respect even in a deadly duel, so don't even expect to get off easy. Soon after his words, Yeongman turned his head in front of him and said, but it is not my place to decide your fate. It is your master's prerogative, and I cannot allow the situation to worsen. Coughing up blood heavily, Yo Solren said, do you really think your lord will forgive you for this for nothing? The next moment, the woman smiled ominously and exclaimed, no matter what you do, young leader of the Tang clan, today you will die at the hands of your master. In response to all the shouts and threats, Yeongman said, I will tear your filthy mouth open, and then the leader of the Dark Death Alliance appeared behind him. Seeing the appearance of her leader, Yo Solren laughed out loud and exclaimed, finally, here you are, my lord. At the moment of his appearance, Yu Kiljun looked around and took in everything that had happened around him, all the bodies of his dead comrades and the wounded Yeonhee. Frozen in place by Yu Kiljun's sudden appearance, Yeongman mentally said to the leader of the Dark Death Alliance himself, it turns out that it was not only blind loyalty that pushed his subjects to fight to the last. Continuing to stare at the man in front of him, Yeonman added that they understood that it was better to die in battle than to feel his wrath. Feeling trembling all over her body, Meyer hugged herself and scared to say what he was and whether he was even human. At the same moment, preparing for the sudden start of the battle, Yeonman mentally said, neither Meyer nor Yeon can handle his energy level. If it comes to a fight, I can only rely on myself. As he continued to prepare for the clash, Yeonman mentally said, I can't take my eyes off him when the leader of the alliance walked by. Yeonman mentally added when he stopped, he was ignoring me. As Yu Kiljun approached Yeonhee, Ye Solren exclaimed, sir, he is the young leader of the Tang clan who finished off the 9-sphere sword and did it to the young lady. Smiling ominously at the moment of framing Yeongman, she added, here the cries of despair finish the young leader of the Tang clan. As Yu Kiljun continued to ignore everyone, he threw off his cloak and wrapped Yeonhee in it and stormed away with her in his arms as he heard the cries of, sir, what are you doing, in his wake. Feeling angry at her leader, Yeon Seolren angrily shouted out, you must fight your enemy right in front of you. Continuing to lie on the ground and look at the trail of the leader of the alliance, the woman kept exclaiming, where are you going, sir? At that moment, while walking forward, Yu Kiljong suddenly stopped and said, this doesn't make any sense. After hearing her lord's remark, Yo Solren angrily exclaimed that it makes no sense. You must avenge the dead. Where are you going, lord? At one point, when the woman shouted out, finish this bastard now, her sentence was cut off in mid-sentence by a kick from Yeonman, who pushed her into the ground. The young leader of the Tang clan looked at her with a haughty look and said, stop talking, even my patience has limits, so shut up before I tear your tongue out. The next moment, looking around and seeing the aftermath of the confrontation, Yeongman mentally said, the situation has escalated much more than I thought. I plan to kill the Sichuan heirs at the provincial meeting to draw attention to myself and stop the advance of Sichuan in the north, while the Gongdong sect fights the demonic cult. After tying up Yo Solren and beginning to tighten the knot on her back, the boy mentally added, however, the death of the alliance leader's daughter changes everything. Going after Yu Kiljun, Yeonman thought it was no longer a fight for justice, but a clash of emotions, and then heard, hey, where are you going? Turning his gaze in the direction of Meyer, who asked him a question, the young leader heard, you're not going to chase their leader, right? Yeongman replied, I am. If I leave now, the Tang clan will be in danger. I need to deal with this, and you go back and wait. Feeling very afraid and shocked by what she heard, Meyer exclaimed with tears in her eyes, don't go. You've already felt the leader of the Dark Death Alliance. This man has surpassed even Master Taeho. Hearing his friend's refusal, Yeonman said, I'm not going to fight him. If the master has any sense, he won't destroy someone who came to talk to him. Having received the remark from her master, Meyer asked in a frightened tone, what if the battle was unavoidable? Hearing the next words of concern for himself, Yongmen clenched his hand into a fist and said that as a young leader of the Tang clan, I must risk my life for the sake of my family. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Alliance leader, a doctor arrived at Yu Kiljong's home with some disappointing news. Bowing his head to his leader, he said fearfully, I'm sorry, my lord. We did everything in our power to save young Miss Ale. Looking at his subject with a cold gaze, Yu Kiljong felt the flames penetrate not only from the outside but also from the inside, and with her fragile body it even pains me to say this, but she is gone. Having received the sad news from his subject, the leader of the Alliance thought of his loved ones and said, Yeon Hee Hyun Man. The next moment, a memory appeared in his mind where he and everyone else stood over the past leader and said to the leader, if I die, you must lead the Alliance. Even on the brink of death, the former leader of the Alliance added, and my Yeon Hee, please raise her as your own daughter, please. Putting his hand to his face, Kiljong mentally said, since then, it's like something broke inside me, the pain of loss. I became stronger to overcome it. I thought that if I became stronger, I would never lose those who mattered to me again. The next moment, remembering all of his close subjects, he mentally added, I helped my foster brothers reach Hwagan, consolidated my power by gaining the devotion of those who aspired to the pinnacle of the martial arts. Feeling a surge of rage and squeezing his hand, Kiljun mentally added, but it was all for nothing, because the rest of it always happens outside my sight. The next moment, remembering a moment from Yeon-hee's childhood, he said in his head, Yeon-hee, baby, now I understand how you felt when you found your lost straw doll broken. You cried over it all day? Immediately after that thought, the Alliance leader began to transform into a monster and said, my grief at your loss could have torn the heavens apart, but I am unbearably angry that I knew nothing when you suffered. Backed into a corner by his master's transformation, the doctor wondered what good was regret if I couldn't bring you back. It was just another useless emotion. The main thing was not to make the same mistake again, so I had to finish them all. When he got to the reason for his further actions, the leader of the Dark Death Alliance mentally said, all those who pose a threat to my people will be destroyed. And at that time, Yongman was heading to the main building of the Dark Death Alliance, where Kiljun was already losing control of his humanity. At one point along the way, the dragon said to Yeonman, hey, you know that dragons exist? To which Yeonman replied, why would you suddenly remember them? The next moment, turning his gaze to Jingo, he added, dragons are mythical creatures, and I don't believe in legends, except that the nickname dragon is usually given to people with outstanding abilities. Having received a remark from his master, the dragon said, I'm not talking about some human nicknames, but about real dragons as a species. After hearing what the dragon said, Yeonman looked at him and asked what he meant by that, and the leader of the Dark Death Alliance said that he was not a human, he was a dragon. After hearing what his spirit guardian had just told him, Yeonman suddenly stopped and looked back at Jingo and asked what you just said. Dragons are not born in their highest dragon form. They are born from a concentration of energy. Thus, they are born as human children, and through certain stages of life, they gradually transform into real dragons. Adult dragons usually go into hibernation for hundreds of years, but when they awaken, they can easily destroy entire states. After listening to his companion's story, Yeonman asked, but how can you prove that the leader of the Dark Death Alliance is a dragon if you say so only because of his impressive energy, which is an unfounded assumption and nothing more? After receiving a remark from his master, Jingo said, you're a fool to deny the existence of dragons when you're talking to a supernatural being. And then Yeonman thought, hey, don't call me names. Immediately after the snakes, he added, you remember whose family name I used to be, so why do you think Muyongguk needed me? Continuing his argument, the snake added that humans cannot sense dragons because of the fundamental difference in energy, but I am a supernatural being who can sense the energy of a dragon, which is why Muyongguk made me his spirit guardian. Looking at Jingo, Yeonmyeon heard that together we had hunted dragons that harmed people, and then he mentally said that your past master hunted dragons. The next moment, looking at the road, Yeonman mentally said, the more I hear, the harder it is to believe, but he is a mythical creature who has lived for 1,000 years, which gives his words some credibility. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added, but how strong was Muyongguk to hunt dragons? I wonder if I unleash the full power of my art from my past life, will I be able to fight a dragon? Having finished his thoughts, Yeonman asked if he was a dragon. Then he should be destroyed at any cost, to which Jingo replied that not all dragons are evil by definition. Again, starting his story, the dragon said there was one rare case when a dragon became good. It was called the Blue Dragon from the very beginning. The duty to destroy evil dragons was assigned to the Blue Dragon. Recalling the turning point in history, Jingo added that Muyongguk, who knew nothing about dragons at the time, decided that the Blue Dragon was dangerous and killed it. Also mentioning the consequences of these actions, the snake said that after that he had conflicts with hunters who cooperated with the Blue Dragon to hunt the evil ones, and only then did Muyongguk realize his mistake. Continuing to tell the story of the snakes, he said he decided to hunt the evil dragons himself, and hearing this, Yeonmyeon mentally said, That's how he started working with the hunters. The next moment, Jingo added confidently, that was before he caught the dragon, made me his familiars. You're still far from it. And then Yongman thought disappointedly, he found something to brag about. Immediately after, the snake suddenly said, anyway, that's not the point. As I said, dragons are born without knowing they are dragons. Continuing the conversation, Jingo added that they live with people, share their homes and food with them, and become attached to them. The next moment, having reached the moment of choosing the direction of the snake's activity, he added that if you positively influence them at this time, they can become as good as a blue dragon. Also recalling most of the cases that had happened, Jingo added that if their personality is based on negative emotions, such people turn into evil dragons. After listening to his friend, Yongman asked what negative emotions can make a dragon evil. Wait, what do you mean? Interrupting his master in mid-sentence, the dragon said that this dragon is the leader of the Dark Death Alliance, and he lost his brother and daughter at the same time. Continuing to talk about the development of events that awaited them, Jingo said that very soon the evil dragon in him would awaken right before our eyes. Later, one of his subjects arrived at Yu Kiljong's chambers and told the leader that the young leader of the Tang clan was asking for an audience, saying he had come to clear up any misunderstandings that had arisen and that he would like to be admitted. A few seconds later, seeing the guest in front of him, the leader of the alliance said, to clear up misunderstandings means to see what you have to say. Looking at his guest with a haughty look, Yu Kiljong added, I'm so desperate that I came to the lion's den myself, so it's really serious. Seeing the appearance of the leader of the alliance, Yongmen thought to himself, is he really a dragon and not a man? And then said, let me first express my condolences for what happened at the provincial meeting. The next moment, Yeonmyeon added, the organizer of the Manhwa group took your adopted daughter hostage and forced the Sword of the Nine Realms to face me in a deadly duel. As soon as Yeonman said this and was about to lift the woman in front of him, the leader of the alliance tore off the rope and pulled her to his side. Once in the hands of her leader, Yo Solrin screamed out in fright to the Lord, who said in a menacing tone, it looks like you're fine with everything, Yo Solrin. Feeling very afraid of the situation in which she found herself, the woman screamed out in fear, sir, please listen to me, to which she heard no need. Continuing to stare at the woman with a sinful look, he added, are you afraid of what I might do? Yong-hee must have been equally frightened before she died, and was unable to say a word, after which he used the fire lotus technique. Throwing the burning woman to the floor, Yu Kiljun said, you thought I wouldn't recognize the fire technique marks on her body. You used her to manipulate my brother Manhwa, all to get revenge for that bastard Mok Inha. Getting up from his seat and walking forward, leaving Yosolren behind, the alliance leader added, you will suffer for a long time and feel many times the pain that Yeon-hee felt. Seeing what had just happened in front of him, Yongman thought he understood the circumstances, but only if he could talk to him. And then he heard, you are now the young leader of the Tang clan. Concentrating his gaze on the dragon, Yongman heard, I want to know why I haven't destroyed your entire clan yet. My Yong-hee, although she looked healthy, suffered from an incurable disease and could not practice martial arts. Even from the simplest basics, she began to cough up blood. Yeonman's face scrunched up. Even the best medicine in all the lands and the most famous doctors were useless. So I assumed that poison cures poison, and I assumed that your clan's poison could be our hope. Continuing to walk toward his guest, the leader of the Dark Death Alliance added, however, Yong-hee died before she could be cured, and I no longer have any reason to keep your clan alive. Hearing Kiljun's words, Yeonman asked, are you still not willing to back down even after the explanation of what happened? If you do, you will only be playing along with the plan of the leader of the Manhwa. Hearing the remark, Kiljong bowed his head and sighed. You fool think I'm so easily manipulated. Didn't you bring her here to try to avoid my wrath? Continuing the dialogue, the alliance leader added, I'm sorry to see you hoping that a few words will help you get out of this, and then Yeonman asked what. Then the leader of the alliance replied cautiously that whatever it was, your glorious sects of the true path were involved in the deaths of all the people I care about. One I lost in the past, two I lost today. The next moment, with a sinister smile, Yu Kiljong added, I will not let this go. Everyone involved, including you, will die until I have satisfied my anger. Immediately after his words, looking up at Yongman, the leader of the alliance added, this will not be a punishment from the master of the Dark Death Alliance. It will be a personal revenge, and it will begin with the Tang clan. Reaching for his sword after the enemy's words, Yongman thought for sure that the battle was unavoidable, and then he heard the young leader hurry up. Continuing the dialogue, Kiljong added all the forces of the Dark Death Alliance, and the 6 great masters are already heading to the Tang clan. I will catch up with them as soon as I deal with you, and then saw Yongman appear right in front of him. After making the first attack on his opponent, Yongman thought that if he was telling the truth, then the family was in danger, so he had to deal with him and return quickly. Blocking Yeonmyeon's sword, Kiljun said, when I lost my mentor Cheonseong Chomchang Ami to the True Way sect, I destroyed the sects of all those involved with my own hands. Looking at Yeonmyeon again, the alliance leader added, now it's the turn of the Tang clan, but I won't stop there. Continuing to drill Yongman with an ominous gaze, Kiljong added, I will wipe out all the martial arts factions of the Central Plain, and from now on the whole world will feel my fury. Somewhere in the Tang clan, Tang Jihei sipped her hot tea and sighed heavily, saying, I hope Yongman is doing well. The next moment, a subject ran into her office and opened the door, exclaiming, Madam, we are in trouble. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the subject, Ji-hee asked what happened to Wanjin, and heard that we were attacked. Breathing heavily after a sprint, the man added a giant army of Dark Death Alliance warriors are attacking the Tang clan. Receiving the report from her subject's sudden visit, the clan leader stood up from her seat and spoke to Yongmen in concern. At the same time, in the Alliance building, continuing the battle against Kilchin, Yongmen thought to himself, I don't believe it. I'm attacking him with the most deadly blows and a strong sword. Once again blocking his opponent's blow, Kil'jin looked at his hand and said, You have really surpassed Hyun Manil. Your sword technique is superior to the one I taught my brother, and your body and internal energy allow you to make continuous attacks. After another unsuccessful strike, Yeonmyeon mentally said, He deflects my every blow and even now analyzes and evaluates my techniques. The next moment, having taken action again, he mentally added, If so, I will move so fast that he cannot notice me. After a flurry of blows, noticing a small cut on himself, Kil'jin said in surprise, It seems that I did not block all the blows, but it is still strange. Turning his gaze to Yongman, he added, It feels like you're swinging a sword in a trajectory that's perfectly matched to destroy your opponent. And Yongman wondered if he understood the trajectory of my sword. The next moment, he abruptly closed in on the guy and prepared to gouge out his eyes and added, It must have something to do with your eyes to be able to handle such an advanced technique at such a young age. Noticing his opponent's actions, Yongman swung his sword at the last moment and knocked away Kiljun's hand, saving his eyesight. After dodging one attack, Kiljun immediately launched the next, rushing after Yongman, who jumped back. As the fist of the alliance leader approached Yeonmyeon, he drew his sword and managed to block the blow. After exchanging a couple more blows, the two fighters stopped for a moment, a few meters away from each other. Impressed by the skills of his opponent, Kiljong said, I have never met such a worthy opponent. You can be called a master of the sword. Keeping his gaze on the boy, he added, I thought I had mastered all the principles of martial arts and reached the top, but it seems I still have something to strive for. The next moment, with a sly smile, the leader of the alliance added, And you will be a great step on my way to new heights. Hearing his opponent's words, Yeonman thought to himself, I can't believe he's really that talented. Even under constant pressure, he manages not only to respond to my attacks, but also to study them carefully. Immediately after recalling the moment of the first strike, Yeonman mentally added as if he had found something interesting and was now beginning to enjoy the process. The next moment, the young Tang clan leader looked down and said in his head, The longer this battle goes on, the more it will work against me. I need to end it as soon as possible. Using the aura of poisonous fury will not help me reach my full strength. Looking at his reflection on the sword blade, Yeonman mentally added continuous attacks. Damaging the sword is a miracle that a sword of such fine workmanship lasts so long. But how long will it last, after which he felt arrogant? Looking up and seeing Kiljun's palm on his face, Youngman heard you dare to look away from me. Catching the boy in the act, the alliance leader used the Dark Death Palm Technique skill and struck Yeonman with a flurry of blows. Having received a little bit of a beating, Yeonman stopped his beating at one point by swinging his sword between himself and his opponent. As a result of the swing, the guy's attack reached the enemy, but in its place was only the cloak, which Yeonman cut and thought of a palm technique. Appearing in Yeonman's blind spot and looking at him from behind, Kiljun said, I see that cheap tricks don't work on you. The next moment, seeing the enemy's hand reaching for him, Yeonman said, You know, I've recently realized something, and I'd like to share it with you. I wonder how you'll take it. Having created a sphere of fire at the end of his finger and prepared to shoot, the alliance leader added, It's called the technique of conquering the inner spirit. Firing a shot of considerable power, Kiljun said, Even you can't resist it, you know. This martial art is based on the highest method of strengthening ki. That's why you can't. Before the alliance leader could enjoy his triumph, he noticed something unusual and was surprised to see the enhanced energy fading away. Having dispelled his opponent's attack, Yeonman immediately prepared to strike back and swung his sword and released a lot of energy. As a result of the blow from Yeonman, Kiljun grabbed his wound and said, What the hell was that technique? Ignoring the enemy's question, Yeonman landed with a sly smile and thought, I've figured it out. I've figured out how to unleash the full power of my sword techniques. I never would have thought I would come to this realization in mortal danger. The next moment, looking up at the leader of the Dark Death Alliance, Yeonman said, You said that I would be a stepping stone on your path to new heights. Immediately after his words, the guy stretched his hand forward and confidently added, I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen because only you will die here today. After a successful attack, Yeonman drew his sword back and thought, I came up with this method spontaneously, but it works if you reach a level of transformation where a strong will can change the properties of objects. Continuing to think about the method, he mentally added that it is possible to change the properties of the ki, since by its nature the strength of the attack exceeds the strength of the body and creates problems if you change the essence of the iron invested in the attack to poison. Again, striking at his opponent, Yeonman said in his head that it was possible to perform techniques from his past life without the rhinestone for the meridians. At one point, taking the initiative again, Kiljun asked, "Do you really think you can finish me off?" Continuing to close in on the guy and push him back in the fight, the alliance leader mentally added, "You dared to stand in front of me like a lowly man." Shortening the distance to attacking distance and striking Yu Kiljong angrily shouted and threatened to destroy me. Trying to stand on his feet after his opponent's attack, Yongman thought that he would not be easily approached, and then Kiljun went on the offensive again. Approaching Yongman and managing to catch him by surprise, Yu Kiljong began to accumulate internal energy in his palm. Stabbing the boy's sword after his strike, the alliance leader said, "Did you really think that by attaining enlightenment you had a chance to win? Nothing will change." Continuing the conversation with the young leader of the Tang clan, Kiljong added, "If you die here, the Tang clan will be completely destroyed today," to which he heard laughter. Angered by the boy's reaction, he asked if you were laughing, to which Yongman replied, "You underestimate my family too much." Imagining what was happening on the battlefield, he added, "The Tang clan warriors are no slouches. I have been carefully training them since the very first day I became a young leader." While the current clan leader fought everyone on equal terms, Yongman added, "Not only your people have reached Hwagan, but also your people have reached Hwagan." After eliminating a few more targets, Tang Jihei exclaimed, "Fight to your last breath. Don't feel sorry for yourselves. We must hold out until the young leader returns." Leading his men into battle, Wang Jin and the rest of the herd show them, "Let them see that the Tang clan will not tolerate attacks as before." At that time, while continuing to resist the enemy's onslaught, Yongmen said, "It is not the Tang clan that will die today, but you," and with a shout threw him away. Angry at the boy's words, Yu Kiljong interrupted Yongmen's attempted attack and shouted, "You dirty heir of the righteous sex, how dare you?" Again, forcing Yeonman to defend himself, the alliance leader added, "You condemned my brother to certain death. You could have saved Yeon Hee when she was dying, but you didn't because you didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the dark sex." Continuing to push the boy, Kiljong asked, "And now you want to kill me too, so why don't you take the risk?" After his exclamation, the alliance leader delivered a devastating blow to Yongman, pinning him to the ground. Seeing that his master did not move, Jingo shouted out in confusion, "Hey, wake up, you hear, wake up!" But without achieving the desired result, the snake spewed poisonous fog into Jonman's mouth, thinking, "Damn, it looks like I have no other choice. You will die, and I will die because my soul is tied to yours." Instantly regaining his senses, Yongman got to his feet and looked up to see Kiljun approaching him from the air. Meanwhile, hiding behind the burning Yongman, Jingo said in a frightened voice, "Is it true?" And then Kiljun said, "I feel that your strikes that neutralized the technique of subduing the inner spirit have the ability to weaken the opponent." Preparing to strike another blow with his inner energy, the alliance leader concentrated it in his hand and added, "So that's how it works, then try to deflect this blow." Meanwhile, in the Tang clan, Jihei continued to confront the crowd of enemies, thinking that we were struggling to hold the line, even though half of the clan's warriors had gone to the fortifications. As she continued to think, she added that the sense of danger was growing, and then turned her gaze in the direction of the explosion. Peering into the distance where something unusual was happening, Jihei mentally added, "I can feel an eerie aura in the distance that is destroying our soldiers. It's at my level of power and maybe even stronger. It's one of the 6 great masters." Taking up her weapon, the woman mentally added that she needed to intervene as soon as possible before the clan's warriors were hurt even more. Before she could do so, a powerful explosion rang out in the sky, drawing the attention of all the fighters on the battlefield. Looking in horror at what had just happened, the woman mentally said, "Is it really Yeonman fighting from the side of the Dark Death Alliance fortress? It seems that the battle is not with the human. Please take care of yourself, Yeonman." After surviving the attack of his opponent's new attack, Yeonman mentally said, "This technique was just an annihilation technique, and it was as strong as mine, even though he was not a human but a dragon, and had no weaknesses to the weakening properties of my attacks. How could he master and use the annihilation technique I used in the battle?" Gritting his teeth after the experience, Yongman mentally added that if I could not defeat him, he would become a monster that no one could stop. And then the battle with a stronger opponent inspired me to create new techniques. Kiljin began to recall, but despite the fact that I know the shape of your sword, understood your methods, and mastered destruction, I feel only emptiness. Continuing to recall his losses, the alliance leader said to create new techniques and give them to those I love. Also mentioning Yan He, the dragon added in a menacing tone. But all of this is meaningless because sooner or later they all die at the hands of those who are stronger. Demonstrating his anger in front of his strong opponent, Yu Kiljun exclaimed, "This is how we do things. The strong take everything from the weak." Yongman froze in place in front of his opponent. "But now I will no longer turn a blind eye to everything you do." Having achieved a partial form of transformation, the alliance leader added, "I will become the new law that will end the rule of the strong." Continuing to talk about his ambitions, the dragon said, I will control them myself. I will become the master of this world. Starting the fight again, Yu Kiljong continued to press down on Yongman, preventing him from launching an attack. As soon as the guy let his guard down a bit to block a direct blow, the dragon waved his hand and threw him aside. Following his strike, Yu Kiljong used the technique of conquering the inner spirit and began to concentrate energy in his mouth. After the attack landed a few centimeters above him, Yongman mentally said, "This is crazy. This is beyond martial arts." Continuing to look back at the aftermath of the hit, he added in his mind, "If I had dodged 1 second later, I would have been dead for sure." Continuing to think, Yonman said in his head, "Damn, his AAKA is so strong that I myself have been knocked down. I need to quickly counterattack." And then he turned his attention to where the enemy was standing and wondered where he had gone. Hearing his master's thoughts, the spirit guard shouted from above, and then Yonman lifted his head up and saw his opponent's Tai. At that time, Yu Kiljong began to demonstrate his dark snakes and said, "My poison technique is a black snake style inherited from my mentor along with Yong He, but it is essentially a third-rate, even primitive style." The next moment, releasing his dark snakes into the sky, Kiljun added in a sense it was natural, created by the lower followers of evil sects who had never seen real martial arts. Watching his opponent's actions carefully, Yongman heard, "However, I have been reworking it again and again until I have transformed it into a technique worthy of my name." A few seconds later, two giant snakes appeared from the clouds and headed toward Yonman, who wondered what the hell was going on. Could a being who had surpassed the human level even do that? As soon as his technique came into play, the Alliance leader spoke in a stern tone. "True dark serpent style, my absolute technique. Let's see if you can handle it." Watching the pair of black snakes approaching them, Jingo exclaimed, "Even with your strength, if you get hit by this attack, you will be torn to pieces." Continuing the dialogue with the snake master, he added, "You better run away," to which Youngman replied, "I need all your poisonous energy." Hearing his master's request, Jingo exclaimed, "You're crazy, you're not going to take this blow." And he replied, "If all this energy hits the ground, it will cause an earthquake." The next moment, turning his gaze to his comrade, Yongman added, "Countless innocent people in Sichuan will die. I have no choice." Freezing in place in surprise, Jingo heard, "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Passed me the energy and then thought where he got so much unreasonable self-confidence. Immediately after starting to fill the sword with his poison, Jinguo exclaimed, "The hell with you, just don't get killed by accident." Having received what he wanted, Yanman did not take his eyes off the enemy and thought, "If this is really a kind of martial technique, then I should be able to resist it with my true strength, but neutralize the attack of such a destructive force." Taking a stance for the attack, Yanman said in his head, "One destruction is not enough here. I need an even stronger sword technique to pierce through the performer himself with one blow." Immediately after his thoughts, the young leader of the Tang family mentally said, "Please hold out a little longer." Gathering his thoughts before launching an attack against the black snakes, Yongman thought, "The technique I'm about to perform is the perfect variant of the piercing style." He jumped up and started to fight, inspired by the way the red sun pierced the blue sky with a single punch. Meanwhile, while watching the battlefield, Yu Kuljong remembered a moment from his past and mentally told his boss. Having discovered the thief who was destroying their supplies, the leader exclaimed, "We finally caught this thief, so it was you who stole the grain that was intended for the villagers." The man added, "You're not ashamed to steal at such a young age. You're a lousy thief." The next moment, the man went inside and added, "Let's see how you like my fist." But he was stopped by Sun Manil, who said, "Wait, brother." Pointing to the physique of a boy hiding behind a wooden beam, Sun Manil added, "Look at this boy, he's so skinny." A few seconds later, noticing his friend's reaction, Manil said that, "If this continues, people will soon decide that our sect is an orphanage," and the leader sighed. Agreeing with his comrade's remark, the sect leader shouted, "Hey, you don't have to eat like that, you rascal!" Changing his anger to a smile and extending his hand to the boy, he added, "Come with us, but you won't have to steal from the warehouse to eat, by the way." Recalling this moment from his past, Kiljun looked up and said, "I didn't have a name. That's why the boss gave me his name and made me part of the family. He became my mentor and taught me this primitive black snake style so I could protect myself." Also remembering Yeon Hee, whom he had lost, the alliance leader said, "Master, you trusted me before you left us, Yeon Hee. I wanted to be her support and backbone, just like you were for me." Without taking his eyes off the sky, Kiljun asked, "But now how do I answer you? I don't know, but I know I will destroy everyone involved in the death of Yeon Hee and my brother." As soon as he said this, he noticed a bright beam of light below him that caught his attention, and he said in surprise what it was. At that moment, Yeonman was already approaching him, and he used the sky-piercing sunstrike technique to break through the snakes. As a result of his attack, Yeonman did not manage to kill his opponent, but he did manage to cut off his arm. Meanwhile, holding onto his master's arm, Jingo thought that he had really pierced through such a strong attack with one blow. Even in Mu Young-taek's time, such a technique did not exist, and wondered who this guy was. After the last attack, Yongman noticed that his sword was crumbling and thought, "That's it. You've served me well, demon fighter." The next moment, he turned his gaze to his opponent and added, "However, I still haven't defeated the leader of the Dark Death Alliance. Now is the only chance to finish him off." Dropping his broken sword and reaching for his dagger, Yeonman mentally said, "Serve me one last time, demon fighter." Taking out a new weapon from his inner pocket and swinging it, Yeonman shouted, "Let's deal with him once and for all." The next moment, a fight broke out between the leader of the Dark Death Alliance and the young leader of the Tang clan. Being hit by the blows that left marks on him, Yukil-jong thought how he could resist my chi with this miserable wreckage. No, I cannot die without getting revenge. Angry at the situation that was happening to him, he exclaimed, "I refuse to die like this." Taking advantage of his opponent's anger, Yongman mentally said, he opened his arms in anger and instantly closed in on the enemy. As a result of his lightning attack, Yeonman cut off another arm of the Alliance leader. The next moment, concentrating his strength on his weapon and striking again, Yeonman thought that even though he had lost his arm, he was still moving with such force. If the demonic energy trapped in the demon fighter's wreckage could not weaken him, the situation would return to the original point. Not wanting to give up even in this situation, Yu Kil-jong shouted out, "It's not over yet, I'm still standing." Hearing his opponent's shouts, Yongman said in a stern tone, "No, this is not the end, leader. You will pay for your attack on my family." The next moment, Yeonmyeon used a poisonous force technique and made a piercing cut in his opponent's chest. After suffering a fatal blow, Kiljun looked down and said, "What kind of technique is this? My body is weakening and collapsing." At the same moment, sitting on Yongman's shoulder, Jingo asked him that he had created a new technique in the midst of the battle, and he heard the same answer. Recalling how he had come to this point, Yeonmyeon mentally added, "Just as Hworanko's poison generates a powerful stream of energy, I use the power of my own chi to create a poisonous force." The next moment, after hiding his weapon, Yeonman mentally added that the leader of the Dark Death Alliance was finished, and then said to me, "I'm sorry for what happened." Immediately after, turning his back on his opponent and glancing over his shoulder, the young leader of the Tang family added, "However, you shouldn't have threatened my family." Hearing Yongman's remark, Yu Kil-jong said heavily, "Do you think you have the right to say that?" and then collapsed to the ground. Clenching his teeth and looking at the trail of the guy who was leaving him, Yu Kil-jun said, "I can't die. I refuse to die like this for the sake of Yeon-hee and for the sake of my brother." Gathering his last remnants of strength, the leader of the alliance added in a menacing tone, "I will finish you no matter what it takes, so that their souls may rest in peace." At that time, walking carefree, Yeonman looked at his arm and thought it was lucky that he was not injured in such a battle. He could easily lose his limbs. The next moment, turning his head to Jingo, Yeonman said, "I need a little more of your poisonous energy, I promise." And the snake exclaimed irritably, "You didn't have enough last time? You think I have endless energy. You've already squeezed all my strength out of me." Hearing the cries of his guardian spirit, Yeonman said unhappily, "You wanted to go back to the bank," to which I replied, "Well, I didn't say I wouldn't let you." The next moment, with a heavy sigh, Jingo said, "How did I get to this life?" And then Yongman grabbed him, and not even knowing what was happening behind him, said, "Stop talking and get on with it." Before he could finish his thought, he heard a noise behind him, and looked back and saw a giant dragon's head behind him. Yongman, who had caught the monster, lay on the ground and thought that he had survived even the poisonous attack and turned into a dragon. Continuing to resist the enemy, Yeonman thought, "Damn, I didn't have time to get energy from Jingo. If this continues, I'll finish you off." At the same moment, behind Yongman, Jingo took the form of a large snake and shouted, "Hey, you're already barely standing up. Take a break for now." Deciding to take control of the situation, Jingo shouted and "Leave it to me," after which Yeonman shouted, "No, wait." Seeing how the enemy began to rapidly lose strength and fall, the young leader of the Tang clan added that he had already reached his limit. Finally, Yongman saw tears pouring from Yu Kil-jong's eyes, and he said, "Yong-hee, brother, forgive me." The next moment, the dragon's body began to crumble into ashes and scatter in the wind, and Yongman said, "I hope that's all." As soon as he said this, the dragon's horn flew at his head, taking him by surprise and giving him a good slap. Rubbing his head after being hit, Yeonman exclaimed, "That hurt like hell," while Jingo could barely stop himself from laughing. Turning his attention to the thing that fell to the ground, Yeonman said in surprise, "A horn," to which Jingo replied, "A dragon horn, probably left by the leader of the alliance." Taking its usual form on Yongman's shoulder, the snake added, "You'd better keep it. It's got the spiritual power of a dragon in it. It will be an excellent material for processing. It can withstand even strong chi or poison." Having heard nothing in response to his stories about the object, Jingo asked why the little boy had suddenly become quiet. Receiving the question from the guardian spirit, Yongman said simply that if we had met under different circumstances, we could have talked about martial arts instead of fighting. And then the snake asked why you felt sorry for him. Then Yeonman recalled the moment when, in the battle, Kiljun shouted out, "You could have saved Yeon-hee when she was dying, but you didn't because you didn't want to interfere with the dark sex." Recalling this moment, Yeonman said, "I would be lying if I said I didn't feel remorse for not trying to understand the conflict when the situation began to escalate." Continuing to think, the guy added, "I decided that it was just their internal disagreement and thought that disarming the attacker and saving the baby would be a simple matter." The next moment, recalling the moment when Kiljun appeared there, Youngman added that the leader of the alliance probably thought the same way. He trusted his subjects as much as I did. Continuing to recall the situation, Youngman said that at any moment he would be able to intervene and settle everything. This overconfidence cost the life of a defenseless child and brought the situation out of control. After listening to his master's story, Jingo asked if it was too late for you to feel sorry for him. You realized that your clan and the Dark Death Alliance could not coexist peacefully. Hearing his comrade's remark, Youngman sighed and said, I know, but if I had noticed in time that the woman was a master of the art of flame, what if, and if you hadn't clung to the past? People are prone to make mistakes. The next moment, Jingo added, You remember the story of your ancestor Muyongek, who killed a noble blue dragon because he judged only by what he had seen and experienced. Continuing to tell the story, the dragon added that even if he had known nothing, the death of the noble dragon could have turned the entire continent into ashes. Recalling further the actions of his former master, Jingo added that this is why Muyonguk took responsibility for the destruction of evil dragons. The snake added that it is important to understand the reasons for failure, but it is useless to dig into regrets. It is important to know what kind of person you will become after today's failure. After hearing Jinguo's remarks, Yongman thought about what kind of person I would become after that and said, But listen to the form you took at the end. If you had helped me like that from the beginning, everything would have been much easier. Hearing this, Jingo indignantly exclaimed, Hey, I tried to help you. I spent all my poisonous energy to prevent you from dying. To which Yongman replied disappointedly, Yeah, I know. Hearing his master's tone, Jinguo exclaimed in displeasure, You could have at least thanked me for my suffering. And Jinguo exclaimed in surprise. After his comrade's surprise, Yongman spoke. When I briefly lost consciousness after the attack of the Alliance leader, I vaguely remembered that you shared your poisonous energy with me. Returning his gaze to the snake, Yongman added, Without you, I would have probably died on the spot from my wounds. I thought about thanking you later, but the circumstances made it look like an interrogation. Looking at his surprised guard, the guy added, Thank you, really. And then Jingo thought, I thought he was a stubborn guy. Immediately afterward, he remembered the moment with Muyonguk, who had told him not to expect gratitude for doing what he had to do. You are just a tool to find dragons. The next moment, Jingo asked if you hit your head hard enough to hear that you still wanted to go back to the jar, to which the dragon replied that I was joking and thought it was probably worth keeping an eye on the guy a little longer. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Tang clan, the interim leader of the Tang family, Tang Jihei, was confronting one of the 6 alliance masters. Feeling that her strength was at its limit, the woman mentally said, Where are the other 6 great masters? I need to deal with this before they arrive. Noticing the right moment and striking the great master exclaimed, How dare you turn your back on me? After being struck and flying backwards, Jihei heard that there was no need to worry about other great masters. Continuing to talk about the rest of the soldiers, the man added that they were dealing with the mages of the battle formations, because the traps were preventing them from advancing on the battlefield. The next moment, throwing his sword on his shoulder, the man confidently added that when they break through the formations, there will be several times more troops. Also mentioning his leader, who was a little late, the great master added, And of course the leader of the alliance himself is on his way here today. The Tang clan will be wiped out. Immediately after his words, the man walked over to Jihei and swung his sword, but first of all, I will take the honor of killing the leader of the Tang clan herself. Closing her eyes and preparing to take her part, the girl heard the grinding of a sword and then opened her eyes to see that she had been saved. Raising her gaze to the one who saved her, the clan leader asked the warrior Tang Gaijin. Outraged that he was interrupted, the great master grabbed the warrior by the head and prepared to finish him off, exclaiming, What kind of insect decided to die first? I'll arrange it for you. Closing his eyes and preparing to die, Gaijin thought, My time has come. All my life I have endured the sidelong glances of my family for serving the scoundrels of the elders, so that I could die with honor. As soon as the great master wanted to kill him, his body went numb and he thought that it was me who felt a strange presence behind me, someone standing behind me. Also sensing the presence of a great energy, all the fighters looked in the direction of the source, and the members of the Tang clan shouted out that Yongman. Looking at the guy who had just appeared in front of him, the great master thought, Tang Yongman? I thought Manil had killed that bastard. Why is he here and not Kilchin? The next moment, Yongman threw the heads of his comrades at the enemy and said, You lowlifes from the evil sect who call yourselves the 6 great masters, look carefully, don't miss anyone. Demonstrating that everyone else had already said goodbye to their lives, Yongman added, I destroyed everyone who tried to destroy the formation and enter the main building. The next moment, Yonman clenched his teeth and added that, although I really want to finish you off, I will give you a chance like everyone else. Call off the troops and get out of here. If you refuse, you will go to meet your alliance leader in the afterlife. Hearing Yonman's offer, Baek Yeon-sun looked back and said in surprise, What did you just say about Kiljong? The next moment, recalling the moment of that burst of energy in the sky, the Great Master mentally added that the burst of energy was from your battle with him, meaning that Kiljun lost. Unwilling to accept this outcome, Baek Youngsun exclaimed, That's crazy. How could someone like you do that? And was met with a stern tone of voice. Yes, that's right. Looking at the man with an angry gaze, Yeonman added, he was no doubt very strong in his techniques, but I outclassed him in the rest and finished him off personally. Feeling the shock that gripped his entire body, Baek Yongsun said, so, Kiljong is really defeated, and then dropped the sword from his hands. The next moment, the great master shouted to everyone to stop attacking, and the subjects shouted out to the master, Baek Yongsun. Without turning his gaze to his subjects, the man said, the master died at the hands of the young leader of the Tang clan. Hearing the message from their leader, the warriors exclaimed in confusion that how could it be possible that the master was killed by the supreme master of the evil sects, defeated by the young leader of the Tang clan. The next moment, the master's subjects heard that you had survived the highest techniques of Kilchun and killed all the great masters except me, which means that you are equal in strength to Kilchun himself. After talking about what had happened, he added, Baek Yongsun, the last of the 6 great masters, I give you my last order. Lay down your arms and run as fast as you can. Your lives are now in your hands. Save yourself. And the soldiers began to flee. Noticing that all the others were running away and he remained where he was, Yeonman asked, aren't you going to run away? He clenched his teeth and shed a tear and thought whether or not Kiljong was really dead, and then said, I have no chance of winning, but all my brothers-in-law have shared my burden. Clenching his sword and pointing it at the boy, Baek Yongsun exclaimed, the daughter we raised together were all killed, even if it was in anger, but I have no right to lay down my arms. Having accepted his opponent's decision, Yeonman stretched his hand forward and said, well then, attack. Having received the instruction from his opponent, Baek Yongsun remembered all his comrades and thought, what is the point of me living on? I lived only because of you. Rushing with his weapon to Yeonman to meet the others, Baek Yongsun mentally added, wait for me, friends. I will be with you soon. A few seconds after the battle began, it ended in Baek Yongsun's defeat, and the Dark Death Alliance that had dominated Sichuan disappeared in one day because of one man. After a short period of time, when Tan Gejun arrived at the leader's summoning, he asked if he wanted to see me and was told yes. The next moment, Yeongman asked how you feel. It must be hard to lose one arm, and the warrior replied, we are taught from childhood to use both hands well, so it is not so hard for me. Leaning on the table and putting his head in his hands, Yeonman said, I understand, but that's not why I called you. Recalling the moment in the battle, the young leader of the Tang clan told me that you had saved my mother's life, and I wanted to thank you properly. Tan Gejun bowed his head to the family leader and said, I was only doing my duty and I don't ask for a reward for it. With a sly smile and a sigh after hearing what he had said, Yeonmyeon said, it was impressive, but we have not always had a good relationship, right? Jeonmin sighed again and said, you deserve to be rewarded, but you didn't think to learn the art of swordplay. Hearing the young leader's question, Tang Gejun asked in surprise, with a sword, you mean to say that it is probably difficult to throw blades and use poisons with one hand. Continuing the dialogue with his subject, who had distinguished himself in battle, Yeongman added, I would like to teach you the technique of using a sword with your left hand. Feeling tears coming to his eyes, Tan Gejun said, if you follow my instructions, I guarantee you will become stronger than you were with 2 hands. The warrior exclaimed, I'm honored, sir. And Yeongman replied, I owe you one. I have to get back to business, and we'll start when you're stronger. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Changxing Formation support building, Changxing Chagal was tiredly saying to himself, what a bother this young leader is, and damn him. Unseen behind the man who was complaining about him, Yeonman said that this young leader had scared the man. Seeing the guest behind him, Changxing instantly jumped up from his chair and exclaimed, young leader, you're back safe and sound, I'm glad. To which Yeongman replied, let's leave the formalities behind. Receiving the order, Jegal laughed nervously and said, I was just thinking out loud, if you know what I mean. Preparing for the flogging, Jegal heard Amir and Yong already tell me how you tirelessly supported the formation, not allowing the enemy forces to get inside. Feeling very nervous, the man said it was the least I could do, and then thought, but to be honest, I really wanted to run away. Then he remembered the situation from the time when Yong exclaimed, you are thinking about running away in the middle of all this chaos, aren't you? In such difficult times, you should only be thinking about how to strengthen our forces. Continuing to reprimand her uncle, the young family leader added, even Meyer came out to the battlefield, even though she was already exhausted trying to buy us time to form up. Then turning his head, Changshin remarked, but if your words are true and the young leader went after Kiljun, his chances of survival are not high. To which Yong exclaimed, he will return, he must. Barely holding back the tears that were slowly rolling out of her eyes, she added, I believe in our young leader. Continuing to sweat, Changshin mentally said, but he doesn't need to know that, and then said, I'm lucky you came to help. Then putting his hand on his subject's shoulder, Yongman proudly said, thank you for keeping your word. Continuing to thank the man, the family leader added, we will actively support the Jegal family so that you can quickly recover. To which Changshin exclaimed, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Yongman headed for the exit and said, well, I have to go now. I'll rely on you for everything else. Changshin was shocked by what had happened, and thought that hearing such words from the man he had always feared made him feel as if he were a completely different person. At the same moment, stopping at the entrance and looking back at the man, Yongman said to him, next time, don't even think about deserting. Hearing the boy's remark, Jae-hal said in embarrassment, Yes, of course, and then said as if he knew everything. 2 days later, in the dungeon of the Dark Death Alliance's fortress, Yongman thought, fortunately, the main clan was almost unharmed. Almost all matters had already been settled, so now there was only one thing left to do. Arriving at the treasury of the Dark Doom Alliance, Wanjin was amazed to think that all this existed right under the fortress. Peering at the mountains of Zloty in front of him, the man added, "These riches will last us for decades. I can't believe they have accumulated so much treasure." Without taking his eyes off the riches, Tang Wangjin added, "Now I understand why the alliance has never expanded beyond Sichuan." Also looking at the immense riches, Yongman thought, Kiljong ruled over unorthodox sects, but did not seek to expand. He was firmly established in Sichuan. Continuing his thoughts, he added that when he accepted people as followers, he most likely demanded treasures as payment for martial arts, but knowing his character, it was unlikely that he did so out of greed. Continuing to think about the former leader of the alliance, Yeonman mentally added that there were simply too many people who wanted to become his disciples, which is why treasure was a minimum requirement. After finishing his thoughts and turning his gaze to his subject, Yeonman said, "Wanjin, I'm instructing you to put this place in order. Everything of value must be transported to the main house, and I need to inspect everything here." Having received the order from his leader, the subject bowed his head and said, "Yes, young sir." After giving out the orders, the Yeonman went to inspect the rest of the dungeon, and when he reached the room, he said, "The place goes even further underground. Apparently it's a library, but why don't I see any books?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed several books on one shelf, and picking one up, he thoughtfully said, "Perhaps it's the owner's diary." After examining the binding, Yongman opened the book and said, "Well, let's see," and then began to read. Life is a continuous cycle of retribution. While living in Sichuan, Yu Kiljong learned the principle of returning gratitude in double equivalent and insult in tenfold, and it deeply sank into Kiljong's soul, and he followed it all his life. That is why he destroyed all the members of the Jongsung sect, who destroyed the leader who was like a father to Kiljong and Jongsung with him. In this way, Yu Kiljong also destroyed the members of the Chumchong and Ami sects who supported and defended it, and he wanted to completely destroy their martial arts. Continuing to read the book written by Yu Kiljun, Yongman read that they could never be reborn in the future, which is my mocking disrespect for those who are no longer alive. After rereading this story, Yongman thought, "It means you have studied and collected together the methods of destruction of all the martial arts they had, and all these methods are placed here in only 10 volumes. Imagining the previous picture, the young leader of the Tang clan added that before the Dark Doom Alliance castle appeared here, the Cheon Song sect had been located here, and numerous martial arts of great schools had existed here for centuries. Continuing his thoughts, Yeonmyeon added in his head, "But you destroyed all the old books and left only your own," as if to deny the depth of these martial arts. He sighed in disappointment after hearing Kiljun's story and said, "You had enough self-confidence, or rather, that's all that's left of you." After reading the book to the end and looking at the empty pages, Yongman added only 10 volumes, that's all. Closing the book he was reading, the young leader of the Tang clan added martial arts, and then looked down on others. And so ends the story of the Dark Death Alliance. After that, the battle against the Dark Death Alliance ended while the Tang clan restored order in Sichuan. In Qinghai province, a war broke out between a devilish cult that tried to invade the Central Plain and the Kunlun school that tried to prevent it. One of the elders of the Kunlun school was Gok Un, the Kunlun immortal demon, a master who had reached Hwagan and a ruthless fighter. He became a central figure in the confrontation with the Devil Cult. However, the limitless forces of the Devil Cult's colossal faction, which outnumbered all 9 major sects by many times, gradually turned the tide of the battle against the Kunlun school. However, just as the situation seemed to be dire, reinforcements from the Gongdong sect and the Tong clan arrived. With the arrival of the powerful forces of the Gongdong sect and the Master Hwagan's Taeho, the Devil Cult had to temporarily withdraw its troops and retreat. The united front led by Gok Un, an immortal demon, and Master Taeho, the great swordsman of the Gongdong sect, managed to seize the advantage in the battle against the Devil Cult. However, something happened that no one could have foreseen. Among the Tang clan troops sent to help them was a man who was quite skillful at twisting his soul. Because of him, the situation in Sichuan was destined to change dramatically. Lying on the ground, one of the elders exclaimed, "You are worse than the last dog. What are you doing, elder?" In response to his comrade's exclamations, Tang Mengshan smiled ominously and said, "I'm sorry, but 2 bears cannot live together in the same den." Meanwhile, while working in the forge, the blacksmith recalled a dialogue with Yongman, in which he exclaimed that he wanted me to become a blacksmith of the Tang clan, and he heard exactly that. After receiving the answer to the question, the man said, "Of course I am honored, but forgive me for asking. But what happened to the demon fighter?" In response to the blacksmith's question, Yeoman said, "Yes, he broke," and the blacksmith said, "I'm sorry." And the man looked away and added, "He broke." Hearing what had happened to his work of art, the blacksmith, who had tears in his eyes, said in confusion. As he continued to rivet the piece entrusted to him, he mentally said, It is sad to realize that my teacher's last masterpiece is destroyed, but the demon orc fulfilled his purpose to the very end, and it was he who sent the leader of the Dark Death Alliance to the other side. Then, returning to his memories, the blacksmith recalled how Yeonman had spoken to him. Since you created this great blade, I have personally come to invite you to serve me, and I want to show you something. Arriving at the smithy and seeing the material on the table, the blacksmith asked what it was, to which Yeonman replied with a long explanation. Continuing to look at the material for the weapon, the guy added, but in short, it is the horn of a mythical creature. And the blacksmith exclaimed in surprise, the horn of a mythical creature. Seeing the blacksmith's surprise, Yongman said, I asked the Tang clan blacksmiths to forge a sword from it, but even at the highest temperatures in the furnaces, it did not melt. So maybe you can handle it. The next moment, noticing the strange expression on the man's face, Yongman said, What's the matter? You look worried. And the man exclaimed, I'm sorry, I was thinking. Turning his gaze back to the dragon's horn, the blacksmith said that since the horn of the mythical creature contained spiritual energy, it was unlikely to be melted down using conventional methods, and that a fundamental change in the approach to the forging process was needed, and then Yeonman asked what the fundamental approach was. Having received the question from the young leader of the Tang clan, the blacksmith said that it should be forged in cold and not in heat, which sounds absurd, but in fact, the mythical creature is still a living being. Frozen with surprise, Yongman heard that if it is affected by extreme cold, it can react to extreme heat, and this has its own logic. Everything is subject to the principles of yin and yang. After listening to the blacksmith's arguments, Yeonman thought, of course, just as yang metal is tempered in the fire of its opposite element, so too can this horn, an artifact with yin energy, react to the opposite element of cold. The next moment, stretching his hand over the horn, Yeonman said, Let's not try to find out. It won't be hard for me to immerse it in cold energy. And then thought, I've taken on a lot of cold while treating Miss Miso, so I have enough cold energy. Filling the horn with cold energy, Yeonman remembered the girl and thought, by the way, I still haven't visited her since I got home. I'll have to check on her when I get the horn done. Activating the extreme cold steel skill, Yeonman began to release the accumulated cold, and then a boom sounded behind him. Noticing some changes in the forging object, Jingo spoke impressively from behind the boy's shoulder. Hey, he seems to be responding. Having completed the process of cooling the horn, Yeonman said, Try hitting it with a hammer, but be careful not to touch it with your bare hands. Following the boy's instructions, the blacksmith took the tongs and holding the horn, hit it with a hammer, and then noticing the changes, said he gave in. Taking the tools out of his hands and looking at the mark from the blow, the man confidently exclaimed that everything would work out. Hearing that everything was successful, Yeonman headed for the exit and said, Well, then I'll leave you to do your job. To which he heard that the horn was too small to be a full-fledged sword. Having received a remark about the size of the horn, Yeonman looked around and said, Then make it into a dagger. The length of the blade is not important to me. As he continued to forge the weapon on the anvil, the blacksmith thought, The demon fighter has served his purpose, now it's time for a blade created by my hands. Meanwhile, somewhere in Xinjiang, the latest developments were being dealt with. Having finished the last drop of drink from the vessel, the man wiped his mouth and looked back and said, My, you never cease to amaze me. Now I understand Emperor Xuanzong who loved Yang Guifei. Hearing her husband's praise, the woman put her hand on his shoulder and said, Come on, are you comparing me to the woman who ruined her lord and her country? Continuing her thought, Mai added, I am absolutely devoted to the leader and the divine cult with my body and soul. Hearing the words of his subject, the man laughed and said, You are right, comparisons are inappropriate here, forgive me, but I want to ask you something. Making the girl freeze from what she heard, the leader added, You know that our cult is currently fighting a battle with the Kunlun school. After listening to the man's question, Mai said, Of course, they are standing in our way to the central plain. And then she heard that, but we have not yet made a breakthrough. Recalling the culprit of this stagnation, the man added that the strength of the Kunlun school is impressive, but the main headache is their immortal demon Gok-un. Also mentioning other people who prevent the achievement of the goal, he added the recently arrived swordsmen of the Gongtaeho sect. These two block the further advance of our troops. Continuing to describe the situation, the leader said, But as they say, every cloud has a silver lining. And one of the Tang elders who had arrived with reinforcements contacted us. The next moment, the man turned his attention to the girl and said, Mai, he wants your help, and she asked for my help in surprise. Hearing the surprise in the girl's voice, the leader said, It sounds like rumors of your medical skills have spread to Sichuan. The leader of the Mongim Trading Company, once considered the best trading company under Kong Hassan Heaven. Continuing to explain the reasons, the man added that his son had an incurable disease and Kang Hesun spent a fortune on his treatment, but it was unsuccessful. The next moment, recalling the case of their appeal to Mai, the leader of the demonic cult added, And you were able to cure him in one day. Recalling this story, the man smiled slyly at the girl and said, Thanks to you, Mangyam is now one of our most loyal allies, and it seems that the Tang clan also needs your help. After listening to the story to the end and winking at her leader, the girl said, I will gladly do everything that is required of me. Just tell me who and what disease to cure. When the cult leader heard that the girl was ready to help, he said, They are asking you to cure the elder's grandson. As I understand it, he has a completely paralyzed arm. When Mai learned about the work front, she asked what we would get for it and was offered 10 poisons of the Tang clan, which are rumored to be able to kill even Master Hwagen. Hearing about the price, Mai asked unhappily, "And did you agree to it?" To which the leader replied, of course, that no, 10 poisons did not matter to us. Or rather, we would not just accept 10 poisons as payment. The next moment, remembering the enemies, the leader said with a sinister smile, "We will use them to kill Gok Un and Teho, and thus clear the way to the central plain." Somewhere in Hubei province, a visitor came to the Jagal family's estate and said how ridiculous this was. Sitting down on a chair and drinking tea, Yang Chonghek said, "You can't hide anywhere in the central plains, not even in the lands of the Udon range. Isn't that too rash? By the way, I heard the leader of the Dark Death Alliance was killed by a boy from the Tang clan." Kneeling in front of his master, the subject said that, according to the available data, he was not only skillful with poison and concealed weapons, but also skillful with a sword, which sounded like a very talented young man. The next moment, returning his gaze to his subject, Jang Hyuk added, "But is talent alone enough to defeat the leader of the alliance? Has he reached the level where he can use strong blade techniques like me?" The next moment, putting down the vessel and bowing to his subject, Yan Jong Yuk added, "Maybe I'm just overestimating the leader of the alliance. What a miserable death. I wish I could finish him off myself, but it's to my advantage anyway." Later, getting to his feet and smiling happily, he added another insignificant enemy whom I would inevitably destroy someday, so it's time to continue getting rid of the garbage. Passing by his subject, Yan Chonghek asked him about the location of the Muyong clan, to which the subject replied that they were building up their strength under the guise of a trade guild. A few seconds after the report, feeling something unusual, the subject said, "My lord, something is coming here." After listening to his subject, Yang Chonghek looked out the window and said, "I also feel that aura, and I feel it quickly." Recognizing who was approaching them, the leader of the demonic sect said, "The bastards from the Udan clan are turtles. Let's see how fast they can run this time." The next moment, heading for the exit, Yeon Jong Hyuk said, "I'll take care of our guests and you take care of the Muyung clan." And he heard him say, leaving the mansion and looking at the full moon hanging in the sky, Yeon Jong Hyuk told his father that the time would soon come when the world would be ruled by demons. Meanwhile, in the Tang clan while training, Yan Young thought, "I feel like my muscles are going to burst, but I can't give up." Recalling the dialogue with her uncle in which he asked if she wanted to practice the family martial arts, Yan Yan added, "I begged for this martial art with such effort." The next moment, remembering the situation at the tournament, she added, "At the provincial meeting, I could do nothing. I could only observe that feeling of helplessness." Closing her eyes and straining hard, she mentally said, "I never want to feel that way again," and then exclaimed again. As she began to train again, she heard Changshin's voice coming towards her, saying, "Yong Yong," and then stopping and looking at him. She asked her uncle what was wrong. Looking at her uncle who had come to her for training, Yong Yong added, "You said you were going to be busy today. Why are you here?" The next moment, putting his hand on his niece's shoulder, the man said, "Don't be afraid. Listen carefully," and then asked her what was wrong. Immediately after putting his other hand on the girl's shoulder, Changxing said Jegal Manor in Hubei was completely destroyed, and Yang Yang froze in shock. The demon lord of heavenly radiance, Yang Chonghek, who had destroyed 3 of the 5 great yoga clans, reappeared and caused a dramatic change in the situation in Hubei. In order to prevent the attack of the demon lord of heavenly radiance on the Jegal clan, a sword master from Wudong and his disciples joined the battle. But upon arriving and hearing another step, the leader stopped the disciples. Turning his gaze to his enemies and smiling ominously, Yeon Jong-hyuk added that before the sun reaches its zenith, the entire Udan will be destroyed, and they could only watch the Jegal clan die. Looking at the scroll with the latest developments, Yongman thought, so no one could deal with this demon lord of the heavenly light. Turning his gaze to the grieving comrade standing in front of him, Yongman said, "I heard the sad news from Hubei province that the Jegal family was wiped out." After hearing this, Changxing said with tears in his eyes, "Yong Yong made the right decision. If we had escaped from the Dark Death Alliance that day, the demon lord of the heavenly radiance would have simply slaughtered us all." The next moment, without holding back his despair, the man bowed his head and said, "We are so happy that we were lucky enough to see it, but knowing that none of our family will ever walk under the sun again is unbearably painful." Immediately afterwards, Changshin added, "We are sorry for appearing before you in this form." To which he replied, "All is not lost." Drawing the eyes of his subjects to him, Yongmen said, "The members of the Jegal family, including you, are still in the Tang clan, and as long as you are alive, there is a chance to revive the clan." Immediately after his words, recalling the recent dialogue with Changshin, the boy added, "I have not yet had time to fulfill my promise to help those who remained loyal, so I will actively help you so that you can restore your clan as soon as possible." After all this, Yongmen confidently added, "I keep my word, so don't lose hope," and Changshin bowed his head and said goodbye. Having given promises of help, Yongman mentally said what caused this sudden surge of activity. We ourselves need to be prepared for anything. While he was thinking, Wanjin arrived at Yeonmyeon's office and bowed, saying that the young gentleman saw him and asked what was going on. When he heard the leader's question, the subject said, "The Udon clan is here to see you." And when he heard who it was, Yongyong gritted her teeth and looked back in anger, while Yongman thought, "The Udon clan at this time," and then said, "Let them in." After inviting the new guests in, Yongmen stood up and said to the Jigel family, "Due to the misfortune that has befallen you, you can rest and recuperate for now. I have a guest to meet." As soon as Changshin and Yongyong left his office, Yongmen thought to himself, "A visitor from Udon, let's see if he brings us joy or trouble." After a while, when a man entered the office, Yongmen asked the newcomer from Udon, who answered, "Yes, my name is Cheong Yong, and I have come to ask for the support of the Tang clan." Again picking up the scroll with the report, Yongmen heard, "You know exactly what is happening in Hubei." To which he replied, "Yes, I heard the Lord of the Demons of Heavenly Radiance has taken up his work again." Hearing the boy's remark, Cheong Yun said exactly that, and in no time at all the Jaegel and Muyong families were completely destroyed. And meanwhile, as we learned, the Tong clan had destroyed the Dark Death Alliance. Looking up at the guest, Yongman heard, "We ask you as followers of the Light Path to use your power for the greater good. Lend us your strength to help us get rid of the Demon Lord of the Heavenly Light." After listening to the guest, Yonmen sighed and said, "I can't stand beggars who come to me. I refuse." Having received a refusal to his offer, Cheon-yoon exclaimed in confusion, "But why, young leader? Didn't your own clan suffer terrible losses because of Yeon Jung-hook?" Continuing to make noise in the young leader's office, the guest added, "Isn't it your clan's principle to repay an insult tenfold?" To which he heard a stern tone of voice. Looking at Cheon-yoon with a menacing gaze, Yeonman added, "You stood by while our family was being destroyed, and you dare to say anything about our principles." The next moment, exhaling heavily and calming down, Yeonmyeon said, "I don't intend to do anything while the Lord of Heavenly Radiance Demons is raging, but I do." After hearing Yeonmyeon's words, Cheongyun heard that the Jaegel clan that was under your protection was being ruthlessly exterminated, but you yourself did nothing to avoid direct contact with the Heavenly Light Demons. The next moment, when he heard the young leader of the Tang clan add, "And now you're shoving the principles of my own clan in my face, it's just disgusting," Cheongyun looked down at the floor. After collecting his thoughts, the guest said worriedly, "But our intentions are not the same as the current state of affairs among the Righteous Path clans. In the past, the martial arts union that was located in Wuhan, Hubei province, collapsed long ago, and its place was taken by a demonic sect, the Demons of Heavenly Radiance, whose demonic forces began to operate openly in the heart of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. The decisive reason for this state of affairs was that, at the same time that the Dark Demise Alliance had destroyed 3 of the 9 great sects, the Heavenly Radiance demons attacked the Martial Arts Union." As he continued to think, Yongman mentally said, "Right now, the righteous cults are too busy defending their own territories to try to stop them, even if we somehow manage to drive the Heavenly Radiance demons away." Imagining the situation on the map, he mentally added, "Who and how would then lead the forces of the righteous path in the absence of a common enemy? They would start a war among themselves for each other's resources." Sighing in displeasure at the moment of reflection, Johnman mentally added, "If you think about it, they are even worse than the Dark Death Alliance. I just want to live a normal life, but no. Problems are coming from all sides." The next moment, the young leader of the Tang clan thought of an interesting idea and said in his head, "Maybe I should lead the Righteous Path sects myself." After finishing his thoughts, Yeonman said, "First, it would be good to replace the strong central power lost after the fall of the Union." And Cheon Yong happily exclaimed, "That's a great idea, so you'll help us after all." Getting up from the table, Yeonmyeon spoke not immediately. "The main task now is to help the Gongdong clan defeat the demonic cult, and then we will deal with the demons of Heavenly Radiance." Looking down, Yonan added, "However, someone will have to monitor the situation on both fronts. Take command and react according to the developments." Hearing from Cheong Yun Lettuce, the young leader interrupted him and said, "No, the center will be here in Sichuan. We will establish a new martial arts union." After the young leader's announcement, the establishment of the second martial arts union proceeded at a fairly rapid pace. Under Jaegel Changshin's leadership, buildings were constructed, and thanks to the rapid purchase of land by the general administration, land prices in Sichuan skyrocketed. The laughter of the general administration over the skyrocketing prices could not subside for long. This is how the Righteous Heaven Union, the second union of the forces of the Righteous Path, was born. Immediately after its founding, Righteous Heaven began a large-scale recruitment of talent in a recruitment announcement that said, "Brave warriors from all over the world come to Righteous Heaven, Sichuan Province." Seeing the people who arrived at the announcement, Yongman asked in shock if they had all come to join the alliance, to which Changxing replied, "Yes, sir." Looking at the huge crowd of people who wanted to join the union, Yongman was amazed and did not expect such a scale. Changxing also watched the people who wanted to join, And not only the 6 factions and 3 large clans, but also small and medium sects came after hearing about your fame, young leader, because it was you who made it possible for the fading Tang clan to destroy the Dark Death Alliance and become the center of Sichuan. The next moment, the man added, people have even given you a nickname, after which Yongmen asked for a nickname. Then Changxing said, Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade. Looking at his subject, Yongmen heard, I'm a little embarrassed to admit it, but I think the nickname suits you. To which he replied, Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade means not bad. After discussing the boy's nickname, Zhagal asked if it was time for you to officially declare yourself the leader of the Union. I think no one will object to this since you founded the Union. Hearing his comrade's proposal, Yongmen said, I'm not sure about that. Righteous Heaven was founded under the slogan of destroying demonic sects, but the next moment he turned his gaze to the crowd and added, I don't know if everyone who came shares these intentions, for surely there are people with completely different motives. Continuing to stare at the large number of people who wanted to join, Johnman added, that's why I need to make them recognize my authority first. After a while, having witnessed the new developments, Changxing thought the young gentleman was absolutely right in his assumptions as he looked into the water. As soon as the procedures for acceptance into the Union were completed, representatives of the largest sects came to have an audience with the young leader. Walking up to Yongmen and bowing, Zhaun said, Your fame precedes you, young leader. I know that you are quite talented for your age, but no one here has seen you defeat the leader of the Dark Death Alliance. So we hope that you will prove your abilities in a duel with the title of Master at stake, of course. When Changxing heard the monk's challenge to a duel, he thought it was absurd to use such a pretext to claim the title of Master himself. In an era of endless battles across the Central Plain, due to the unprecedentedly prosperous forces of evil, only in Sichuan, where the leader of the Dark Death Alliance was founded, was there almost no invasion by demonic sects. However, now that he is gone, Sichuan has become completely defenseless, and every new force is eager to gain a foothold in its territory. The one who takes the place of the Union's leader will be able to receive the entire inheritance left behind by the leader of the alliance, as well as the many disciples who joined the Union. Changxin sighed heavily and said, If you look at it that way, it's no wonder they're willing to take such risks. Let's hope the fights teach them the limits of their abilities. With his hand outstretched in front of him and his head bowed, the Huagin-level Shaolin master of the northern tower of Mount Taishan, Jia Un, said, I am Jia Un of Shaolin. The next moment, my grandfather added, Even though this is only a duel, I will ask you to fight like in a real battle. I heard you call yourself the Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade, so show me everything you are capable of, including poisons and hidden weapons, to dispel all doubts. Hearing his opponent's request, Yongmen said, Thank you, but I will only use my sword, and if I use poisons, it could lead to sad consequences. The next moment, Zhagal Chengxin, who was to judge the duel, said, Let's start the duel. You are all ready. Seeing both participants nodding in agreement, the man added, Here and now, Shaolin Master Jia Un and the young leader of the Tang clan, the Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade. Continuing to announce the beginning of the battle between the two warriors, Zhagal added, We'll face off in a duel for the title of the owner of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Let the duel begin. Before the battle began, Jia Wen looked at Yongmen and said, Of course, I recognize that you are progressing unusually fast for your age, but your arrogance truly knows no bounds. Seeing that Jia Wen had just used the unbreakable diamond body technique, the audience shouted in amazement, This technique is the pinnacle of Shaolin martial arts. The next moment, noticing that the change was still happening, a man in the crowd added, However, this is not an ordinary technique. It is the absolute martial art of the first founder of Shaolin, the Invincible. Activating the unbreakable diamond body technique, Jia Wen asked in a stern tone, Do you think your poison will work on the old monk? Continuing to look at Yongmen, the old man added confidently, Even though you are called the Dark Dragon of the Poison Blade. Keeping his gaze on his opponent, the grandfather added in full combat readiness, It is impossible to defeat the indestructible diamond body. This duel is tantamount to a complete renunciation of the title of master. Hearing his opponent's remark, Yonman reached into his inner pocket and mentally said, I didn't think I would have to test it so soon. Sometime before at a meeting, Tang Guhen had said that you were determined to establish the Alliance's headquarters on Qingchengshan Mountain, and Yongman replied that since the place was still free after the destruction of the Dark Death Alliance, I decided that it was quite suitable. Hearing the young leader's remark, Tang Guhen asked, Then perhaps we should buy all the lands around here as well, and then said, Young master. Turning his head toward the entrance and seeing the blacksmith, Yonman asked Mak Inchel and heard, I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting. Holding a box with a product in his hands, the man exclaimed joyfully, But I'm anxious to show you this. Seeing the bright glow from the weapon in the box, Changxin said, Wow, and then added, What a shiny dagger. Ignoring the admiration of the others, Yongman in the room asked, Have you named this dagger yet? Hearing his master's question, Mak Incheol said happily, I was inspired by the white glow and the cold aura that it emits, so I named it. Taking out a new weapon made by his blacksmith from his pocket, Yonman added a snow-white dragon's fang in his mind. Seeing the weapon of the young leader of the Tang clan, the audience began to talk in surprise. A dagger really wants to confront an indestructible diamond body with a single dagger. Angry with his opponent, Jia Wun rushed at Yongmen and shouted, "This is not just self-confidence, this is pure stubbornness. Well, I'll have to teach you a lesson." As the Shaolin monk and the young leader of the Tang clan clashed, a shockwave appeared and rushed toward the boy. Watching this, one of the observers exclaimed that the shockwave went beyond the arena of the fight, and then another added that even a master who had reached Huagen would have a hard time withstanding such a blow from Jia Wun. As soon as the spectator finished his thought, the wave dissipated with the dust, and people saw the monk whose blow was stopped by a single dagger. Confused by what he saw in front of him, Jia Wun looked at the point of contact and said what it was. Squinting and striking, Yongmen thought it was the famous Shaolin Qi, but it felt different, as if it were more fertile. Looking at his hand after Yongmen's punch, the Shaolin monk said in surprise that the energy in my fist seemed to have torn it apart. After destroying the opponent's indestructible summer defense, Yongmen mentally said, "It was mentioned in some books of the On Clan that to destroy the martial arts of some sects, you need to destroy their very foundation." Continuing his thoughts, the guy added in his head that the martial art of Shaolin is based on the principle of the equal flow of qi, and therefore a break in this equal flow can destroy the entire technique. The next moment after completing his thoughts, Yongmen launched an attack, inflicting numerous injuries all over his opponent's body. Also watching the duel, the spectators shockedly began to exclaim the incredible power of the indestructible diamond body, powerlessly retreating before the dagger. At that very moment, somewhere in the crowd, a hooded man mentally said how this art of blade wielding was possible. As soon as his indestructible body technique dissipated, the Shaolin monk fell to his knees and said, "I surrender to my defeat." Standing in front of the men who were talking, it was amazing how easily he was able to destroy the Shaolin diamond body indestructible technique. It seems that the rumors of the young leader personally destroying the leader of the Dark Death Alliance were not an exaggeration, the boy mentally added. There could be no doubt but as the young leader of the Tang clan. Looking at Yongmen, who walked over to his opponent and said, "Stand up, master," the boy mentally added can use demon blade techniques. Standing on the balcony of his union's building and gazing at the moon, Yonman heard someone call out to him, saying, "Master," and then looked around. The next moment, scratching his nose, the boy said, "It's rather unusual that I'm called the Lord of the Union and not the young leader." After Yongmen's remark, Chongqing said, "But you have proven yourself worthy of bearing this title in front of countless martial artists, so you will often hear this title, so get used to it." The next moment, Jaegel added, "By the way, a man from the Muyong clan is asking for an audience with you. Do you know who he is?" Yongmen asked, "The Suyong clan, one of the clans that was destroyed by the demon lord of the heavenly radiance, but I don't know anyone from there." Hearing his master's remark, Jaegel said, "I thought so, but the man insisted on meeting you and asked me to give you this message. Demon Blade's body of draconian strength and destructive power." Sometime after hearing the report, Yongmen invited a guest and asked him if he wanted to see me. And he said yes. "My name is Muyong Hui. I am from the Muyong clan." After greeting and bowing his head to Yongmen, Muyong Hui added, "My lord, I came to you with a question, although I risk offending you by doing so, and the sword skills you demonstrated today during the duel." Remembering a certain person, the guest added that it was the art of a blade demon who was considered the greatest swordsman in the world hundreds of years ago. "Tell me how you, the young leader of the Tang clan, know these techniques." Furrowing his brow at the question, Yongmen said, "How do you know them? How did you recognize the techniques I used?" The next moment, noticing the source of his guest's power, the master of the alliance added, "You have mastered the technique of destructive force with an ordinary human body." Hearing Yongmen's remark, Muyong Hui mentally said, he recognized the cultivation method from the first time he saw it. It was definitely somehow related to the Blade Demon. Deciding not to hide anything, the guest confidently said, "The Blade Demon used to be a member of our Muyong clan." Continuing the story, Muyong Hui added that he was the illegitimate son of the then clan leader, which made him the object of abuse and contempt of the whole family. The next moment, he added that when his talent, which manifested itself in mastery of all the techniques of the clan's sword, before he reached the age of majority, was noticed, it is said that there was a serious split in the clan over who would become the next young leader. Continuing to recall the story of the Blade Demon, Muyong Hui added that in such a situation, he, who did not feel any attachment to the clan, decided to leave it himself. Recalling the life of the person in question, the guest added that 10 years later, he became known as the Demon of Blades. Continuing the story of the Demon of the Blades, Muyong Hui said that some clan elders searched for him and tried to convince him to return to his family, but he left after saying only, "After all the persuasions to return, the Blade Demon said my sword is not yet complete, and no one heard from him for the next 10 years. Recalling all the stories he knew about the Demon of the Blades, Muyong Hui added, "But our family never stopped looking for it and finally found it." Recalling the form in which the clan managed to find his family member, the guest added the grave of the Blade Demon. Looking down, the man said, "That's when we found the records he left behind and began to cultivate the techniques of power with their help." After listening to his guest's story, Yonmen said, "Even knowing that trying to cultivate a power technique without a dragon power body could destroy you, you still decided to study it." After receiving the question from the master, Mu Yonghui said, I was developing rapidly and overloading my body just as quickly, so I couldn't give up, and I was sure that the Blade Demon had definitely found a way to overcome this problem. But before we could discover this way, we were attacked by the Master of the Heavenly Radiance Demons. As Mu Yonghui continued his story, he bowed his head and added with a tremor in his voice that he did not attack our wealth, but instead questioned and brutally killed our people. So it was clear that he was looking for something. Listening attentively to the guest's story, Yanman pressed his lips together and finally found what he was looking for, records of the Demon Blade's martial arts, and he took them for himself. Meanwhile, arriving at his opponent, the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord spoke. It had been over a decade since he had seen him. As he continued to approach his opponent, Yan Zhonghyuk added, of all the places I've captured, only the Namgun clan hasn't been completely destroyed. But today will be different. The next moment, looking up at Namgun Jangchun, the leader of the Namgun King of the Sword sect, Yan Zhonghyuk added, so get ready, Namgun Jangchun, the King of the Sword. Hearing the words of the enemy who was approaching him, Namgun said, it seems that the defeat of that day was a rather painful lesson for you. I remember that you used hand-to-hand combat techniques, and now you have taken up the sword. Hearing the man's remark, the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance said, thanks to you I have learned the secrets of the blade and at the same time developed my martial arts quite well. After his opponent's remark, Namgun Jangcheng sighed with a smile and asked, you mean to say that after only 10 years of training? The next moment, jumping from the roof of the building to Yan Chonghek, the King of Blades added, you dared to confront me, the King of Swords. Hearing the question from his enemy, Yang Changshin said with a crazy smile, you can't even dream of a better opponent. Let's see whose martial art will prevail, yours or the Demon of Blades. Having begun to prepare for the battle, following his opponent, Namgun Zhangzhong said then attack. After receiving the instructions from the Sword King, the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance immediately rushed into the battle. Meanwhile, sitting at the table, Yongmen thought to himself, he had stolen the Blade Demon's martial arts. But why did he want to master them himself? The next moment, remembering Yang Chonghek, the young leader added that if he was the heir to the leader of the demon sect, he should have learned a higher martial art. So why would he suddenly take up the techniques of the demon blades? At one point, Mu Yonghui interrupted Youngman's thoughts and said, excuse me, but if I may ask again, what do you have to do with the demon blades? Looking down and remembering that very day, Yeonmyeon said, I've never met him in person, but once when I was a kid and being bullied, a phantom sword appeared in front of me, so I think that's our connection. Continuing to explain, Yeonman added, I think it was something like one of the martial arts that the Blade Demon left behind, but that's just a guess, but it's how I learned the martial arts of the Blade Demon. After listening to the story of the Union Master, Mu Yonghui exclaimed, but you said yourself that you can master them only by possessing a body of dragon power, so is this power innate in you? Having received the question from the guest, Yongman said, no, I was not born with such a body. I adapted the technique to the cultivation method adopted by the Tang clan, so it is inferior. Continuing to answer the question, Yongman added, however, during the battle with the leader of the Dark Death Alliance, I realized that our clan's basic method was capable of accommodating the nature of brute force. Continuing to stare at Mu Yonghui, the Lord added, it can only be considered a technique that I was able to use because my strength surpassed the Hwagen stage, but I wouldn't say that this method is suitable for ordinary people. Tilting his head down at the remark, Mu Yongxi said, it seems that you have come to me to find a way to overcome brute force, but I would recommend that you abandon your method of cultivation altogether. After a silent pause after receiving the recommendation, Mu Yongxi said that he was right. Receiving the question from the guest, Yeonmyeon mentally said, come to think of it, even in my past life I didn't know much about my teacher. I never thought I would have to learn about his background. The next moment, Yeonman remembered the words of the Blade Demon that he had spoken to him. Looking at his apprentice, he chose the Demon of Blades, added, however, you will have to find your own way, which is why from now on I will call you John. Recalling this moment, Yeonman thought, he gave me a name but did not reveal his own even before he died, after which he spoke to Muyon Whiskaj. Do you know the true name of the Demon of Blades? After his question, Yeonman heard his real name, which sounded strange, but it just so happened that the Demon of the Blades was also called Muyong Yeonman, after which the Lord sighed and said, that's right. After the conversation, the guest nervously said that it was time for me to go. I think I will follow your advice and abandon my cultivation method. Hearing Mu Yonghui Yinman say goodbye, he said, wait, we are comrades in arms. I can't let you go with nothing. Frozen in place after the master's remark, Mu Yonghui heard, you also want to overcome brute force and take revenge on the demon lord of the heavenly radiance, right? Our alliance was founded with the purpose of fighting demons. The next moment, Yeonman smiled slyly and looked at the boy and added, join us, I will help you achieve what you want. Lying on the ground after the defeat in the battle, Namgun Jungcheon said that day, I should not have let that bastard escape. Hearing his opponent's dying words, Yeon Jung-hook said, I held back only because it would have been a shame to finish off the King of the Sword in hand-to-hand combat. But you held out for a long time, not for nothing. The next moment, the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance smiled slyly and added, The highest wall that stood in my way has now disappeared, which means the demon's arrival is even closer. And just like that, the Namgun family, faithful guardians of Anhui province, were wiped out in just one night. News spread quickly to Huasan Mountain and the Chongnan Game in Pudan and Shaolin, warning all the major factions of the danger. They flew in all directions, also holding the bad news. Changxing grabbed the letter and exclaimed in confusion as he headed for Yongmen Sir. Arriving at the young leader of the Tang clan, the man stopped and took a breath to hear the unhappy news. Until they reached the union of the righteous heavens. Upon hearing the latest news, Yongmen was instantly plunged into shock. Calling an emergency meeting of the union, Yongmen said that it hadn't been long since the Zhegel and Moyang families had been destroyed, to think that even the great Namgun family would be destroyed. Continuing to consider the news, Yongmen added that it was possible that they were attacked from different directions, or that there were other masters who had reached the unrestrained demon realm, besides the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord. Hearing his leader's question, one of the leaders present said that we had been able to confirm that all of these masters belonged to the 3 demon houses. After Yongmen asked about the 3 demon houses, the man added that they were demon families created by the Demon Lord, after the destruction of the existing clans. Continuing the story, the leader added the Guizhou family, the Pakgong family, the Samso family, and especially the Samso family, which was rumored to have 2 unrestrained demon masters. Recalling the information he knew, the sect leader added that they were most likely located in the Zhongnam and Huasan mountains, and that there were at least 5 unrestrained demon masters, according to the demon lord himself. Keeping his gaze on Yongmen, he added, in my opinion, most likely a joint attack had no place here. Mr. Swordmaster had reached the secret of the weight and was within its limits. Recalling the skill of a Blade King, the man added, many of the warriors cannot even move due to the overwhelming pressure. Continuing the story, the sect leader added that even if the opponent is in the Wagon stage at the level of an extreme swordmaster, their movements inside will be severely limited. The man added that even without this skill, he was still the world's greatest swordsman of our era, and a simple joint attack would not have decided the outcome of a battle with someone like him. The sect leader added, in other words, the following assumption. The Demon Lord must have mastered the martial arts to face the Sword King alone. After listening to the story, Yongmen thought at least 5 unrestrained demon masters, not counting the Demon Lord who defeated the Sword King. Given that this may not be the full extent of the power, the situation looks quite scary. The next moment, remembering Taeho and Gakun, he mentally added the original plan was to help Gongdong and Kunlun deal with the demon sect and then join forces to destroy the Demon Lord. Leaning his head in his hands, Yongmen thought, but if the front line was fortified, wouldn't it be better to strike at the Demon Lord first? But would we be able to hold out against him? Furrowing his brow, Honman thought, the loss of the initiative has made things difficult from the beginning, so how can we allocate our forces more effectively? As he was thinking, Yongmen suddenly heard someone call out to him, Sir, and then opening his eyes, he looked at his sectarian subjects looking at him. Catching the eyes of everyone present, Yongmen thought, they are all waiting for my instructions. I must not show the slightest bit of indecision. I am the ruler of the union. Before Yongmen could finish his speech, a man burst into the meeting room and exclaimed in fright that something terrible had happened. Looking at the unexpected visitor to the meeting, Yongmen said in surprise, your clothes are not Kunlun's Taoists. Continuing to stare at the man who was catching his breath after a long sprint, Yongmen added, the battle with the demon sect must be in full swing. Which brought you here? After hearing the question, the man exhaled heavily and asked, are you the owner of the Righteous Heaven Alliance? After receiving the question from the unexpected visitor, Yongmen said, take a breath and speak slowly. Something happened to Hong Kong and Kunlun. After catching his breath, the man immediately bowed his head and exclaimed, please save our sect. The great Mr. Taeho and the immortal demon Kunlun have fallen victim to an unknown poison. Hearing who had died and why, Yongmen froze in shock and thought it couldn't be poison. The next moment, Yongmen remembered the moment when, before leaving, he handed the 4th elder the tinder and said, take this, and then heard what it was. When he received a question from his subject, Yeonmyeon said it was one of the 10 poisons of Saljuja. I heard that in the demon sect there are masters who have reached the level of unrestrained demons at the Hwagan stage, so we must be prepared. After passing the poison, Yeonmyeon added, however, keep it a secret from the 2nd and 5th elders. Hearing this, the 4th asked, excuse me, but may I ask why? Heading for the exit of the room, Yeonmyeon said, although they are sitting quietly for now, they are definitely scheming. The next moment, he looked at his subject and added, 4th elder, you will trust and follow my orders because of the promise you made to me. But the other elders are different, so do not let these poisons fall into their hands. Recalling this incident, Yeonmyeon said, what happened? And I asked what happened to the troops that our family sent to help your sect. Feeling all the pressure that Yeonmyeon was radiating in a fit of anger, the soldier who arrived with the news thought what a terrible aura. At the same moment, Jingo appeared on Yeonmyeon's shoulder and said, hey boy, you've gone too far. The next moment, drawing his attention to the frightened snake sect leaders, he added, you're trying to overwhelm everyone here, so calm down a bit. Continuing to scold his master, Jingo added that if they had come here to cause trouble, they would not have asked for help. Instead, they would have been throwing accusations. The next moment, after hearing the situation, Yongman covered his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, could you explain what happened in more detail?" Hearing the request from the Lord of the Alliance, the guest said that since the terrain of the Tianshan Mountains is uneven and well suited for ambushes, the Tang family was assigned to guard the rear, but when we lost contact and went to check. Recalling the picture he found upon his return, the man said the support forces had been completely destroyed. Continuing his story, the warrior added that we suspect it was a surprise attack by at least an unrestrained demon master. But after hearing what Jingo said, well, you see, you need to hear the story to the end. After Yongman's remark, he banged his fist on the table and thought, "My doubts are still not dispelled. I need to calmly confirm the facts," and asked what you meant by saying that the immortal sword and the immortal demon were poisoned. After the Tang army was destroyed, the demon sect launched an offensive, and the left and right messengers, the unstoppable demon masters who are the trusted assistants of the demon sect leader, came forward. Continuing to describe the course of events, the man added that on our side, the great Taeho and the immortal demon Kunlun personally entered the battlefield. Recounting all the events that he had seen with his own eyes, the man added that the clash between the two sides made everyone freeze, and the battle was quite fierce. The next moment, recalling what happened next, the man added, "No, it was a special power created by the Great Master's technique, and as the demonic energy was pushed back, we were getting closer to victory." Immediately after hearing this, but at that moment there was an unexpected change, Yonman asked what the change meant. The warrior looked at the Master of the Alliance and said, "In the midst of a clash that was shaking the ground between the masters, someone suddenly burst in." The next moment, recalling the tragic end of the battle, the man added that these two were also poisoned by the demon of poisons. Shortly before the full-scale war between the Kunlun sect unification and the demonic cult of the Heavenly Demon Cult Dungeon. After regaining consciousness and looking around, Tang Sunchang thought, "Where am I? I thought I would just get my arm healed by this demonic cult. The bastards, they set conditions for my grandfather, but they better not be up to anything dubious." The next moment, a woman's voice sounded close to the boy and said, "You're a child of the Tang clan who wants to heal his arm? What was your name? Moon something or other, right, Moonchain?" The demon healer Baek Su-young emerged from the shadows with a smile on her face and added, "I'm the demon healer who will be treating you." When Moonchen heard who was standing in front of him, he was confused and asked, "You are the famous demon healer? I didn't expect you to be such a young girl." After receiving the compliment, Baeksun said, "So you don't trust me now, don't worry. This sister will take good care of you. Most conventional methods won't even work." The next moment, when he heard that you had seriously offended the person who did this to you, Moonchan thought of Yongman and thought that he had. Continuing to recall the person he hated, he mentally added, "This bastard has insulted me here, stolen my place that was rightfully mine as soon as I healed my arm." At the same moment, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Soen said with a sigh, "No, that won't work. Let's just cut it off. I'll make sure it doesn't hurt while I do it." As he began to break out in a cold sweat, Munchin said, "I can connect your veins and blood vessels so that you can regain your martial arts, but your aptitude is too low. Instead of healing it badly, let me cut it off and it will make you much stronger." Hearing the girl's request, Minchin thought in fright, "This is crazy. How could I have gone so far just to ask and then there really is no other method?" Soen thoughtfully replied, "Not really, but if you learn the demonic arts, you can get your arm back and improve your lack of aptitude." Hearing another method of treatment, Munchin thought, "I am a member of the righteous Tang clan to learn demonic arts," and then asked if it is true that if I learn demonic arts, I can heal my arm. Noticing that the boy was interested in the offer, Soen said with a smile on her face, "Of course, but it's not just any demonic art. You'll need to learn immortal demonic art." Continuing to describe the conditions of the treatment, she added that if you master it, you will gain an amazing regeneration ability that will allow you to recover even if your head is cut off. So healing your arm will be easy and your physical abilities will also improve significantly. The next moment, touching Munchin's face, Soen added, "However, immortal demonic art is not something that anyone in the cult can learn. Eliminating 2 experts with 10 poisons will not be enough as payment." Hearing the girl's words, Munchin asked what I should do, and was told that you should renounce the Tang clan. Continuing to look at the girl with frightened eyes, the guy said, "We have already left the Tang clan behind," to which he heard, "No, I don't mean that." Continuing the dialogue with the patient, Baek Soen added, "You must cut all ties with the Tang clan, including your father and grandfather." While the demon masters were getting rid of them, the girl added, "This is a top secret martial art, even in the cult, so we can't allow anyone in your life who can influence your will." Smiling slyly at the suggestion, Soen added, "If you want, I can send you back to your family right now. The choice is yours what you will do." Hearing this, Munchin asked, "Is that really all that is needed?" The next moment, remembering Yeoman again, the boy mentally said, "I've been suffering all this time, clinging to the thought of revenge, and the opportunity is right in front of me." Immediately after his thoughts, the boy exclaimed with a sinister smile, "I have already renounced the name of the Tang clan, so why not renounce my family? I will gladly do so." After the battle with Taeho and Gakun, Munchen looked at his arm and mentally said, "The energy invested in Taeho's attack is preventing me from recovering. Normally I would have recovered and returned to the battlefield." The next moment, he returned his gaze to the pill in his hand and added, "If I don't take this pain-relieving pill, the pain of regeneration will destroy my mind and drive me crazy." Recalling his last battle, Munchen said in his head, "I was able to poison the masters at the Wagon stage with the blood from my severed arm, but it saddens me that I couldn't do more." Gritting his teeth, Munchen added angrily in his head, "I must become stronger until I finish that bastard Tang Yongman. I will master my art and repay him for all the humiliation he has brought me with immortal demonic art." After completing the first stage of treatment, Soen said, "Congratulations, your arm is completely healed. Who would have thought that you would have a talent for demonic arts? The cult leader gave you permission to learn immortal demonic arts without paying for it." Hearing the girl's words, I thought, I could not imagine that such a martial art, an immortal martial art, could exist. The next moment, turning his head to Soen, the boy asked, "It's all thanks to your treatment, demon healer, thank you, but why am I chained here?" Looking back at the inquisitive boy, the girl said, "I told you that you lack the basic aptitude. It seems that the immortal demon art suited you, but if you don't change anything, you won't achieve much more." As she continued to talk about the conditions, Beck soon added the true power of the immortal demon art was its ability to modify the body without worrying about side effects, which is why its creator, an immortal demon, became unrivaled in the cult and even challenged the cult leader for leadership. Asking him why he challenged the cult leader, Munchen heard the gist of it, that you also need to modify your body to overcome your limitations, and just know not to even think about following in the footsteps of an immortal demon. After making the remark, the girl remembered his fate and added that the cult leader finished him off with the others. Hearing the consequences of the summoning, Moonshan asked, "But shouldn't an immortal demon be indestructible? Able to recover even if its head is cut off? How can such a thing be destroyed?" After receiving the question, Soen said that the immortal demon art is based on the control of demonic energy, which is why it is useless against a cult leader who dominates this energy. The next moment, when Soen sat down next to him, Moonchen asked him awkwardly, "What exactly do you plan to do with me?" Showing him the vial of poison, she said, "Right now, your immortal demonic art is only at the level where you can reattach severed limbs, which is only the third level of skill, so you're no different from a scarecrow that exists only to be stabbed with a knife, right?" After listening to Soen, the boy asked, "Isn't this the same endangered evolutionary needle that my grandfather has, and what are you going to do with it?" After the boy's question, Soen stuck a couple of needles into him and said, "I told you I was going to modify you. The fastest way to master an immortal demonic art is to be wounded and on the verge of death." The next moment, Soen added, "I will also correct the deficiencies in your ability to attack in the process. Trust your sister? Well, the Tang clan has something called a poison master, right? A state in which a single breath or drop of blood can kill dozens." Continuing to make modifications, Sen said, "From now on, I will feed you this poison, even if it feels like you're going to die. Don't worry, you won't really die." Pouring the poison into the boy's mouth, she added, "Being in a continuous state of poisoning and regeneration, your body can be modified to have properties similar to poison. Continue in this way until you become an immortal poison master." Releasing a clot of poisonous blood, Munchen thought, "Damn it, my body hasn't fully adapted to poison yet. And in the first place, is it even possible to fully adapt to something like this?" Continuing his thoughts, he added, "Every time I spit out poisonous blood, my insides turn over, and I will never be able to get used to it." And then he heard Mr. Poison Master behind him. Looking behind him, Munchong asked what was going on, and pointing to the hostages, he said, "We have captured several members of the United Sect and Kunlun." After telling him what they had done, the man added what we should do with them. After some thought, he added that the United Sect and Kunlun were doomed to perish anyway, and where would they go if they were released? Immediately after his words, turning his gaze back to his subject, Munchen said, "Finish them all. Leave no hope for those who oppose us." Meanwhile, running away from the pursuers, Cheon Yang shouted to his comrades, "Run without stopping. If they catch us, it's over." The next moment, looking behind him to track his enemies, he added, "They're sticking to us like a bath sheet. They'll catch us at this rate." Gritting his teeth as he fled, Henso thought, "This so-called poison master turned the tide of the battle. The messenger we sent to Sichuan had better hurry." The next moment, seeing the image of someone who had just appeared in front of him, he mentally added someone standing in front of him. Immediately after seeing the image instantly dissipate, Henso said in surprise that he had disappeared and heard behind him, "Why are you slowing down? The enemy is right on our tail." Seeing that his comrades had slowed down, the free warrior stopped and pulled out his weapon and shouted, "I'll buy you some time, big brother and Kunlun Taoist. Keep running." Hearing his comrade's exclamation, Hengso exclaimed in confusion and then heard someone nearby say, "Long time no see, Taoists." Quickly reacting to the voice, Henso turned his head in that direction, but there was no one there. At the same moment, moving to the enemies, Yeonman eliminated all the pursuers in an instant. Then, turning his head back to himself and seeing Yeonman there, who had already destroyed all the enemies who were chasing them, Henso thought, "This is it. Hearing Yanman ask how you are, he mentally added the reinforcements we had sent for had finally arrived. Starting to examine the injured Janman said they are both in bad condition. I need to act immediately. Continuing to conduct a thorough examination, the guy added, fortunately, apart from the poisoning, there are no other external wounds. So my level is enough to cope with this as every second counts. We will start removing the poison right now. At the same moment, standing behind the boy, Henso shed a tear and exclaimed how lucky he was that the young sect leader had come to our aid. Hearing his comrade's exclamations, Yanman looked back and said, on this occasion, I ask you to restrain them until I finish. Also looking back and seeing who they would have to fight against, Henso nervously exclaimed, damn it, it was those two who led the pursuit team. Behind the fugitive stood Gong Son Tai, the left hand of the heavenly demon cult, and Yolyun Jungsun, the right hand of the heavenly demon cult. Recognizing the enemies following them, Yeonmyeon mentally said, left and right hand, I heard that they were the supreme demon masters of the demon sect. The next moment he said, I need about 30 seconds to remove the poison, so please buy me some time. And Henso shouted that we should fight them. Also, hearing the request that Yeonmyeon Gongsuntai had just made, she said with a grudging voice to remove the poison, and it was clear that the Tang family's support had arrived. The next moment, having prepared for the battle, the grandmother exclaimed, but do you really think we will give you this time? I will finish you all right here. Realizing the situation, Henso shed tears and shouted out, I don't care, let's fight to the death until we draw our last breath. The next moment, as soon as Yeonman sensed that reinforcements had arrived, he said, then I leave it to you, Master Zhaoun. Suddenly appearing in front of the enemies and interrupting each of them preparing for battle, the great revered Master Zhaoun spoke for 30 seconds. Having created an obstacle for the enemies, the monk confidently added, if that's all it takes, then I, Zhaoun, will hold on with all my might. Just before Tang Yongman left, someone at the headquarters of the Righteous Heaven Alliance said, you mean you won't send troops to Xinjiang? Upon receiving the question, the leader of the alliance remarked that a double division of forces can create a favorable situation for the enemy. Just think about it for a moment. Turning his gaze to his subjects, the guy added, can we confront the demon lord with the composition that remained after the poisoning of the troops in Xinjiang? Hearing the words of the alliance leader, the warrior asked in confusion if Kanton and Kunlun would just leave. Having received the question from the young man who asked for help, Yongman stood up and said that losing Kanton and Kunlun, which have Hwagin masters, would be a serious blow both morally and practically. Continuing to express his decision on the situation, the alliance leader added, that's why I'm going there myself with a special team. The next moment, turning his head to his subject, Yongman said, while I am gone, I entrust control of the alliance's troops to military commander Zhegiel. Hearing this, Changxing bowed his head and said, yes, sir. Hearing his lord's decision, one of the men present said, but if the leader of the alliance, who is his backbone, leaves the front line, the morale of the soldiers will fall. And another added, that's right, and you are our greatest fighting force. After the remarks of his comrades, Yongman said that this is the best way to deal with everything without resorting to the division of troops. And if two masters are poisoned, I should be the one to speak up because I can detoxify them. Hearing the remarks from the leader of the alliance, Zhaoun turned to Yeonman and asked him how about taking the old man with him. Bowing his head in front of the boy, the monk added that, although the alliance leader's fighting skills are undeniable, shouldn't we prepare for unexpected attacks during the process of poison detoxification? Now, having entered the battle, Zhaoun accomplished exactly what he had warned his master about, a surprise attack by enemies. Stepping back after a couple of unsuccessful attacks, Gong Sontai groaned heavily and said, so this is it. After which Yolin Johnson added the Shaolin secret technique, Indestructible Diamond Body. Continuing to look at her opponent in a martial form, Gong Sontai added, this is what a great respected master means. Such a reputation does not come from nothing. There is no way we can break through this in half a minute. After his colleague's words, Yolin Jungsun remarked that not all of the escaped Kanton and Kunlun bastards had gained their fighting spirit and were holding their ground. The next moment, turning his gaze to Yeoman, whom they were supposed to prevent, the old man added as if they really believed that the young man would carry out the withdrawal. Immediately after his words, Yolin turned his head to his colleague and said, first we need to break through the indestructible diamond body. Buy us some time. Left hand, I will rework the demonic energy technique. Hearing her friend's request, Gong Monte said, oh, so you're going to use the same technique, I see. Interrupting his opponent's chatter, Zhaoun exclaimed, do you think I will allow you to throw out such tricks? Noticing the approach of her enemy, Gong Songte used the Hellfire Palm technique and surveyed the area around her. Preparing for a serious confrontation, Gong Sontai exclaimed, attack me with anything, damn monk. I will burn this whole land to the ground. Meanwhile, while continuing treatment, Yongman thought, at least I successfully absorbed the poison using the appropriate technique. Treating the wounded as a result of the poisoning, Yongman added that because of the time that had passed since the poisoning, the circulatory systems of both of them were seriously damaged, especially Taeho, who was in such a state that it was impossible to return to the battlefield. As he continued to think, Yeonman pressed his lips together and mentally said, the energy of the poison, even though I hoped it would not be so. The next moment, recognizing what exactly they had been poisoned with, he mentally added, however, it was undoubtedly the energy of one of the 10 poisons of the Tang Saljoa clan. Immediately after this conclusion, Yeonmyeon mentally said, considering the agreement I made with Elder Sa, the possibility of him being a traitor is very low, so they are the traitors. Having figured out who exactly could be a traitor, Yeonman thought, then who is the so-called poison demon? I had heard that even the blood from his severed hand was full of poisonous energy. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if they could have colluded with a demonic sect to create a creature with poison power. Sitting next to the patients, Youngman mentally said, I have a bad feeling about this. For now, I need to complete the emergency treatment and join Master Za-un. And then he felt something incredible next to him. Turning his head in the direction where the strange energy was coming from, Youngman said, what is this, Master? At the same time, Zhao-un froze in place in amazement, looking at the flow of energy, thinking where such fierce energy could come from, as if it belonged not to a person, but to a monster. At the same moment, nearby Yolan Yungsan shouted out the sword of the dark evil demon god and prepared for battle. Completing the preparations, the right hand shouted out, I have processed the demonic energy to its extreme limit. The bark allows the evil god to inhabit the sword itself. Think some unbreakable diamond body can withstand the power of the evil god. The next moment, the left hand used the hellish demonic earthly prison technique of the fire palm explosive demonic flame-burning void. While Jia Wun was holding off one opponent's attacks, the other applied the shouted dark sinister black sword of the evil god demon open. Sensing the danger and turning his head to his comrade, Yongman saw his arm being severed and shouted out to his master. Unable to break away from his treatment and go to the rescue, Yongman mentally said, damn, it hasn't been long since the blood circulation was restored. If I let go now, the survival of these two will be in question. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the other soldiers who were also holding the line of defense and added, all of them are fighting, putting their lives on the line, trusting only me. At the same moment, Yongman heard the alliance leader, Odi, turn his gaze to Da Jia-un, and Yongman heard, I only lost an arm to the betrayal of these two. I can hold out more than enough. Also hearing the shouts of her opponent, Gong Songtae asked only one hand, after which Yolan Youngson added speak as if it were the end. The next moment, the demon lord's left hand rushed into the fight again and shouted out, this is only the beginning. I will burn and tear your entire body to pieces. At the same moment, Jingo also felt something unusual and looked out from behind Yongman's shoulder and wondered what kind of energy it could be. Continuing to think, the serpent added without a doubt that he was not a spiritual master. So how could such a large energy of evil spirit be released from his sword? Meanwhile, pausing for a moment to catch his breath, Henso thought wearily, has this time always felt so long? Keeping his gaze on the horde of enemies, the Taoist added mentally, there is no sign that their number will decrease. The next moment, turning his gaze to where his comrade stood, Henso added, Master Jia Wun is holding on without one arm, but even he will soon reach his limit. Being in an exhausted state and breathing heavily, Henso thought, everyone is exhausted after a whole night of running around. I don't have the strength to hold my sword properly. Later, seeing the enemies start to attack again, he mentally added how much time has passed until the poison is removed and whether we can hold out. At the same moment, Yeonman appeared next to his comrade and said, please stand back, I'll take care of it. Hearing Yeonman's instruction, Henso asked with tears in his eyes, young master, don't tell me that you are a master. After the Taoist's question, the young leader turned his gaze back and said, contrary to all my expectations, they quickly managed to remove the poison. In the next moment, waving his arms, Yongman added, all of this is thanks to your efforts in keeping the formation in place, so now I will see it through. Meanwhile, continuing to advance on Jia-un, Yolan exclaimed, to hold out for so long even after losing your arm is incredible, but once I finish you off, it will be over for your faction. Immediately after he said that, the demon lord's right-hand man saw a bright punch mark behind Jia-wun that instantly killed all the demon cult soldiers. Yolan Yungsan, who was frozen in place by what he saw, exclaimed in shock, what the hell just happened? Continuing to stare at the body parts of the soldiers flying from the sky, the right hand added, all of our subjects were destroyed in an instant. Also seeing what had just happened, Mr. Santa asked if there was a swordsman of that caliber among them, and then Yolan added, we should have been ready with our left hand. The next moment, Yongman appeared behind Jia-wun, shocking everyone by saying, I'm sorry, master, I hope I'm not too late. The enemies were in a state of shock, wondering when they had hurt him. But you are already here. The poison removal is complete, thanks to your efforts. Upon receiving the good news, the monk smiled and said what a relief it was that our desperate resistance was worth it. Hearing these words from the monk, Yongman remembered how he had spoken, and I must say that I am making amends for my shameful words to the young leader and the leader of the alliance, by purging the demonic sect from our alliance. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Jia-wun's lost arm and added in his mind, a person of such benevolence and skill to lose an arm before the main battle even begins is truly tragic. Immediately after turning his gaze to the enemies, Yongman added in his head, their energy is not equal to your inner strength, which means they must have something that neutralizes the Shaolin forbidden true qi. Furrowing his brow in a moment of reflection, the master of the union added, "Wasn't I too hasty in making my judgment based on their energy? I vowed never to make that mistake again." The next moment, after regaining his composure, Yeonman said, "This is a great loss." And then his left hand asked, "What is the loss?" After making his remark, Yongman took out his dagger and said, "To restore Master Jawun's lost hand, destroying you two will not be nearly enough." Sometime after the battle began, his left hand, feeling under intense pressure, said, "It can't be that the pinnacle of demonic power and the best in the sect are being defeated by a simple young man with a dagger." Later, the right hand added to his colleague's remarks, saying, "Who would have thought that among these orthodox sects there would be a martial artist of such greatness?" Keeping his gaze on Yeonman, who was actively pushing them both, Yolen Youngson exclaimed, "Who is this guy?" Avoiding another attack from the Alliance Lord, his left hand mentally said, "I must say that ordinary techniques are useless against him. I will have to use a special technique." The next moment, Gong Sungtae shouted out, "Let's see if you can survive this and still stand firmly on your feet." The demonic Hellfire Blossom technique, Demonic Flower Sun. Seeing his comrade's intentions, Yolen looked back and shouted out, "Left hand, you are going to destroy everything around you." At the same moment, looking at the demon's technique preparations, Yeonmen mentally said, "If that attack touches the ground, everything around it will be destroyed." Without hesitation, Yeonmen used the sword technique with a piercing lunge and split the enemy into two parts. Seeing that the left hand had just been defeated, Yolen asked in confusion, "Who are you?" and then thought, "We might have had someone like you in the Orthodox sects." Keeping his gaze on the formidable opponent, the right hand mentally added the gift that once in 1,000 years someone like the young leader is born. Furrowing his brow before his last attack, Yongman said, "There is no need to tell someone who is dying, but I make an exception. I am the young leader of the Tang clan in Sichuan and the owner of the Righteous Heaven Alliance." Hearing who was standing in front of him, Yolen Youngson thought, "He is the dark dragon of the poisonous blade," and then he was defeated. After completing the battle with the demonic enemies, Yongman approached Ja-un and asked how your hand was, and he heard in response that it was fine. "I stopped the bleeding, and yet you are truly incredible." Pulling the lost arm in front of him, the monk added joyfully, "You have defeated the left and right arms, greatly weakening the fighting power of the demon sect, and it is almost a pity to give up the arm." Tilting his head down after his comrade's remark, Yongman said, "I should have been more foresighted," and he replied, "Don't blame yourself so much. Saving the lives of the two masters is what really matters." The next moment, after restoring the lost part with the help of QI, Ja-un added, "Even if I lost my arm, my resolve will not waver until we exterminate the demon sect." Hearing Comrade Yongman's joyful tone, he said, "Your words are encouraging," and then thought, "Despite this setback, we are fortunate to have Master Ja-wun with us." At one point, turning his head to the side, the monk noticed, however, that this ominous energy did not dissipate. As usually when life is interrupted, the energy also disappears. Hearing his companion's remark, Yeonman said cautiously that this is how their thirst for destruction seeps through even after their own death. Coming forward in the conversation, Ja-un said, "We'll probably have to dispel this energy before we go." And hearing this, Yeonmyeon asked if it was possible. Holding out his hand in front of him, Ja-won looked back and said, "The Shaolin Forbidden True Qi is filled with power that can purify pollution and can easily destroy most forms of demonic energy." The next moment, the monk crouched down by the sword and added, "Come here, let's finish this and come back." Seeing the intentions of Grandfather Jingo, who appeared near Yongman, the boy exclaimed, "Stop this old man before he is struck by this energy. It comes not from the body, but from the sword." As soon as the ominous energy came out of the weapon, Yongman grabbed Jawon's shoulder and threw him back to stop the attack. Having interrupted the danger that suddenly arose during the purification, Yongman looked at the monk and exclaimed, "Master, thanks to you, I am fine." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the sinister energy emanating from Ja-un's sword and added, "I filled it with my powerful qi and struck it, but it did not dissipate." Remaining in shock at what had just happened, the monk added that as soon as my forbidden true qi touched the sword, it was absorbed by this devilish energy, which is so strong that it is the energy of Buddha's destruction. The next moment, when the man got to his feet and saw what was happening before his eyes, he added that this is what it was all about. It was taking shape. Climbing onto Yeonman's shoulder, Jingo said, "I couldn't believe it, but now everything became clear." And Yeonman asked if he knew what it was. Receiving the question from his master, the snake said, "This is a sinister ooh, but he is not ordinary. Usually sinister spirits are born from a single resentment that accumulates for a long time." Continuing to tell what they had encountered, Jingo added that this one had hundreds and thousands of grudges fused and sealed in one sword. In other words, it was an artificially created evil spirit. Peering at the monster that appeared before them, the serpent added that, apart from unique cases like you or Muyongtek, only Bansa keep evil spirits as familiars. Thinking of the Bansa, Jingo said, but even they are forbidden to create evil spirits by force, and yet from time to time someone breaks the ban and binds images to create an evil spirit. Looking back at his friend, Yongman asked, "So, you mean to say that what you heard was that there is a hereditary bansa in the demon sect?" Jinguo turned his gaze back to the evil spirit and added, he doesn't hesitate to break the prohibitions and use the forbidden methods of a heavenly opposing bansa. After completing its formation, the evil spirit suddenly pounced on Yongman and attacked. Noticing his opponent's intentions, Yeonmyeong took a step back and made a series of attacks with his dagger. Not achieving any results after the attack, Yeonman mentally said as expected, "I don't even feel like he's getting cut, it's because he's made of insults." Continuing to stare at the sinister spirit in front of him, the Alliance Lord added, moreover, "That thing ignores the physical damage it takes, but its own physical attacks work." Hearing Yeonman's thoughts, Jingo said, "Of course our attacks wouldn't work. After all, evil spirits are themselves the embodiment of thoughts." The next moment, she turned her gaze to Yongman and asked, "Why don't you let me deal with him since I heard you have a way?" Hearing this question, Jingo smiled slyly and said, "I guess you remembered since you're using me as a device to generate poisonous energy." As she began to create a thick fog around him and take on her true form, Jingo added that I am an evil spirit who has been living for over 1,000 years. Noticing that something strange was happening around him, Hyunso said in surprise, "The fog suddenly appeared like this." And then Ja-eun added that it was gradually obscuring my field of vision. At the same time, Yongman raised his head up and said, "There are too many unnecessary eyes here. Deal with it quickly." And I understood. Taking on her true form and looking at the evil spirit, Jingo said, "For a newborn creature, your level is quite impressive. You have surpassed the level of an average evil spirit." Continuing to intimidate the enemy, Jingo added, "However, you are no match for me. Someone who has accumulated power for over 1,000 years, you will become food for my power and swallow the spirit." After the fog cleared while Jingo was finishing her meal, comrades ran up to Yongman and asked the leader of the alliance if he was injured, to which he replied, "I'm fine." The next moment, hearing how I thought that the fog was just an energy technique of the young leader, Yongman awkwardly replied, "Well, it was something like an energy technique and thought it was worth limiting to vague wording." Also entering the dialogue, Ja-eun asked, "By the way, what the hell those demon sect freaks had created? I've never seen such a terrifying entity in my life." Receiving the question from his friend, Yongman said, "Maybe they didn't stop there. That's why I'm asking you if you could please take these people in return first." After Yongman's request, Ja-won said awkwardly, "Surely you're not going to go to the demon sect's lair alone, right?" And then Hyunso exclaimed, "No, Alliance Master, you've already managed to destroy their key fighting force, so please be satisfied with that." After listening to his comrade's request, Yeonman said with a grudging smile, "The creature you just saw was invulnerable to ordinary attacks. As you noticed, I had to use energy techniques instead of my sword, and then thought, although it wasn't exactly my energy technique." Continuing to talk about the monster, Yeonman added that it seems someone from the demon sect was creating evil spirits by force. Hearing this, Henzo asked if there were other creatures like the one we saw today. Interrupting his friend's question, Yeonman said in a stern tone, "We should assume that the demon sect's troops are still intact." The next moment, Yongmen thought of another enemy and said, "In addition, we have not yet identified the identity of the poisonous demon. If it is indeed someone related to the Tang family, I need to deal with him myself." Yongmen concluded his thoughts and said, "This may sound foolish, but I think that as long as there is a gap in their main battle formation, we have a chance to deal them a decisive blow." Hearing the Lord's words, Hyunso exclaimed, But at that moment he was interrupted by Ja-woon, who poked the Taoist in the chest and said, "I understand the Lord of the Alliance, but..." Turning all the attention to himself, the monk added, "Although your skills are undoubtedly the right one to lead the Alliance, please be as careful as possible and act carefully, Alliance leader." Having received support from his comrade, Jonman looked around and said, "Okay, then I'll be back with good news," and then set off. As soon as the master left them, Ja-eun laughed and said, "I said that because I knew he wouldn't listen if I kept trying to stop him. Who in the demon sect could pose a threat to the master? Let's gather the wounded and go back." As his comrades left to fulfill his order, the monk looked in Yeonman's direction and thought, "Even though I said yes, I'm still worried. We don't know how many Hwagen-level demon masters they have besides the demon sect leader." Continuing his thoughts as Yongman walked on, Ja-won mentally added, "But instead of doubting, I will wait and trust the Alliance Lord. Please return safely and without defeat." Meanwhile, in the Xinjiang headquarters of the Heaven Demon cult, someone shouted out that a poisonous demon had arrived. Seeing her experimental hamster, Soen said, "Congratulations, I heard that you have made great progress on the battlefield." To which the Honorable Mai replied. She smiled slyly at Moonchen and added, "You're finally starting to look like a true follower of the demon teachings." The leader of the Yang family poison masters was also proud to hear that, and he said, "I should call him your father now." A few days ago, the day after Tang Munchang became a poison demon, bringing the boy to a poison family member, Sen spoke up to greet him. "This is the leader of the Yang family poison masters. He supports our sect. From now on, he will ensure your status." Bowing his head to the new leader, the boy said, I am Tang Munchen. I would like to express my gratitude for maintaining my status, to which I heard no wrong. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the leader of the Yang family said, Didn't you say you left the Tang family? You can no longer use the name Tang. I plan to adopt you, so from now on you will live under the name Yang Munchang. Hearing his new name, the boy said yes to his father without raising his head, and then Yang laughed and exclaimed, I've never had children before, so I'm really happy to have such a reliable son. Bowing his head to Suan Munchin, I said, I am forever grateful to the family leader for accepting such a defective person like me, and heard a boring answer. The girl went on her way and added, In any case, now that you have achieved such success, the sect leader will definitely reward you. Have you thought about what you would like to receive as a reward? After receiving the question, Ming Chung said thoughtfully, I was thinking about asking for a divine body technique. The body techniques of the Kunlun bastards were impressive. Next time I would like to join the pursuit team and achieve even greater success. After listening to the guy, Soen said the divine body technique was not bad. But how about something else instead of this boredom? Munchin asked what was boring. Then the girl added divine techniques that are so common in our sect's library that you would stumble over something like the original blood demon reverse technique. Hearing the girl's suggestion, Munchin mentally said, I've heard of the blood demon reverse technique, which is what the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord's troops used when they invaded the Tang family in the past. A demonic technique that undermines the user's potential by increasing their strength many times over for a short time. Recalling these features, Munchin asked, But isn't it dangerous when the internal energy disappears? You will either die or be possessed by a demon. To which Soan replied, Maybe so for ordinary disciples of demonic teachings, but haven't you mastered the technique of an immortal demon? Continuing her thought, Mai added, Think about it. The reverse blood demon technique that costs you your life, and the immortal demon technique that prevents you from dying, if you combine them, won't the result be impressive? After expressing her opinion, the girl looked away and smiled, thinking, To tell you the truth, I'm just wondering what will happen if we combine two opposite martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, when the sect leader arrived at the construction site, he said, So there you are, the strategist. Hearing that they were looking for him, Changshin said, I went up to check on the formation of the troops and then heard you were working hard. The next moment, the man added, And yet it is thanks to your quick organization that more than 2,000 people can leave in just a few days. All thanks to the rapid mobilization of military forces. The next moment, the man put his hand to his chest and asked if the alliance leader and master Zhao Wunyi had heard from the people of Kunlun. Looking down, Zhegel said anxiously, Well, I just hope they're not too late. The next moment, he added in his mind that if the Alliance Master healed those two Taoists and brought them back to the front line, the Alliance would have a total of 6 H-Wagon Masters. As he continued to think, he mentally added that the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord had 5 Extreme Demon Masters. So if we maintain our fighting strength, the pressure would be greatly reduced before the Alliance Lord joined us. So we should just keep the Heavenly Radiance Demon Lord in check while maintaining our strength. However, Zhegel Chongqing did not know that it would take a long time before he would be reunited with Tong Yongmen. He also did not know that he would return only after he had accomplished something impressive at the demonic sect's headquarters, exceeding all expectations. After talking with Soen, Munshin went to the Xinjiang Tianshan headquarters of the Heaven Demon Cult. Seeing the visitor in front of him, the demon leader said, Good job, young poisonous demon. You have made a significant contribution by showing help to the left and right hand. Thanks to you, the advancement of our sect in the Central Plain has taken a step forward. Continuing to express his opinion, the demon leader gave a natural response that such worthy service should be appropriately rewarded. Tell me what you want. Hearing the leader's request, Munshin thought anxiously, This is my first personal audience with a sect leader. And he is different from my expectations, but the pressure of his demonic aura that emanates even unconsciously is impressive. Sitting on his throne, the demon sect leader heard me covet the original version of the reverse blood demon technique. Hearing the recitation, the leader sought a pose on the chair and recited the original version of the reverse blood demon technique curiously. After lying down on his chair in a moment of reflection, the leader added the original version, which means that he sighed and said, It's no coincidence that you who have the immortal demon technique are looking for the reverse blood demon technique. The next moment, recalling the girl who had prompted him to do so, the leader asked if Mai had told you. Most likely she had told him that with an immortal body, you could ignore the effects of this technique. Immediately after his words, the man smiled happily and added that this curiosity and playfulness is her beauty. As soon as the leader spoke, there is no such thing as the original version of the reverse blood demon technique. Munchin froze in surprise. Seeing his surprise, the leader added, First of all, this is a technique that uses some acupuncture points to circulate demonic energy and release hidden power. If you risk being on the verge of death as an immortal demon and use all the acupuncture points, then this will be the original version. Hearing the demon leader's words, Munkin remarked that from what I had learned, he felt a strange sensation. Unable to move his own body, he thought that my body could not move, and that was the demon technique Mai had learned. At the same moment, the leader asked, I was surprised. I thought it would be better for you to experience it for yourself. The next moment, snapping his fingers and seeing Moonchan writhe in pain and moan, the man said, "I've reloaded my demonic energy a little bit. If I did it fully, you would have gone into a frenzy." As he continued to writhe in pain, the man heard that the heavenly demon technique has the ability to control demonic energy. Once mastered, it allows one to take control of all demonic energy within reach, essentially giving the sect leader the power to control the life and death of every demon in our sect. But there was one who escaped this control. Recalling a single incident, the leader added, "It was an immortal demon I had forced into a state of frenzy by recharging his demonic energy, but it had no effect on his body. It only released his latent power, turning him into an uncontrollable immortal monster." Getting used to the pain, Munchin said through his teeth, "If he became an uncontrollable monster, what happened to the immortal demon? I heard from Mai that the sect leader at the time killed him." When the leader received the question, he said, "I didn't explain it properly. He abused the reverse blood demon technique, and, having received too much latent power, was unable to cope with his own regenerative abilities and self-destructed." Hearing the fate of the immortal demon, the shocked Munchin heard the conclusion that if you who have learned the immortal demon technique add the reverse blood demon technique to its limit, then this will be the original version of the reverse blood demon technique. Continuing to lie in his chair, the celestial demon added, "However, you can discover all the acupuncture points of the blood demon reverse technique yourself. If you want the power of an immortal demon, you will have to go through the same state of rage as him." Hearing from someone who hasn't mastered the immortal demon technique perfectly can only hasten your demise, but you still want to learn it. Munchin smiled ominously despite the unbearable pain. The next moment, he knelt down and bowed his head and said, "Yes, your highness," and then thought, "I wonder if I can become much stronger than I am now and take revenge on that bastard Tang Yongman." Keeping his sinister smile on his face, he mentally added, "I'll risk my damn life 100 times over," and then said, "Please give me the original reverse blood demon technique." Meanwhile, standing by the tents and looking at the cards, Changxing thoughtfully said something strange in his head. As he looked at their movements, he mentally added, "The Dark Lord of Destruction's troops that recently fought the martial arts families are not making any headway." Holding his hand to his chin, he mentally added, "Could it be possible that the Dark Lord of Destruction, the Demon Lord of Heavenly Radiance, was injured in the battle with the Sword King? Only if it was a deep internal wound, and if it was not." The next moment, a subject appeared behind Jigel's back who shouted out in confusion to the strategist that it was urgent. Changxing asked, "What is it? Why are you in such a hurry, Master Okyang?" and heard the urgent news that the Dark Lord of Destruction, the Lord of the Demons of the Heavenly Radiance, had moved and... Continuing to report the urgent news, Master Huagin of the Huasan sect added, "They have invaded Shaolin." Seeing the enemies in front of him, one of the monks exclaimed, "How dare they invade so far?" thinking they could survive after contacting Shaolin, which is under the protection of the Empire. Keeping his gaze on the demonic sect members, the monk exclaimed that if they continue this tyranny, it will go beyond martial arts crimes and become a national crime. After hearing the boy's exclamation, Yan Zhong Hayek asked if he really thought so, and the monk was confused by what he had just said. The next moment, John Jonghyuk drew his sword and prepared to attack and added, "It seems that our esteemed emperor prioritizes practicality and security over Buddhism." After the monk's confused words that "you are the one," Yeon Jonghyuk used the technique of repentance without letting him finish and killed all the monks in an instant. As all the monks were falling to the ground, the demonic leader said to the imperial court, "Righteous alliance, no one will come to your aid." The next moment, with a sly smile, he added, "Of course, even if they did come, it would be useless." Continuing his thought, Yong Chong-heng added that no monk will live to see the evening moon today. And then behind him, he heard your lordship called out to him. At that time, Changxing saw the news and thought in shock that the government should not interfere in the affairs of martial arts. So the imperial court decided to leave Shaolin. The next moment, turning his head to his friend, Changxing shouted out to Master Okyang, "Please gather the troops immediately, even if we are late. We must go to Shaolin." Hearing Zhigalya's instruction, Hak Un, the sword master from Zhongnam, said no way. And after hearing Changshin's remark, he looked around and asked Master Hak Un who was with you. 3 minutes later, after taking a better look at the man next to him, Changxing asked the Holy Sword, "Why are you here?" To which Zhigal replied, "Changxing, you are the strategist of this alliance. We cannot send troops to Shaolin now." Hearing the man's remark, Changxing asked, "What, you hope you don't mean to say that the alliance should leave Shaolin?" After receiving the question from the alliance strategist, Song Chung exclaimed, "You think I want that? But it is not only the Lord of Heavenly Radiance demons who is moving. The Lemon forces have also begun to move in Shanxi province." After learning the new information about what was happening, Okeyang exclaimed in surprise that Somso could not be there. Leading his comrades to the truth, Sungcheon said that the 3 demon families that follow the demon lord of the heavenly radiance, among them Somso, announced the ceremony of departure for the great battle between the righteous sects and the demonic ones. Meanwhile, Hua Young-jung was brewing tea and said that this day was finally the day for the great battle between the righteous and demonic sects. The next moment, she turned her gaze to her son and added to Mu Ren, "This child has been waiting for this day," saying that he has a lot to accomplish to impress his father. After serving tea to Gim Ren, the protector of the heavenly radiance demon lord, the woman added this great battle must determine the heir among the three young leaders of the demon sex. So out of concern, I'm obliged to ask our Ying, the most suitable candidate for the role of heir right. After tasting Hua Yongzhang's tea, Gim Ren said, "You are still worried about this, and my support as the right hand of the Lord is not enough." Hearing the guest's remarks, the woman asked if it was not natural for a mother to want to hear an honest answer. After learning the reason for this questioning, Gimren said that among the candidates of the three demon families, the young leader is the most skilled, and if he succeeds in this expedition, his position as heir will be strong. Hearing the remarks of the protector of the demon lord of heavenly radiance, the woman asked about the success to what extent she had heard the destruction of the righteous sects in Sumso. With a sly smile after revealing the expedition, Gumren added, "The destruction of the Hwasan and Jeongnam sects, and with that, the young leader will become the next ruler." The Heavenly Radiance demon cult attacked Shaolin, and the imperial court announced that it would not interfere with martial arts rules. The Hua family clan of Shanxi province, known as the Three Great Demon Clans, has already begun a ceremony to send troops. The martial arts world is once again approaching chaos. Looking at the report from the scroll, Changxing mentally said, "Did all this happen in one day? If so, where do we even begin to react?" The next moment, asking Yongman, Gilles mentally added to the young leader, "No, Lord of the Alliance, you must return as soon as possible. The Alliance needs your help." Moving across the desert, Yongman asked Jingguo, "So this is the Xinjiang Plain, no water or trees. I've never seen such a barren land before." Hearing his master's remark, the snake replied, "Yes, this place is called Tagikramagan, abandoned land and dead land." Continuing his story, Jingo added, "Once upon a time, Muyongek and I destroyed the evil dragon Zhelong here, and because of that battle, this area turned into a desert." Recalling all the battles against dragons with Muyongek, he added that there are dragons that can control the energies of the five elements, and Tinglong controlled thunder and lightning. The next moment, remembering the others they had fought against, Jingguo added fire, earth, metal, and wood, the other evil dragons also controlling one of the elements. Continuing the story of the serpents, Zhilong said that he had absorbed most of the earth's energy during the battle with Muyongek. Also mentioning the seal of the snakes, he added that to stop it, the Taoists created a magic circle that redirected the energy to another place. And if the circle was not touched, it should still work. After listening to the Guardian story, Yongmen asked, "But if Zhilong was already destroyed, why keep the magic? Why didn't you release him?" Turning his head to the boy, Jingo said, "I don't know exactly, but one of the Taoists was against the removal of the seal. He said that it would jeopardize the survival of ordinary people." Looking at Jingguo, Yongmen heard that this Taoist belonged to a demon cult and was known as the Rebel of Heaven. Although he was from a demon cult, his abilities surpassed all the Taoists of the time. Recalling a prominent person of that time, the snake said that he could create a magic circle on his own, so neither the other Taoists nor Muyongkong objected to him. After telling this story, Jingo said, however, he took a different path from the traditional one, which most likely had its own secret intentions. The serpent, again deep in thought, said that instead of strengthening his power through mania, he used spirits and ghosts as his servants, so that he could avoid heavenly punishment even after using forbidden techniques. Turning his gaze to Jingguo and hearing in other words, he did not hesitate to use forbidden magic. "So if you come across his spells, be careful." Yongman asked, "What a strange concern. Are you really worried about me?" Hearing the boy's question, Jingo began to bite him and exclaimed, "I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about myself. If you die, I'll disappear too because my soul is tied to you." After listening to the remarks from his guardian spirit, Yongman said, "Well, that's logical considering how big this desert is." Meanwhile, while traveling through the desert with Moonchan, the demon leader noticed that you were moving more slowly, so I warn you, don't go more than 3 steps away from me again. After receiving the remark, Munchan mentally said, "It's just endless. We've been walking through the desert for hours in search of the blood demon's reverse technique, as if we were walking on the edge of a desert." Once on a rock ledge, the guy added, "But at some point the landscape became distorted, and now I don't even know where we are. It's also part of the magic barrier." Following the demon of heaven and looking at his feet, Munchan mentally said something similar to what I had seen during the battle for the title of Junior Master. At one point, Munchang's thoughts were interrupted by the leader saying, "We have come." Then looking up and seeing the giant gate in front of him, Munchang froze in shock. Wondering what he had just seen, he said in confusion that the gate was in the middle of the desert. Hearing the question from his subject, the man said it was too early to be surprised, and then put the talisman to the gate and said, "Open it." After receiving the instruction, the talisman burned, and the gate began to creak open. As soon as the gate opened and the view inside opened, Munchan thought there was a completely different space behind the gate. Looking closely at the vegetation of the area, he thought, "I've studied poisons in the Tang clan and have seen many plants, but this is the first time I've seen anything like this." The demon leader said, "This is my training room, created hundreds of years ago by the first teacher who brought his inner world to life." The next moment, returning his gaze to the guy behind him, the leader added, "Only his blood descendants can open this gate. No one can stop you." Walking behind the man Munchin heard train in this place, when you reach the top of the martial art, the power of our sect will grow even more. Kneeling before the man who had given him this opportunity, Munchin exclaimed, "Thank you for your concern, teacher." Receiving the words of gratitude from his subject, the leader said, "Well, show yourself," and a certain person appeared before them. Smiling happily after the appearance of his assistant, the heavenly demon said to Fan Lu, who had not seen him for a long time. Bowing his head in greeting, the deer said to the teacher who had arrived at your call. While the leader was greeting his subject, Munchin, standing behind him, wondered if it was a deer mask or not. Keeping his gaze fixed on the ground, Fan Lu said, "So I have to help him in training. I will obey the order." After talking with his disciple, the demon leader looked around and said, "As long as you are here to train, Fan Lu will help you in everything." Immediately after his words, turning to the boy, the man said, "Let me ask you one last time. Have you changed your mind about what you heard, or are you still the same?" Having received a clear answer from his subject, the demon leader spoke well and then used the technique of the heavenly demon of immersion in darkness. Clenching his teeth and beginning to writhe in pain, Munchin mentally said that this pain was nothing compared to the pain I felt during the rampage of demonic energy. Observing what was happening to his subject, the heavenly demon said, "If an immortal demon can endure this, then you can do it too, and I hope you will achieve good results." Heading for the exit, the leader used the talisman and closed the gate and left the training area. Meanwhile, having arrived at the right place, Yanmon stopped in surprise and said, "What was that?" To which Jingo replied, "There you are." Looking at the reverse dragon barrier, the land of snakes added a giant circle created to destroy Zhilong. Continuing to stare at the magic coup, Yongman remarked, "But under this magic there is something alien," and the snake asked if you could feel it too. Also peering into the magic circle in front of him, Jingo added at least hundreds or thousands of spirits, and ghosts are under this place. Furrowing his brow after his remark, Jingo said, "They can't be feeding on Zhilong's leftover energy. It's most likely another prank of the rebellious heaven." Remembering the demon Taoists of that time, Jingo said they would not hesitate to use any method if it helped them increase their power. Watching the magic circle in the middle of the desert, Yongman thought to himself, "I expected a lot, but not so much before fighting a demonic cult. Maybe I should deal with this first." The next moment, recalling the previous battle with the spirit, he added, "But if these spirits are the same as the one we met before and are not affected by physical force, then it will not be easy to deal with them." Immediately after thinking about it, Yanman turned his gaze to Jingo, who said excitedly, "Wow, if I absorb all of them, my level would rise tremendously." The next moment, returning his gaze to the Snake Master, he said, "By the way," and if he didn't finish, the boy said, "Go." Having received permission to act, Jingo asked in surprise that you were serious, to which Yongman replied, "I am not a specialist in spirits, but you are just right for this task." Continuing his thought, he added that with your level, you can handle it without any problems. To which Jingo said in surprise, "Well, if so, I just didn't expect you to let me do it so easily." Hearing the snake's words, Yongman said, "Then everything is decided, and after a long walk in the desert, my energy and body are exhausted before the battle with the demonic cult. I need a place to rest." After reporting the circumstances, Yongman added, "I will give you permission to use your true form, but come back as soon as possible," to which Jingo joyfully exclaimed, "I understood." Taking his true form, the serpent said, "In the north, on the border of the desert, there is a village, then I went." As soon as Jingo entered the space under the seal, one of the spirits mentally said, "What is this strong energy moving in our direction?" Analyzing the guess, the spirit said, "However, this is not the host. This aura is a ghost. This is an intruder." Getting out to his post, back to the dragon barrier, Earth Guardian Four-Eyed Divine Dog mentally added, "No matter who you are, all intruders will be destroyed." Going down, Jingo noticed the vegetation and thought how strange it was that there was a forest under the desert. Was the Earth's energy locked in the formation? Continuing to go down and noticing a giant hole in the ground, the snake said in surprise. Stopping next to it and looking inside, Jingo said, "You can feel the enormous amount of energy they sealed the spirits in here." Smiling slyly, the snake said, "If I absorb them, my level will increase significantly." And then seeing someone approaching, he thought something was coming. Getting out of the pit where all the spirits were gathered, the four-legged divine dog said, "How dare you come here? I don't know how you found out about this place." The guard, who was several times Jingo's size, added in a menacing tone, "But I will destroy the intruders." Looking at the enemy that appeared before him, Jingo thought, "This one is at the highest level," and then heard a stop. "Your face is familiar to me." Recognizing the snake in front of him, the four-eyed divine dog asked if you were the same blue-horned white snake that served Muyongek, and Jingo replied that you knew me. The guard added, "I saw you when he was still active, and I thought that after his death you had also disappeared. But you are still alive, so why would a tool belonging to a dead man come here alone?" Hearing the insult that had just come from the four-eyed divine dog's mouth, Jingo asked the instrument in a fierce manner. The next moment, as he pounced on the guard and prepared to kill him, he exclaimed, "How dare a lower-level guard call me a tool?" Meanwhile, in the Taklamakan Desert of Xinjiang, a northeastern village in the Tarim Basin region of Goitok, sitting in his room in a dedicated building, Yongman thought, as the blue-eyed snake said, that there really is a village outside, not thinking that even the desert itself could have settlements. Trying to meditate, he added that it was good that he had found a place to rest, even if it was a modest one, and wondered how the blue-eyed snake was doing. Thinking of the previous spirit, Yanman said, "I've entrusted him with this for now, but he'll still have to face the spirits, so I can't rely on him alone." Opening his eyes, the boy mentally added the essence of the spirit's hidden resentment and hatred. If you put a deeper will than their hatred into the sword. Before the boy could finish his thoughts, he heard the elder say, "Sir, I have brought food." And he replied with a grudging smile, asking him not to disturb my concentration. Sighing in disappointment after hearing that, Youngman said, "Okay, just leave it here and go." To which I replied, "Okay then." Heading back, the man said, "Maybe you need someone." And then looking back at him and seeing his fearsome gaze, he added, "I don't think so, sorry." Left alone again, Yeonmin thought, "When I first arrived here, I politely asked for a place to stay." As he replayed the events in his mind, he added, "However, it seems that the villagers have mistaken me for a noble son of some demon clan. All the villagers bow their heads, kneel down, and watch me with concern." Putting his hand to his chin, Yongman thoughtfully added in his head, "I don't see the point in revealing that I come from the Central Lands, so I just don't focus on it. But still, the more they want to please me, the more it worries me." Subsequently, hearing Mr. Yu are here, Johnman said angrily, "They don't even let me think," and turned his head and asked, "What is it this time?" Seeing a man in front of him who turned out not to be the village elder, Yeonman asked in surprise who you were. Receiving the question from the guest of the village, the man said, "As soon as I saw you at the entrance, I knew you were from the Tang clan. Master Zhang Chunilkli Blacklot ruled Sahan. He was a martial arts master of the demon sect. One day, a Black Lotus officer took advantage of his absence to rape his wife, and in despair, the woman committed suicide. The angry Zhang Chunil avenged his wife, but was then put on a wanted list throughout Sacheng and forced to flee to Xinjiang." Bowing his head to Yongman, the man said, "I have a little daughter, but because I was wanted, I couldn't take her with me. So I wanted to know if the charges against me were dropped so I could go back for her." When Yongman received the question, he said, "I don't know where you worked, but the demonic sects in Sashan have disappeared along with the Black Lotus, so I think your wanted list should be cancelled as well." Hearing this news, Zhang Chunil exclaimed with tears in his eyes that the Black Lotus was gone. Had someone defeated them? Then Yongman said in his thoughts, "It was me. I am the leader of the Tang clan, and I have reached the level of the sword god." He looked away, hiding his embarrassment, and thought to himself, "If I say it, it will only make noise." Coming to a reasonable conclusion, Yongman said, "It was one of the masters of the righteous sects who said it." Zhang Chunil heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, the man knelt down in front of Yongman and said, "Thank you for telling me. Now I can go back for my daughter." Interrupting the man's gratitude, Johnman asked, "By the way, judging by the state of the village, there is clearly a lack of resources here, and they are so eager to please me. What is the reason?" Zhang Chunil looked up at the guest after receiving the question and said that perhaps it was the sacred pills. Mentioning the reason, the man said it was a medicine distributed by a heavenly demonic sect, claiming to relieve all worries. The more wealth you sacrifice, the more you get. But the Goitoks have almost no wealth, so they get the smallest part. Continuing the story about the pills, he added that the problem is that these pills are incredibly effective but highly addictive. Once you try them, you can't get rid of them. Listening to the story, Yongmen heard, "I think they took you for a high-ranking member of the sect and hoped to please you to get more pills. Sometimes such people really come here." After listening to the man's story, Yongman thought that even if this was a land where the imperial court and the union of righteous sects did not operate, they still sold drugs among ordinary people. Continuing the conversation, Zhang Chunil said, "If you want to continue pretending to be a noble son of a demonic sect," and then a bell rang. Hearing it, Yongman asked what kind of sound it was, and the man replied that it was the village's alarm bell, which meant that if it sounded so loud, it meant that we were attacked by bandits. When Yeonman found out the cause of the noise, he thought, "As soon as I arrived here, bandits appeared, and then I heard you inside." Arriving at the guest, the elder added, "You heard the alarm bell? About 50 bandits are coming here, Hachnil. What are you doing here?" Rising to his feet after the elder's question, Yongman said, "I called the yogi to ask him something, so the bandits are coming." Hearing the question from the guest, the elder nervously said, "Yes, we have a shelter in case of such a case. It is better to hide there with us." Receiving the offer from the elder, Yongman asked in a menacing tone, "Do you think I am one of those who hide from bandits?" And the elder scaredly exclaimed, "No, you are not." After receiving the answer from the old man, he ordered in a stern tone, "Bring them to me immediately." After a while, being at the gate of the village where the bandits were, Yongman heard the three of you in the center. You are not from the village where you are from. After hearing the question, Yongman remembered Zhang Chunil's advice, who said, "If you have to fight, introduce yourself as a member of the Poison Doctor clan." And then he asked the Poison Doctor clan. In response to the guest's surprise, the man added that the family is in a demonic sect that studies medicines and poisons. And if the master uses poison, no one will suspect. After hearing Yongmen's advice, he said, "So the demonic sect has something similar to the Tang clan. I will take note." After Yongmen mentioned this, he said, "I am the son of the Poison Physician clan." And the bandit said, "The Poison Physician clan is such a noble person in such a place." The next moment, the bandit leader said, "If so, then show me the sacred pill you always carry with you." Upon hearing the demand, Yonman reached into his inner pocket and said, "I'll have to." Expecting to see the pill, the bandit smiled slyly and thought, "What a success. If we take him hostage, we can demand a whole supply of sacred pills." The next moment, hearing the screams of his subjects, the man looked back and saw that his troops were no longer alive. Confused by what he had seen, the leader exclaimed that Yonman replied, "Which is quite interesting." Feeling very afraid, the elder said, "I just wanted to rest a little, but first everyone was interfering with me and then the bandits appeared." Looking at the leader of the bandits with a stern look, Yonman asked who told them that I was here. "If you don't want to feel your insides tearing, better answer." Seeing what had just happened, Zhang Chunil thought in confusion, "The bandits didn't even see who killed them, it was Mr. I knew you were an unusual person, but this is incredible." Hearing Yongman's demand, the bandit said, "I wasn't going to go that far." And then the guy thought, "Did you really hide your power?" The next moment, the bandit got down from his horse and bowed his head down and shouted, "Have mercy, if you let us live, we will do whatever you say." Sighing in disappointment after what he had seen, Yonman realized that the gentleman was right. The one who had hired us was the village headman. The leader of the village began to gather stairs and realized that the village headman could not be. Deciding that he needed to save himself, the old man shouted out, "How could I do this to you? Finish him off. Let his mouth full of lies shut up." Hearing his grandfather's cries, the bandit exclaimed, "You mean, old man, didn't you say that a naive philosopher appeared in the monastery and suggested that we kill the yogi to take away all his treasures and relics?" The next moment, the bandit looked at Yonman and added, "Sir, in close relations with the village elder, we have robbed the people of the monastery many times in this way." Recalling the scheme they used, the bandit leader added, "The village elder gives us information about traders and passing merchants." Continuing to talk about the scheme, the bandit added that we robbed them by dividing the loot. If we used the money for food and building materials, the village would have had no need for anything for a long time. After telling about the whole situation, the man added, "If you don't believe me, you should visit the house of the starosta, where you will find a store of wealth." Trying to justify himself, the old man exclaimed, "Hyun Yonggil, you really did," and then heard the headman behind him say, "It's true, you knew about the situation in the village." The villagers began to express their dissatisfaction and shouted, "You've been fooling us all this time. You're to blame for the young guard's deaths at the hands of bandits, aren't you?" Finding himself in the midst of an angry crowd where they were shouting, "You bastard, how could you do that after becoming a starosta?" my grandfather exclaimed, "No, it was a mistake." Trying to justify himself, the elder added that there was no other way to survive on this land, after which Yonmen shot a needle into his head. Having dealt with the one who caused many troubles to the village, Yonmen said, "You are not ashamed." Seeing the dead accomplice in front of him, the bandit thought, "I can't do this with such speed, just like my subjects died from it." Feeling the fear that was picking him up, the bandit thought, "But did the family of poison masters use such an influence?" And then said, "Wait, you accidentally." Once again, the bandit thought, "I know that poisoned weapons are used for this purpose in the family of poison masters Yang," and said, "You are not from this family, right?" Continuing to go too far, the leader of the bandits said, as if he had not finished when a header flew into his head. Having dealt with the last enemy, Yongmen said in a stern tone, "You seem to be attentive despite your appearance. You should have pretended not to understand anything until the very end." Upon arriving at the elder's house and finding the wealth there, Zhang Chunil said, "This bandit was right. Did they really hide so much wealth? Enough for all the villagers to move to another place?" Putting on his cloak, Yonman said, "Divide the treasure among the people as you see fit. I have work to do, but it was you who defeated the bandits." Sighing happily after the man's words, Yonman said, "It doesn't matter. I don't need these riches," and thought the gold from the Black Lotus Fortress would be enough, so there was no need to reduce the fate of people. Immediately after his thoughts, Yonman asked, "By the way, if all the people decided to move to the plains," and he replied that if the Black Lotus was no longer there, it was better to buy land in the Central Plains and live in peace. Zhang Chunil smiled happily after the remark and added, "Thanks to you, I can now go in search of my daughter," and then said, "Here you go." Handing over the pouch, Yongmen said in case of meeting other bandits on the way, "Poison and needles soaked in poison? Be careful, even the slightest contact with it is deadly." To which Zhang Chunil replied, "I don't know how to thank you." When Yongmen was already heading for the exit, the man asked, "Sir, are you from the Tang family by any chance?" After he asked when he heard that I was Tang Yongmen, the young gentleman of the Tang family, Zhang Chunil realized who he was honored to be with. Feeling very anxious, he mentally said, "Of course I suspected that he was not a simple man, but a young master." At that moment, Yonmyeon thought of Jingo and said, "This guy takes his time. He looks so confident that I decided to entrust him with this case." Leaving the building where he was recuperating, Yongman said, "Well, it looks like I'll have to figure it out on my own." Meanwhile, Jingo had already managed to deal with the 4 divine dogs that stood guard over the abyss. But the snake was losing his mind because of the connection between the master and the guardian spirit, as if they were connected by one soul and understood each other without words. However, this connection had a side effect that Tang Yongman and Jing did not know about. If the guardian moves too far away from the master, he loses his mind. Meanwhile, in the deepest level of the abyss, the supreme demons sealed there simultaneously raised their heads to the sky. They sensed the death of the guardian who was guarding the entrance to the abyss, and immediately felt a strong aura descend to them. An unfamiliar demon that had lost its mind and was releasing deadly poison. Even the lower demons that were in its path disappeared at the slightest contact with the poisonous mist. They realized that if they did nothing, they would die, and the best way out was to absorb each other to become at least a little stronger. Having crushed the Manhwa of the supreme demon, Hikarin said in a menacing tone, "I will not allow you to become stronger." The next moment, he looked up and thought, "Is Samakshin dead? How strong was this snake? No, now is not the time to think about it. This is a chance to escape." Continuing to make plans, Hikurin mentally said to himself, "I will absorb it and become stronger." And then suddenly he heard someone shouting, "Stop!" Turning his head to the side, the demon saw the tiger of the supreme demon Cheonan Hiko standing next to him, and he added, "He is my prey, Hikurin." Starting a conflict, the tiger added, "Let go of this frog and go away, then I will give you an easy death." To which he replied, "Try if you can, you miserable kitten." And suddenly their quarrel was interrupted by the cry of a lowlife. Feeling shocked and exclaiming together what kind of higher demons they saw, Tangju, a demon of the highest rank, appear from the ground. Frozen in place after what he saw, Cheonan Haiko thought the difference in power was simply insane. Such a monster was sealed in the depths of the abyss. Tangzhuo is a creature that was born out of the horror of the bottomless ocean. Its power is as limitless as its origin. Even with the combined efforts of water craftsmen and magical seals, he was imprisoned, but he was stronger than Samakshin, and it was impossible to keep him within the dragon's seal. That's why the first leader of the school, Yakchan, was forced to seal him in the heart of the abyss, casting a spell that bound him to Samakshin's life so that he could not escape. Smelling the smell of freedom, Tangzhuo said, "But this wait is finally over. It's time to leave this place. I will destroy everyone who has sealed me and all the people in this world." As he approached the depths of the abyss, Jingu, like the other higher demons, felt Tangzhuo's aura and thought, "What a terrible pressure, I can't move." Later, when the barrier was struck by Cheonan Hiko's echoing scream, the top layer of the abyss split and the sky was visible through the crack. Continuing his thoughts, the tiger added that if he could slip past the creature and the snake, he was interrupted by Hikurin, who said, "Look around you, Cheonan Hiko." Drawing the demon's attention to the space around the goats, he added, "After Tangzhou's passage, there are many souls of lower demons left, and if we absorb them, we can significantly increase our strength." The next moment, hearing that instead of fighting each other, it would be better to divide the loot and escape from here together, Cheonan Hiko said, "I don't like it, but let's make a temporary alliance." Meanwhile, when he met Jingguo, Tangzhuo said, "You're not a bad power, you destroyed Samakshin. Your level is high enough to be swallowed up. I'll swallow you and make my way to the top." Even after Tangzhuo left, the battle for power between the demons did not stop, but some of the higher demons noticed a change in the sky. Raising their heads up and noticing the cut on the seal, the demons of the temporary alliance thought that the dragon's seal could not be destroyed. Tongzhuo also felt the destruction of the seal and thought, if the powerful magic that can hold the dragon was destroyed, is it possible that it is still alive? Looking at the image of the person who was descending into the depths of the abyss, Tangzhuo thought to himself, "There goes the one who sealed me, the leader of Yokcheon Ta. No, it is not him." Contrary to all of Tangzhuo's expectations, it was not the leader Yokcheon who appeared, but the young master of the Tang family, the dark dragon of the poisonous blade. Showing himself in front of all the demons and his spirit guardian, Yongman said in displeasure that it was you who was still not done playing around, Jingo.